Beneath Mount Fuhu, the charming Shaluo Peak remains relatively desolate, particularly as the sun sets, casting an eerie stillness devoid of even a ghostly shadow. At this moment, a somewhat disheveled figure abruptly materializes. His pallid visage betrays his distress. Just as he prepares to depart, a peculiar flush of crimson unexpectedly tinges his face, followed by a sudden expulsion of dark blood with a soft puff. "My little fairy, my little demoness, it seems in this lifetime our fates are intertwined yet ultimately unfulfilled." As he utters these words, a series of urgent sounds pierce the silence. The rush of air from the friction of clothing creates a whirlwind around Sikong Zhuixing, as 8 figures suddenly manifest, 6 men and 2 women, all of middle age. Do not underestimate their appearance, though they bear the marks of maturity. Their martial prowess has allowed them to transcend the ravages of time, effectively staving off the aging process. In truth, these individuals have surpassed the age of 60 and are pivotal figures within their esteemed families and sections. A bitter smile graces Sikong Zhuixing's lips indeed. These individuals hold him in high regard, for they are all formidable masters at the pinnacle of their craft, seasoned by experience. Even one among them, known as Zhuixing, would struggle to surpass him, let alone the collective might of 8. Currently, these figures are equally astonished by Sikong Zhuixing. It has been many years since the martial world has witnessed such prodigious talent. Achieving the pinnacle of mastery by the tender age of 25 is nothing short of astonishing. Although in modern society the martial arts realm appears to have faded into obscurity, it persists in the shadows, with various renowned families and sects operating covertly, embodying a mysterious and formidable presence. They possess an energy potent enough to destabilize Huaxia. However, these families and sects abide by an unwritten rule that forbids them from revealing themselves in the eyes of modern society. They must remain hidden from the world. Silently, they uphold an alternate realm, a Jianghu seldom known to others. In this realm, the classification of masters is as follows. Those capable of taking on 10 opponents alone are deemed third-rate, while those who can battle dozens are second-rate. Those who can confront 100 adversaries are regarded as first-rate. Above this tier exist the realms of acquired and innate prowess, with the latter further divided into the realms of 1 line of heaven, 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 chi converging to the origin, and 9 heavens. While some have reached the realms of 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 chi converging to the origin, the 9 heavens remains a mere legend. Sikong Zhuixing rose proudly, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Though his face was pale and devoid of color, this lent him a certain sickly handsomeness that unexpectedly garnered admiration, yet elicited pity from the multitude of powerful adversaries surrounding him. With a composed expression, Sikong Zhuixing smiled and remarked, "Esteemed seniors, your persistence is truly commendable. You have pursued me for 3 whole months. Are you truly intent on bringing about my demise? It was merely the theft of your martial arts manuals. Given the present era, it is high time for you to reassess your narrow-mindedness." A middle-aged man, exuding a menacing aura, emerged from the shadows. His high forehead and the restrained brilliance in his eyes radiated a chilling presence. He was Yiming, the esteemed elder of the Kongtong sect, whose prowess was at the pinnacle of the one-line sky. Master of the 7 injuries fist, he reigned supreme, seldom encountering an adversary. In a grave tone, Yiming declared, "You, young man, truly underestimate the vastness of the heavens and the earth. A talent such as yours, exceptional even among the most gifted in the martial world, should not resort to such reckless actions. The myriad sects possess a long and storied heritage, engaging in a delicate balance of competition and restraint. Your emergence has disrupted this equilibrium, and now turmoil shall ensue because of you. Thus, you must perish. Do not blame us had you foreseen this outcome. You might have acted differently." Calmly, Sikong Zhuixing replied, "Ah, so it is settled then. You have already wounded me with the Miaojiang poison, presenting an opportune moment to strike. Proceed with your attack." At that moment, a woman of striking beauty and regal bearing approached. She was no ordinary figure. She was Kai Chun, a master of the Yaoyu Palace and the esteemed aunt of the palace lord, Xing Yue, holding a position of great authority alongside her. Fixing her gaze upon Sikong Zhuixing, she stated, "Though it is not my intention to take your life, and it may even incur the wrath of your existence has disrupted the stability of the martial world, rendering you a liability. The use of Miaojiang poison against you is a regrettable necessity. The unparalleled lightness of your family's martial arts has reached the limits of human capability for evasion. How else could we hope to catch you? 3 months is not an insubstantial amount of time." Sikong Chasing Stars spoke coldly. "I cannot resign myself to my fate, perishing at your hands, and worse yet, being besieged. I, a dignified thief of the celestial realm, would leave many hearts grieving upon my demise. You would render me a treacherous, faithless being thus. I shall ensure you suffer the consequences." At that moment, Sikong Chasing Moon's eyes bizarrely transformed into a deep violet, a clear indication that the secret art of the heavenly demon had reached its zenith. Within Sikong Chasing Stars, the essence of the heavenly demon surged rapidly, unleashing a terrifying innate vigor that astonished the surrounding formidable warriors. They recognized the formidable techniques being employed by their adversary, the Yin sect. One of the 2 principal factions of the demonic order wielded the treasured art known as the heavenly demon secret technique, commonly referred to as the heavenly demon secret. This technique is profoundly intricate, hailed as one of the most esteemed forms of martial arts in existence. The Heavenly Demon Secret is divided into 6 chapters and 18 tiers. The 1st to 4th tiers comprise the Form and Spirit chapter. The 5th to 8th tiers encompass the Hardness and Softness chapter. The 9th to 12th tiers form the Void and Reality chapter. The 13th to 16th tiers relate to the Spatial chapter. The 17th tier is the Dissolution chapter, and the 18th tier is the Reincarnation chapter. The further one advances, the more arduous the practice becomes. Attaining the 17th tier signifies the realm of extraordinary masters. The levels of mastery are boundless, shrouded in enigma, and astonishingly unique. As for the highest tier, the Reincarnation chapter, no individual has ever fully comprehended it. Those who grasp even 60 to 70% of its essence are exceedingly rare. Throughout history, only the founder of the Yin sect, Wan, has reportedly grasped 70% of the Reincarnation chapter's power. And even so, she was renowned as the most formidable female master of her time, and more than 5 individuals could rival him at that time. These 5 were prodigies, exceptionally gifted beings. It was the pinnacle of martial arts, an era where the strong flourished like fish crossing a river. Now, Sikong Zhuixing unleashed the secret technique of the heavenly demon, roaring, "Great heavenly demon realm, surrounded by the 8 top-tier masters. I have no intention of leaving this place alive this time. You shall accompany me to the grave. Ha ha ha." Driven to desperation, Sikong Zhuixing was first besieged and gravely injured, subsequently succumbing to the insidious goo poison of Miaojiang that had been stealthily planted within him. After more than a month of suppression, he ultimately failed to contain it. The terrifying toxin began to slowly erode his veins, and the quicker he circulated his vital energy, the faster the poison spread. Sikong Zhuixing understood that his time was running out and recognized the determination of these individuals to slay him, leaving him with no glimmer of hope. This time, he resolved to risk everything, invoking the supreme technique of the heavenly demon within him. A terrifying surge of heavenly demon energy erupted from his dantian, manifesting a bizarre black space within a radius of 50 yards. All present could feel a horrific pulling force, distorting the very fabric of space, creating a scene of deep concavity. Sikong Chasing Stars has recklessly placed his life on the line, intending to perish alongside the 8 formidable adversaries. Everyone around him, astounded by the unfolding situation, hastily summoned their internal vital energy, forming a robust, and concentrated barrier of qi to secure their safety. Among them, a dignified middle-aged woman turned pale, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Sikong chasing stars. Her tone shifted to one of sharp incredulity as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? The Great Demon Arena? Have you truly mastered the demon's secret to the 16th level?" Not only was Kai Chun of the Inviting Moon Palace struck with shock, but the others shared the sentiment. They were well aware of the notorious reputation of the demon's secret, renowned for its immense power and unparalleled intricacies. However, they were also cognizant that the manual of the demon's secret had been stolen 4 years prior, implying that Sikong Chasing Stars had cultivated this arcane art in a mere 4 years. To achieve the 16th level of the demon's secret in such a short span was nothing short of astonishing. Little did they know that he had the clandestine assistance of that little sorceress from the Ingui sect. Years ago, the Ingui sect's treasured demon's secret had been pilfered, inciting great fury in the Yin Empress, who subsequently dispatched her favored disciple to hunt down Sikong Chasing Stars, only for the matter to fade into obscurity that a colossal ice block surged forth at an astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, it remained utterly unaffected, piercing through the formidable barrier of the great demon realm. This intricate sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye, taking less than 3 seconds for Sikong Zhuixing to accomplish. One must recognize that the unparalleled agility of each generation of celestial thieves is not mere boast. Furthermore, Sikong Zhuixing has seamlessly integrated his own lightness skill into the demon dance, resulting in an even more terrifyingly swift technique. However, such an approach is exceedingly taxing on his vital energy, and thus, he typically refrains from employing it. Chapter 2. Mutual Destruction. Turning to face the remaining 7, Sima Zhuixing's eyes blazed with an intense violet light as he declared in a chilling voice, "The rest of you shall perish." Demonic secret of the 17th tier, annihilation. Sima Zhuixing unleashed the full extent of his formidable true essence, creating a sphere of concentrated, oppressive energy nearly 10 zhang in diameter. The remaining experts from First Sky, trapped within the great demonic field, were overwhelmed by an encroaching aura of death. They were astounded that Sima Zhuixing had mastered the demonic secret to the 17th tier, the dismemberment chapter. However, words were futile at this point. With no room for reservation, each individual mobilized their complete true essence, forming a massive, 20 zhang radius true energy shield around themselves. Within the shield, the combined power of 7 First Sky peak experts surged. A peculiar, slender line appeared on each of their foreheads, each unique in design and color. These markings represented the standard of First Sky experts, and though seemingly simple, they contained profound mysteries. Summoning every ounce of his inner strength, Sikong Zhuixing prepared to unleash the devastating technique of jade and stone in conflagration. However, due to his grievous injuries and the insidious Miao Jiang poison coursing through his veins, the accumulation of true energy was exponentially slower than before. Despite this setback, within the confines of the Great Devil Arena, He Yiming and his companions found themselves temporarily ensnared. Even with their combined might, it would take no less than 10 minutes to breach the barrier. It was with this realization that they focused their energies, bracing themselves against the impending disintegration of the enemy's demonic secret. Upon Sikong Zhuixing's brow, an intricate pattern of 9 lines converged, an eerie testament to his attainment of the very pinnacle of the First Sky realm. To have reached such heights at the mere age of 25 was an astonishing feat. Just then, Kai Chun, previously sealed by Sikong Zhuixing's icy profound force, finally mustered her inner reserves and shattered the surrounding ice. However, the icy profound force within her proved far more tenacious. The unexpected assault by Sikong Zhuixing had left Kai Chun grievously wounded, a humiliating blow. She cried out, transplanting flowers and grafting jade, the supreme martial art of the Yuehua Palace. In an instant, a terrifying surge of frigid energy erupted from within Kai Chun, and within moments, her complexion regained its rosy hue. However, Within a radius of 10 zhang, the ground had formed a layer of profound ice, revealing that Sikong Zhuixing's mastery of the Xianbing technique had reached a level of consummate skill, truly befitting a master. Now, Kaichen, consumed by rage, mobilized all the true essence from her dantian, preparing to dismantle this great demonic field. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing spoke coldly. Kaichen, out of respect for you, I spare your life. Do not persist in your delusion. The mutual destruction is now fully activated, and no one can stop me. Save your strength. I need you to convey a message to you. Our love in this life is over, but I hope we can reunite in the next. I will silently pray for her happiness in that world. If you are kind-hearted, also pass a message to my beloved ones, chasing stars and the moon, turning the cosmos. Seemingly heartless yet more affectionate than love itself. They are all wonderful women, but alas, in this life, we were destined to meet but not to be together. Sikong Zhuixing's words struck Kaichen deeply, resonating within her heart. She could tell these were his final words, each sentence heartfelt. No wonder Yuer and those women were so devoted to him. If not for his amorous nature, he could have been a good husband. What a pity. The fury in her heart was extinguished by Sikong Zhuixing's words, and so she stood quietly outside the great demonic field, observing the situation within. Due to the terrifying suction force generated by the energy of the great heavenly demon field, everything within the space had become distorted. Thus, Kaichen could not clearly discern the exact situation inside, and she was utterly astonished, wondering what kind of man stood before her. One who had mastered such formidable martial arts. Over the course of 3 months of pursuit, she had witnessed much, sensing that his techniques were far from exhausted. What baffled Kaichen the most was how Sikong Zhuixing could master so many martial arts without suffering any adverse effects. It is well known that the techniques of different sects are incompatible, and attempting to cultivate them simultaneously is fraught with peril, potentially leading to severe injury or even disability. Yet, Sikong Zhuixing seemed to defy this martial taboo. His mastery of various secret techniques was profound, especially his cultivation of the heavenly demon secret art, which had reached the 17th layer, the disintegration chapter. Few in the Yin Kuei sect had achieved such a level in recent years, making Sikong Zhuixing a true anomaly. Within the great heavenly demon field, a 10-zhang-wide sphere of deathly energy had formed, manifesting as a crimson ball of fiery energy. The blazing flames began to scorch intensely, and Sikong Zhuixing's clothing had already been incinerated by the true fire within his body. Cracks began to appear across his form, and bursts of true fire erupted from within him. The scene was terrifying beyond measure. Even the mightiest among the 7 great peaks were filled with trepidation. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing let out a heart-wrenching wail. The resonant sound waves rippled outward, manifesting as terrifying sonic waves. This dreadful roar possessed a potency tenfold that of the Shaolin lion's roar. Birds and beasts within 100 miles were startled into a frenzy, either soaring into the sky or fleeing in all directions. Over 80 miles away from Luophong, several extraordinarily graceful women were executing unparalleled lightness techniques, hastening towards the tumult. Their beloved was embroiled in a fierce assault by the pinnacle warriors of the 8 great peaks, and the situation appeared dire. At this juncture, Sikong Zhuixing's anguished screams reached the ears of one particularly enchanting maiden, whose delicate beauty and alluring presence were unmatched. She was none other than the little witch of the Yingu sect, her figure embodying exquisite elegance. Upon hearing Sikong Zhuixing's cries, her complexion drained of color, and with a tremor in her voice, she uttered, "Sisters, it seems we are too late." He is about to unleash the ultimate technique from the heavenly demon secret, the mutual destruction of jade and stone, perishing alongside his foes. Why must he be so foolish? Why can he not wait for us? The urgency in the movements of the other women faltered, for they too understood the implications of the technique known as mutual destruction of jade and stone. A profound sorrow enveloped their hearts, an emotion they could no longer suppress. Even so, their pace did not slacken. Rather, they hastened with greater alacrity toward Luo Peak, their hearts consumed with anxiety. Little did Sikong Zhuixing know that his beloved consorts were hurtling toward him. With a profound sense of attachment to this world, and an infinite affection for the women in his life, Sikong Zhuixing, on the precipice of self-immolation. Roared, a wandering star transmits its lament, fair maidens grieve, their spirits rent. Though yin and yang now keep us apart, my love unwavering, etched in my heart. I, Sikong Zhuixing, owe you a debt of love, which in the next life I shall rise above. With a heart shattered, I bid adieu in mutual destruction. Our fates ensue. These final words of Sikong Zhuixing were propelled by his profound inner energy, resonating with crystalline clarity for miles around. The approaching women, their countenances ashen and devoid of color, cried out in anguish, their voices akin to nightingales bleating, "No. Zhuixing, do not forsake us. Zhuixing, do not die." At that moment, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air. The women steadied themselves, their gazes transfixed upon the crimson glow that painted the distant horizon. They knew that Sikong Zhuixing had unleashed the ultimate sacrifice, jade and stone in flames, obliterating himself along with his adversaries. Then, a celestial being of unparalleled beauty, with an ethereal grace that transcended the mundane, spoke, "Sisters, let us behold Zhuixing's countenance one last time." The women stirred from their reverie. Yes, one last glimpse. But after the devastation of jade and stone and flames, would there be any vestige of his mortal form remaining? At this moment, these usually astute and charming individuals could no longer think of such things. They were overwhelmed with grief, unable to control themselves. Only in this way could they find some solace for their souls. At this time, Luophone was already enveloped by a terrifying sphere of death spanning 100 zhang, with dreadful true fire obliterating everything within. The thunderous roars continuously reached the ears of Kai Chen in the distance, but at this moment, her eyes widened in extreme horror. She was petrified by the terrifying power of mutual destruction. How many in the world could cause such a reaction from a top-tier powerhouse of the first-line heaven? Under the terrifying power of mutual destruction, even the energy shields formed by the combined efforts of the 7 strongest could not hold. Now, above Luophone, 100 zhang energy sphere appeared, like a black hole, annihilating everything within its space. All things touched by it were shattered and disintegrated. It represented death, destruction, despair. Chapter 3. Arrival in Another World. Sikong Zhuixing used the self-destructing energy within his body to pulverize the enemy. The 7 top-tier powerhouses of the first-line heaven, who had held out for a full 4 minutes, saw their jointly formed true energy shields completely shattered, and then they were only torn apart by the terrifying true energy. What does it matter if they were top-tier powerhouses of the first-line heaven? In the end, death proved unavoidable. Sikong Zhuixing's employment of the Jade Stone Immolation technique had unleashed all of his latent potential. The sheer terror of this maneuver alone was capable of matching the full-force strike of a 3 Flowers Convergence Pinnacle expert. With such a formidable ultimate move, it seemed impossible for He Yiming and the others to survive. In this tragic battle, all 8 first-rate experts from the first-line sky level had perished. The devastating scene left Kai Chen, who was observing from afar, utterly speechless in astonishment. She now realized that Sikong Zhuixing had not been exaggerating. He indeed possessed the capability to eliminate them. He Yiming and the rest served as the prime example. Even her presence would have only bought them a brief extension of time. The Jade Stone Immolation persisted for a full 10 minutes before its terrifying power began to wane. Eventually, the colossal energy cluster dissipated, leaving behind a chaotic scene filled with smoke and lingering, dreadful energy fluctuations, the remnants of the Jade Stone Immolation. Kai Chen approached from a distance, her eyes filled with unconcealed horror as she gazed upon the enormous crater before her. This adversary was truly fearsome. The heavenly demon secret was indeed a terrifying and wicked martial art. It would be wise to avoid provoking the Yin Kuei sect in the future. However, at that moment, Kai Chen witnessed a sight she had never encountered before in her life, for his heavenly demon true energy was on the verge of depletion. "It is you." Sikong Zhuixing rasped, his voice strained. "I never imagined seeing you all as I approach my end. It seems fate has not entirely abandoned me. My sole regret is that I cannot be with you. What virtues do I, Sikong Zhuixing, possess to have earned your affections? It is truly a blessing. It seems I shall fail you in this life, a debt I can only hope to repay in the next. After I am gone, do not do anything rash. You must live on, and I wish for you all to find happiness. I shall watch over you from that distant place, offering my silent blessings. Forget me, if you can. Our destinies are now severed. Farewell." As the final words left Sikong Zhuixing's lips, the demonic qi within his body was entirely depleted. The protective sphere of qi surrounding him dissipated, and his assembled form crumbled into dust, scattering into the ether. The women were utterly devastated. Their hearts were overwhelmed with grief, reluctance, sorrow, a torrent of emotions that culminated in tears of profound anguish. A chorus of mournful sobs echoed through the air. The sorrow of a solitary star knows no end, and tears of affection and grief streamed down. The cessation of one existence marks the genesis of another. Sikong Zhuixing's spirit, upon his demise, traversed the boundless void, venturing into the profound depths of the cosmos. What saga awaits him in that realm? A vast burial ground, replete with the remains of countless individuals and the colossal skeletons of magical beasts, lies 100 miles from the Tianlong Mountains. This desolate locale is typically devoid of visitors. Yet on this occasion, four figures materialized, conveying 2 carts laden with corpses. One was a comely woman in her 30s, adorned in servant's attire, her pallid countenance betraying a lingering resentment. The other was a boy of 11 or 12 years, his handsome features marred by lacerations and his face etched with animosity and defiance, his white hair cascading freely. The 4 individuals tasked with transporting the bodies possessed the strength of great sword masters, a testament to the immense power wielded by the family they served. One of the men, a middle-aged fellow with a coarse demeanor, somberly lamented, "Alas, this world is devoid of humanity, particularly within the great families, where compassion is non-existent." Such blatant framing, yet they are condemned to such a fate. "I yearn to depart from the Yi family," a refined middle-aged man cautioned. "Silence, 4th brother. Should your words reach the wrong ears, your fate would be dire." Despite his words, a flicker of resentment lurked within the depths of his expression. It was not merely the act of killing these 2 individuals, but the indignity of denying them proper burial, casting them aside in this forsaken burial ground, that ignited his fury. The rugged man retorted defiantly, "What is there to fear? In this God-forsaken place, there are only the 4 of us, brothers. I simply cannot abide by this injustice. What kind of world is this?" The refined man remained silent, understanding his 4th brother's forthright nature. The other 2 were evidently moved by the plight of the pair in the cart. At long last, they arrived at the depths of the burial ground, where an oppressive miasma of death hung heavy in the air, accompanied by an acrid stench of decay. Prolonged exposure would prove toxic. The 4 men carefully carried the 2 corpses from the cart, placing them upon a 10-square-foot flower bed, a rare haven of beauty amidst the desolation, where the air was least tainted. It was a gesture of compassion, allowing the mother and son to rest among the blossoms. They offered a silent benediction before departing. 3 hours later, a violet beam descended from the heavens, striking the long-deceased youth amidst the floral expanse. His body erupted in a radiant, violet glow that swiftly dissipated. The boy, once lifeless, opened his eyes. In the depths of the youth's eyes, a violet glimmer flickered. Sikong Zhuixing felt as though he were immersed in a dream, the fabled transmigration of souls having come to pass within him. He had assimilated and refined all the memories of the body's original inhabitant, Tianqing, comprehending the entirety of the young man's existence. Profound empathy stirred within him for this youth. Turning his gaze, he beheld the comely woman reclining nearby, none other than Tianqing's mother. Sikong Zhuixing pondered whether the lingering influence of Tianqing's memory stirred within him, for when he looked upon this woman, his heart welled with affection and sorrow. Though his soul remained his own, he recognized the sway of the original host's thoughts, instilling in him such sentiments for a woman he had never met. Overwhelmed with emotion, he softly murmured, "Brother, I deeply sympathize with your plight. I shall ensure your mother receives a proper burial, so you need not fret." As Sikong Zhuixing uttered these consoling words, the peculiar emotions gradually receded from his heart, ultimately vanishing. He tentatively attempted to sit up, but the searing pain that coursed through his body served as a stark reminder of his condition. He inhaled sharply, a surge of resentment towards the Yi family welling up within him. The sheer severity of his injuries was such that few could have endured them. For a mere fifth-tier fighter like Yi Tianqing to endure to this extent, it is evident that he possesses remarkable perseverance. Unable to rise, Sikong Zhuixing found himself momentarily halted, redirecting his focus to a meticulous examination of Yi Tianqing's internal condition. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Two dantians? Goodness, my friend, your physique is astonishingly formidable. To possess two dantians by birth, how extraordinary! If it weren't for your congenital malnutrition, how could you possibly be deemed a failure? In the realm of ancient martial arts, possessing two dantians is a privilege reserved solely for those who have attained the pinnacle of the three flowers gathering at the Crown Realm. In Sikong Zhuixing's world, only one individual has reached such heights, a singular powerhouse endowed with two dantians. Furthermore, he had never heard of anyone born with two dantians. The emergence of such an anomaly in this world, only to meet a tragic demise, left Sikong Zhuixing at a loss for words. As half an hour slipped away, the fervor within Sikong Zhuixing began to settle. He then took a moment to reflect deeply on his circumstances. As a once-renowned genius, he had inexplicably traversed time and space into this unfamiliar realm. Everything felt ephemeral. Is all of this truly real? Rebirth is undoubtedly a blessing. Yet in this peculiar world of fighting spirit, he is an outlier, devoid of any friends from Earth, leaving his heart enveloped in an unprecedented solitude. Sikong Zhuixing gazed silently at the clouds drifting across the sky, his eyes reflecting boundless vicissitudes. It seemed he could only yearn across realms for his beloved confidants. Alas! Yet, Sikong Zhuixing was no ordinary man. To ascend to the pinnacle of power within the first-line sky in merely 25 years was an astonishing feat. Thus, he resolved to live life with renewed vigor. Since fate had spared him from death, he would confront this reality. Despite his current debilitated state, he possessed two dantian. Furthermore, Sikong Zhuixing's mind overflowed with martial arts secrets. If he could successfully merge and integrate the disparate energies of Do Qi and True Qi in this foreign world, he would become the most formidable expert in existence. From Yi Tianqing's meager memories, Sikong Zhuixing gleaned a rudimentary understanding of this unfamiliar world, known as Do Kuei, or planet Do Kuei, a realm where Do Qi reigned supreme. The hierarchical ranks were categorized as Do Zhe, Do Shi, Do Shi, Great Do Shi, Do Ling, Do Zong, Do Wang, Do Huang, Do Di, and the paramount Do Zun. Each level was further subdivided into grades 1 through 9, in addition to a grand perfection stage, thus comprising 10 distinct tiers within each rank. The eminence of Do Zun level experts has receded into the annals of 100 millennia past, becoming the stuff of legends. Indeed, the very existence of Do Di, let alone Do Zun, is steeped in doubt, given the millennium-long absence of such formidable figures. Conversely, Do Huang level experts constitute the apex of power on the continent, embodying might, authority, and dominion over life and death, particularly those who have attained the great perfection of the Do Huang realm. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare, typically serving as venerable patriarchs of paramount forces, and are loath to intervene in worldly affairs. While the continent is rife with bloodshed and conflict, the fundamental underpinnings of its structure remain unshaken, thus perpetuating this state of affairs for hundreds of millennia. Here, taking a life is commonplace, provided one can bear the severe repercussions. Laws and regulations are decreed by the strong. Thus, those lacking power are cautioned against ostentation, lest they meet a grim demise. Immersed in contemplation, Sikong Zhuixing was jolted back to reality by the arrival of deep night. The graveyard was eerily tranquil, yet profoundly terrifying. However, for the worldly Sikong Zhuixing, these were but minor spectacles, of little consequence. After considerable deliberation, Sikong Zhuixing resolved to cultivate battle qi in his lower dantian and true qi in his upper dantian. He was confident in his ability to manage any minor conflicts between the two energies, with the ultimate goal of merging them, a path fraught with challenges, as none had ventured down it before, nor had anyone else traversed dimensions as he had. Sikong Zhuixing initiated the process by absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, which gradually coalesced into a minuscule vortex of battle qi within his lower dantian. Despite its diminutive size, it was undeniably a nascent form of energy. It must be acknowledged that Yi Tianxing's martial prowess was undeniably feeble, his 5th-grade battle warrior status being woefully inadequate. The battle qi in his lower dantian began to condense and assimilate the surrounding spiritual energy, transmuting it into battle qi and circulating it along an arcane pathway. Within Yi Tianxing's mind resided the formidable art known as the Celestial Soaring Battle Codex, a technique reserved exclusively for those of direct lineage within the Yi family. Although Yi Tianxing was technically a direct descendant, his status as a lowly illegitimate son relegated him to practicing battle qi techniques employed by the servants. As for the reason why the supreme technique of the Yi family lingered in his mind, it is precisely the cause of his demise, a blatant act of framing. When Yi Tianxing glimpsed this technique within the confines of his chamber, he was utterly astonished. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had committed every detail to memory. Naively, he remained unaware that this was an insidious conspiracy, one that would not only lead to his own torment and death, but also to the tragic demise of his beloved mother. All of this was gleaned from Yi Tianxing's memories by Sikong Zhuixing, who couldn't help but feel a profound sense of lamentation. However, he took the time to thoroughly study the Tianling Doju and found it to be exceedingly formidable. Lacking a technique for cultivating fighting energy, he had no choice but to temporarily adopt it. The Tianling Doju is divided into 8 tiers, yet Yi Tianxing had only acquired the methods for the first 7. The legendary 8th tier is accessible solely to each generation's family head. Even with just the first 7 tiers, Sikong Zhuixing could reach the pinnacle of Dohuan. Nevertheless, the intricacies of this technique are profound, and he harbored uncertainties about when he might attain such a terrifying level. Chapter 5. Cultivation and Healing. Having resolved the issues with the cultivation of the lower dantian, Ling Tian now pondered deeply over which martial art to cultivate in the upper dantian. After careful consideration, he concluded to practice the 9 Yang divine skill during the day and the 9 Yin manual at night. The daytime, with its abundant sunlight and vigorous Yang energy, was the perfect opportunity for cultivating the 9 Yang divine skill. As for the 9 Yin manual, it could be practiced both day and night. But the night offered a swifter progress, especially in this desolate graveyard filled with bones and corpses, permeated with a foul stench. Fortunately, Sikong Zhuixing lay in a flower bed, surrounded by faint, gentle sounds. Reflecting on this, Sikong Zhuixing began to circulate energy in both his upper and lower dantians. The lower dantian cultivated the heavenly battle technique, while the upper dantian focused on the 9 Yin manual. He was no stranger to the 9 Yin manual, having practiced it for a year in his previous life. Although it was only a year, he had mastered about 30% of its martial arts. Such a speed of cultivation was indeed astonishing. The 9 Yin manual is one of the top martial arts of the current era, profound and extensive, with endless levels of techniques. To grasp 30% of its essence in just a year was a feat of extraordinary talent. In his previous life, Sikong Zhuixing had acquired martial arts manuals from various sects and memorized them thoroughly. Now, he was a veritable treasure trove of martial arts knowledge, with an exceptionally rare collection of techniques. In the martial world, a figure like Sikong Zhuixing, who collected martial arts manuals as a celestial thief, was indeed an anomaly. Presently, Sikong Zhuixing aspired to channel the 9 Yin manual into the correct trajectory, subsequently cultivating the celestial pinnacle combat art. He stilled his breath and concentrated his mind, achieving a state of perfect focus. Esoteric principles from within the 9 Yin manual surfaced in Sikong Zhuixing's consciousness. The Tao of heaven diminishes excess to replenish deficiency. Thus, emptiness triumphs over fullness, and inadequacy overcomes abundance. He then commenced absorbing the ambient spiritual energy of the cosmos into his corporeal form, the pace measured due to Sikong Zhuixing's current, limited power. After a period of 3 hours dedicated to the absorption of celestial and terrestrial energies, a wisp of true energy materialized within Sikong Zhuixing's upper dantian, exceedingly minute. This strand of true energy was precisely the result of the 9 manual's conversion of the ambient spiritual energy. Albeit diminutive, it possessed remarkable purity. His efforts were not in vain. At last, a strand of true energy had been generated. Indeed, no small feat. This was largely attributable to Tianqing's lamentable physical condition. It was already exceedingly commendable that he had managed to cultivate to the 5th rank of combatant by the age of 12, or so Sikong Zhuixing surmised, believing the former occupant had exerted his utmost. Due to innate deficiencies, Tianqing's meridians were exceptionally narrow and somewhat malformed. It seemed that only upon the augmentation of true energy could these meridians be adequately expanded. For the interim, he would make do with cultivating as is. Sikong Zhuixing then manipulated this strand of true energy to emerge from the upper dantian, extending from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, traversing his entire body in a single circuit. Sikong Zhuixing expended a full half-hour guiding this wisp of true energy through his body's meridians, completing a single revolution. This brought about a modicum of improvement to his physical state. The effect, of course, was correspondingly meager due to the paucity of true energy. The sole source of elation for Ling Tian was the discernible augmentation of his nascent true energy after its initial circuit through his meridians. As he embarked on his cultivation of the 9 manual, Sikong Zhuixing eschewed impetuousness, cognizant that the path of cultivation admits no shortcuts. Only steadfast and grounded practice yields genuine progress. Given the locale's identity as a burial ground, the concentration of energy was notably profuse, rendering it an optimal setting for the cultivation of the 9 manual. He contemplated that once he had established a substantial foundation of true energy, he would commence the cultivation of the 9 bone claw, a supremely formidable and devastating claw technique that he had never before attempted. Capitalizing on the advantageous environment, he resolved to diligently cultivate this technique, but for now, he would focus on circulating his true energy. With each revolution of the true energy within Sikong Zhuixing's body, its potency amplified, precluding any intention of cessation. Thus, he quietly commenced the cultivation of the 9 manual. As for the family's heavenly combat art, Sikong Zhuixing's perspicacity allowed him to grasp its essence with a single perusal. Mastery of the first layer of the art culminated in the attainment of the great perfection of a combatant. Progression to the second layer was requisite for ascension to the rank of combat master, while the third layer denoted a grand combat master. Analogously, cultivation of the 4th layer elevated one to the status of a combat spirit powerhouse, and the 5th layer signified a combat ancestor-level colossus, an individual commanding considerable deference irrespective of locale. Above the realm of Do Zone, there exist the ranks of Do Wang and Do Huang, corresponding to the 6th and 7th layers of the Tianling Doju technique. It is likely that even the entire family would never suspect that a formidable being from another realm is diligently cultivating their family's martial arts. This very technique will, in the future, bring endless troubles to Ling Tian. After all, in his previous life, Tianqing had already reached the level of a 5th-grade fighter. Thus, although the Do Qi cyclone in his lower dantian is diminutive, the energy within is exceedingly pure. Sikong Zhuixing endeavors to allow the Do Qi within his lower dantian to gradually seep outwards, nurturing his injured body in the process. Presently, Sikong Zhuixing's complexion is remarkably pale, not merely due to the moonlight above, but rather as a consequence of excessive blood loss. His wounds have long ceased to bleed, otherwise, he would have tragically succumbed to the consequences of his own lifeblood. Although healing his wounds with Do Qi requires an immense expenditure, and Sikong Zhuixing is merely a 5th-grade fighter with limited Do Qi within him, implying a rapid depletion, the recovery is equally swift. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth remains abundant. Thus, when his Do Qi is exhausted, Sikong Zhuixing can replenish the lost energy within just 10 minutes. Each time he depletes his reserves and subsequently recovers, the Do Qi within his dantian becomes increasingly concentrated and powerful. As night descends upon the desolate burial grounds, ethereal blue flames flicker into existence. Sikong Zhuixing recognizes these as mere phosphorescent lights, unworthy of concern. The atmosphere of the graveyard is profoundly eerie, suffused with an unsettling chill that pervades the air. Sikong's body remains perpetually cold, were it not for the steady flow of true energy and fighting spirit coursing through him. He would surely tremble from the cold. As time passes, the injuries upon Sikong's body gradually mend under the relentless healing of his fighting spirit. The once gaping wounds begin to form scabs, which will eventually give way to new skin upon their shedding. A luminous crescent moon traverses the night sky, heralding the inevitable approach of dawn. The previously inky blackness of the heavens slowly brightens, revealing a radiant glow in the east, rosy, beautiful, warm, and imbued with hope. Chapter 6. The Millennium Blood Ginseng. At last, daylight breaks. After a night of employing his fighting spirit to mend his wounds, Sikong Zhuixing feels significantly better. He attempts to sit up, yet the severity of his injuries renders him nearly incapacitated, with not a single part of him unscathed. The effort draws a sharp intake of breath, but Sikong, a man of unwavering resolve, grits his teeth and manages to lift his upper body from the ground, crossing his legs before him. In his mind, the principles of the Nine Suns divine art emerge. The essence of movement and stillness lies in the interplay of yin and yang, ultimately leading to the convergence of spirit. When spirit converges, energy surges forth, refining the vital essence into the divine. The momentum of energy shifts, and concentration sharpens. There is a rhythm to the opening and closing, clarity in the distinction between void and substance. When the left is void, the right is substantial. When the right is void, the left is substantial. Void does not equate to complete impotence, for energy must possess the ability to shift. Substance does not equate to absolute dominance, as concentration must be held in high regard. The essence lies within the chest and the waist, not in the external realm. Especially when the first rays of sunlight grace the morning, at that moment, the sun's radiance is at its most pure and potent, proving remarkably effective for the cultivation of the Nine Yang divine art. After waiting for approximately a quarter of an hour, the first beam of morning light finally appeared. Sikong Zhuixing promptly began his practice in accordance with the internal cultivation techniques outlined in the Nine Yang divine art. Guide the qi to the dantian, surge through the mingmen, direct the governing vessel past the coccyx, ascend directly through the spine to the niwen, and descend through the renmai to the huin, circulating the primordial essence, guiding the renmai down to the qi. The two meridians rotate like a circle, rising and falling in a continuous flow. The principles of the internal cultivation were profoundly enigmatic, and Sikong Zhuixing had not reached the pinnacle of mastery in his previous life. He absorbed the pure yang energy of the morning sun, channeling it into his upper dantian, forming a small, red vortex. Its temperature was not excessively high, yet it radiated warmth. This energy was the exceedingly pure nine yang true qi, derived from the transformation of the celestial yang energy. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing had only just begun his practice. Despite possessing the most superior martial arts techniques, the pace of absorbing yang energy was painfully slow, largely due to the inadequacy of the meridians within his body. The sun gradually ascended from the east, enveloping Sikong Zhuixing in its warm embrace. Such is the benefit of the morning sun, warm yet not scorching. The yang energy in the air grew increasingly dense, and Sikong Zhuixing diligently practiced the internal cultivation methods of the Nine Yang divine art, ultimately witnessing a gradual increase in the Nine Yang true qi within his dantian. After 4 full hours of diligent practice, Sikong Zhuixing successfully cultivated a small sphere of true energy. It is, after all, impossible to achieve greatness overnight, especially in the realm of internal martial arts, where one must endure hardship to attain the pinnacle of mastery. In his previous life, Sikong Zhuixing dedicated himself to relentless training, reaching a point of neglecting both sleep and sustenance. While many perceived him merely as a libertine, frolicking amidst enchanting beauties and basking in their affection, few understood the depth of his character. What kind of exceptional individual could achieve such a balance? Handsome and carefree on the surface, he possessed a chivalrous spirit and an innate sensitivity that captivated countless fair maidens, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts. This unique charm defined Sikong Zhuixing, a remarkable man proficient in various martial arts, having attained a peak level of cultivation at merely 25 years of age, an extraordinary figure indeed. Now reborn, he is unwilling to settle for an ordinary existence. What kind of legends will he create in this new world? Finally, concluding his practice, Sikong Zhuixing concentrated all his 9-yang true qi into his upper dantian. As he opened his eyes, he felt a surge of strength within his body and decided to attempt to stand. After a quarter of an hour, he succeeded, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of being upright. However, his stomach soon began to grumble, prompting a sense of helplessness. He resolved to find a way to satiate his hunger before anything else. Sikong Zhuixing glanced around, and all he could see were skeletal remains of various sizes. A gentle breeze stirred, and the overwhelming stench of decay nearly caused him to lose his breath. Hastily, he held his breath and forced himself to take a step forward, the intense pain coursing through his body testing his very nerves. He refused to succumb to despair. While he still possessed some strength, he hoped to find something to eat. For otherwise, his frail state would inevitably lead to starvation. If that were to happen, it would be better if he had never been reborn at all. After a full hour of trudging along, Sikong Zhuixing managed to cover a mere mile, approximately 500 meters, an arduous feat in itself. Yet, all that surrounded him were bones and corpses that had not completely rotted away, some human and others belonging to ferocious beasts. His knowledge of these monstrous creatures was limited, gleaned from the memories of Yixing, leaving him unable to identify them. An hour of searching yielded no discoveries, yet it drained much of his strength, and he now bent over, breathing heavily. Suddenly, his keen nose caught a whiff of something fragrant, jolting him with renewed vigor. Amidst the pervasive odor of decay, how could there be a hint of sweetness? Driven by curiosity and hope, Sikong Zhuixing grit his teeth and began to search intently, employing both his nose and eyes in the endeavor. Perhaps fate had indeed spared him. At last, he spotted several red objects. Sikong Zhuixing exclaimed, "Blood ginseng? To think that blood ginseng could grow here. Ha ha ha. Good fortune truly cannot be thwarted. Fate has been generous with me." He coughed lightly, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. The excitement of Sikong Zhuixing stirred the wounds upon his body, prompting a fit of violent coughing that persisted for a considerable time before subsiding. He hastened towards the cluster of blood ginseng, and after 5 arduous minutes, he finally arrived before them. With great difficulty, he crouched down and began to excavate the soil with both hands. Before long, he held in his grasp a red blood ginseng, as thick as an infant's arm, and exclaimed with delight, "Goodness! This specimen is over a century old. Who would have thought that in this desolate place, such treasures would flourish? I am bound to strike it rich. Not only will my injuries heal rapidly, but it will also provide significant benefits to my health. Those accursed meridians will finally be refined with the energy of this blood ginseng." Sikong Zhuixing proceeded to unearth the remaining 7 blood ginseng, each possessing a century's worth of age. As he gazed upon these ginseng, the smile upon his face grew increasingly gentle, akin to the tenderness one feels when beholding a beloved woman. Having gathered all the blood ginseng he sought, he prepared to depart when a more potent fragrance wafted into his nostrils. His expression shifted, and he moved cautiously, circumventing the colossal carcass of a nearby beast. There, before him, stood an even larger blood ginseng. He was rendered speechless with astonishment. It was a 1,000-year-old specimen. Only a small portion of it protruded from the earth, yet Sikong Zhuixing's keen eyes discerned its age with certainty. At last, Sikong Chasing Stars arrived beside the precious blood ginseng, dedicating an entire hour to unearth it. He embraced the colossal ginseng, as thick as a man's leg and more than a meter long, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. His fortune was truly extraordinary. In Chapter 7, The Hardship of Cultivation, Sikong Chasing Stars, whose fate was not yet sealed, discovered this invaluable blood ginseng, which included a rare millennium blood ginseng, leaving him in ecstatic rapture. Time was of the essence, so he resolved to transport the ginseng before anything else. With his body battered and bruised, He would have been unable to move such a massive specimen had it not been for the residual fighting spirit within him. A sweet elixir flowed into his mouth, which he swallowed, instantly filling his limbs and bones with an immense, pure energy, the most refined essence of the heavens and earth. Sikong Zhuixing Stars did not dare to be careless. He promptly activated the 9 Yang divine art. Breath out like a falling wild goose, inhale with intent following the flow of qi. This is the harmonious interplay of inner tranquility and intent. Thus, the heart's blood merges, the spirit remains calm, solidifying essence and strengthening the kidneys, dispelling ailments and prolonging life. First inhale, then exhale. First elevate, then descend. Inwardly collect the dantian, allowing qi to return to its source. The principles of the 9 Yang divine art continuously surfaced in Sikong Zhuixing Star's mind. In his previous life, he had achieved considerable mastery over this divine technique, yet had only reached the 7th level, Purple Flame Divine Yang. The 9 Yang divine skill, as its name suggests, is divided into 9 distinct levels of mastery. The first level is the crimson flame of the blazing sun. The second, the golden flame of the spiritual sun. The third, the indigo flame of the ultimate sun. The fourth, the black flame of the absolute sun. The fifth, the azure flame of the nether sun. The sixth, the white flame of the true sun. The seventh, the purple flame of the divine sun. The eighth, the multicolored flame of the celestial sun. And the ninth, the cobalt flame of the sacred sun presently. Sikong Zhuixing is diligently cultivating the first volume of the 9 Yang divine skill, the internal cultivation chapter. It is noteworthy that blood ginseng is a potent herb that embodies the essence of the ultimate yang, invigorating energy, replenishing blood, and enhancing vitality. It contains a vast reservoir of yang energy, precisely what the 9 Yang divine skill requires. As Sikong Zhuixing imbibes the essence of the blood ginseng, a tremendous surge of yang energy and pure vitality floods his entire being. In that moment, he promptly activates the small mass of 9 Yang true qi residing in his lower dantian, commencing the absorption of the energy from the blood ginseng. As the 9 Yang true qi continuously absorbs the immense energy from the blood ginseng, it begins to swell and expand, the radiant red glow within it growing increasingly luminous. Sikong Zhuixing, attuned to the changes within his body, cannot help but smile, realizing that his instincts had indeed been correct. Moreover, the sun still hangs high in the sky, its powerful yang energy at its zenith, making his cultivation of the 9 Yang divine skill feel almost divinely aided. Were it not for the frailty of his constitution, the growth of his 9 Yang true qi would be far more significant. However, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. The immediate priority is to fully absorb the energy contained within the century-old blood ginseng. The efficacy of the blood ginseng in enhancing one's vital energy is undeniably profound, yet its influence on fighting spirit is equally significant. After consuming this century-old blood ginseng, the fighting spirit within his lower dantian has been steadily increasing, and the original energy vortex has expanded considerably. Now, Sikong Zhuixing dedicates himself to the simultaneous cultivation of the Tianling fighting technique and the Zhuyang divine art, continuously absorbing and transforming the energy contained within the century-old blood ginseng into pure and potent fighting spirit and Zhuyang true energy. As time flows unobserved, once Sikong Zhuixing has completely converted the energy from this ginseng, the energy within his 2 dantians has increased fourfold compared to the morning. He senses that he is on the verge of advancing to the 6th rank of warrior. At present, the Zhuyang divine art has merely laid a solid foundation, and the lost essence within his body has been restored by more than 60%. Sikong Zhuixing's injuries have significantly healed. This illustrates the miraculous effects of the century-old blood ginseng. As for the millennium blood ginseng, Sikong Zhuixing has yet to consider consuming it. The energy contained within this ancient ginseng is astoundingly more potent than that of the century-old variety, at least tenfold. To consume it recklessly would be akin to squandering a divine treasure. He resolves to wait until his body is fully healed and his fighting spirit and true energy have further developed before partaking in it. At that point, he may be able to cultivate the Zhuixing divine art to its first level, the realm of crimson flame and fiery Sunday. Moreover, in recent days, he has been practicing the Zhuixing divine art and Tianling fighting technique during the day, while dedicating his nights to the Zhuixing scripture alongside the Tianling fighting technique. Having thoroughly comprehended the first level of the Tianling Dojue's cultivation method, Sikong Zhuixing found his practice to be remarkably efficient. With the assistance of the blood ginseng, had it not been for the issues with his meridians, his current realm would have undoubtedly surpassed its present state. It is worth noting that a significant portion of the energy within the blood ginseng has been absorbed by his upper dantian, where a crimson energy sphere now resides, imbued with formidable Jiao-Yang true qi. Although he has yet to successfully cultivate the first stage of the Jiao-Yang divine skill, achieving such a level in a mere fortnight is indeed a remarkable feat. Chapter 8. Expanding the meridians after this fortnight. The injuries sustained by Sikong Zhuixing had naturally healed to a remarkable degree, thanks to the efficacy of the blood ginseng. He now brimmed with vigor and strength. He procured a massive rib from a formidable beast and, with both hands exerting considerable force, dedicated 4 hours to excavate a large pit beside the flower bed. He gathered numerous blossoms from the surrounding flora, strewing them over the pit, and gently laid the remains of Tianqing's mother within, offering a silent prayer. With a tinge of reluctance, he then covered her with earth. Sikong Zhuixing also found an uneven wooden plank and, using a sharp bone spur, etched the words, "Beloved Mother Zhuowenjun, unfilial son, Tianqing stands here." Having now taken residence within Tianqing's body, Sikong Zhuixing felt a profound sympathy for the tragic fate of this mother and son, and he was filled with indignation at their plight. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would ensure that the Yi family would not find peace. It would serve as a means of repayment for their kindness. A wooden tablet stands before the grave, and Sikong Zhuixing naturally bows 3 times, expressing profound respect for Zhuowenjun. In his past life, Sikong Zhuixing was an orphan. Thus he harbors a deep yearning for maternal love, feeling envious of Tianqing for having such an extraordinary mother, occupying another's body. He feels compelled to do something in return. However, his current strength remains insufficient, and he must first grow formidable in this foreign realm. During these days, while diligently cultivating, Sikong Zhuixing has meticulously searched the entire graveyard and discovered many blood ginsengs aged from decades to centuries. Yet, he has only found 4,000-year-old specimens, bringing the total to 5 when including one previously acquired. These blood ginsengs will undoubtedly elevate Sikong Zhuixing's cultivation to new heights. This morning, Sikong Zhuixing sat cross-legged, facing north with his back to the south, resembling an old monk in deep meditation, his demeanor solemn and serious. Before him lay 5 immense 1,000-year-old blood ginsengs. This time, he aimed to open his meridians. After half a month of relentless training, he felt utterly helpless regarding the delicate and frail meridians within his body, some of which were even deformed, existing only as remnants without connections. The human body comprises the 8 extraordinary meridians, the 12 regular meridians, and the 15 collaterals. These pathways are vital throughout the body, especially for martial artists. Through his study of the Tianling Dojue, Sikong Zhuixing discovered that the battle qi cultivation methods in this realm also require meridian assistance, echoing the principles found in traditional Chinese martial arts. The meridians of a person are of paramount importance. To cultivate to a higher level, one must enhance these pathways. At present, within Sikong Zhuixing's body, the energies in his 2 dantians are divided into 2 streams. The Jiang true energy and the Jiuyin true energy begin to expand the meridians from the Baihui acupoint at the crown, flowing downward. Meanwhile, the fighting energy in the lower dantian is fully mobilized, splitting into 2 currents that extend from the Yongquan acupoints at the soles of his feet upwards, unblocking the meridians. This process is perilous, impervious to any external disturbances. Fortunately, he finds himself deep within a desolate burial ground, a tranquil environment where few would dare to linger. The air is thick with a ghostly aura, even in daylight. This place has, in a sense, been designated a forbidden zone. Otherwise, the blood ginseng growing here would not have thrived for a millennium. Currently, the true energy and fighting energy within Sikong Zhuixing are depleting rapidly. At this moment, he opens his eyes, which shine with an astonishing purple light. He casually slices a portion from a millennium-old blood ginseng, using his fighting energy, and consumes it. Indeed, this ancient ginseng harbors energy far more refined and potent than that found in a century-old specimen. The energy from the millennium blood ginseng gradually fills the meridians of Sikong Zhuixing's body, ultimately being transformed into fighting energy and true energy by the two dantians. This newly birthed energy begins to expand continuously, rectifying his entire meridian system. After 2 days have elapsed, he finally consumes the entirety of 1 millennium blood ginseng, and the expansion of the meridians within Sikong Zhuixing's body has reached 2/5 of its potential. Such accomplishments filled Sikong Zhuixing with immense joy, prompting him to gather his resolve and expand the meridians throughout his body. It is crucial to note that this endeavor was accompanied by excruciating pain, as each day Sikong Zhuixing found himself drenched in sweat, with his pores expelling dark impurities. His constitution was undergoing a continuous improvement. Over the span of 6 days, after consuming 3,000-year-old blood ginseng, he succeeded in fully harmonizing and expanding 99% of his meridians. Only a small, deformed meridian remained, which required utmost caution. For this particular vessel was the heart meridian, linking to the heart itself. This compelled Sikong Zhuixing to approach the matter with great seriousness. This time, he opted not for the overwhelmingly potent 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, but rather for the century-old variant, employing powerful mental control to gradually navigate the process day by day. This undertaking was meticulous and slow, yet after 5 days, he successfully harmonized and expanded the deformed heart meridian. Sikong Zhuixing could not help but exhale a deep sigh of relief. At last, he had completed this arduous task. For the energy he had expended during this period had been considerable. Now, his meridians were on par with those of an ordinary person, and the fighting energy and true qi within his upper and lower dantians began to circulate autonomously. The rate at which he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth had indeed increased nearly tenfold. A smile graced Sikong Zhuixing's face. Although his body remained frail, he possessed ample time to refine and nurture his strength. The millennia-old energy of the blood ginseng lingering within his meridians is now being continually absorbed by 2 dantians, allowing the combat energy and true qi to circulate ceaselessly through his body's channels. What once required a quarter of an hour to complete a full cycle now transpires in merely 3 minutes. Such is the disparity, a testament to the benefits of the unification and expansion of his meridians. Henceforth, Sikong Zhuixing's cultivation speed will witness a remarkable acceleration. The label of being a waste has now been shed. Even the most deteriorated body can be revitalized under Sikong Zhuixing's adept care, for he is not a native of this realm. In his previous life in Huaxiao, Sikong Zhuixing was not only well-versed in the martial arts of various sects, but also highly skilled in the healing arts. The reason he fell victim to the Miaojiang's poison was due to the region's remoteness. His knowledge of such toxins was limited, particularly when he encountered the lethal death curse. Had he been able to expel it using his full strength, he would have fared better. But being pursued by a peak expert at the pinnacle of the 8 paths of heaven left him with no opportunity for such an escape. However, those days are now behind him. Sikong Zhuixing has been reborn in a foreign world, embarking on a new chapter, prepared to live once more with unparalleled vigor. Chapter 9. The Peculiar Boy. After this session of meridian unblocking, Sikong Zhuixing felt invigorated, his body brimming with vitality. He moved about, and a pungent odor emanated from within him. Upon inspecting his attire, he discovered a dark, murky substance, remnants of impurities expelled from his body. A smile crept across his face as he stood up. His next quest was to find a small stream to cleanse himself thoroughly. The river flowed gently from north to south, its current neither swift nor tumultuous, and not a soul was in sight. Unfettered by modesty, Sikong Zhuixing shed all his garments and leapt into the water, which reached just above his waist. This cultivation session had only managed to purge a portion of the impurities within him. It was imperative to continuously eliminate these toxins to enhance his physique, significantly aiding his cultivation. Sikong Zhuixing spent an entire hour in the river, scrubbing himself diligently. At last, he emerged, though his clothes were rendered utterly filthy. He took the opportunity to wash them as well. Fortunately, the sun was high in the sky, allowing him to spread his garments on the grassy bank to dry. As for Sikong Zhuixing, he reclined freely on the lush, green grass, closed his eyes, and pondered trivial matters, only to succumb to slumber unawares. It was undoubtedly a coincidence that a colossal 7th-tier, flying magical beast soared from the east. Renowned as the purple-gold thundercloud demon tiger, an aura of terrifying pressure emanated from its form. And any expert present would surely be astonished to discover that this tiger possessed the formidable strength of an 8th-tier battle king. Due to the considerable distance, she could not discern that the individual was completely unclothed. However, the beautiful woman observed with clarity, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of white light as she chuckled. What an intriguing young man, brazenly indulging himself in broad daylight. Let us go and take a look. A naked youth lay peacefully asleep upon the grass, igniting a sense of curiosity within the alluring woman. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the purple-gold thundercloud demon tiger finally reached the senses of the comparatively weaker Sikong Zhuixing, rousing him from his slumber. With bleary eyes, he gazed at the approaching giant, having just dreamt of a romantic encounter with a little sorceress, only to be startled awake by the terrifying presence. Sikong Zhuixing scrutinized the immense high-level magical beast without a hint of fear. In fact, he silently admired the magnificent mount, pondering when he might acquire an even more impressive one. As the beast hovered 100 feet above him, 3 figures descended from above, 1 woman and 2 young girls, causing Sikong Zhuixing's eyes to sparkle with delight. What stunning beauties! And the 2 little girls were simply enchanting. Merely gazing upon them was a feast for the eyes. The young woman smiled at Sikong Zhuixing and said, "Young brother, our meeting is indeed a stroke of fate. I am Xiao Rian, and these 2 are my daughters, Shueiji and Xuaniji. May I ask your name?" Sikong Zhuixing replied, "I am Sikong Zhuixing. Do you have any guidance for me?" At that moment, to the right of Xiao Rian, Xueiji caught sight of Sikong Zhuixing in his unclad state and could not help but mutter softly, "What an exhibitionist! How improper to be without clothing in broad daylight." Though her voice was low, Sikong Zhuixing possessed keen hearing and shot an irritated glance at the young lady, saying, "Miss, you speak unjustly. Be wary, lest I accuse you of slander. With the heavens as my canopy and the earth as my seat, how delightful it is." Meanwhile, Xuaniji hurried to her sister's side, offering comfort, though her beautiful eyes frequently darted towards Sikong Zhuixing, ultimately causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Now both sisters wore crimson faces, one in indignation and the other in shyness. Sikong Zhuixing found the 2 sisters quite endearing. Xiao Rian, observing the unfolding scene, remained silent, her keen eyes discerning that this young man was no ordinary individual. Although his cultivation appeared modest, with proper guidance, he could undoubtedly become a remarkable talent. Thus, she remarked, "Young brother, your words are indeed profound. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Shui family. You would receive excellent mentorship, and your future accomplishments would surely be exceptional." Sikong Chasing Star was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the lady before him to extend an invitation. Although the enchanting Xiao Rian wore a gentle smile that evoked the warmth of spring, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes, suggesting that not only had she reached a formidable level of cultivation, but her intellect was equally remarkable. Sikong Chasing Star replied with a smile, "You hold me in too high regard. I am merely a carefree wanderer, but I appreciate your kind intentions." A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Rian's eyes, for she found the young man before her somewhat inscrutable. In her lifetime, she had encountered only 3 individuals who evoked such a feeling. Now, she sensed that this young man was indeed no ordinary figure, and while she could not predict his future achievements, she recognized the value of establishing a rapport with someone of his caliber, even if her family, the Shui clan, could not win him over. Xiao Rian nodded thoughtfully and gently said, Very well. Each person has their own aspirations. It seems you possess only a single garment, if you do not mind. I happen to have an outfit that would suit your figure perfectly. With that, she produced a splendid set of attire and placed it into Sikong Zhuixing's hands. A rare look of embarrassment crossed his face, but it quickly vanished. He nodded and said, "Thank you." With a smile, Xia Rian added, "Young brother, may our paths cross again." With her two daughters, Zhuixing soared towards the sky upon the majestic purple-gold thundercloud demon tiger. She turned fiercely to glare at Sikong Zhuixing, who, in response, cast a fleeting glance her way, parting his lips as if to speak, yet no sound escaped. The astute Zhuixing discerned his unspoken words, "Farewell, little beauty." At that moment, the young lady of the Shui family found herself utterly vanquished by Sikong Zhuixing. Meanwhile, Zhuixing stole a glance at him, her eyes betraying a myriad of emotions. The enormous wings of the demon tiger unfurled as they hastened westward. Sikong Zhuixing quietly observed their departure, his silence enveloping him like a shroud. The Shui family lingered in his thoughts. Chapter 10. Ascension of Cultivation. Seated atop the purple-gold thundercloud demon tiger, Zhuixing turned to the enchanting woman beside her, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Mother, why do we extend such special treatment to that exhibitionist? Are we truly considering his inclusion in our family? That boy is utterly lacking in tact, having audaciously declined our offer." Her face flushed with indignation. It was unclear whether her ire stemmed from Sikong Zhuixing's refusal to join the Shui family or from some other source. In her mind, the image of Sikong Zhuixing was indelibly etched, particularly the vision of him unadorned. Xia Rian issued commands to the steed beneath her. The 8th-tier Battle King level purple-gold thunder cloud demon tiger is remarkably obedient, as its master possesses far superior strength. In an instant, the demon tiger accelerated, vanishing swiftly into the horizon. Meanwhile, Sikong Zhuixing concealed his habitual tendencies, particularly after this incident. He donned a splendid garment, which accentuated his handsome features and emanated an air of aristocratic elegance. With a smile, Sikong Zhuixing remarked, "Indeed, Buddha relies on golden adornments, while people rely on attire. Very well. I shall consider this a favor owed to you." Rather than departing, Sikong Zhuixing commenced his cultivation. Upon encountering the 7th-tier magical beast and Xia Ruoyan, he finally recognized the abundance of formidable beings in this realm, where strength reigns supreme. Sitting cross-legged, he practiced the Tianling Dojue. He had thoroughly comprehended the first layer of the mental technique, and now only needed to accumulate energy for advancement. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body from the surrounding space. Meanwhile, the Juyang divine art in his upper dantian was in constant motion. Although he had yet to successfully cultivate the first level, Qiyan Liang, a small energy fireball had already formed within his dantian, containing the potent essence of Juyang true energy. In the desolate graveyard, Sikong Zhuixing had no intention of lingering for long. Once he had consumed all the blood ginseng available, he would set forth towards the distant Tianlong mountain range, one of the 8 formidable beast mountains on the Do Kuei planet. The multitude of fierce beasts there was staggering. Without formidable strength, the only fate awaiting one was death. However, Sikong Zhuixing perceived it as a natural sanctuary for cultivation. He had a prescient understanding of his own abilities and planned to first venture into the periphery for trials, gradually delving deeper as his strength increased. That night, rather than consuming the millennium-old blood ginseng, he dedicated himself to an entire night of practicing the 9-in True Classic and the Tianling combat technique. As dawn broke the following morning, before the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon, Sikong Zhuixing commenced the consumption of the millennium-old blood ginseng. The immense energy within the ginseng surged through his body in an instant, igniting a fervent operation of both his upper and lower dantians. The Tianling combat technique and the 9-yang divine art worked in unison, tirelessly absorbing the influx of energy. For 5 consecutive days, Sikong Zhuixing devoted himself to refining the immense energy contained within a millennium-old blood ginseng. In this brief period, he ascended from an 8th-tier warrior to the esteemed rank of a 2nd-tier Do master. although he had only achieved the initial level of Dome Master. Sikong Zhuixing was filled with elation. Rather than hastily consuming another millennium-old blood ginseng, he chose to engage in 7 days of tranquil meditation. During this time, he diligently fortified the meridians within his body, unreservedly expending vast amounts of energy to restore his vitality. In just 7 days, he depleted a significant quantity of lesser blood ginseng, each under a century old, yet in great abundance. This not only replenished his expended energy, but also elevated his cultivation to the second-tier Dome Master level. The blood ginseng, despite its relatively young age, still contained a rich essence of natural spiritual energy. Within this short span, Sikong Zhuixing consumed nearly half of his lesser blood ginseng stock, achieving both the stabilization of his meridians and an elevation in his cultivation. Blood ginseng is recognized as a potent yang herb, thus greatly aiding in the cultivation of the 9 yang divine skill. Under the influence of the substantial energy from the blood ginseng and the millennium-old variant, Sikong Zhuixing perceived that the fireball within his upper dantian had become almost 3-fold stronger. The 9 yang true qi emanated continuously, coursing through his entire network of meridians, enveloping him in a warm and indescribably soothing sensation. Due to the pure yang energy contained within the blood ginseng, it stands in direct opposition to the energy required by the 9-yin manual. For some time, Sikong Zhuixing has been wholly absorbed in harnessing the energy from the blood ginseng. Currently, the 9 yang true qi in his upper dantian is firmly suppressing the 9 yin true qi, a situation he is reluctant to witness. The harmony of yin and yang is essential. Thus, an imbalance has arisen within his upper dantian, manifesting as an overwhelming yang and a waning yin. Ceasing the consumption of blood ginseng, Sikong Zhuixing devoted himself to the rigorous practice of the 9-yin manual and the heavenly Ling combat techniques, training both by day and by night. After a month, not only had he caught up with the 9-yin manual, but he had also surpassed the 9 yang divine skill. The desolate burial ground, having claimed countless lives and magical beasts, is steeped in potent yin energy, making the cultivation of the 9 yin manual exceptionally swift. Sikong Zhuixing harbors no concerns regarding the enhancement of his 9 yin true qi, as the aid of another millennium-old blood ginseng and other supportive resources guarantees that his 9 yang divine skill will ascend to new heights. As he feels the formidable 9 yin true qi coursing within him, he is irresistibly drawn to a martial technique recorded in the 9 yin manual, the 9 yin bone claw. His heart stirs. Chapter 11, 9 yin bone claw. The 9 yin manual, rich in profound wisdom, boasts an array of formidable techniques. Among them are the 9 yin bone claw, heart-prompting palm, white python whip, soul-transferring method, serpent-style trick, and the great demon-subduing fist. Each technique possesses its unique strengths. The 9 yin bone claw specializes in the cultivation of claw strength, capable of shattering stone and severing metal when mastered, wielding immense destructive power. It is precisely for this reason that Sikong Chasing Stars has chosen to cultivate the formidable claw technique known as the 9 yin bone claw. This technique is divided into 5 levels. The first level is the golden silk hand. The second level is the soul capturing method. The third level is the bone training claw. The fourth and fifth levels are attained through the deepening practice of the 9 yin scripture. As the 9 yin energy becomes increasingly robust, these 2 levels lack specific definitions. However, if one successfully cultivates the 4th level, they will possess the ability to seize objects from a distance, shattering any mundane iron. As for the 5th level, anyone who suffers injury from the claw's force will face a perilous fate, contingent upon their luck. At present, Sikong Chasing Stars has established a foundational proficiency in the 9 yin scripture, prompting him to commence the training of the 9 yin bone claw. To thrive in the Tianlong mountain range, he must acquire a formidable skill for self-defense. Otherwise, even immense energy would prove futile. Furthermore, Sikong Chasing Stars finds it quite disheartening that the Tianling Dojue only contains techniques for cultivating fighting energy, lacking any powerful combat moves to complement it, leaving him in a state of frustration. Only a matching ultimate move could truly unleash the full potential of this technique. Nevertheless, it is inconceivable for Sikong chasing stars to abandon the cultivation of the Tianling Dojue, for he understands that this system of techniques is exceedingly profound. Should he succeed in mastering it to its utmost level, reaching the 7th layer, he would attain the realm of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown. If he could acquire the 8th layer's technique, accessible solely to the head of the Yi family, he would ascend to the rank of Do Emperor, achieving the legendary state of 5 Qi Chaoyuan. The last encounter that Sikong Zhuixing had with the enchanting woman revealed that her cultivation had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the 3 flowers converging at the top. Achieving such a level by the age of 30 is a feat that would undoubtedly send ripples through the ancient martial arts community in his former world. Reflecting on this, Sikong Zhuixing found solace in the realization that the primary disparity between this realm and Earth lies in the concentration of spiritual energy. On Earth, the natural essence of heaven and earth has been severely depleted due to human interference, leaving only a scant residue of spiritual energy in the revered mountains and rivers, which pales in comparison to the abundance found here. In fact, one would be hard-pressed to find even a century-old blood ginseng on Earth, highlighting the vast difference in spiritual vitality. Consequently, while this realm nurtures a multitude of formidable cultivators at the 3 flowers converging level, Earth has but a single representation. Sikong Zhuixing firmly believes that within this alternate dimension, there exist formidable beings at the 5 Qi Chaoyuan and 9 heavens levels, though they may be few and far between. Their existence is assured, lurking in some undiscovered corner. He is resolute in his commitment to the Tianling Dojue and will not relinquish it. Therefore, to equip himself with an additional safeguard, he must now cultivate the 9 Yin White Bone Claw, a task greatly facilitated by the pervasive chill of the graveyard's heavy Yin energy. Presently, Sikong Zhuixing sits in meditation, his heart directed towards the heavens, hands resting upon his knees, palms facing downward, as he focuses his intent upon his dantian. Images of the cultivation method for the 9 Yin White Bone Claw flickered incessantly in his mind. Furthermore, since Sikong Zhuixing had previously endured the ordeal, he was confident in his ability to persevere once more. The 9 Yin True Qi coursed relentlessly through his 10 fingers, and before long, he noticed with astonishment that his fingernails began to grow incrementally. This process was not swift, but rather languid, accompanied by a profusion of blood seeping from his fingertips. Yet Sikong Zhuixing paid it no heed. In the span of merely 2 hours, beads of sweat adorned his brow, and his expression mirrored profound agony. However, he gritted his teeth and endured. Remarkably, under the impetus of the 9 Yin True Qi, his fingernails had extended by 2 inches, each one resplendent and translucent, a sight to behold. The initial step of nurturing the bone armor had been accomplished, a process fraught with excruciating pain. Indeed, the connection between the fingers and heart is not something an ordinary person could withstand. Within a space of 2 zhong, the air was thick with an overwhelming claw force, and the chilling aura surrounding him began to coalesce as if summoned by an unseen force, drawing closer to Sikong Zhuixing. This frigid essence was continuously absorbed by him. It possessed remarkable efficacy for the cultivation of the 9 Yin True Scripture and the 9 Yin White Bone Claw. Although it was daylight and the chilling aura in the cemetery of the dead was not at its most potent, Sikong Zhuixing remained undeterred, relentlessly drawing in the surrounding cold energy and transmuting it into an extraordinarily pure form of 9 Yin True Qi. Then, he continuously refined his hands with the 9 Yin True Qi, ensuring that even the bony armor adorning his fingers was not neglected. Utilizing a unique method, he gradually allowed the armor to evolve, for only through this process could it become increasingly sharp and resilient. When perfected, it would rival the existence of divine weapons. However, at this moment, these bony armors had only just begun to manifest, rendering them exceedingly fragile. The continual refinement through the 9 Yin True Qi was thus imperative. Sikong Zhuixing had already established a foundation in the 9 Yin scriptures. Although the 9 Yin True Qi was not exceptionally potent, it sufficed for initial refinement. The cultivation of the Nine White Bone Claw also provided supplementary benefits to the Nine scriptures as he practiced the Nine White Bone Claw. The Nine scriptures within his dantian did not cease their operation, continuously absorbing the chilling energies from the surrounding space and transforming them into Nine true Qi through his meridians. This synergistic effect was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Time flowed ceaselessly, transitioning from day into night. And Sikong Zhuixing felt no pangs of hunger as he persistently honed the Nine White Bone Claw. His two claws danced mysteriously in the air, with the Nine true Qi infused within, generating a series of formidable claw strikes that wreaked havoc in the Tuzhong radius around him. Within this space, the flower beds had been utterly ravaged, and the hard ground bore minor cracks, albeit not prominently, for this was merely the initial stage of cultivation, and the power of the Nine White Bone Claw was still limited. As the cultivation of the Nine manual deepened, the prowess of the Nine Bone Claw naturally rose in tandem. Sikong Zhuixing, with his relentless dedication to practice, witnessed a gradual enhancement of the claw's power. Chapter 12. A standoff between two titans. After 3 months of rigorous training, Sikong Zhuixing's Nine Bone Claw had achieved a modest level of success. His claws had transformed into a pale golden hue, indicating the first realm, the golden silk hands. However, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery. Had he done so, his claws would have gleamed a pure gold and possessed a hardness rivaling that of steel. The abundance of blood ginseng in the graveyard of the dead can be attributed to the multitude of corpses, both human and beast, that lay within. Each of these remains harbored a certain quantity of essence and marrow. Upon death, these vital substances began to decay under the sun's relentless heat, gradually seeping into the soil. Over time, this process nurtured treasures such as blood ginseng. Cultivating blood ginseng is no trivial feat. It requires a minimum of 500 years. Once the ginseng sprouts, it continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it, supplemented by the ample essence and marrow from the decaying remains. The presence of 5 millennium-old blood ginseng, alongside numerous other specimens of varying ages, is a direct result of the graveyard of the dead's unique environment, an area teeming with countless deceased beings and beasts, rich in energy and abundant in spiritual essence. Moreover, this desolate locale remains largely untraveled by humans, rendering the flourishing blood ginseng unnoticed, much to Sikong Zhuixing's advantage, granting him substantial benefits. This time, Sikong Zhuixing harvested all the blood ginseng that had taken shape here. Of course, in several hundred or even thousands of years, more blood ginseng will flourish in this place. That is a matter for the future. For now, Sikong Zhuixing began to cultivate the 9 Yang divine art and the Tianling combat technique with the assistance of the blood ginseng. As the days passed, within a mere 15 days, the energy within Sikong Zhuixing's body finally reached its limit. He felt a sudden explosion in his mind, and then a broader realm unfolded before his eyes. In just half a month, with the help of the potent and pure energy from a multitude of blood ginseng, Sikong Zhuixing successfully broke through his limits and ascended to the realm of a 4th-rank combat master. He had consumed all but the most precious millennium-old blood ginseng. As the energy required for cultivation increases significantly, making advancement increasingly arduous. Since arriving in this foreign realm, Sikong Zhuixing's cultivation journey had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any significant obstacles. This was largely attributed to the insights he had gained in his previous life, where he was a peak powerhouse at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, equivalent to the completion of the combat king in this otherworldly setting. Such a formidable being on earth was surpassed only by those at the 3 flowers gathering at the apex, and he was among the strongest, capable of perishing together with 7 adversaries of equal strength, which speaks volumes of his prowess. However, in this otherworld, true powerhouses abound, and he has encountered many who are far more formidable than himself, including a recent encounter with one such individual. Regardless of the location, strength serves as a formidable asset. Currently, Sikong Zhuixing stands at the 4th rank of the Battle Master level, a rather humble stature in this foreign realm, where such ranks are commonplace and hardly noteworthy. Sikong Zhuixing consumed the final millennium blood ginseng in one breath, dedicating a full 20 days to refining the immense energy contained within. The terrifying energy surged through every meridian in his body, and with this newfound power, he successfully ascended to the 5th rank of Battle Master. However, a sudden noise nearly disrupted his cultivation. Above the desolate graveyard, 2 figures materialized in the sky, a middle-aged man and an elder. Both emanated an overwhelming aura of power that pressed down upon Sikong Zhuixing, inducing a sense of dread and discomfort in his chest. Drawing upon the wisdom of his past life, he refrained from any hasty movements. Should those formidable experts detect him, he would be the first to perish. The recent clash of intense energies had exacerbated their previously sustained injuries. Sikong Zhuixing meticulously constrained all of his energy and sealed every pore in his body, regulating his heartbeat. Normally, a human's heart beats between 60 to 72 times per minute. However, with the assistance of his true qi, he managed to reduce it to approximately 30 beats. This was still a reflection of his insufficient mastery. In his past life, he could sustain a heartbeat of merely 5 beats per minute. Despite this, the 2 superlative warriors above remained oblivious to Sikong Zhuixing's presence. Chapter 13. Blood Duel in the High Skies. 2 5th-tier battle emperors were engaged in a fierce confrontation, their identities of significant consequence. On the East Asia continent, for formidable nations exist, among which the Hongya Empire stands as a paragon. Within the empire, powerful factions are delineated into 1 royal family, 3 sects, and 6 clans. The royal family, the Huangfu clan, commands the entire nation. Its terrifying strength is beyond imagination. Beneath them lie the 3 sects, Xintian sect, Guiyuan sect, and Hualing sect. The overall strength of these 3 sects is comparable, each mutually restraining one another. And countless covert battles have transpired in the shadows. The powerful Huangfu family welcomes this situation, as the incessant strife among the 3 sects only serves to deplete their energies, a fact that even the royal family holds in trepidation. The 6 prominent clans, He clan, Lei clan, Miao clan, Han clan, Jiang clan, and Yi clan, among them, the Yi Han and Lei clans possess slightly superior overall strength compared to the other 3. Yi Tianxing and his mother hail from the Yi clan. His father, Yi Xiaodong, is the 4th son favored by the current head of the clan, Yi Xiongfeng. Regrettably, Yi Tianxing's mother, Zhuo Wenjun, comes from a humble background, causing the members of the Yi family to never accept her. Yi Tianxing's birth was undoubtedly an accident. In this instance, the deaths of Yi Tianxing and Zhuo Wenjun were met with no mercy from Yi Xiaodong, resulting in their tragic demise. The so-called cycle of cause and effect foretells that his own fate will also be one of unbearable suffering. However, it is fortunate that he ultimately remains alive. In a desolate burial ground, 2 figures faced each other from above. One was Yin Tian, the 2nd elder of the Xintian sect, and the other was Ming Yuan, the Grand Elder of the Guiyuan sect. Both held esteemed positions within their respective sects and possessed formidable strength, having attained the rank of 5th grade Do Huang. The visible injuries on their bodies clearly indicated that they had clashed multiple times in a fierce and breathtaking battle. Ming Yuan, the elder of the 2, bore a fierce countenance, his face twisted in a menacing snarl, exuding an aura of malevolence that hinted at a sinister nature. The blood oozing from his wounds only served to intensify his bloodthirsty instincts as he coldly declared, Yin Tian, I advise you to obediently surrender the treasures obtained from the mysterious tomb for a fair division. Otherwise, your demise is imminent. The robust Yin Tian, his physique brimming with explosive muscle, met Ming Yuan's threat with a dismissive expression. Calmly, he retorted, Old man, do you think I am easily intimidated? Our strengths are evenly matched. To slay me would require far greater prowess than you possess. As for the treasures I have acquired, I regret to inform you that they are now firmly in my grasp, and retrieving them is utterly impossible. Now, cease your bluster and do take care. It would indeed be a grand irony to perish from a burst blood vessel. Upon hearing these words, Ming Yuan felt as though his lungs were about to rupture with indignation. Although the opponent was younger, his prowess was not to be underestimated, standing on par with him. Yet, being maliciously harmed by Yin Tian left Ming Yuan feeling utterly humiliated. Thus he resolved to unleash his ultimate move. However, he could only execute the first half of this formidable technique. Even so, its potency could only be described as terrifying. Failing to eradicate his adversary would leave a lingering resentment within him. Ming Yuan channeled the peak of his cultivated in Ming Sha Doju, his eyes igniting with a dreadful black radiance, exuding a malevolent aura that startled Yin Tian from a distance. He realized that his previous words had thoroughly incited this aged being, compelling him to take the situation seriously as he summoned every remnant of energy within his body. The immense pressure emanating from both of them, already considerable, began to escalate dramatically. This left Sikong Zhuixing, who lay deep within the graveyard, astonished. He mused to himself, indeed, they are formidable beings of the three flowers gathering at the apex, truly on a different echelon than the likes of me. How powerful they are! I wonder when I shall attain such strength. Even in a severely injured state, they possess such overwhelming energy. I cannot fathom their might during their prime. Simultaneously, Sikong Zhuixing felt a surge of exhilaration. Since his descent into this otherworldly realm, it was the first time he had witnessed a clash between such powerful beings, particularly two superlative fighters at the 5th tier of the Dohuan. As Sikong Zhuixing felt his blood coursing through his veins with an uncontainable urgency, he eagerly awaited the clash of the two formidable warriors in the sky. Perhaps his fervent prayers were answered, for the overwhelming pressure emanating from both combatants reached a critical zenith. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Ming Yuan. The dark demon of the underworld descends. In an instant, the energy within his body exploded forth, coalescing into an immense demonic visage, its gaping, pitch-black maw looming ominously. Ming Yuan, resolute in his determination, channeled every ounce of his power into this manifestation, causing the demonic face to solidify and expand, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Even from the ground, Sikong Zhuixing was rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. Yin Tian's expression darkened considerably as he exclaimed, I never imagined you would so recklessly expend your lifespan to wield such a technique. By heavens, you are truly mad. Ming Yuan retorted coldly, You insolent wretch. This time I shall ensure you find no rest in death. Behold, the dark demon of the underworld descends. With that, he propelled the colossal demon face, spanning 500 zhong, towards Yin Tian. With a resounding roar, the demonic maw unleashed a terrifying suction, seeking to engulf Yin Tian entirely. The two great sects had engaged in numerous confrontations, thus naturally familiar with each other's formidable techniques. Consequently, Yin Tian was filled with trepidation at the sight of Ming Yuan unleashing such a terrifying ultimate move. However, having reached a critical juncture of life and death, he resolved to give his all, bellowing, Old fool, the outcome is still uncertain. You may be nearing your coffin, but let us see how much lifespan you have left to squander. With that, he declared, Behold, the Xintian pulse cannon. A colossal column of energy erupted explosively from Yin Tian's hands, swiftly directed towards the gaping maw of the demon countenance. A thunderous roar echoed around them. This was no ordinary attack. Yin Tian shouted, Heaven and earth, yin and yang. The essence of the cosmos coalesces, the energies of the 9 heavens converge. The 9 transformations of Xintian. Spirit Absorption Chapter. Upon uttering these incantations, a brilliant azure radiance surged forth from his body. As the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth began to gather around him, amplifying the already formidable power of the energy column. Above Yin Tian's head, a profound energy vortex materialized, dark and swirling, pulsating with potent lightning energy, as the chi of the 9 heavens was summoned forth. Ultimately, a beam of black chi descended, which Yin Tian forcefully absorbed, infusing it into the Xintian pulse cannon, thereby augmenting the power of the energy column by 50% in an instant. The once colossal demonic visage began to contort grotesquely. The countenance of Ming Yuan had become exceedingly unsightly. Was he truly prepared to unleash this devastating technique entirely? Yet, the toll would be his very life. Thus, he found himself unable to muster the resolve at this moment. Deep within the chaotic burial ground, Sikong Zhuixing was granted an enlightening spectacle, witnessing such a terrifying and tyrannical ultimate move firsthand. He now fervently wished for time to slow. To savor the clash of beings of such caliber, for him, it was a profound delight, surpassing even the apocalyptic effects of cinematic marvels on Earth. Chapter 14. A breath still remains. Yin Tian invoked the secrets of the nine-turn-Xiantian technique, specifically the spirit absorption chapter. Harnessing the vast ethereal energies of the surrounding world and the essence of the nine heavens, he magnified the terrifying might of his Xuantian pulsar cannon to an unprecedented peak, firmly suppressing Ming Yuan's formidable move. The demonic visage he had conjured began to disintegrate under the pressure of his opponent's overwhelming energy. In less than a minute, the demonic face commenced its grotesque distortion. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted from within the demonic visage as potent fighting spirit radiated from its surface. Waves of intense and domineering fighting energy shattered the surrounding space, giving rise to a pitch-black void. Engaging within such a black hole at the Emperor level of combat was no trivial matter. They possessed the ability to tear through the fabric of space itself. Even if they found themselves ensnared within the black hole, as long as their fighting spirit surged unceasingly from within, the vastness of the world was theirs to traverse. In the legends, those who have attained the pinnacle of Do Huang cultivation often grow weary of this world and tear through the fabric of space, traversing the treacherous realms of black holes, where peril and opportunity coexist. It is said that even the rarest treasures, absent from the Do Kuei planets, may be discovered within these enigmatic voids. Moreover, the black hole space is interwoven with countless passages, each crafted by formidable Do Huang warriors. Consider the vast expanse of the Do Kuei planets, which encompass 4 great continents: the Eastern Asia continent, the Southern Barbarian continent, the Western European continent, and the Northern Wilderness continent. Each of these continents is immense in size. Even a Do Huang-level powerhouse would require a century, traveling at their utmost speed, to circumnavigate the entire planet. The communication between the continents is exceedingly inconvenient. However, with the emergence of these black hole passages, travel time has been significantly reduced, facilitating much-needed connectivity. Recognizing the advantages of these black hole pathways, remarkable progress has been made in recent years, leading to a grand scale of development. Yet, amidst this advancement, 2 extraordinarily powerful Do Huang warriors are locked in a life-and-death struggle, shattering the very space around them and creating a colossal black hole spanning 1,000 feet in radius, an astonishing spectacle. Observing from below, Sikong Zhuixing is struck by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, while simultaneously grasping the immense power possessed by such formidable beings. 5 minutes had elapsed, and the continuous clashes of energy had taken their toll. The formidable technique demonic descent of the nether unleashed by Ming Yuan had consumed an immense amount of energy, and the distortion of the demonic face was now glaringly apparent. He could not continue in this manner. Ming Yuan realized that all his energy had been wagered on this gambit. He had even resorted to secret methods that depleted his lifespan to augment his power, yet his adversary, bolstered by the might of the 9 heavens and the essence of the universe, was evidently prevailing over his ultimate move. The situation was dire, and he felt compelled to take action. Retreating would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Yet, as a proud warrior, he deemed it dishonorable to flee even in the face of demise. This was the endearing quality of Ming Yuan, a man of remarkable integrity. Conflicted, he pondered whether to unleash the final hidden half of his ultimate technique. It seemed preferable to maintain the status quo rather than allow the Xiantian sect to dominate uncontested. Sighing, he reflected on the years he had lived. Perhaps he had had enough of life. Life and death hung by a thread. With a thunderous roar, Ming Yuan declared, "Yin Tian, do you believe victory is assured this time? Ha ha ha. I have yet to unleash the latter half of this technique. A lethal move unknown even to your Xiantian sect. This time, I will gamble my life to ensure you accompany me to the grave. With a hearty laugh, he invoked, Demonic Seal of the Netherwave. As a sacrifice, I call for destruction. Annihilate everything before me. A series of anguished howls reverberated through the heavens, sending a chill down Sikong Zhuixing's spine. Then, he witnessed something truly extraordinary. Before one's eyes, the body of Mingyuan astonishingly melted into liquid. Harboring an aura of terrifying fighting spirit, it merged with the demonic visage ahead, restoring the previously distorted form to its original state. A resounding roar erupted from the mouth of the demonic face, as the energy column unleashed by Yantian was forcefully repelled. The colossal maw of the demonic visage spewed forth a tremendous black energy column, imbued with fearsome fighting spirit. A level of power equivalent to Mingyuan at the zenith of his strength. He had expended his entire lifespan through a secret technique, unleashing a cataclysmic force. His aim was no longer to seize the treasures possessed by his opponent. Rather, it was to obliterate everything before him. Mingyuan's physical form had vanished. Now, his soul resided within the demonic visage. He could feel the life energy within him rapidly dissipating, and time was not on his side. Thus, he unleashed all his energy. A column of power laden with the essence of death, swiftly devouring Yantian's energy until it finally enveloped him entirely. Deep within the graveyard, Sikong Zhuixing, who had been observing this fierce battle, was left in a state of shock. His previously suppressed heartbeat resumed its rhythm, and he lay on the ground, gasping heavily. This duel was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Such intense emotions were rare, even in his past life. The ultimate showdown between Yantian and Mingyuan had left him profoundly shaken. In the vast expanse of the sky, a colossal demonic visage loomed, its maw unleashing pillars of energy that signified death, submerging the body of Yantian. It seemed that his fate was grim. As time slipped away, within a mere 7 minutes, the immense demon's face gradually diminished, and the explosive energy emanating from its mouth dwindled as well. It became evident that Yantian, ensnared within, had met his demise. For Mingyuan could sense the absence of any life signs. This was his final consciousness, marking the end of his existence. Shortly thereafter, the monstrous face vanished into oblivion. The black hole created by the fierce clash of two unparalleled powerhouses in the sky began to heal rapidly. Sikong Zhuixing felt a profound sense of melancholy. 2 fifth-tier Do emperors had perished in mutual destruction, evoking memories of his own final battle in a previous life. Suddenly, a half-destroyed figure emerged in the sky with a faint sound. Despite the severe disfigurement, Sikong Zhuixing recognized him. Yantian had miraculously survived amidst the lethal energy pillars. Truly, it was a miracle. The body plummeted rapidly from a great height towards the graveyard. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing suddenly leapt, pushing his body technique to its utmost limit, and appeared beneath Yantian. He unleashed the full power of the 9 Yang divine skill, 9 in scripture, Antianling combat technique from within him, condensing the energies from both his upper and lower dantians into a 2-meter-wide energy Tai Chi. As he lifted his body, his expression shifted, for the force was formidable. The energy Tai Chi he had conjured shattered in less than a second. With a flash of purple light in his eyes, Sikong Zhuixing spread his arms and ultimately embraced Yantian's body. He then began to spin rapidly, reducing the force of Yantian's descent. Eventually, he brought Yantian to the ground, rolling over 20 meters. Luckily, the overgrown grass in the graveyard served to cushion their fall. When they came to a halt, Sikong Zhuixing hastily seized Yantian's right hand, feeling for his pulse, which was weak and nearly imperceptible. Using his own vital energy, he conducted a thorough examination of Yantian's body. 6/10 of his internal organs were shattered, his meridians severed, and his life force had dwindled significantly. At this moment, Yantian was barely clinging to life. Even if the legendary physician Hua Tuo were to reappear, he would be unable to save him. Witnessing a formidable warrior on the brink of death before his very eyes weighed heavily on Sikong Zhuixing's chapter 15. A heart filled with sorrow, a quarter of an hour slipped by, and despite the considerable depletion of his vital energy, Yin Tian finally managed to weakly open his eyes. Before him stood a youth of remarkable countenance, channeling a mysterious energy into his being. He was certain this was not mere fighting spirit, leaving him profoundly astonished. Enduring the pain etched upon his face, he managed to speak with great difficulty. "Young brother, were you the one who saved me just now?" As it turned out, Yin Tian had not lost consciousness during his fall. He had sensed the presence of someone assisting him in resisting the force of gravity. Sikong Zhuixing replied calmly, "Does it truly matter? In the end, we all meet the same fate. It's merely the interval before death that has been prolonged." Yin Tian forced a smile, finding the youth quite peculiar. He had not anticipated someone would possess such a profound understanding of life and death. Little did he know that Sikong Zhuixing had experienced death once himself and had been reborn. In a hoarse voice, Yin Tian remarked, "Indeed, young brother, you are no ordinary individual. I am Yin Tian, and you likely already know this. I hold the position of the second elder in the Xintian sect, and the current leader is my senior brother. It appears my life may well come to an end here. I wonder if I might entrust you with a request." Sikong Zhuixing shook his head without hesitation and said, "You wish for me to surrender the treasures I have acquired to your sect, do you not? I am unwilling. Your Xuantiangong must possess considerable strength, and with the aid of what you have obtained, your power would undoubtedly increase significantly. Why then must you shatter this stalemate? Many lives will be lost in the process. The reason Mingyuan chose to perish alongside you likely stems from this very issue. Sometimes, excessive determination is not a virtue." Yin Tian's gaze was penetrating as he fixed it upon the youth before him. Sikong Zhuixing maintained a tranquil demeanor, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Finally, Yin Tian smiled and remarked, "Indeed, young sir, you are no ordinary individual. What I am about to present is undoubtedly worth this condition. Though you are young, your aspirations soar to the heavens, and your future achievements are beyond my reckoning." He could sense a remarkable duality of cold and warmth within his body, temporarily stabilizing the vitality that was slipping away. The youth before him appeared no older than 12, his eyes resembling insatiable black holes, prompting Yin Tian to form an 8-character assessment of Sikong Zhuixing, a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance, soaring above the heavens. Sikong Zhuixing nodded and replied, "I can accept this condition." Yin Tian, visibly excited, said, "Do you see the ring on my right middle finger? Within it lies a treasure trove I have amassed over the years, alongside a multitude of battle crystals. However, these are trivial in comparison to the fortuitous encounter I had with Ming Yuan, as we stumbled upon a mysterious and formidable tomb. From this adventure, I procured 3 remarkable artifacts, one being a top-tier mythical beast egg, the origins of which remain unknown to me. Another, a powerful alchemical cauldron known as the Zimu Wang Ding, which promises to enhance the efficacy of any elixirs I create in the future, the intricacies of which shall be revealed in due time. And lastly, a legendary tome of alchemical secrets titled the Dan Yao Tong Tian Lu, which astonishingly contains methods for concocting tier elixirs. Merely contemplating this sends shivers down my spine. All these treasures are secured within my spatial ring." Sikong Zhuixing nodded in understanding. His energy diminished after such an extensive period of exertion, with beads of sweat forming densely upon his brow. Yin Tian, with keen insight, chuckled and remarked, "Young man, you should conserve your energy. I have traversed the Dokue continent for quite some time and have experienced my share of glory. I harbor no regrets in this life. Remember the promise we made to one another." Sikong Zhuixing nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, though I am not a paragon of virtue, I am a man of my word. I shall not waver from my commitments. You may depart with peace of mind. I will keep you close to my mother, ensuring you are not alone. Ha ha ha. With your formidable strength, you will also be a force in that realm, so please look after her. Her name is Zhuo Wenjun." It is remarkable that Sikong Zhuixing, once a skeptic of the supernatural, now contemplates the extraordinary possibilities of this world where even death can be reversed. What, then, remains impossible? Yin Tian could not help but laugh heartily. However, The vigor of his laughter was marred by the pain it elicited from his wounds. He spoke, "It appears that you, young sir, are also a man of sentiment. Rest assured, should there indeed be such a place, I shall care for your mother. As for your grandmother, one must strive to be exceptional in life, and, likewise, to be remarkable in death." Sikong Zhuixing nodded gently and replied earnestly, "Thank you." He then withdrew the 9 yang true qi and 9 yin true qi directed towards Yin Tian. A smile graced Yin Tian's face as he sensed the rapid decline of the two energies, heat and cold, within him, realizing that the suppressed vitality was beginning to ebb away. In less than 10 seconds, Yin Tian finally closed his weary eyes and drew his last breath. A formidable figure, a dignified 5th-grade Do Huang, had thus fallen. Sikong Zhuixing felt a profound sense of reflection. Having already traversed the realm of death once, he had gained insight into the mysteries of life and death. Sikong Chasing Stars removed the precious spatial ring from Yin Tian's finger and adorned it on his own left middle finger, without glancing inside to discern its contents. Rising to his feet, he summoned all the Do Qi from his lower dantian, allowing the potent energy to permeate his entire being. He bent down and lifted the robust Yin Tian, making his way into the depths of the burial grounds. As night fell, a waning moon hung in the sky, and a gentle breeze stirred, rendering the burial grounds not only eerie but also steeped in profound desolation. Beside the remnants of a once vibrant flower bed, 2 graves emerged, one belonging to Zhuo Wenjun and the other to Yin Tian. Standing before Zhuo Wenjun's grave, Sikong Chasing Stars spoke, "Though you are not my mother, having taken residence in your son's body makes me, in a sense, your son as well. Whether you acknowledge it or not, let this be our understanding. I have found you a bodyguard. His name is Yin Tian, a 5th-tier Do Wang, truly a master in this world. I have entrusted him with your care, so dear mother, you shall not be alone, nor should you fear. It seems that in my 2 lives, I have been deprived of a mother's love. Alas." A sigh, laden with reminiscence, hope, and sorrow, echoed through the depths of the burial grounds. Chapter 16. The Spirit Beast. Tomcat. The following day dawned bright and warm, with the sun shining high in the sky. As was his daily custom, Sikong Zhuixing began his cultivation in the depths of the graveyard, where the aura of darkness was most potent. Sitting cross-legged, facing south, he channeled the energy within his 2 dantians, which now operated in a harmonious flow. Having reached the 5th rank of the Battle Master level, the cyclone in his lower dantian had increased more than tenfold, brimming with pure and immense battle energy. At present, Sikong Zhuixing was diligently practicing the Tianling battle art, continuously transforming the surrounding natural spiritual energy. His upper dantian, on the other hand, was engaged in a more complex endeavor, simultaneously cultivating 2 profound techniques. The Jiuyang divine art, upon successful mastery, allowed for an astonishingly rapid generation of true energy, limitless in quantity, with unmatched defensive capabilities. The self-generating protective barrier could rebound any external force, embodying the essence of an indestructible physique. It also served as a sacred healing scripture, impervious to toxins and particularly effective against the chilling properties of true energy. Techniques like the spectral claw and the frosty palm would lose their potency in the presence of the Jiuyang divine art. Conversely, the Jiuying scripture, which also belonged to the realm of cold and shadowy arts, was of equal rank to the Jiuyang divine art. Not only did they counteract each other, but they also complemented one another, achieving a balance of yin and yang. Together, their cultivation could yield synergistic benefits. However, as Sikong Zhuixing's skills were still in their infancy, the extraordinary effects were not yet apparent. At present, Sikong Chasing Stars is diligently cultivating the 3 extraordinary skills while tirelessly refining the 9 yin white bone claw. During his practice of this unparalleled technique, he has discovered a significant acceleration in his cultivation of the 9 yin scripture, as well as an enhanced absorption of the surrounding chill. Given that it is currently daytime, when the yang energy is at its peak, the cultivation of the 9 yang divine skill progresses most rapidly, resulting in a slight superiority of the 9 yang true energy over the 9 yin true energy, within his upper dantian. Since he began practicing the 9-in white bone claw, it has fostered the advancement of the 9-in scripture, thus achieving a harmonious balance between the two opposing energies of heat and cold. With a flurry of intense, swift, and fiercely unpredictable claw strikes, Sikong Zhuixing stars envelopes everything within a radius of 3 zhang. The bone armor on his fingertips is remarkably sharp, despite measuring only 2 inches. Its hardness is steadily increasing with each refinement of the 9-in true energy. His claw strikes leave various deep and shallow marks on the bones of nearby beasts. After a month of relentless cultivation, Sikong Zhuixing stars finally comes to a halt. His internal fighting spirit and true energy have increased significantly, and it is noteworthy that, through this month of training, his 9-in white bone claw has ascended to a new level, becoming agile, versatile, and exceedingly fierce. Feeling that he has nearly perfected this prized technique, he prepares to journey to the Tianlong mountain range for further experience and adventure. To prepare for this pivotal moment, he decided to take a day of rest. He ventured to the nearby stream, skillfully caught a few fish, and then roasted them over an open fire. The sizzling sounds resonated, and a delightful aroma wafted into Sikong Zhuixing's nostrils, igniting his appetite. As a martial arts master from a previous life, surviving in the wilderness was a trivial matter for him. It had been over 6 months since he arrived in this alien realm, and after consuming the last of the blood ginseng, he had resorted to a steady diet of fish. Remarkably, after months of such fare, he had yet to grow weary of it. Sikong Zhuixing was a man who understood contentment. Having meat to eat was a divine blessing. As time passed, the fish on the grill turned a golden hue, and the fragrance intensified, spreading far and wide. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the distance, and a magical beast resembling a small cat from Earth sprang forth. With its delicate frame and large, expressive eyes shimmering with life, it stealthily approached Sikong Zhuixing. At last, the fish were nearly done. Sikong Zhuixing grasped one in his hand. Unaware of the etiquette of dining, he began to devour it voraciously, intermittently spitting out a series of fish bones. The bones emitted sharp, piercing sounds as they flew from his mouth, eventually embedding themselves in the ground. After consuming 2 fish, he arranged the bones on the earth, forming the 2 characters, delicious. After satiating his hunger, Sikong Zhuixing stars leisurely bit on a fishbone, humming an unknown tune, one that the people of this world would never comprehend. Suddenly, a flash of violet light glimmered in his eyes, and his right hand surged forth with bone armor. With a mighty roar, he exclaimed, 9-in white bone claw. An immense wave of 9-in true energy surged into it, and a claw strike, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, shot forth, slicing through the air toward the grassy ground behind him. With a resounding thud, a patch of grass measuring 1 meter vanished, revealing the fragrant earth beneath, where 3 or 4 earthworms writhed in motion. Yet, these details were of no consequence. Sikong Zhuixing stars caught sight of a figure swiftly leaping into the air, evading his powerful claw strike, and gracefully spinning before landing steadily on the ground 5 zhang away. Inwardly, he praised, what skill! It would indeed be a shame not to showcase that talent in acrobatics. This was his first encounter with a magical beast, igniting his enthusiasm. He shouted, you sneaky creature, it's evident you're no good. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Sikong Zhuixing stars summoned the 9-in and 9-yang true energies from his dantian, channeling them to his feet, and then propelled himself forward like a cannonball, covering 2 zhang in an instant. His bone armor fully revealed, he swung his arms with fervor, unleashing a barrage of formidable claw strikes toward the nameless magical beast. However, Sikong Zhuixing star gazed in disbelief at the spectral figure of the beast that had just darted through the air, all of his claw strikes having missed entirely. Not even a single hair on the creature's body damaged. This was a considerable blow to his spirit. Unwilling to concede defeat, Sikong Zhuixing star called out, well done. If you can withstand 100 of my 9-in bone claws, I shall treat you to fish. To his astonishment, the creature eagerly nodded, its gaze toward Sikong Zhuixing star brimming with goodwill. Sikong Zhuixing star mused to himself, How remarkably perceptive. Does this beast truly grasp my intent? Are the creatures of this world endowed with such intelligence? Though perplexed, he did not hesitate and swiftly unleashed 2 powerful claw strikes. He then steadied himself, channeling all the 9 true chi from his upper dantian, launching a barrage of fierce and domineering claw strikes at the diminutive creature with various intricate trajectories. In the end, Sikong Zhuixing Star gasped for breath, his 9 true chi nearly depleted. I never anticipated your agility. You evaded all 99 of my 9 bone claws. I am impressed by your speed. Dare you stand your ground and receive my final strike? If you fear, consider my words unspoken, but do not expect to feast on fish. Sikong Zhuixing Star felt a twinge of shame at his own audacity. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. The little creature had already astonished him beyond measure. Sikong Zhuixing Stars harbored no malicious intent towards his opponent. Thus, he reduced the force of his final strike, the 9 bone claw, by half. However, when the claw's power collided with the beast, it emitted a resonant clang, and a brilliant gray light erupted from the creature, swiftly neutralizing Sikong's fierce attack. Surprised yet composed, Sikong remarked, "Very well, the remaining 2 grilled fish are yours. I intended to have them as a midnight snack, but consider it a boon." The beast responded with a playful meow and happily lunged at the 2 grilled fish, finishing the battle in less than 5 minutes, leaving not a single bone behind. Sikong chuckled, saying, "You are the first beast I have encountered. This is indeed a rare fate. I shall bestow upon you a name for remembrance. How about Tomcat? Hee, do you like it?" The anthropomorphic Tomcat nodded appreciatively, displaying an extraordinary intelligence. Chapter 17. Spirit of the Artifact. Purple Dream. Initially, Sikong Zhuixing Stars possessed limited knowledge of the beasts in this otherworldly realm. Thus, he was unaware of the true nature of Tomcat. This mysterious creature was known to few even on the entire Do Kuei planet. Sikong's luck in attracting it with grilled fish was indeed remarkable. Little did he know that the significance of this encounter would only dawn upon him many years later. Tomcat, unable to suppress his sorrow, let out a soft, mournful cry. An inexplicable sadness stirred within Sikong Zhuixing, who ultimately sighed and whispered, "It seems you and I are both orphans. From now on, you shall accompany me. We shall be companions." Tomcat's large eyes fixated on Sikong Zhuixing. The latter remained silent, their gazes locked. Though lips may utter falsehoods, the eyes reveal truths. Tomcat discerned the sincerity in Sikong Zhuixing's expression, tinged with a hint of melancholy, a realm of understanding beyond his grasp. At last, Tomcat nodded in agreement, prompting a smile to break upon Sikong Zhuixing's face. Surprisingly, his first friend in this otherworldly realm turned out to be an eccentric magical beast. Regardless of whether it was human or beast, he was indifferent. At least he was no longer alone. Consequently, Sikong Zhuixing prepared a sumptuous feast of 6 fish. He consumed 2, while the remaining 4 were devoured by Tomcat. Despite his small stature, his appetite was quite substantial. In the end, Sikong Zhuixing found himself at a loss for words. For Tomcat's insatiable cravings had led him to overestimate his capacity. Ultimately, he lay on the ground, innocently gazing at Sikong Zhuixing, persistently mewing. Sikong Zhuixing, exasperated, remarked, "You know, while grilled fish is indeed delightful, moderation is key. Just look at you now. You're on your way to becoming a little chubby." Having cultivated until the deep hours of the night, the profound energy of the 9 true chi within Sikong Zhuixing finally restored itself. As he felt the immense energy coursing through his body, a smile crept across his face. He ceased his cultivation, sensing not a hint of fatigue. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the exquisite spatial ring adorning his left hand. Throughout the past month, he had been relentlessly honing his skills, neglecting to explore the contents of this spatial ring. Yet tonight, an inexplicable urge stirred within him. Staring at the intricately crafted ring, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Ultimately, he summoned his formidable mental energy, a testament to his former status as a peak powerhouse in his past life, now akin to a consummate Do Wong. Hence, His mental prowess was anything but trivial. In an instant, a radiant beam of white light enveloped Sikong Zhuixing, causing the distant tomcat to perk up, astonished at the display of such extraordinary mental force from a mere human. In this world, where fighting spirit reigned supreme, it was not solely the energy of combat that prevailed, but also mental and spiritual powers, both categorized into 10 grades. Sikong Zhuixing's mental energy had already attained the 7th grade, placing him among the stronger entities in this realm. However, his spiritual energy remained untapped, and his fighting spirit was still in its infancy. Although Sikong Zhuixing possesses a profound understanding of certain mental assault techniques, he currently lacks the time to cultivate them. He summoned his mental energy and enveloped the space ring within it, yet he remained uncertain about how to proceed. At that moment, a gentle and youthful voice spoke, saying, "You are not my master, thus you cannot enter the space within the ring." Sikong Zhuixing's expression shifted in alarm as he exclaimed, "Who are you? Show yourself." Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted from the space ring on his left middle finger, revealing a young girl who appeared to be no older than 10, clad in a flowing purple garment. She embodied grace and beauty, her delicate figure exuding a lifelike charm, gentle and endearing like a neighborly little sister. Sikong Zhuixing was rendered speechless in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to stammer, "Are you human or ghost?" A sense of unease crept into his heart. The girl, smiling, replied, "I did not anticipate my appearance would frighten you. I am the spirit of the space ring you hold. You are not yet my master. So it is impossible for you to access the space within the ring with your current cultivation, unless you acknowledge me as your master through blood." Sikong Zhuixing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Heavens! What kind of world is this? It is utterly insane that even a ring possesses a living entity and possesses its own intelligence." The girl responded, "Indeed, it is quite natural. The ring in your hand is an 8th grade space ring, a highly esteemed artifact, and possessing a spirit is not at all surprising." Sikong Zhuixing fell into silence, for this world was shrouded in mystery, necessitating a deeper understanding. Despite having spent over half a year in another realm, he remained a naive novice, unaware of the existence of alchemists and artifact craftsmen. Continuously encouraging himself, he reflected on the bizarre occurrences he had encountered, including the phenomenon of borrowing a corpse to revive. After all, it was merely a spirit of a tool, nothing insurmountable. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and calmly inquired, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sikong Zhuixing. May I ask your name?" The girl beamed sweetly and replied, "My name is Ziming. It has been ages since I last conversed with anyone. I've been languishing in this empty spatial ring, nearly bored to death. If it weren't for your assistance with my spiritual energy, I wouldn't have been able to manifest at all. Thank you." For a moment, Sikong Zhuixing found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 18. The treasure within the ring. Sikong Zhuixing gathered his thoughts and asked, "What did you mean by blood oath for master recognition?" There were countless things in this foreign realm that eluded his understanding, and he was prepared to humbly seek guidance. Ziming replied with a smile, "Generally speaking, the quickest and most direct method to subdue a spirit like me is to allow me to absorb a drop of your essence blood. This establishes a connection between us. At that point, you need only a thought to retrieve anything within. Otherwise, you would have to forcibly breach the restrictions set outside the spatial ring. I am an 8th grade spatial ring, so only a fighter of the Emperor level could accomplish such a feat, although it would grant access to the treasures inside. It would also inevitably lead to the ring's destruction." Sikong Chasing Stars nodded in understanding, remarking, "So it is. I was indeed overestimating my own capabilities." He then channeled the 9 true chi into his left thumb, manifesting a 2-inch translucent bone armor. With a swift motion, he drew it across the fingers of his right hand, subsequently extracting a drop of his vital blood, which he let fall upon the spatial ring. This solitary drop was absorbed by the 8th grade spatial ring, and a small red materialized amidst the ethereal presence of Ziming's brow, rendering her even more endearing. Within Sikong Chasing Star's heart, a newfound connection burgeoned, He sensed an intimate bond with the spatial ring, distinctly aware of the myriad treasures residing within. Though he could not ascertain their nature, he surmised that being coveted by a fifth-grade Do Huang-level expert implied their extraordinary quality. Ultimately, Sikong chasing stars stumbled upon a colossal white beast egg, emanating waves of potent energy and a vibrant life force. Even he was taken aback, reflecting on the formidable energy fluctuations that signified the egg's status as a supreme phantom beast. His gaze then fell upon the Zimu Wang Ding and the Dan Yao Tong Tian Lu. The classically designed Zimu Wang Ding did not capture his attention excessively. However, he recognized its significance. If the continent's top alchemists were to learn of this alchemical cauldron, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness. For the Zimu Wang Ding is heralded as one of the top 10 royal cauldrons across the entire continent. Sikong Zhuixing is currently unaware of the significance of the Zimu Wang Ding, yet he recognizes that it is an extraordinary object acquired by Yantian within a mysterious tomb. As he is not an alchemist, he cannot fathom the immense importance of a high-quality alchemical cauldron to one skilled in the art of alchemy. His curiosity piqued. He begins to peruse its contents, ultimately captivated by the profound and intricate teachings of alchemy contained within. Alchemists are among the most esteemed professions on Do Kuei Star, classified into 10 ranks. The first 3 ranks boast the highest number of practitioners, albeit they produce the lowest grade of elixirs. Human beings inevitably fall ill at times, and the potions crafted by these alchemists serve as remedies, akin to the role of physicians on Earth. Although their alchemical skills may be rudimentary, they lead lives free from want and worry. It is only upon reaching the 4th rank that one truly embarks on the path of an alchemist. Such practitioners are often courted by various families, enjoying generous rewards. Notably, alchemists typically possess considerable cultivation themselves. A 4th-rank alchemist would at least attain the realm of a great fighter, consequently enjoying a life of privilege. 5th-rank alchemists ascend to a higher echelon, while those who attain the 6th rank are exceedingly rare. Alchemists of such caliber are highly sought after by major sects and families, holding esteemed status. Even formidable figures of the Do Wang level treat these alchemists with utmost respect. The 7th-tier alchemist has ascended to the status of a master alchemist. The 7th-tier elixirs they produce not only possess formidable elixir spirits, but also serve as remedies for chronic ailments, typically remnants of injuries sustained by powerful beings. Furthermore, they are capable of concocting a plethora of elixirs that enhance one's cultivation. Possessing even one such alchemist is a tremendous asset for any prominent family or sect. Above them lies the 8th-tier alchemist, individuals so rare that they can only be likened to mythical creatures. It is said that as long as their physical form remains intact, they can restore life, rendering such alchemists akin to divine beings. Throughout the annals of history on the continent, these remarkable alchemists have etched their legendary tales. The 9th-tier alchemist is not the pinnacle, for there exists the 10th-tier alchemist, a level beyond human reach. The elixirs they create are rumored to contain elixir spirits of combat sovereign caliber. When such tales circulate, most people dismiss them with a laugh, though a select few believe in their veracity. However, these alchemists are even rarer than combat sovereigns, having not graced the continent for over 100,000 years. Thus, the 10th-tier alchemist has become a myth in contemporary times. In the tome The Record of Celestial Elixirs that Sikong Zhuixing peruses, methods for crafting 10th-tier elixirs are indeed documented, attesting to the existence of such esteemed alchemists in this world. Sikong Zhuixing observed the text with meticulous attention, progressing at a leisurely pace until dawn broke. Having perused merely 100 pages. Yet, the profound principles of alchemy and the identification of herbs contained within could be described as nothing short of profound. The tome, the alchemical compendium, transported him to an enigmatic realm of elixirs, where he realized the insignificance of his own existence. Currently, he stood at the 5th tier of a combat master, and the journey to ascend to the great combat master level would demand considerable time. Fortunately, he mused. He had ample time and felt no urgency. This time, Tomcat understood and nodded in agreement. With a shift in thought, the alchemical compendium vanished from the ground, safely ensconced within his spatial ring. He turned to Zhuixing, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for accompanying me throughout the night. I shall often seek your company, so you need not feel lonely." Chapter 19. The trials begin. Having spent the night without rest, Sikong Zhuixing felt no weariness. After several hours of studying the alchemical compendium, he discovered that such a profession existed in this otherworldly realm. He felt a burgeoning desire to become a formidable alchemist. His interest piqued, and with the aid of this invaluable tome, his future alchemical prowess would undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, he acknowledged that the prerequisite was to cultivate his own alchemical flame. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Sikong Zhuixing was aware that today marked the commencement of his trials. Gazing towards the east, he observed the sun rising gently on the horizon. With a smile, he addressed his companion, "Tomcat, we shall embark towards the Tianlong mountain range today. To thrive in this realm, one must possess formidable strength. The 5th-tier Do Master level is simply inadequate." Having witnessed the fierce combat between Yantian and Mingyuan, Sikong Zhuixing yearned for that cataclysmic power. Though Tomcat possessed remarkable intelligence, he was unable to articulate human speech, as only magical beasts reaching the 5th level could do so. Transforming into human form was an even greater challenge, typically achievable only by 8th-tier magical beasts. While Tomcat was certainly potent, he had not yet attained the 5th-tier threshold, resulting in his continuous meow-meow sounds. After a brief tidying up, Sikong Zhuixing bid farewell to his mother and Yantian, swiftly resolving his hunger before setting forth towards the Tianlong mountain range. He journeyed northward, employing his agile techniques to summon the vast Do Qi within him, channeling it into the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet. Feeling an invigorating surge of power in his legs, he dashed forward with Tomcat, covering the considerable distance of 100 miles to the Tianlong mountain range. Sikong Chasing Stars, with his flowing white hair billowing behind him, stood at a modest height of approximately 1.40 meters at the tender age of 12. The nourishment derived from the blood ginseng had significantly contributed to his growth, allowing him to gain 5 to 6 centimeters in just over half a year. His youthful yet handsome visage radiated a sense of unwavering determination, and his eyes, dark and profound, bore the weight of a soul far beyond his years. After an arduous 8-hour sprint, he finally reached the outskirts of the Tianlong mountain range, the undulating peaks looming before him. Occasionally, deep and resonant sounds echoed in the distance, the calls of beasts that, though far away, still stirred a sense of awe within him. The exertion of the 8-hour journey had nearly depleted the fighting spirit within his lower dantian. Without the aid of this energy, it would have been impossible for a child of his age to traverse 100 miles in such a short span. Moreover, he had been accompanied by Tomcat, who, despite his diminutive stature, weighed at least 4 pounds. 100 miles is no small feat. Even with Sikong Chasing Star's unique abilities, he remained a child, now panting heavily and needing a full 2 hours to recuperate from his exertions. As Sikong Chasing Star gazed upon the sky, he realized that the sun had already begun its descent, rendering any expedition into the heavenly Dragon Mountain range impossible for the day. Additionally, the energy he had expended required significant recuperation. After such a taxing journey, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to forage for some wild fruits to satiate his appetite. Tomcat had no objections and was now sprawled on the ground, nibbling on an unknown fruit. Sikong Chasing Star was acutely aware that his future trials would demand great resilience. After satisfying his hunger, he needed to secure a suitable place for rest. As night gradually enveloped the landscape, ultimately, he discovered a robust tree, so stout that it would require 4 individuals to encircle it. Climbing such a formidable trunk, standing 10 zhang high, would not be an easy feat. However, Sikong Chasing Star chose this spot for its safety. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a bundle of rope, and, channeling his 9 yang true qi, he summoned his strength to hurl the rope, which successfully looped around the tree trunk. With renewed vigor, he began his ascent. After 5 arduous minutes, he finally reached the branch of the colossal tree. As for Tomcat, Sikong Chasing Star harbored no concerns. There was no cat that could not climb a tree, even in this otherworldly realm. Moreover, Tomcat is a formidable beast. Climbing trees is merely child's play for him. Sikong Zhuixing's fingerbones, reinforced by the 9 true qi, emerged with an impressive display. The 9 bone claws manifested, enveloping a radius of 30 feet with a potent and fierce energy. Twigs and branches cascaded down like rain, and soon the area surrounding the branches became significantly more illuminated. Sikong Zhuixing discovered a sturdy branch, settled into a meditative posture, and commenced his cultivation as the surrounding spiritual essence of heaven and earth continuously converged upon him. Sikong Zhuixing sought to expedite the restoration of his strength. The night in this foreign realm was devoid of bustling traffic and clamor. Instead, it was filled with the gentle chorus of insects and distant animal roars. The pristine natural environment imbued Sikong Zhuixing with a profound tranquility, allowing him to fervently absorb the spiritual essence from both his lower and upper dantians, transforming it into pure and potent fighting energy, as well as the 9 yin and 9 yang true qi. Within the lower dantian, the fighting energy vortex spun relentlessly, consolidating the regenerated fighting energy from previous depletion. In the upper dantian, the crimson orb of 9 yang true qi and the azure orb of 9 yin true qi continuously absorbed energy to enhance their potency. The night proved an opportune moment for cultivating the 9 yin true qi, and Sikong Zhuixing was determined not to squander this chance. His tranquil state of mind allowed him to immerse himself fully in the depths of his cultivation. The first realm of the 9 Suns' divine skill is of paramount importance, serving as a solid foundation through steady and methodical practice. A formidable martial art necessitates a robust base to facilitate future cultivation. Sikong Zhuixing, having traversed this path himself, understood that, without the assistance of the blood ginseng, he could have swiftly ascended to the first realm, the crimson flame of the sun. However, he refrained from such an approach, recognizing that relying on external substances for cultivation would result in an unstable foundation. Consequently, he transformed the majority of the energy from the blood ginseng into fighting spirit, which enabled him to elevate his cultivation from a 5th-tier warrior to a 5th-tier master within a mere 6 months, spanning an impressive 10 levels. After diligently practicing for 2 full hours, Sikong Zhuixing finally harnessed the 9 Suns' divine skill within his being, a smile of joy gracing his face. He sensed that the energy within the orb of 9 Suns' true qi had reached its zenith and felt confident that he would master the first realm of the 9 Suns' divine skill within 10 days. When Sikong Zhuixing opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered within them. Nearby, Tomcat lounged lazily in the sun and remarked, "Tom, let us prepare. Our trial in the Dragon Mountain Range commences today." Tomcat perked up, opening his eyes and responding with a spirited meow in agreement. An hour later, having made all necessary preparations, Sikong Zhuixing and Tomcat ventured towards the nearby dense forest, soon disappearing from sight. From deep within the thicket, ominous growls echoed, signifying the stirring of magical beasts beginning their morning hunt. Chapter 20. The four-toothed demon sword pig. Sikong Zhuixing ventured into the dense forest with Tomcat, where a sudden darkness enveloped the surroundings. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches and leaves forming a thick canopy. A series of low, rumbling growls echoed through the air, occasionally interspersed with the sounds of battle, the screeches of creatures, and the desperate roars of anguish. As dawn broke, a multitude of magical beasts stirred into activity, their primary task being the relentless pursuit of sustenance. The Tianlong Mountain Range is a perilous realm, rife with danger and bloodshed, a place where ordinary individuals dare not tread. Though Sikong Zhuixing, with his cultivation as a 5th-tier battle master, found his arrival here somewhat hasty, his fervent desire to grow stronger propelled him forward. He yearned to elevate his abilities and explore the otherworldly realm, determined to live this second chance at life with fervor. Now, Sikong Zhuixing summoned every ounce of energy within his being, a torrent of formidable battle qi surging forth from his lower dantian. His mastery of the Juyang divine art and the Jiuyin true classic reached a pinnacle of power. The bone armor atop each finger elongated to 2 inches under the impetus of the Zhuixing true qi, glistening with a translucent sheen and emanating a chilling aura. Suddenly, a crimson energy sphere materialized from the south. It contained battle qi, not particularly formidable. With a flash of insight, Sikong Zhuixing seized the moment. As the foe attempted a surprise attack, he propelled his legs forward with immense battle qi, akin to cannon fire. Simultaneously, the Zhuixing white bone claw was unleashed. 2 lethal energy claws slicing through the air, one shattering the energy sphere, while the other shot toward the thicket. A sudden, frantic chirping abruptly ceased, having been silenced by the overwhelming grip of a powerful claw that extinguished all vitality within. Several bones lay shattered, and nearly 70% of its internal sinews had been ravaged, rendering survival an impossibility. As Sikong Zhuixing stepped forward for a closer look, he discerned that this magical beast appeared to be a level 1 entity, feeble in strength, its entire form drenched in a crimson hue resembling that of a rabbit. Its eyes were wide with shock, reflecting the unexpected ferocity of its opponent, as it had recklessly surrendered its life. At that moment, the voice of Ziming echoed in Sikong Zhuixing's mind. "Master, this is a crimson demon rabbit, a level 1 magical beast. Its attacks are rudimentary, relying solely on energy spheres. Such creatures are abundant due to their remarkable reproductive capabilities." Sikong Zhuixing, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed in delight, "Ziming, I never anticipated your knowledge to be so extensive." Ziming's voice resonated once more in his thoughts. "Master, within your spatial ring lie numerous tomes, including one titled Comprehensive Guide to Continental Magical Beasts. During moments of leisure, I peruse these texts. Henceforth, I shall assist you in identifying magical beasts." A smile spread across Sikong Zhuixing's face as he replied, "That is splendid. With your guidance, I shall feel more assured." He then turned to Tom and cautioned, "Let us proceed with vigilance. I sense formidable energy fluctuations emanating from afar." Although Sikong Chasing Stars lacks considerable strength, his keen perception is indeed commendable. Particularly for those who cultivate internal energy, possessing sharp senses is paramount. The 9 Yang divine skill and the 9 scripture are both esteemed techniques. While Sikong Chasing Stars cultivation is still in its infancy, he has already established a foundational skill set. With a fierce and formidable claw technique, he relentlessly strikes at the surrounding first-tier magical beasts such as the red demon rabbit, the Xianbing mouse, and the fire cloud minx, swiftly eliminating them. This region lies on the outskirts of the Tianlong mountain range, where the population of first-tier magical beasts is notably abundant. In a mere 2 hours, over 200 first-tier magical beasts have perished beneath Sikong Chasing Stars' claws. Throughout this encounter, Tom Cat displayed disinterest, as the inadequacy of these first-tier beasts failed to pique his interest. Eventually, they encountered a 4-fang demon sword boar, a 3rd-tier magical beast. Its 4 white fangs exude an aura of invincibility, and the bristles on its back stand upright like a comb. Drenched in blood, it bears traces of a recent feast around its mouth. However, upon spotting Sikong Chasing Stars, its eyes ignited with a fierce killing intent, and it emitted low, rumbling growls. After being introduced by Ziming, Sikong Zhuixing has come to understand the origins of the fearsome beast before him. It is a 3rd-tier magical beast, and already at the level of a 2nd-tier dome master. Such strength undoubtedly exceeds that of Sikong Zhuixing. However, encountering a creature of this caliber on the first day is indeed fortuitous. This 4-toothed demon sword pig has evidently emerged for its morning hunt. Observing the increasingly menacing glare of the beast, Sikong Zhuixing remains on high alert. Throughout his journey, he has continuously unleashed the 9 bone explosion, depleting a significant amount of his 9 true energy. Thus, facing a 3rd-tier magical beast, he dares not be careless. He mobilizes both his 9 yang true energy and do qi in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At last, Sikong Zhuixing strikes first, bellowing 9 bone claw. With ferocity and dominance, the intricate and unpredictable claw energy emanates fiercely, as arcs of claw force swiftly traverse the air, producing a violent sound of rupture. Aiming to strike the four-toothed demon sword pig not far away. Confronted with such a formidable attack, the four-toothed demon sword pig was evidently unprepared for the remarkable prowess of this human. The intelligence of a third-tier magical beast is rather limited. To them, Sikong Zhuixing and its prey were indistinguishable. However, the opponent's overwhelming strength ignited its ferocity. A tremendous surge of fighting spirit erupted from its body, emanating a grayish glow. It summoned all its fighting spirit, and the robust spines along its back bristled with immense power. Like a torrential downpour of needles, they shot forth towards Sikong Zhuixing, while the residual fighting spirit coalesced into a defensive barrier around its form. Sikong Zhuixing was not sluggish in his response. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed all his fighting spirit, rapidly forming an energy shield imbued with colossal power. The 9 white bone claws unleashed by Sikong Zhuixing met the spines of the four-toothed demon sword pig in a fierce collision, resembling a volley of miniature crossbow bolts. Potent and lethal. At last, their fatal moves clashed against one another, producing a hissing sound that echoed through the air. Chapter 21. Scarlet Flame and Blazing Sun. A multitude of spine-like projectiles, akin to torrential needles, hurtled towards Sikong Zhuixing, ultimately colliding against the formidable energy shield, generating ripples of energy. The grayish spines momentarily hovered in the air, incessantly draining Sikong Zhuixing's vitality. Meanwhile, his 9 white bone claws executed 10 distinct trajectories, cunningly and unpredictably aiming at the four-toothed demon sword pig. The prowess of Sikong Zhuixing far surpasses that of the four-toothed demon sword pig, allowing him to temporarily withstand its lethal move with his fighting spirit. 10 formidable and domineering 9 bone claws surged forth, each striking towards the four-toothed demon sword pig along different trajectories, yet ultimately converging to assail it simultaneously. The four-toothed demon sword pig, possessing merely the strength of a second-tier dome master and having expended a significant portion of its fighting energy, found its protective aura dissipating within mere seconds under the relentless onslaught of Sikong Zhuixing's 9 bone claw technique. The fierce and ruthless claws finally crashed into its form, allowing the 9 true chi to swiftly invade its body, wreaking havoc and dismantling its meridians and vitality. A series of anguished howls erupted from the mouth of the four-toothed demon sword pig, which spewed forth blood incessantly. Its body had been nearly obliterated by the energy of the 9 true chi, and its eyes widened in horror as it gazed at Sikong Zhuixing in the distance, clearly astounded by the formidable strength of its opponent. The chilling energy coursing through its body was overwhelmingly terrifying, scattering the remnants of its fighting spirit with ruthless efficiency, leaving its vitality in tatters. At last, the robust form of the four-toothed demon sword pig collapsed with a resounding thud, blood continuously flowing from its mouth as it gasped violently, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Within a minute, it lay motionless, evidently drained of life and having ascended to the heavens. As for the bristling mane that erupted from the body of the four-toothed demon sword pig, the majority of the energy contained within has been utterly depleted by Sikong Zhuixing. It has been completely annihilated. Finally, Sikong Zhuixing retracted the aura surrounding his body, discovering that his own energy had diminished by a staggering 40%, while his 9 true chi had been reduced by 70%. His current strength now stands at merely 40%, a level that instills in him a sense of caution. He discarded the head of the four-toothed demon sword pig, which fortuitously contained a beast crystal the size of a gray pigeon egg. Along the way, he encountered numerous first-tier magical beasts, but second-tier magical beasts were not in short supply either. Ultimately, under the onslaught of Sikong Zhuixing's iron fists and sharp claws, all met their demise. As he traversed this treacherous path, Sikong Zhuixing simultaneously vanquished magical beasts and absorbed the ambient spiritual energy of the world to replenish his depleted energy. It is worth mentioning that while the chilling aura here may not rival that of the Graveyard of Chaos, it remains substantially abundant. The dense jungle, coupled with the incessant battles among magical beasts, naturally contributes to the richness of this chilling energy. While Sikong Zhuixing honed his skills by slaying magical beasts and restoring his 9 true qi, he also eliminated a considerable number of first-tier and second-tier magical beasts. After a time, he glanced up at the sky, gauging the sun's trajectory through the gaps in the leaves. He sensed that the time was nearly ripe, and today he had reaped significant rewards. Through his relentless slaughter of magical beasts, he had accumulated a wealth of experience. Thus, Sikong Zhuixing began his journey outward. Along the way, he encountered a crimson demon rabbit, which he swiftly vanquished and subsequently carried away, for tonight's dinner would be roasted rabbit meat. On the first day of his training, he did not encounter any formidable magical beasts, hence Tomcat remained inactive. Sikong Zhuixing speculated about Tomcat's strength. He was not a 5th-tier magical beast, otherwise, he would possess the ability to articulate human speech. As night deepened, even a body as resilient as his required rest. For Sikong Zhuixing was still merely a 12-year-old child. At dawn, his biological clock roused him precisely, after which he practiced his 9 divine art for 2 hours. The morning proved to be an exceptionally effective time for cultivation, and he sensed that his 9 divine art was on the verge of reaching the first level, the realm of crimson flame solar radiance. Over the following 8 days, Sikong Zhuixing devoted 6 to 7 hours each day to honing his skills on the outskirts of the Tianlong mountain range, where he faced magical beasts for training. During this period, he amassed an additional 15 third-tier magical beast cores in his spatial ring. This signified that he had nearly confronted 2 third-tier magical beasts each day, ultimately emerging victorious each time. Given that he was on the outskirts, the third-tier magical beasts he faced were not particularly high in rank. The most powerful among them barely reached the 4th-tier battle master level, ensuring that Sikong Zhuixing navigated these days with little peril. The past 9 days of rigorous training have allowed Sikong Zhuixing to amass a wealth of experience, significantly enhancing his strength. Notably, during the dawn of the 10th day, a transformation occurred in his Zhuyang divine skill. The originally red energy orb began to pulsate vigorously as the surrounding yang energy coalesced within the space, being absorbed under the refinement of the Zhuyang technique. As time elapsed, the hue of the red energy orb within his body deepened, transitioning from a bright crimson to a profound scarlet. Tomcat, with his bright eyes, quietly observed the unfolding scene. His keen sensitivity detected the unusual abundance of spiritual energy surrounding Sikong Zhuixing. The purity of the yang energy was remarkable, especially as the sun had just risen, radiating warmth and strength. As the sun ascended higher into the sky, directly above Sikong Zhuixing, a tremendous rumbling echoed in his mind, akin to an explosion. The red energy orb within his upper dantian had now morphed into a deep crimson energy sphere, emanating flames that resembled a miniature sun. The formidable Jiuyang true energy surged, amplifying fivefold, saturating his body's meridians and acupoints. A smile flickered across Sikong Zhuixing's face. He had successfully cultivated the first level of the Zhuyang divine skill, the scarlet flame of the fierce sun. Yet, the Zhuyang technique continued to operate within him, incessantly absorbing and transforming the yang energy from the surrounding space. Seizing this opportunity for advancement, Sikong Zhuixing hoped to store additional energy within his body. Sikong Chasing Stars was well-versed in the martial arts secrets of various sects during his lifetime, possessing profound mastery in each. When he acquired the 9 yang divine skill, he combined his wisdom and experience to attain the 7th level, the realm of purple flame god Sunday. Now, he had finally succeeded in mastering the first level, the scarlet flame blazing sun, which was crucial for cultivating the 9 yang divine skill. This foundational layer had finally borne fruit. After all, his sole skill was the 9 white bone claw, which was evidently insufficient to thrive in the Tianlong mountain range. One's own strength was paramount, and Sikong Chasing Stars had no desire to perish here. His mind was filled with memories of countless martial arts manuals, including the supreme techniques of the hidden sects and families of Huaxia. Today, having successfully cultivated the first level of the 9 yang divine skill, he decided against venturing into the Tianlong mountain range to slay beasts. Instead, He contemplated which martial arts to pursue, particularly those of utmost rigidity and brilliance. At last, a name surfaced in his mind, the One-Yang Finger. This technique served as the foundation for the Six Meridians Divine Sword, which was renowned in the ancient martial arts realm for its formidable power, manifesting as finger swords formed from true qi. Not only was the attack swift, but its might was unparalleled. The Six Meridians Divine Sword comprised 6 distinct finger swords, each possessing unique characteristics and profound mysteries. To master the Six Meridians Divine Sword, one must cultivate the One-Yang Finger to the 4th tier realm. The One-Yang Finger is divided into 9 tiers, with the highest being the 1st tier. The concept of returning to unity is embodied in this notion. By channeling energy, one can strike acupoints with the right index finger, executing the move with grace or swiftness when executed slowly. It is elegant and ethereal, while at high speed, it is as rapid as lightning, striking with pinpoint precision. In the perilous moments of battling foes, employing the One-Yang Finger allows one to deftly approach the enemy's vital points, whether from a distance or in close quarters. With a single strike, one can retreat swiftly, embodying an unparalleled technique for self-preservation and overcoming adversaries. However, the use of the One-Yang Finger is immensely draining on one's spirit. Continuous application can lead to a complete depletion of power, or in severe cases, even the loss of life. In his previous life, Sikong Zhuixing Star was a formidable being at the pinnacle of heaven's line, endowed with exceptional mental energy. Thus he wielded the One-Yang Finger with a formidable backing, alleviating concerns over the potential repercussions of its repeated use. The potency of the One-Yang Finger is extraordinarily formidable, and more importantly, it possesses the remarkable ability to heal internal injuries. The secret manual states, Yang governs growth, and lesser Yang signifies the nascent emergence of Yang energy, corresponding to the liver among the organs, and to wood within the 5 elements, resonating with the season of spring. As spring heralds the initial birth of Yang, vitality emerges, and all things are imbued with life. The One-Yang begins its cycle of perpetual regeneration. Thus, the One-Yang Finger is fundamentally a technique for healing rather than destruction. Moreover, the manual includes a method for channeling energy through the fingertip to mend wounds, a capability of immense value. The efficacy of the One-Yang Finger grows stronger with the practitioner's depth of skill. Wherever the energy travels, it is unstoppable and overwhelmingly powerful. The distinction between slaying and saving is merely a matter of intent. However, the offensive might of the Six Meridians Divine Sword surpasses that of the One-Yang Finger, representing the apex of finger techniques. Having selected a cultivation technique, the next step is naturally to practice it. With the foundational first stage of the 9 Yang Divine Skill, Scarlet Flame, Blazing Sun True Energy, mastering one finger sunlight skill should pose no significant challenge. As a renowned martial arts expert once proclaimed, the 9 Yang Divine Skill, upon thorough comprehension, allows one to utilize any martial art with ease. While this may be an exaggeration, the 9 Yang Divine Skill certainly possesses this capability. Sikong Zhuixing has already successfully cultivated the first stage, marking a commendable initial accomplishment in the skill. Sikong Zhuixing commenced practicing the one-finger sunlight skill techniques from the giant tree, following the sequences in his mind. The one-finger sunlight skill comprises 17 stances, each requiring specific coordination of fingers, body, and breath. Completing the entire sequence takes half an hour, and Sikong Zhuixing performed it 3 times consecutively, expending 1.5 hours. After learning the stances, the next step involves cultivating the one-finger sunlight skill method. Each martial arts meridian pathways differ. Sikong Zhuixing mobilized the 9 Yang true energy within his body, circulating it through his meridians according to the one-finger sunlight skill energy flow. After 4 hours, a transformation finally occurred in Sikong Zhuixing's hands. Extending his right index finger, the 9 Yang true energy emanated from his meridians, forming a faint red finger sword less than a foot long in the air. The entire finger sword was just taking shape, thus lacking in lethality. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing needed to focus on control, refining the finger sword emanating from his index finger to achieve a smoother form thereby enhancing its power. This endeavor required immense mental fortitude and the application of experience from his past life. Sikong Zhuixing continuously waved his finger in the air. After such prolonged cultivation, he did not feel fatigued, for he had only recently begun practicing the one-yang finger, his mastery still rudimentary. Moreover, as one who had reincarnated, his mental strength was exceedingly formidable. Additionally, during his time in the Tomb of the Dead, he had consumed a significant quantity of blood ginseng, including 5 specimens that were 1,000 years old. These had greatly fortified his yang energy. His training in the 9 yang divine art had also yielded moderate success. All these factors contributed to his remarkable stamina during cultivation. Nevertheless, he was still human and required sustenance. Not far from him lay a variety of wild fruits and the remains of first-level magical beasts. He recognized that these were left behind by Tom Cat, whose presence had long since vanished, presumably having ventured into the Tianlong mountain range for further trials. It was only through constant combat that one could grow more rapidly, a truth applicable to both humans and magical beasts. Sikong Zhuixing felt no concern for Tom Cat, understanding that his companion's prowess far surpassed his own. To speak frankly, for Tom Cat to hone his skills, his opponents would be 3rd and 4th level magical beasts. Sikong Zhuixing's presence would only hinder Tom Cat, restricting his abilities. Aware of this dilemma, he did not oppose Tom Cat's solitary training. After a brief indulgence in some fruit, Sikong Zhuixing resumed his practice of the one-yang finger, diligently training from dawn until dusk. Tom Cat had emerged from the Tianlong mountains and observed Zhuixing as he honed his sword technique from a distance. As the night deepened, Sikong Zhuixing gazed at the sword formed by his fingers, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The sword extends a foot, smooth and translucent. Its energy sharp and formidable, though it retains a faint crimson hue. I have already reached the realm of 9th grade one-yang finger." Sikong Zhuixing chose not to climb the giant tree, but instead reclined peacefully upon the grass, multitasking as he continued his cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding him was continuously absorbed, transforming into pure and potent true qi and fighting spirit. As time gradually passed, the sound of his singing faded into silence. He had fallen asleep. However, the 3 extraordinary techniques within his body continued to operate, albeit at a slower pace, while the spiritual energy in the surrounding space continued to coalesce. In his dreams, Sikong Zhuixing encountered a celestial fairy, a mischievous sorceress, and several other cherished companions, all leading fulfilling lives. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his cheeks in his slumber. Though they were not separated by the realms of yin and yang, the distance between their worlds was scarcely less. They would never meet again in this lifetime. Sighing softly, he awoke the following morning, as was his custom, to continue his cultivation. The first rays of the morning sun possessed remarkable efficacy for practicing the 9 yang divine art. He was able to ascend to the first realm, the crimson flame sun, so swiftly due to his morning practices. Each time he completed his training, the 9 yang true qi within his upper dantian would grow purer and significantly stronger. At last, after finishing his training, Sikong Zhuixing shared a simple meal with Tom Cat before they ventured towards the outskirts of the Tianlong mountain range. Upon reaching the dense forest, Tom Cat departed on his own. Sikong Zhuixing paid little mind to this, as he sensed a subtle energy emanating from Tom Cat's body in recent days, indicating that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Sikong Zhuixing activated all the bone armor in his hands with the 9 yin true qi, and upon entering this area, the 9 yin scripture within him began to operate incessantly. The immense 9 yin true qi flowed smoothly through his meridians. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound. With a swift motion of his right hand, a fierce 9 yin white bone claw was unleashed, dispatching a lurking Shinbing mouse in an instant. Through days of rigorous training, not only had Sikong Zhuixing's strength surged, but his hearing had also markedly improved. This time, his pace was considerably swifter than before, and within less than half an hour, he encountered a level 2 magical beast, the spotted leopard, which had reached the pinnacle of the fighter realm. Yet, it too could not escape its fate of being slain. Sikong Zhuixing unleashed the 9 white bone claw with both hands, delivering a total of 10 powerful and domineering strikes before finally vanquishing it. As the journey progressed, the encounters with first-tier magical beasts diminished, while the number of second-tier magical beasts steadily increased. These creatures were of warrior-level cultivation. However, facing someone like Sikong Zhuixing, a 5th-tier warrior, meant certain death, as the disparity between them was insurmountable. It is vital to remember that Sikong Zhuixing had been reincarnated, and his past experiences and wisdom were being put to use in this moment. Additionally, Ziming had provided him with a wealth of information regarding these magical beasts. On this day, after an intense battle lasting 6 full hours, the count of first-tier and second-tier magical beasts that had perished at his hands was incalculable, with even 4 third-tier beasts falling to his prowess. He acquired 4 magical beast cores, each varying in color and imbued with potent fluctuations of fighting spirit, which made Sikong Zhuixing perceive them as precious gems worthy of collection. Caution was warranted, for Sikong Zhuixing had now witnessed the formidable magic Emperor Bee, its massive form. A striking black and white, bore resemblance to a wasp from Earth, and from its rear protruded a glossy, 30-centimeter-long venomous stinger. Sikong Zhuixing could not help but smile at the sight of the densely populated magic Emperor Bees before him, remaining entirely unperturbed. He retracted the bone armor from his right hand and summoned the 9 true qi from his dantian, extending his index finger to conjure a delicate, red-hued sword of energy measuring a foot in length. Surveying the vicinity, he estimated there were at least 400 magic Emperor Bees present, indicating that a fierce battle was imminent. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed 1 finger, combining his mental strength with the 9 true qi. A slender, reddish sword shot forth rapidly towards the nearest magic Emperor Bee. With a sharp sound, the formidable finger sword pierced through the colossal body of the demon Emperor Bee, the 9 true qi and powerful spiritual energy surging into its form, wreaking thorough devastation. In less than 2 seconds, the demon Emperor Bee had succumbed to its demise. The 9th rank 1 finger, though the weakest among the 1 techniques, still wielded considerable power upon witnessing his finger sword swiftly slay a demon Emperor Bee. Sikong Zhuixing felt a surge of excitement. He then unleashed 10 consecutive 1 fingers, each a foot long, pale red finger sword, systematically cleaving through the surrounding swarm of demon Emperor Bees. As he continued to execute the 1 finger, Sikong Zhuixing sensed his technique becoming increasingly refined. The brief pauses in his movements were diminishing, hinting at a potential for seamless integration, rendering his successive strikes fluid and effortless. Thus, he summoned all the 9 true qi within his body, harmonizing it with his spiritual energy, resulting in a series of rounded and piercing finger swords, their power steadily amplifying, suggesting a profound essence of tempering and mastery. Chapter 23. Venomous Serpent's Claw. Sikong Zhuixing exerted all his might to unleash the 1 finger. In the span of merely 10 seconds, he released 10 formidable and swift finger swords, piercing through the bodies of 10 enormous demon Emperor Bees, extinguishing their vitality, causing them to plummet heavily to the ground. The swarm of demon Emperor Bees encircling Sikong Zhuixing began to stir restlessly. Bursts of gray light erupted from within their bodies. An elongated qi needle shot forth from their mouths. With a roar, Sikong Zhuixing summoned the qi from his lower dantian, conjuring a blue qi barrier around himself, approximately 2 meters in diameter. The sound of pattering echoed as countless qi needles rained down upon the barrier. Sikong Zhuixing murmured, "Fortunately, these demon Emperor Bees are merely second-tier magical beasts, the strongest among them barely reaching the 6th rank warrior level. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to flee swiftly. This time, let these winged beasts witness the formidable might of the 1 finger." Sikong Zhuixing channeled his mental energy and Zhuyang true qi, continuously altering his hand gestures, yet ultimately, all the finger swords were launched from the tip of his right thumb. The vast number of demon Emperor Bees unleashed their signature attack, qi needles, from their mouths, bombarding the energy barrier surrounding Sikong Zhuixing. only to be completely neutralized. Furthermore, every one yang finger sword he released ultimately claimed the life of a demon emperor bee. In the brief span of a quarter of an hour, a multitude of corpses belonging to the demon emperor bees lay scattered across the grassy expanse, their numbers surpassing 300. Presently, there were less than 100 remaining, their formidable aura diminished due to the immense consumption of their fighting spirit. Sikong Zhuixing remarked with a smile, "Have they finally retreated? It appears these demon emperor bees are not foolish. If they continue depleting their energy in such a manner, their small colony will suffer devastating losses. It is getting late, and the stench of blood here is overwhelming. We should hasten our departure." A rustling sound arose around him, causing the hairs on the back of Sikong Zhuixing's neck to stand on end. He realized he had unwittingly fallen prey to a surrounding serpentine horde. He could not help but inquire, "Ziming, what kind of magical beasts are these snakes, and what is their level?" Simultaneously, a burst of purple light emanated from the spatial ring on his left middle finger, and the voice of Ziming echoed in his mind. "These are the Crimson Refinement King snakes, measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 inches in diameter. Their heads are golden, their eyes a piercing blue, and they possess venomous fangs and glands, capable of spewing fire. Though classified as second-level magical beasts, this swarm poses a formidable challenge. It would be prudent for you to extricate yourself promptly." Sikong Zhuixing nodded, understanding that Ziming was both warning and expressing concern for him. At last, he beheld the blue-eyed Crimson Refinement King snakes, their mouths continuously emitting purple tongues, accompanied by a chorus of hissing sounds. The atmosphere was filled with such eerie noises that any ordinary person would be utterly unnerved merely by listening. Sikong Chasing Stars sensed no fewer than 600 Crimson Flame King snakes coiling around his body. Their serpentine forms entwined the lifeless bodies of the fallen demon emperor bees, before turning their gaze upon him, their eyes emanating an eerie blue glow. This unnerved Sikong Chasing Stars, as a faint aura of murderous intent enveloped him, accompanied by the cacophony of hissing sounds that filled the air. His previously restrained fighting energy surged forth, coalescing into a formidable shield. Under the powerful impetus of the 9-in true qi, his 10 fingers were adorned with bone armor, each 2 inches long, resplendent and translucent, radiating a subtle white light akin to jade. With a chilling tone, Sikong Chasing Stars declared, "You cold-blooded beasts dare to take advantage of me? Truly, you are unaware of your impending doom. Just moments ago, I refined my one young finger on the demon emperor bees with remarkable success. Now, I shall utilize you to hone my 9-in white bone claw. Prepare to meet your end." It appeared that the vitality of these serpentine beasts was extraordinarily resilient. However, despite their formidable life force, they were destined to perish, requiring at least an hour for their demise to be complete. The death of their comrades incited these creatures into a frenzy, unleashing a fierce flame from their mouths, which billowed forth with black smoke, imbued with potent toxins. This noxious fire assailed Sikong Chasing Stars' fighting energy shield, and he felt the aggressive nature of the snake's flames, which bore a severe toxicity capable of corrosive damage. Relentlessly eroding his protective barrier, he realized that the depletion of his fighting energy was becoming alarmingly severe. Certainly, Sikong Chasing Stars would not remain idle. His claws erupted with an intense array of 9-in bone claws, each strike obliterating several Crimson Flame King serpents. However, the potent toxic flames emitted by these serpents filled the surrounding space with venom, compelling Sikong to refrain from absorbing the frigid energy in the atmosphere to convert it into 9-in true qi. Consequently, the energy within his body was steadily depleting. Ultimately, he unleashed over 109 bone claws, managing to slay nearly 400 of the Crimson Flame Kings. Yet his 9 true qi had diminished by over 80%. The chilling and murderous aura radiating from his unleashed claws intensified, leading Sikong to realize that this ultimate technique would only grow stronger through relentless slaughter. Furthermore, the 9 bone claws he manifested were now sharper, swifter, more domineering, and deadlier than before. However, his training time in 9 true qi was still brief, and his prowess remained shallow. rendering him unable to fully unleash the terrifying might of the 9 bone claws. Sikong firmly believed that, given time, he would become a far more formidable force than in his previous life. With his true chi and fighting spirit severely drained, he resolved to depart from this place. With the remaining 9 true energy within his body fully unleashed, the erupting 9 bone claws relentlessly forged a path ahead. Although Sikong Zhuixing had only a scant amount of 9 true energy left, it was more than sufficient for clearing the way. This was not a place to linger. The fierce and domineering might of the 9 bone claws paved the way forward, while the Crimson Flame King snakes, unwilling to concede, unleashed torrents of poisonous fire. However, their potency was limited, failing to inflict harm upon Sikong Zhuixing. At last, he successfully broke through the serpentine horde. Channeling his fighting spirit into the Yongquan point at the soles of his feet, propelling his entire body outward like a cannonball towards the Dragon Mountain range. Sikong Zhuixing crouched down to meticulously examine the multitude of claw marks on Tomcat's body, noting the profound wounds in certain areas, which continued to bleed profusely. "Endure for a moment," he advised. "I shall seal the acupoints surrounding your wounds. You may find your movements somewhat hindered afterwards." With that, Sikong Zhuixing raised his right index finger, summoning the 9 yang true energy, and began to employ the method of the 1 yang finger to directly seal the blood vessels around Tomcat's still bleeding injuries. Tomcat observed this with quiet astonishment, never having imagined that the youth he had spent so much time with possessed such remarkable abilities. The art of acupoint pressure can only be executed by those who have cultivated true energy. Otherwise, merely reaching the acupoints would be futile. After stabilizing Tomcat's injuries, he remarked, "Today, I have expended a considerable amount of energy, so I am unable to use the yang finger to treat you. Your bleeding has ceased, and there is no immediate danger. Once my energy is replenished, I shall provide you with a thorough treatment. Come, savor my culinary skills. This roasted duck is perfectly cooked. Rich in flavor, yet not greasy, consisting entirely of succulent meat. Do not hold back. You must replenish your strength after your injuries." With that, he placed a roasted duck, weighing approximately 8 pounds, before Tomcat. Tomcat's eyes gleamed with desire, fixated on the golden brown, aromatic roast, saliva uncontrollably pooling in his mouth. Though his physique was dwarfed by the duck, Sikong Zhuixing was aware that Tomcat's form was not limited to his current size. He had the ability to transform, and this duck would suffice for a hearty meal. Chapter 24. Level 5 Magical Beast Crystal Core. Tomcat began to act, voraciously tearing into the duck's flesh, for he was ravenously hungry. Sikong Zhuixing discerned that Tomcat's internal energy was running low, compounded by his injuries, indicating that he had undoubtedly endured a fierce battle today. With a sigh, Sikong Zhuixing mused, "I have heard that level 5 magical beasts can articulate human speech. If you could speak, you might recount the events of today." Tomcat gazed silently for a long while, ultimately saying nothing, and continued to solemnly devour the roasted duck. Sikong Chasing Stars smiled, realizing that Tomcat had ultimately compromised. Alas, what a unique creature the beast truly is. After dinner that evening, Sikong Chasing Stars began his cultivation. He sat not far from the campfire, which emanated a potent yang energy, greatly aiding in the restoration of his depleting 9 yang true chi. With night having fallen, the recovery of his 9 true chi was merely a matter of time. The 9 manual, 9 yang divine skill, and Heavenly Ascendant's combat technique commenced their intricate operations as the surrounding spiritual energy, both yin and yang, was continuously absorbed by Sikong Chasing Stars' body. This energy flowed unceasingly into his meridians, with each of the 3 techniques following its distinct pathway, unaffected by the others. Sikong Chasing Stars was quite the expert in this regard, adeptly engaging in multifaceted cultivation. In his previous life, he harbored an unattainable ambition to acquire every martial arts manual in existence and master them all. He had nearly obtained the secret teachings of various clans and sects, and although he practiced numerous techniques in his past life, he had yet to reach their zenith, let alone achieve a harmonious synthesis among them. After a full night of cultivation, The fighting spirit and true energy within Sikong chasing stars had not only been restored, but had also grown considerably stronger. At dawn, after practicing the 9-yang divine skill for 2 hours, he finally concluded his session. Despite having spent the entire night in rigorous practice, he remained invigorated, a testament to the benefits of cultivating the 9-yang divine skill, which left his body overflowing with yang energy and his spirit remarkably vibrant. The dissipated energy has been restored, and Sikong Zhuixing began to employ the techniques inscribed in the 1-yang finger, sending gentle, warm streams of energy into the body of Tomcat. The advantage of the 1-yang finger lies not only in its lethal potential, but also in its healing capabilities. As it is said, yang governs growth, and the lesser yang signifies the nascent energy of life. It corresponds to the liver among the organs, aligns with the wood element in the 5 phases, and is emblematic of spring, the season in which the first rays of yang emerge, invigorating all life. This essence encapsulates the true spirit of the 1-yang finger. However, the healing aspect of the 1-yang finger differs slightly in its meridian operation from its lethal counterpart. Years ago, Sikong Zhuixing immersed himself in the study of this technique, and in his previous life, he had already cultivated the 1-yang finger to the 1st grade realm. Thus, in this lifetime, as he undertook the practice anew, he encountered no obstacles. As the morning passed, Tomcat, having undergone the treatment of the 1-yang finger, felt revitalized. His wounds had scabbed over, and the energy released by the 1-yang finger had unblocked the obstructed meridians within him, continuously aiding in the restoration of his damaged body. Such wondrous energy. Now, a sense of mystery enveloped Tomcat's perception of Sikong Zhuixing, as he found this individual increasingly enigmatic. Moreover, he sensed a genuine warmth and care emanating from him, fostering a deep sense of attachment towards Sikong Zhuixing. Sikong chasing stars finally retracted the sword from his right index finger, feeling utterly exhausted. It was far easier to take a life than to save one. No wonder the saying goes that saving a life is worth constructing a 7-story pagoda. At that moment, he witnessed Tomcat tearing through the fabric of space, emerging with a multitude of magical beast cores. Sikong chasing stars was taken aback. Any magical beast of level 5 already possessed the strength of a spirit duelist, endowed with the ability to articulate human speech and possessing formidable intelligence. He had not anticipated that the Tomcat before him was capable of such might, able to slay a level 5 magical beast. Sikong felt that the opponent's power was at most that of a consummate great duelist, indicating that Tomcat possessed the ability to combat foes of higher ranks. The ability to absorb the energy from magical beast cores for one's own use was a terrifying skill that Sikong lacked. While it was within the capacity of any dual sovereign-level expert to forcibly extract energy from magical beast cores, it required considerable time. Thus, they preferred to swiftly absorb the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. Magical beast crystals were also regarded as precious gems, with their value increasing with their level. Sikong was uncertain of Tomcat's intentions as a surge of gray light erupted from within him, emitting a powerful wave of energy. Although this was not Tomcat's peak strength, Sikong still felt an overwhelming pressure. The diminutive version of Tomcat began to tremble, and before the astonished gaze of Sikong Zhuixing, it grew exponentially. In a mere minute, Tomcat's form expanded over tenfold, and it continued to swell. 5 minutes later, a majestic Tomcat, measuring 15 meters across, loomed before Sikong Zhuixing, who felt insignificantly small. His heart brimmed with myriad emotions, astonished by the stark contrast in visual effect. Yet he understood that this was the true essence of Tomcat. The ability to alter size at will seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary magical beast. But such considerations were now trivial. The magical beast cores that Tomcat had produced floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by wisps of gray energy, numbering around 70 to 80 in various sizes, all suspended around Tomcat's form. Despite the limited energy remaining within Tomcat, even a fraction of its power was far superior to that of Sikong Zhuixing. Observing the unfolding scene from a distance, Sikong Zhuixing sensed that Tomcat's actions were driven by a purpose. At that moment, Tomcat's formerly gray-black eyes transformed into an otherworldly blue, imbued with a mysterious allure. Suddenly, beams of blue energy erupted from its body, connecting with the magical beast cores. "Drink," Tomcat uttered in a low tone. And then the floating beast cores in the air radiated a dazzling brilliance. They encompassed a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white, each emanating pure and potent fighting spirit. The least of these beast cores belonged to third-tier beasts, containing an energy equivalent to the total might of a combat master. Such a vast reservoir of fighting spirit was no trivial matter for Sikong Zhuixing. However, for Tomcat to ascend, such energy stones were far from sufficient. Among the suspended beast cores, connected by blue energy beams, it appeared that third-tier cores constituted about 60%, while the remainder comprised fourth-tier cores and a singular, immensely powerful fifth-tier core. The fifth-tier core hovered above Tomcat, tethered by the thickest blue energy beam. At this moment, all the beast cores were being activated by Tomcat. An astonishing scene unfolded before Sikong Zhuixing's eyes, revealing a monumental secret about Tomcat. These blue energy beams began to continuously transmit the pure and formidable fighting spirit from the beast cores into Tomcat's body. This fighting spirit was the culmination of a beast's lifetime of arduous cultivation, rendering it exceptionally pure and powerful. Tomcat's blue energy not only facilitated the transfer of this energy, but also possessed the ability to refine it. Consequently, the energy fluctuations emanating from Tomcat grew increasingly intense. Though it is broad daylight, the bizarre scene before me remains strikingly vivid. Time flows ceaselessly, transitioning from day to night. The energy previously depleted within Tomcat has been entirely restored, and he continues to absorb energy, emanating an increasingly terrifying pressure. This compels Sikong Zhuixing to ascertain that Tomcat now possesses the realm of a great warrior in its ultimate form, and judging by the current circumstances, he seems poised for an ascension. The next step would elevate him to the spirit fighter level. Sikong Zhuixing feels a surge of excitement within. Soon he will be able to engage in meaningful dialogue with Tomcat. Surrounding Tomcat are the third-grade monster crystal cores, from which he has completely extracted the battle energy. Those once valuable monster crystal cores have now been rendered useless, transformed into mere rubble, carelessly discarded by Tomcat upon the grass. From a distance, Sikong Zhuixing patiently waits through the night, ultimately sensing that the energetic fluctuations emanating from Tomcat have reached a tremendous peak. By the end, only one fifth-grade monster crystal core remains, having expended 2/3 of its energy. Now, Tomcat unleashes all of his blue energy, fervently absorbing the battle energy contained within the fifth-grade monster crystal core. Chapter 25. Ascending to Spirit Fighter at long last. The energy within that invaluable crystal core is depleted. Tomcat gathers the blue energy beams he has unleashed, and the pressure radiating from his body gradually subsides. Eventually, there is not a trace of energy fluctuation left in Tomcat. Yet his massive form begins to tremble with a series of crackling sounds. This phenomenon persisted for a full half-hour, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. A formidable wave of battle aura erupted from within Tomcat's immense form, sweeping outward with ferocity. Without a moment's hesitation, Sikong Zhuixing activated his agility, fleeing into the distance. Should he be struck by such a powerful wave of energy, he would surely suffer grave injuries, if not death. Yet, his heart brimmed with joy at the realization that Tomcat had indeed achieved a breakthrough. Now, waves of immense battle aura continuously erupted from Tomcat's body, his oppressive presence escalating until he surpassed the Great Battle Master level, ascending entirely to the Spirit Battle level. His colossal form began to swell, ultimately reaching a size of 20 meters in diameter. He had transformed into a true giant. The aura exuded by Tomcat was overwhelmingly imposing, perhaps seeking to express his emotions. Tomcat opened his mouth, stammering, I have finally succeeded. His final jubilant meow resonated through the air. Now elevated to the spirit battle realm, Tomcat had become a level 5 magical beast, endowed with the ability to speak, a dream cherished by every magical beast that had not yet reached such a level. It is a rarity for beasts to attain level 5. And given Tomcat's enigmatic identity, his capability was hardly surprising. Sikong Zhuixing, though not well versed in these matters, felt immense pride for his companion. Henceforth, he would not only converse with Zemung but also with Tomcat, marking the latter as his first friend in this extraordinary realm. After advancing, Tomcat was evidently exhilarated, his overwhelming aura unabated. The terrifying pressure emanating from a spirit fighter was not something a mere fighter could withstand. Thus, Sikong Zhuixing stood at a distance, quietly observing Tomcat's emotional outburst with a smile on his face. Eventually, Tomcat noticed Sikong Zhuixing and became aware of his presence. He gradually reined in the formidable pressure emanating from his body, and his once colossal form began to shrink, ultimately reverting to his original size, a diminutive version of Tomcat, a far cry from the earlier imposing figure. Approaching Sikong Zhuixing, he displayed a human-like smile and said, "Brother, I can finally speak." Having just ascended to a level 5 beast, his vocal cords had undergone subtle changes. While he could articulate words, his speech was not yet fluent, however. Given a little time, this would improve. Sikong Zhuixing nodded excitedly, exclaiming, "So beasts can truly speak. Ha! In my former world, only parrots and mynas possessed such capabilities. Goodness, this world is utterly insane. Tom, your speech is not very fluent right now, but if you chat with me often, it won't be long before you can converse like a normal person." Tomcat nodded and replied, "I understand." Sikong Chasing Stars engaged in a lengthy conversation with Tomcat, perceiving him as an adorable child, akin to one who has just begun to speak. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Sikong felt that he was no longer young, while Tomcat, despite his formidable strength, had yet to mature fully. Sikong, filled with patience, allowed time to slip by unnoticed. And thus, the day passed without either of them venturing into the Dragon Mountain range for training. The following morning, Sikong Chasing Stars arose as usual to await the sun's ascent. In his practice of the 9 Suns divine art, he understood the dire consequences of abandoning one's training midway. Only through relentless perseverance, day after day, year after year, could success be attained. In his previous life, he had diligently practiced such profound martial arts, thereby grasping the essence of cultivation. To achieve true strength, a solid and robust foundation was essential. Upon mastering the 9 Suns divine art, his vital energy would flow ceaselessly, akin to an endless ocean, with the expended energy capable of swift replenishment. At the pinnacle of his practice, his body would harbor 9 miniature suns, and the power of the 9 suns would reach an astonishing zenith. After completing his cultivation, Sikong satisfied his hunger and turned to Tomcat, who was not far away. "Are you planning to enter the Dragon Mountain range for training today? Your injuries have yet to heal completely, and you require a few more days of recuperation. Although you are now a formidable spirit fighter, caution remains paramount." With a youthful voice, Tomcat replied, "Brother, in the coming days, I will diligently recover and solidify my current realm." As Sikong Chasing Stars ventured through the dense forest in search of his target, a voice echoed in his mind, "Master, a level 5 magical beast is not far ahead. It is known as the Pasque Serpent. Fortunately, it is merely a juvenile, possessing strength comparable to yours." Upon hearing of the level 5 beast, Sikong was momentarily tempted to turn back. Yet, realizing that his opponent was only a young serpent and that he was confident in his ability to eliminate it, he reconsidered. The Pasque Serpent, with its formidable prowess, presented an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Though he had expended considerable energy in slaying 6 magical beasts, he had since replenished his reserves. The abundant spiritual energy within the Tianlong mountain range, coupled with the rich blend of yang and yin energies, had naturally restored him to peak condition. When Sikong finally laid eyes on the Pasque Serpent, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Goodness, this is still a juvenile. Yet it measures an impressive 15 meters in length, capable of swallowing a person whole. Its body shimmered with a golden hue, and as it approached, the serpent raised itself in a defensive posture, its mouth continuously expelling crimson saliva, indicating that the creature bore no venom. Sikong Chasing Stars. Drawing upon the wisdom of his previous existence, made a keen assessment, his large head fixated on two fleshy orbs that shimmered with a purplish golden hue, as if they might sprout horns. The Puska snake regarded the feeble human before it with palpable hostility, hissing softly, its neck swaying gently. As a fifth-level magical beast, it sensed the ill intentions of its adversary and erupted in a dazzling golden light, summoning the fighting spirit within its colossal form. Sikong Chasing Stars recognized that the creature had made a prudent choice, adopting a defensive posture. Overcoming such a formidable opponent would be no small feat. He activated the three extraordinary powers within him, the 9 Yin True Qi, the 9 Yang True Qi, and the fighting spirit, causing the bone armor on his 10 fingers to manifest under the influence of the 9 Yin True Qi, while an oppressive aura radiated from his being. The stage was set for an epic battle between man and serpent. The Pusku snake's enormous green eyes fixated intently on Sikong Chasing Stars, its mouth continuously expelling a coarse substance that danced lightly in the air. The pressure emanating from it grew increasingly intense, and its body began to sway, a clear indication of its intent to attack. Sikong Chasing Stars felt the weight of the moment. After all, it was a fifth-level magical beast, albeit still in its juvenile phase, and should not be underestimated. The Pusku snake regarded its opponent with derision before finally speaking. "Human, although your strength is commendable, you are not worthy to be my rival. However, you will serve as an exquisite morsel. Golden Wind, Fighting Blade. Fire at will." Subsequently, his mouth widened, unleashing a barrage of golden energy blades that emanated forth. The formidable power encapsulated within these blades was undeniable, and as they traversed the air, they extended to a length of 1 foot, spinning incessantly and carving graceful arcs towards Sikong Zhuixing. With an air of confidence, Sikong Zhuixing remarked, "Your eloquence is commendable. Indeed, you are a fifth-tier magical beast. However, your condescending gaze is quite irksome. To be scorned by a mere beast is a first in my illustrious career. Congratulations. You have provoked my ire. Prepare to face my technique, the 9 Yin Bone Claw." Chapter 26, Ruthless Slaughter. Sikong Zhuixing's hands coalesced into claws, as a torrent of 9 Yin true energy surged towards his hands. He swung his claws in the air before him, unleashing an array of formidable energy strikes, more ferocious and domineering than ever before. These unpredictable claw strikes surged towards the surrounding energy blades. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding impacts echoed around. Yet no other magical beasts dared to approach. Instead, they retreated to a safe distance. The unique aura radiating from the fifth-tier Pusku snake instilled a sense of dread among the lesser beasts, preventing them from venturing within a 2-mile radius. Even fourth-tier magical beasts refrained from such proximity. The overwhelming energy waves from this fierce battle made the magical creatures acutely aware of the immense pressure, prompting them to flee far away. Having dwelled in the Demon Mountain range for so long, they had learned the wisdom of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Within the space between Sikong Chasing Star and the Pusku Serpent, the clash of the Duki Blade and the Join White Bone Claw reverberated through the air, their fierce confrontation lasting 5 minutes. Both parties could not help but unleash their true power, continuously channeling their energy. Sikong Chasing Star, while depleting the Join True Qi within his body, also propelled its circulation, absorbing the surrounding cold and sinister energies and transforming them into pure, formidable Join True Qi. Under the relentless assault of the Join White Bone Claw, he systematically dismantled the Duki Blade unleashed by the Pusku Serpent. Unbeknownst to him, the bone armor on his right thumb had retracted, yet it did not diminish the potency of the Join White Bone Claw. At this moment, a small son of Juyang True Qi was swirling within his upper dantian, its energy coursing through his meridians and ultimately converging in his right hand. He prepared to unleash the Yang Finger, intending to blind his opponent, thereby facilitating the battle against this formidable creature. After a fierce struggle, Sikong Zhuixing discerned the immense strength of the colossal demon serpent before him. Even with his utmost effort, defeating it would be a challenge, let alone slaying it. Thus, he resolved to adopt certain measures, devoid of any notions of treachery in his mind. Practicality was his sole concern. He planned to execute a surprise attack with the Yang finger, fully aware that these serpentine beasts possessed exceptionally keen eyesight. After 10 minutes of relentless clashes of ultimate techniques, Sikong Zhuixing, although continuously operating the 9-yin manual to transform the frigid energy in the surrounding space into 9-yin true qi, found that the energy expenditure exceeded the energy replenishment. By now, he had consumed a considerable amount of 9-yin true qi, leaving him with little remaining. Similarly, the Pusi Chu snake had also experienced significant depletion. After such a prolonged battle, approximately 40% of its fighting spirit had been exhausted. Yet, its opponent remained unscathed, which incited a sense of urgency within it. Sikong Zhuixing's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the opportunity, roaring, "One Yang finger." Under the impetus of 9 Yang true qi, a slender, faintly crimson energy sword materialized on the tip of his right thumb, measuring about a foot in length. He swiftly punctuated the air with 2 consecutive strikes, launching 2 energy swords at an astonishing speed towards the eyes of the Pusi Chu snake. With a sharp hiss, the sound of air being sliced by his fingers resonated, a noise only produced by such rapidity. The Pusi Chu snake's eyes were struck with precision, triggering waves of excruciating pain throughout its nervous system, eliciting a series of deafening roars. No longer could it emit its fighting spirit blades. Instead, its robust tail began to thrash violently around, crashing into nearby trees with thundering impacts, snapping them asunder. Sikong Zhuixing employed his agile movements to retreat, abandoning the use of his 9-yin white bone claws. Instead, he unleashed a series of swift and piercing finger swords with his 1 Yang finger, relentlessly attacking the body of the Pusi Chu snake. The strikes resonated with a metallic clang, revealing the formidable nature of its scales. Truly, the golden scales of this 5th-tier magical beast resembled armor forged from metal, shielding the Pusi Chu snake's body. Unfazed by the challenge, Sikong Zhuixing unleashed 5 consecutive 1 Yang finger strikes, targeting the creature's abdomen. At last, his assaults pierced through, creating a small wound from which crimson blood flowed profusely. He recognized that, despite the resilience of the scales, the formidable power of the 1 Yang finger was not to be underestimated, having breached its defenses. Acknowledging this vulnerability, Sikong Zhuixing continued to unleash rapid and potent finger swords upon the Pusi Chu snake. With a thunderous boom, the creature could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught. The residual fighting spirit within it erupted in a dazzling display of golden energy, radiating outward. Sikong Zhuixing, discerning the impending danger, swiftly retreated to evade the sweeping force of the potent energy. He observed that the great serpent was in its death throes, having lost its sight. It was consumed by primal instincts. Blood gushed from the numerous wounds adorning its body, and he realized that if this continued, it would soon succumb to the fatal loss of blood. The energy within the Poseidon serpent erupted in 5 powerful waves, only to vanish thereafter. Yet, everything within a 100-meter radius was utterly devastated by the overwhelming force of its energy. The trees lay shattered and strewn across the ground, their trunks broken and scattered haphazardly. The gray soil beneath was laid bare. Now, the Poseidon serpent gasped for breath, when suddenly, Sikong Zhuixing, like a phantom, circled around and materialized not far behind the serpent, keenly assessing the vital point on its body. This colossal magical serpent had been meticulously calculated by Sikong Zhuixing. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the full force of his remaining 9-yin true qi, summoning 10 terrifying 9-yin bone claws in a mere 2 seconds, all aimed at the serpent's critical spot. A series of resounding impacts echoed as the claws relentlessly struck at the serpent's vital area, shattering its scales and wreaking havoc upon its flesh with each penetrating blow. The Poseidon serpent writhed in agony, and with a thunderous crash, its massive form came crashing down to the ground. Finally, the serpentine creature's colossal body fell heavily upon the earth. The vital point was indeed the serpent's Achilles heel, a weakness only a 6th-level serpent-type magical beast could fortify and overcome. However, the Poseidon serpent was merely a 5th-level beast and still a juvenile. Sikong Zhuixing had exerted all his strength to inflict such a grievous wound upon it, leaving the serpent with but a flicker of life. The vitality of serpents is truly astonishing. Even when faced with life-threatening injuries, their bodies continue to writhe. The Pesi-Chu snake before him was mustering its strength to rise, yet it sorrowfully realized that the energy within it was dissipating, and it could distinctly perceive the signs of its life force waning. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing was continuously regulating his breath. The last catastrophic eruption of 10 fearsome 9-in white bone claws had completely depleted the 9-in true qi within him, and the 9-yang true qi was significantly diminished as well, leaving only about 30% remaining. However, a considerable portion of his do qi energy remained intact. The toll of overcoming the juvenile Pesi-Chu snake before him had been exceedingly great for Sikong Zhuixing. The surrounding space was infused with the gathering of elemental spiritual energy, while the 3 major techniques within Sikong Zhuixing's body operated in unison, continuously absorbing and transforming energy. After half an hour, the Pesi-Chu snake lying on the ground finally exhaled its last breath. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing activated the spatial ring on his left middle finger, and a radiant purple light appeared, revealing the enchanting and delicate figure of Zimeng, who gracefully materialized in the air and respectfully inquired, "Master, what are your commands?" Sikong Zhuixing pointed to the motionless Pesi-Chu snake on the ground and said, "Please bring the body of this demonic serpent into the spatial realm." He marveled at the convenience of possessing a high-grade spatial ring. Zimeng nodded and, gazing at the still figure of the Pesi-Chu snake, replied, "Of course, Master." She then raised her delicate arm and extended her palm, unleashing a burst of violet radiance that enveloped a 20-meter radius. In less than 5 seconds, the enormous Pusku serpent vanished without a trace. Sikong Zhuixing chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, the harvest is quite substantial. I have slain a Pusku serpent. Allow me to show you." With that, he summoned his mental energy to delve into his spatial ring, wrapping the serpent's carcass in his aura. With a mere thought, the 15-meter-long serpent materialized on the ground. Sikong Zhuixing employed a singular finger technique to pierce the serpent's head, extracting a golden beast core from within. This beast core, roughly the size of a chicken egg, shimmered with a brilliant golden light, harboring a terrifying amount of fighting spirit, emanating immense power. Holding it in his hand, Sikong Zhuixing felt its potency clearly. After toying with it for a moment, he handed it to Tom Cat, saying, "Here, this is for you. Since you can absorb the energy within beast cores, once you assimilate the energy from this Pusku serpent's core, your strength will undoubtedly increase significantly." Tom Cat, in his youthful innocence, replied, "That kind of ability cannot be frequently used. To unleash it, one must wait half a year for it to be effective. This beast core should be accumulated for times of necessity to absorb the energy within." With that, he took the golden beast core, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Tom Cat had grown accustomed to his miraculous abilities, chuckling as he remarked, "Goodness, this Bosik snake is indeed a treasure trove, a 5th-level magical beast. The skin alone is impervious to blades, a splendid material for crafting protective garments. And the flesh is exquisite, perfect for a savory snake stew or skewered delicacies. Truly, it could be deemed the finest delicacy in the world. Tonight, we shall feast on this." Chapter 27. The snake gall enhances power upon hearing Sikong Zhuixing's words. Tom Cat's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stammered, I want to eat." Sikong Zhuixing couldn't help but laugh, then began to meticulously examine the carcass of the Bosik snake. Ultimately, he discovered a black-brown gallbladder oozing from a wound, a concentrated essence of the serpent. The gallbladder possessed remarkable properties. It dispels wind and dampness, cools the body, enhances vision, detoxifies, and alleviates various ailments. making it an exceptionally rare treasure. Sikong Zhuixing said to Tom Cat, "Come, come, consume this. It is a great tonic." Tom Cat shook his head in refusal, a look of disgust crossing his face. Sikong Zhuixing chuckled and replied, "If you want to eat it, I shall." He did not ingest it immediately. Instead, he held the gall bladder, slightly smaller than a fist, in his hand, activating his 9-yang divine art to elevate its temperature. Consuming it raw posed a risk of parasitic infestation. Although Sikong Zhuixing was unafraid of such parasites, they were still a nuisance. After refining it with the continuous flow of 9-yang energy, he finally swallowed the black-brown gallbladder. Alas, the suffering was profound. Sikong Zhuixing Star's expression began to contort as the essence of the serpent's gall coursed through his abdomen. A wave of heat enveloped him as he discovered that the bile contained an extraordinary energy, one that catalyzed the generation of true qi, effectively enhancing his martial prowess. Indeed, there is sweetness within bitterness. Sikong Zhuixing Star swiftly centered his thoughts, entering a state of tranquility. Within him, the 9-yang divine art and the 9-yin scripture flowed in a harmonious cycle, continuously absorbing and transforming the subtle true qi birthed from the serpent's gall into pure, formidable 9-yang and 9-yin true qi. He sensed the rapid restoration of true qi within his upper dantian in merely half an hour. The energy he had expended had fully replenished to its zenith, and it continued to amplify. Meanwhile, Tom Cat remained oblivious and anxious. But Sikong Zhuixing Star was filled with exhilaration. He had not anticipated such fortuitousness, slaying a 5th-tier magical beast, the Pusku serpent, and consuming its gall, which surprisingly augmented his strength. Such good fortune is indeed inescapable. The gall of the Pusku serpent possessing the ability to enhance his martial capabilities elated Sikong Zhuixing Star. His reservoir of 9-yang and 9-yin true qi was pathetically meager compared to his former life, a chasm of disparity. Now, with this miraculous gall, that gap would undoubtedly diminish. He felt the 9-yang true qi absorbing the energy from the gall with greater intensity. As the two energies of heat and cold began to find equilibrium, after diligently cultivating for 4 full hours, Sikong Zhuixing finally absorbed and transformed all the energy from the serpent's gallbladder. His mastery of the 9-yang divine skill and the 9-yin scripture had progressed remarkably. He sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level, the realm of golden flame spiritual yang. The exhilarating sensation of sudden enhancement in his power was truly delightful, and he couldn't help but contemplate slaying more of the Pusku serpents to consume their gallbladders. This would significantly shorten his training time for both the 9-yang divine skill and the 9-yin scripture, enabling him to elevate his strength swiftly. Upon witnessing Sikong Zhuixing's completion of his training, Tom Cat hurried over and stammered, "Brother, your strength, has it increased considerably? I feel you are much stronger than before." As a magical beast, they possessed a keen sensitivity to such changes. Sikong Zhuixing smiled and remarked, "I never anticipated that the gallbladder of the Pusku serpent could enhance my prowess so remarkably. It is truly extraordinary. Alas, it is merely a juvenile serpent. Were it an adult Pusku serpent, its gallbladder would elevate my strength to an entirely new level in a remarkably short time." Tom Cat etched the name of the Posic snake in his heart, vowing to be vigilant of this formidable beast in his future endeavors. He harbored hopes that his brother would grow even more powerful. Innocent as he was, Tom Cat recognized the pervasive violence within the world of magical beasts. It was a ruthless cycle of kill or be killed. Strength was essential for survival. He had come to regard Sikong Zhuixing as family, wishing for him to possess greater strength, enabling them to endure longer together. Sikong Zhuixing rose, stretching his body, which crackled with the sound of joints and tendons. His meridians were suffused with both the energies of Juyang and Jiyin, flowing seamlessly through distinct pathways without conflict. The essence of the Posic snake's gallbladder was equivalent to the fruits of several months of his cultivation. With a gleeful tone, Tom Cat exclaimed, "Brother, did you not mention wanting to feast on snake soup or grilled snake skewers? Hurry, please." He piteously rubbed his belly while casting a longing gaze at Sikong Zhuixing. Sikong Zhuixing erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You indeed. Well, it is getting late. I shall commence immediately, and rest assured, you shall not be disappointed. Snake meat is undoubtedly one of the finest delicacies of the mortal realm. With that, he set to work, employing the 9-in white bone claw to expertly strip the remarkably resilient skin of the 15-meter-long Pozic snake. The bounty of its flesh was abundant, far exceeding what could be consumed in just a meal or two. Sikong Zhuixing meticulously divided the meat into portions for preservation. An hour later, a pot of delectable snake soup was ready, surrounded by a circle of skewered grilled snake, crackling as it cooked. Tomcat sat beside the campfire, his eyes fixed intently on the tantalizing red snake meat before him, drooling uncontrollably. Finally, Sikong Zhuixing chuckled and said, "All right, it's time to eat. But take it slow. Be careful, it's hot." No sooner had he spoken than Tomcat lunged at the skewers, indulging in a hearty feast. Half an hour later, the two of them lay back on the ground, sated and at ease. As they gazed at the faintly clouded sky, they engaged in conversation. Ling Tian shared some of his experiences with Tomcat, including personal anecdotes. Although Tomcat found it astonishing and hard to believe, he trusted everything his companion said. At times, the emotions that surfaced from Sikong Zhuixing left Tomcat perplexed. He was not well versed in matters of the heart and could not discern the true feelings that lay within Sikong Zhuixing. The following day, Sikong Zhuixing resumed his training as usual. Days passed, and Tomcat's injuries finally healed, allowing him to venture into the Tianlong Mountains to hone his skills. He also had the task of searching for the Bosik snake to obtain its gallbladder and the core of a magical beast. On the morning of the 10th day, Sikong Zhuixing rose as he always did, practicing the 9-yang divine art, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converged around him, entering his body. After an hour of cultivation, Sikong Zhuixing sensed something amiss. The energy cyclone within his lower dantian began to tremble slightly, its rotation accelerating significantly compared to before. This familiar sensation signaled to him that a momentous breakthrough was imminent. Before long, a powerful suction emanated from within his body, intensifying as it did so. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth responded to this pull, converging incessantly towards him, all of which Sikong Zhuixing absorbed and transformed. In a short span of time, an energy sphere materialized around him, brimming with vast amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual essence. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing propelled the Tianling Doju to its zenith, continuously operating it to refine the absorbed spiritual energy into pure, formidable fighting spirit. This fighting spirit coursed through the meridians of his body, ultimately gathering in the lower dantian, where the cyclone therein steadily absorbed and fortified itself with this newfound energy. Tomcat, witnessing Sikong Zhuixing's ascension, felt a surge of joy within. As time elapsed, 3 hours later, a tremendous roar suddenly resonated in Sikong Zhuixing's mind, followed by waves of intense pain that caused his entire body to convulse uncontrollably. However, this state did not persist for long. In just a quarter of an hour, he returned to normalcy. Now, Sikong Zhuixing sensed that his realm had ascended to a higher level. At long last, he reached the 6th-tier Dome Master level. He felt his lower dantian expand significantly, and the cyclone of Do-Chi energy within was now threefold more potent than before. As Sikong Zhuixing had only recently ascended, his realm remained unstable and required consolidation. Thus, he continued to operate the Tianling Doju, incessantly absorbing and transforming the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing his successful advancement, Tomcat vanished in a flash. Chapter 28, The Millennium Cold Jade. The Danyao Tong Tian Lu contains a wealth of information. Although Sikong Zhuixing could only grasp the surface, he understood that it recorded numerous medicinal pills capable of enhancing one's power. However, his current cultivation was insufficient to produce Dan fire, rendering him unable to refine such elixirs. Upon awakening, he noticed Tomcat's absence, realizing that he had ventured to the Tianlong mountain range for training. With Tomcat now possessing Douling cultivation, Sikong Zhuixing felt a sense of assurance. In the outer regions of the Tianlong mountain range, fifth-tier magical beasts are exceedingly rare, allowing Tom Cat to traverse the area with ease. Descending from the towering tree, Sikong Zhuixing began practicing Yang finger on the ground. He performed this series of movements continuously for 3 repetitions, dedicating an hour and a half to the endeavor. Ultimately, he summoned his 9 Yang True Qi, channeling the formidable energy through his meridians until it concentrated in the tip of his right index finger. A crimson finger sword materialized, not only deepening in color but also extending in length, from 1 foot to 1 foot 3 inches. The power of the finger sword condensed this time has surpassed its previous strength by more than double. Even with the enhancement from the snake gallbladder, the 1 Yang finger has yet to reach the 8th rank. However, it is on the verge of doing so. Sikong Zhuixing has sensed this, feeling an expansion within the finger sword, indicating a complete upgrade is imminent in the near future. It seems that advancing the 1 Yang finger to the 4th rank is no simple feat. Sikong Zhuixing simply filled his stomach and then commenced his cultivation. Having just made a breakthrough today, he needed to stabilize his newfound realm diligently. The Tianling dojo within his body was continuously in motion, while the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced around him. 2 days later, Sikong Zhuixing firmly established his realm, and his strength had significantly increased compared to when he initially advanced. Tom Cat, with a somewhat unclear speech, said, "Brother, today during my expedition, I discovered a pool. The chill emanating from it was intense, yet the spiritual energy contained within was formidable. Thus, I entered to cultivate for a while, feeling that this ice attribute spiritual energy would greatly benefit my training. However, I could only remain there to cultivate for 2 hours." Sikong Zhuixing's expression grew solemn as he contemplated a particular object, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. He stepped forward and grasped the chilling jade in his hand, examining it meticulously. Finally, his voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Heavens! I never anticipated the presence of millennia cold jade here. It encapsulates the essence of heaven and earth, and with its aid, my cultivation of internal power could yield remarkable results." Ha ha ha, Tom Cat, you have stumbled upon a treasure this time. Tomorrow, take me to that pond. I must see it for myself. Tom Cat, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Millennia cold jade? What is that? I've never heard of it." Sikong Zhuixing's gaze remained fixed on the millennia cold jade in his hand as he replied, "This is a rare treasure, immensely beneficial for my cultivation. Although it is dubbed millennia cold jade, who knows how many years it took to form? Perhaps millions, or even tens of millions of years. Tom, I have previously mentioned that my cultivation method differs from yours. Such a substance holds little value for you, but for me, it is irresistibly alluring. Its worth surpasses that of the serpent's gall from the Pizik snake." Tom Cat nodded, aware that his brother harbored an energy within him that was distinct from fighting spirit. The last time he was gravely injured, had it not been for that mysterious energy's healing properties, his recovery would have taken much longer. Although that energy was not yet formidable, it would one day blossom into a fearsome force, rivaling the might of fighting energy. After a night of silence, the following day, Sikong Zhuixing did not hastily venture towards the chilling pool nestled within the Tianlong Mountains. Instead, he dedicated himself to the cultivation of his Juyang divine skill. With the aid of the snake gall from his last encounter, his mastery of this technique had significantly advanced, accumulating several months' worth of progress in a single stroke. The energy sphere within his dantian, now a deep crimson, had grown in size, brimming with an immensely potent Juyang true energy. While the snake gall undoubtedly contributed greatly to his success, his own relentless effort was equally paramount. Since embarking on the path of Juyang cultivation, Sikong Zhuixing had not missed a single day of practice. After 2 hours of dedicated training, he indulged in a sumptuous feast of roasted meat before setting off towards the Tianlong Mountains, guided by Tom Cat. The morning hours were often the most tranquil for the activity of magical beasts. Under Tom Cat's guidance, Sikong Zhuixing skillfully navigated around formidable magical creatures, some of which were significantly stronger than himself, particularly the 4th-tier beasts. After 3 hours of stealthy maneuvering, they finally arrived at a secluded and serene valley. At the valley's entrance, a multitude of vines thrived, obscuring the hidden wonders within. Tom Cat, with its diminutive form, nimbly traversed into the depths, while Sikong Zhuixing exerted considerable effort to follow. Ultimately, he employed the Joean white-bone claw to sever numerous thick vines, revealing a circular opening through which he could proceed. The valley itself was not particularly vast, yet the presence of various herbs ignited a spark of interest in Sikong Zhuixing's eyes. However, he was soon captivated by a pool of water, approximately 20 yards in diameter, emanating an intense chill. A delicate layer of frost enveloped the entire valley, and curiously, the water within the pool remained unfrozen. As Sikong Zhuixing approached for a closer inspection, he reached his hand into the icy depths, only to have a layer of frost form upon his palm, the coldness striking him profoundly. Moreover, the liquid contained an abundance of ethereal energy from the heavens and earth. Turning to his companion, Tom Cat, he remarked, "Tom, I shall delve into the depths to ascertain the true size of the eternal cold jade." With that, he summoned the energy from both of his dantians, aware that even Tom Cat, with his spirit-level prowess, could only endure for a mere 2 hours. Sikong Zhuixing took no chances. He conjured an energy shield around himself, merging the 9 yang and 9 yin true qi to form a formidable barrier. With a resolute leap, he plunged into the pool, where he was immediately struck by the overwhelming cold. He sensed his fighting spirit rapidly depleting. Realizing he could only withstand this frigid environment for a maximum of half an hour. Undeterred, he swiftly descended into the depths, and after plunging approximately 50 meters, he finally beheld the eternal cold jade. Its immense size astonished him. Should he succeed in acquiring it, his future cultivation of true energy would surely yield remarkable results. As Sikong chasing stars approached the ancient ice, the chill enveloping him intensified, and within mere minutes, his body began to tremble. Despite the dual defenses of fighting spirit and true energy, he could still feel the biting cold. The frigid air at the bottom of the pool was 3 to 4 times denser than that above, compelling him to limit his stay to a mere 5 minutes. Beyond that, his blood would congeal, freezing him in place. Having determined the size of the ancient cold jade within the pool, Sikong chasing stars swiftly ascended. Scrambling to the bank, he commenced the practice of his 9 sons' divine art and the 9 yin manual, utilizing the latter to continuously absorb and transform the icy essence, refining it into pure 9 yin true energy. To his astonishment, this method proved effective, significantly augmenting his 9 yin true energy. The 9 sons' divine art, on the other hand, ensured that the temperature of his internal organs, bones, and blood remained at an optimal level. The intense chill that had previously caused his body to shiver had now dissipated. After half an hour had passed, Sikong chasing stars successfully converted the cold energy within his body, discovering that his 9 yin true energy had grown stronger while the 9 sons' true energy had become notably purer. This development filled him with a sense of wonder. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and detected no discomfort. The true energy and fighting spirit flowed seamlessly throughout his body, and the moisture in his garments had been vigorously dried by the potent true energy cultivated during this session. With a smile, he remarked, "This truly is a treasure trove." The cold jade at the depths of the pond spans a remarkable radius of 10 zhang. Such a gem has manifested in this world. Tom, from now on, we shall cultivate here. Immersing ourselves in the cold pond will not only temper our bodies, but also enhance our strength. It is undoubtedly a prime location for cultivation. Tom nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother, the chill within the pond indeed has the potential to awaken our physical capabilities, greatly aiding our practice of combat energy." During his previous visit, he had soaked in the pond for nearly 2 hours, absorbing the cold energy contained within the waters, which had been condensed from millennia of the essence of heaven and earth. This cold energy not only tempers the body but also stimulates latent potential, offering immense benefits for cultivation. Although Tom's speech was somewhat halting, he was far from foolish. Sikong chasing star nodded, noting that while the valley was not extensive, the influence of the cold pond had brought the temperature down to a chilling -7 or 8 degrees. Here, liquids quickly froze into blocks of ice. While outside the valley, the sun shone brightly, creating a stark contrast akin to two different worlds. Reflecting on the harsh climate, Sikong Chasing Star realized that to thrive in this environment, he would need to continuously circulate his combat energy and true chi to fend off the surrounding chill. As the combat energy and true chi flowed, the spiritual essence of the world would gradually condense in the space around them, providing substantial advantages for their cultivation of combat energy and true chi. Chapter 29. A transcendental transformation in this valley. The celestial aura is remarkably abundant, primarily due to the presence of the cold pool, thereby making the cultivation of the Tianling Dojue exceedingly fruitful. The frigid environment serves as an optimal venue for practicing the Nine Yin True Scripture. Simultaneously, the Nine Yang Divine Art also undergoes significant refinement and enhancement in this setting. It is crucial to maintain one's internal warmth to avoid succumbing to the cold. Thus, the importance of the Nine Yang Divine Art is amplified. The more arduous the conditions, the greater the assistance it provides in mastering this technique. Sikong Zhuixing has already dispelled the cold energy from his body. He submerged himself in the pool, with only his head above water. Within his meridians, the Tianling Dojue, Nine Yang Divine Art, and Nine Yin True Scripture flowed continuously along three distinct paths. The energies of fighting spirit, Nine Yang True Chi, and Nine Yin True Chi coexisted harmoniously. However, one thing was certain. He was continuously absorbing the cold energy from the pool, refining it into fighting spirit and true chi. After half an hour, he emerged from the cold pool, diligently dispersing the remaining cold energy within him. Although his cultivation lasted merely 30 minutes, its efficacy equaled that of an entire day's practice. Sikong Zhuixing recognized the extraordinary effects of this cold pool, attributed entirely to the ancient cold jade resting at its bottom. With such a treasure present, he was reluctant to depart. Should he leave, he would undoubtedly seek to take it with him. Within his dantian, two pale golden energy spheres emerged, resembling miniature suns. The Nine Yang True Chi contained within them was now 5 times more potent than before. It is noteworthy that the realm of the Nine Yin Scriptures is by no means inferior to that of the Nine Yang Divine Art. The two forces have achieved a remarkable equilibrium, resulting in an energy sphere of a cerulean hue that has more than doubled in size. This is the wondrous efficacy of the eternal cold jade, which harbors the energy of the cold within the icy pool, thereby enhancing one's martial prowess. 2 months of cultivation in this environment is equivalent to nearly 6 months of training elsewhere. The advancement of Sikong Zhuixing in both the Nine Yang Divine Art and the Nine Yin Scriptures was entirely predictable. Moreover, the progress in the Tianling Dojue has been even more significant. Sikong Zhuixing has now truly attained the level of an 8th rank Dome Master. Through relentless training day and night in the icy pool, he has absorbed a substantial amount of frigid energy, transforming it into pure and potent fighting spirit. In just 2 months, he has ascended 2 ranks, from a 6th rank Dome Master to an 8th rank Dome Master. Although Sikong Zhuixing has thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the Tianling Dojue, without the assistance of the icy pool, he would still be unable to achieve such a level in such a brief period. This illustrates the advantages of the eternal cold jade, which elucidates why Sikong Zhuixing became so flustered upon encountering Tom Cat once more. For him, these 2 months felt dreamlike, as his strength has magnified over 10-fold. With his current true capabilities, he would not necessarily falter even against a fully realized Dome Master. Soon, a 2-foot-long crimson finger sword materialized above his right index finger. With the advancement of his Juyang Divine Art, the power of the Yang finger naturally ascended as well. Now his Yang finger had reached the 8th grade, its formidable might exceeding its former strength by more than 10-fold. Sikong Zhuixing gazed at the finger sword in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he gently waved his finger in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to distort subtly wherever the sword made contact. Eager to ascertain the extent of his Yang finger's newfound power, he proclaimed, "Yang finger," and traced an arc in the air with his right index finger. A red finger sword surged forth, its immense sword energy crashing into the walls of the valley, shattering the thin frost and leaving a gaping hole in the resilient stone, accompanied by cracks the size of a bowl. This was merely a trial for Sikong Zhuixing. He had not exerted his full strength, or else the impact would have been even more tremendous. A quarter of an hour later, Tom Cat appeared on Sikong Zhuixing's shoulder, his tail swaying gently behind him. "Brother, your strength has increased by so many times. Truly impressive," he remarked. "Practicing in this water pool is wonderful. I sense that it won't be long before I can advance to the second grade of spirit combat." Having spent considerable time with Sikong Zhuixing, Tom Cat's speech had become markedly more fluent. Sikong Zhuixing nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, our encounter with the Millennium Cold Jade is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Let us diligently cultivate here, and when our strength is sufficient, we shall venture out for some rigorous training." Tom Cat suddenly became exhilarated, his heart brimming with boundless fantasies and aspirations about the outside world. It was a rare moment for a man and a beast to engage in conversation. An hour later, Sikong Zhuixing and Tom Cat entered the cold pool to cultivate their skills. After 50 minutes, Sikong Zhuixing emerged from the icy depths, channeling the frigid energy from his body and refining it. Just as he completed his practice, Tom Cat, with a grave expression, remarked, "Brother, something is approaching us. I can sense its energy." Sikong Zhuixing's demeanor shifted, as Tom Cat's expression indicated that this intruder was no ordinary foe. He inquired, "Tom, do you know what kind of magical beast is drawing near?" Tom Cat shook his head and replied, "I do not know who it is, but the chilling aura emanating from it is quite astonishing, enough to instill a sense of dread within me. I am eager to witness it." With that, he leaped from the cold pool, his gray energy flickering incessantly as he swiftly refined the coldness enveloping him. 5 minutes later, both Sikong Zhuixing and Tom Cat's eyes widened in astonishment. What a peculiar magical beast it was, measuring a foot in length, adorned with horns and scales, yet possessing remarkably small eyes. If not for Sikong Zhuixing's keen eyesight, it would have been difficult to discern. Upon seeing Tom Cat, this little creature paused its advance, scrutinizing its opponent closely, while Sikong Zhuixing was seemingly overlooked entirely. A formidable pressure emanated from Tom Cat as his battle aura surged outward, targeting the distant magical beast. Sikong Zhuixing summoned Ziming, who appeared with a flicker of purple light from her middle fingers. The beautiful maiden bowed respectfully to Sikong Zhuixing and sweetly inquired, "Master, what is your command?" Sikong Zhuixing pointed toward the peculiar creature in the distance and asked, "Can you discern what kind of magical beast that is?" Ziming's eyes sparkled momentarily before her brows furrowed in concentration, her gaze flickering as she struggled to ascertain the creature's identity. Noticing Sikong Zhuixing's puzzled expression, she finally replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it resembles the legendary Xuanbing Divine Silkworm. As for its level, I am unsure. The name Xuanbing Divine Silkworm certainly carries an impressive aura, and the fact that it instills apprehension in Tom Cat indicates its extraordinary nature." The overwhelming pressure exuded by the two magical beasts was relentless, weighing heavily on Sikong Zhuixing's chest as if a colossal stone were pressing down upon him. At that moment, the oddly shaped creature surprisingly spoke. "Here is cold jade, a valuable treasure, useful to me. I do not wish to fight with you. Please do not compel me to take action." Sikong Zhuixing's expression shifted. It was astonishing that this creature was aware of the legendary cold jade. The icy aura radiating from it confirmed its classification as a rare water attribute beast of the ice type. The ability to articulate words suggested it was indeed a 5th-level magical beast, and its halting speech indicated that it had recently ascended to this level. Still struggling to articulate fluently, Sikong Chasing Stars intervened to prevent Tom Cat from taking action. He stepped forward and said, "The eternal cold jade is indeed a precious item that we require for our cultivation, thus we cannot part with it. You should leave at once." The Xuanbing Divine Silkworm, however, was evidently unwilling to relinquish the eternal cold jade so easily, recognizing its significant benefits for its own cultivation. It finally declared, "I desire to advance, and I require the assistance of the cold jade. In return, I can assist you in locating the rare treasure ice soul. Otherwise, we shall resort to conflict." Will you face me one by one, or shall I engage you both simultaneously? Upon finishing its words, the pressure emanating from the Xianbing divine silkworm intensified, suggesting an imminent confrontation. Chapter 30. The Battle of Man and Serpent. Sikong Chasing Stars was unaware of what Ice Soul entailed. The creature before him, potentially the Xuanbing divine silkworm, was shrouded in mystery, and it might possess knowledge of other treasures. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, "Very well, you may cultivate here, but you must provide me with the Ice Soul." Tom Cat turned his head, a hint of confusion in his gaze, yet he refrained from asking further questions, while the formidable aura surrounding him gradually diminished. In the distance, the Xianbing divine silkworm swiftly crawled into the valley, its small size belied by its remarkable speed. As Sikong Chasing Stars was enveloped in a fleeting flash of white light, he beheld the enigmatic Xianbing divine silkworm gracefully leaping into the cold pond, swimming leisurely within its depths. The chilling aura of the water rapidly coalesced around him, with the creature voraciously consuming this energy. The presence of the Xianbing divine silkworm evoked a sense of wonder and power within Sikong Chasing Stars. The formidable pressure it exuded was a testament to its classification as a level 5 magical beast, a true powerhouse of the Doling realm, far surpassing his own capabilities. Remarkably, Sikong felt no hint of hostility emanating from this beast, which displayed a profound attachment to the ancient cold jade. Its unfettered ability to absorb the pond's icy essence for its own gain indicated its extraordinary nature. Observing the Xianbing divine silkworm in the water, Sikong turned to Ziming and inquired, "What level of magical beast is the Xianbing divine silkworm?" To him, Ziming was akin to a living encyclopedia. Throughout his extensive training in the Tianlong Mountains, she had promptly provided insights on every beast they encountered, detailing their appearances and characteristics, as well as their shortcomings with remarkable precision. Ziming shook her head and remarked, "I am uncertain whether this creature is the legendary Xianbing divine silkworm. I have merely encountered its image, devoid of any substantial description. This beast before us bears a striking resemblance to the Xianbing divine silkworm, approximately 60% alike." At that moment, Tom Cat leaped into the icy pool, continuously absorbing the pure and potent spiritual energy of the celestial realm within. He harnessed the terrifying cold emanating from the water to rigorously temper his physique. Sikong Zhuixing meticulously observed the Xianbing divine silkworm. Its entire body was white and somewhat translucent, resembling blocks of ice, adorned with patches of scales, and crowned with 4 horns, sharing a resemblance to the ice silkworm found on Earth, approximately 70% similar. Eventually, Sikong Zhuixing calmed his mind, stepping aside to disregard the sudden intrusion of the beast. Regardless of its identity as the Xianbing divine silkworm, he summoned the formidable and pure Juyang true qi within his body, channeling it along the meridian pathways of the Yang finger technique. Subsequently, a 2-foot-long crimson sword emerged from his fingertip, containing a powerful energy that was restrained yet potent. Sikong Zhuixing skillfully controlled it and ultimately released it, sending a streak of red light soaring through the air like a shooting star, violently striking a nearby stone wall and creating a shattered hole. He then unleashed over 20 additional Yang fingers, the fierce and sharp sword energy forming a circular pattern upon the wall. The power of the 8-rank 1-yang finger is tenfold stronger than that of the 9-rank 1-yang finger. This recent advancement in the 9-yang divine skill has greatly aided his cultivation of the 1-yang finger. Sikong Zhuixing has harnessed the 9-yin true qi from his upper dantian, allowing the potent energy to flow through his meridians and ultimately extend to his fingertips. A 2-inch-long bone armor has manifested, more translucent than before, emanating waves of chilling energy. With all his might, Sikong Zhuixing unleashed the 9-yin true qi, generating a terrifying claw force that enveloped a radius of 5 zhang. The 9-yin white bone claw is inherently lethal, and after extensive training in the cold pond, his mastery of the 9-yin scriptures has progressed remarkably. Now, the 9-yin scriptures are as formidable as the 9-yang divine skill. After a quarter of an hour of practice, Sikong Zhuixing felt immense satisfaction with the results of his arduous training in these two exceptional techniques. He could not help but desire to venture outside to engage in battle with some magical beasts for further honing. The following day, Sikong Zhuixing rose early and trained in the 9-yang divine skill for 4 hours before departing with Tom Cat, leaving behind only the enigmatic Xianbing divine silkworm, which continued its relentless cultivation. Truly, as a water attribute beast of the ice category, it is impressive that the silkworm can endure 5 hours in such a frigid pond, earning the admiration of both Sikong Zhuixing and Tom Cat. Upon learning that Ling Tian was about to venture out, Tom Cat took the initiative to follow. After all, having trained for an extended period, the magical beasts were always restless, and it was a perfect opportunity to hone their skills in the Tianlong Mountains. They traversed the dense forest for 3 hours, encountering 8 third-tier magical beasts, all of which were swiftly vanquished by Sikong Zhuixing. His formidable techniques, the 9-yin white bone claw and the 1-yang finger, were deployed with astonishing efficacy, rendering the third-tier beasts utterly powerless against him. Additionally, they encountered 3 fourth-tier magical beasts, which posed a challenge for Sikong Zhuixing, as these creatures possessed the strength of at least 5th or 6th rank great fighters. Ultimately, they were decisively eliminated by the transformed Tom Cat. Suddenly, Tom Cat's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Brother, to the northwest, there are individuals engaged in battle. Shall we take a look?" Sikong Zhuixing felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of encountering other beings and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course, we must go and see." Under Tom Cat's guidance, Sikong Zhuixing altered their course, drawing closer to the source of the commotion. Before long, he could distinctly hear the sounds of combat, his expression tightening as he summoned the true energy within him, amplifying the sounds of the battle several-fold. Approximately a dozen individuals were embroiled in a fierce struggle against a magical beast, and the intensity of the conflict was palpable. The intense fluctuations of energy were finally sensed by Sikong Zhuixing, who marveled at the overwhelming power on display. It was evident that both sides were formidable experts. Otherwise, such terrifying energy waves would not have erupted. Sikong Zhuixing found himself witnessing a fierce and exhilarating battle between man and beast. However, he was soon taken aback by the appearance of the monstrous creature, stammering softly, "Goodness, an adult Puska serpent. Such formidable strength. It must have reached the first level of spirit fighter." This 5th-tier magical beast rarely faced defeat among its peers, and it was engaged in combat with 15 equally powerful great fighters, the most formidable among them being 2 burly men who had attained the 9th rank in their class. They appeared to be brothers, sharing a striking resemblance. Among the remaining warriors, the weakest were all at least 5th-tier great fighters. In this otherworldly realm, there exists a profession of adventure known as mercenaries, and it was clear that these individuals constituted a mercenary group. Although Sikong Zhuixing was a novice, he had acquired considerable knowledge through conversations with Ziming. Judging by their attire and the bloodthirsty aura emanating from them, it was evident they were a band of mercenaries. Sikong Zhuixing remarked quietly, "These mercenaries are quite fortunate to encounter a Pusku serpent here. Tom, this magical serpent is no less powerful than you." Tom the cat, feeling indignant, retorted, "I am still in my juvenile phase, while it has reached maturity. Once I grow up, a creature of this caliber could easily be crushed by a single swipe of my paw." Sikong Chasing Stars chuckled, "Hee, aren't you impressive?" Although these mercenaries are seasoned and adept at tactical cooperation, they still find it quite challenging to contend with such a formidable 5th-level magical beast. "Look, that individual has been pierced through the chest by the serpent's tail. He is beyond saving. What a pity, a 6th-level great fighter has fallen in such a manner." A series of resounding booms echoed throughout the space. Tom Cat turned his head and inquired, "Brother, should we intervene?" He was acutely aware that the serpent's gallbladder was precisely what Sikong Chasing Stars coveted most. Sikong Chasing Stars replied with a smile, "Of course we shall lend them a hand, but not just yet. The spirit and vitality of this magical serpent are still quite vigorous. Launching a surprise attack now would be exceedingly difficult." Let us observe for a while. An opportunity will surely present itself. A glimmer of purple light flashed in the depths of Sikong Zhuixing Star's eyes. Despite the mercenaries' extensive experience and their ability to work in unison, they were still up against a 5th-level magical beast, a formidable opponent of the spirit fighting rank. Defeating it would not be an easy task. After a prolonged battle spanning an entire hour, the mercenaries had expended considerable energy and suffered the loss of one member. Their efforts were not in vain, as the Busique serpent now bore several wounds, blood flowing from them, indicating a marked decrease in its ferocity compared to before. The mercenaries relentlessly struck the body of the mature puskish snake with their battle blades and colossal swords. The scales adorning the creature were exceptionally resilient. Without the formidable might imbued in their weapons, they would have been unable to inflict any harm upon its essence. Sikong Zhuixing, witnessing this breathtaking confrontation, felt a surge of fervor within him. The mercenaries before him had already reached the prowess of first-rate masters, while the puskish snake had only recently ascended to the realm of acquired strength. The spectacle of their battle was indeed captivating. The War Sky mercenary group was classified as a D-level mercenary organization in a hierarchy encompassing 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The F-level mercenaries represented the weakest, while the SSS-level groups stood at the pinnacle of power. However, no SSS-level mercenary groups existed in the continent. Legends spoke of such an organization known as Arbitration, purportedly led by a formidable Dozuan master. The veracity of these tales remains shrouded in mystery, as over 100,000 years have elapsed, rendering it a mythical entity. On the continent, only one SS-level mercenary group exists, the Divine Dragon Mercenary Group. Its ascendance to the status of the sole SS mercenary organization is attributed to its membership exceeding 500,000, all possessing strength above the Great Dome Master level. Notably, it boasts no fewer than 30 Do Huang Masters, rendering it an unparalleled titan in the mercenary realm. Its members are scattered throughout the continent, and the success rate of their cargo deliveries approaches an astonishing 100%. Even the most powerful families and forces find it challenging to contend with their might. Chapter 31. The ambush with a sword. The War Sky Mercenary Corps could only be classified as a small-scale mercenary group, consisting of merely 15 members, of which only 14 remained. To ascend to a C-level mercenary group, it is imperative that at least one member possesses the strength of a fighter spirit, alongside ample experience. Otherwise, they remain a D-level mercenary group. The leader and the vice leader are brothers. The elder, Yang Zhan, serves as the leader, while the younger, Yang Tian, holds the position of vice leader. Their journey to this point has been fraught with challenges. At this moment, Yang Zhan observed that the 5th-level magical beast before them was exceedingly formidable. Having already lost a member, the setback was significant for the entire mercenary group. Yang Zhan bellowed, "Everyone, consume the fighter spirit pill. Let us endure and wear this beast down." Upon uttering these words, he produced a green pill that emanated a powerful aura of fighting spirit, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Zhan ingested it, causing the red fighting spirit within him to surge dramatically. The others, not daring to delay, swiftly consumed the fighter spirit pill, rapidly replenishing their depleted energy. The potent and pure fighting spirit filled their dantian to the brim, enabling them to unleash a series of formidable techniques. In an instant, a torrent of powerful assaults rained down upon the puskish snake, particularly fierce from Yang Zhan and Yang Tian. Their massive swords erupted with unparalleled fighting spirit, striking heavily against the scales on the snake's abdomen, leaving behind deep gashes and causing torrents of blood to flow forth. With a thunderous roar, the Poseidon serpent finally unleashed its fury, radiating a blinding golden light as an immense surge of fighting spirit erupted from within, forcing the surrounding foes to retreat. Yang Tian, unperturbed, bellowed, "Everyone, pay attention. It is about to unleash its wrath. Be cautious. Form groups of 4, occupy 3 positions, quickly." Yang Zhan and Yang Tian, the 2 strongest among them, were formidable warriors at the pinnacle of the 9th-ranked Dome Master realm, adept at a remarkable combined fighting technique, their combat prowess rivaling that of a Grand Dome Master in full bloom. Upon hearing Yang Tian's command, the members of the Zhan Tian mercenary corps swiftly formed teams and positioned themselves in 4 directions, encircling the Poseidon serpent. They continuously channeled their fighting spirit into their battle blades and great swords, launching fierce assaults against the serpent. While they could inflict some damage, it was insufficient to threaten the creature's very essence, making the task of vanquishing this behemoth a daunting challenge. The Poseidon serpent hissed ominously, "You shall pay dearly." It then unleashed a massive golden energy sphere from its mouth, emanating a torrent of fighting spirit imbued with the power to annihilate all. Even Yang Tian and Yang Zhan, who were directly engaged in battle with the serpent, felt a shift in their expressions as the energy sphere hurtled toward them. Sharing a glance that ignited a fervent determination, they stood back to back and roared in unison, "Fire Dance Whirlwind Technique. United as brothers, our strength is unbreakable. Strike." Then they summoned every ounce of their internal energy, unleashing a terrifying crimson aura that enveloped their bodies, which began to rotate rapidly in a rhythmic manner. A colossal red energy vortex collided violently with the energy sphere, producing a series of thunderous booms as powerful shockwaves radiated outward. The members of the Battle Heaven Mercenary Corps fully mobilized their energy, grouping in 4s to adequately withstand the immense force contained within the waves. Seizing this opportunity, they unleashed a torrent of energy from their dantian, directing fierce and relentless energy attacks toward the Poseidon serpent. These sharp and brutal energy strikes struck against its resplendent golden scales, causing many to shatter and leaving some areas gruesomely torn. In response to the pain, the Poseidon serpent's fury intensified. Its azure eyes glinted with a murderous intent, emanating a frenzied emotion. It unleashed its internal energy with reckless abandon, wielding a tail as thick as a barrel that swept through the surroundings. 3 formidable fighters were caught off guard, sent hurtling away like dandelion fluff, crashing into branches along the way, blood spraying from their mouths. The terrifying energy contained within the serpent's tail would surely spell doom for any who fell victim to its strike. Fortunately, the mercenaries were endowed with considerable strength and clad in armor, yet even so, they had sustained severe injuries. Sikong Chasing Stars softly remarked, "Truly remarkable indeed. A real-life battle between man and beast, devoid of special effects. The situation for this mercenary group is growing increasingly dire. The 2 most formidable fighters are temporarily unable to breach the energy sphere of the Pusku serpent. I ought to lend them a hand. This Pusku serpent has succumbed to madness, having lost all reason, with its primal instincts surging forth, a splendid opportunity." With a swift motion, he unleashed his one Yang finger sword, channeling all 9 layers of his Yang true Qi from his dantian. From the tip of his right index finger, 2 feet of vibrant red sword energy erupted in a series of 4 lightning-fast strikes aimed directly at the serpent's eyes. The air crackled with the fierce sound of the slicing energy, and with a thunderous impact, the crimson blade struck the serpent's gaze with astonishing speed. The Pusku serpent, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, began to writhe violently. The sudden turn of events left the members of the Zhan Tian mercenary group momentarily stunned. However, Yang Zhan quickly regained his composure and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Attack! Target the wounds of this infernal serpent." Indeed, they are comrades forged through years of collaboration. The mercenaries understood the implications of their leader's command. Whenever a magical beast experiences a significant loss of blood, its strength wanes, ultimately rendering it prey for the mercenaries. Swiftly, they maneuvered, launching themselves towards the Psyche serpent. A series of resounding impacts echoed, and 3 immense wounds appeared on the serpent's body, from which crimson blood gushed forth. Yang Zhan and Yang Tian united their efforts to withstand the energy spheres unleashed from the serpent's maw. With the destruction of the serpent's eyes, it had succumbed to madness, lacking control over the colossal energy sphere. As the potent energy coalesced, its power began to diminish, the energy within steadily depleting. thus alleviating the brothers' burden. The Psyche serpent's vast form writhed, its powerful tail sweeping behind, exacerbating its wounds and causing blood to spatter, staining the ground a deep red. At that moment, the Yang brothers sensed that the energy sphere's potency had diminished by half, no longer posing a challenge. In unison, they declared, "Fire dance battle chi/shatter." With that, they stirred their massive swords, channeling their formidable battle energy to conjure two swirling red vortexes that voraciously consumed and obliterated the energy within the sphere. With a thunderous roar, the golden energy sphere was shattered, echoing loudly as Yang Tian and Yang Zhan recoiled, their figures appearing disheveled. The two brothers inhaled deeply, a trickle of blood escaping from the corners of their mouths, having sustained significant injuries. They required a moment to recuperate. Before them, the fifth-level magical beast was now blind and had exhausted much of its energy, its blood steadily depleting, and its strength waning. It seemed unable to endure much longer. In a hushed tone, Yang Tian remarked, "Elder brother, what do you make of those 4 energy beams we just witnessed?" Yang Zhan, with a grave expression, pondered thoughtfully and replied, "I am uncertain. Such astonishing energy is truly mysterious. I cannot discern who intervened on our behalf. We attempted to launch a surprise attack on its eyes, yet we failed. That individual possesses keen perception. Second brother, I believe this person is not our enemy, for otherwise, they would not have aided us. It may be worthwhile to forge an acquaintance." Yang Tian nodded, understanding his elder brother's intent. He then turned towards the depths of the dense forest and called out, "Esteemed friend, might you reveal yourself? We are grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, our Battle Sky mercenary corps would have suffered severe losses." Meanwhile, within the mercenary group, the 12 members continued to bombard the Pusku snake. Having consumed Ado Ling pill, their internal energy was restored, and through their relentless assault, the magical serpent was nearing its end. Even without their intervention, the victory for Yang Tian and Yang Zhan was all but assured. A soft rustle emanated from the depths of the dense forest as a young boy emerged, a peculiar magical beast resting upon him. He exhibited no discernible energy fluctuations. Yet the 4 beams of energy he had just unleashed compelled the Yang brothers to regard him with utmost seriousness. However, what astonished the 2 siblings was the boy's apparent youth. He appeared to be merely in his early teens. How had he managed to survive in the perilous Tianlong mountain range? Could he be a concealed powerhouse? Amused by their own thoughts, the brothers shared a knowing glance. Sikong Zhuixing observed the 2 burly men lost in contemplation and understood the reason behind their expressions. Unfazed, he spoke directly. "Earlier, I intervened to assist you in obtaining the serpent's gallbladder from this magical beast. Is that not so?" Yang Zhan and Yang Tian exchanged glances once more. As seasoned veterans, they were well aware that any assistance rendered was likely to be motivated by ulterior motives. The gallbladder of the Puzik serpent was renowned for its remarkable healing properties. Yet the request seemed rather simplistic. It was crucial to recognize that a 5th-level magical beast was a treasure trove in itself. The value of its serpent tendons alone surpassed that of the gallbladder by 5 or 6 times. Although the 10 4th-grade monster cores are precious, in Sikong Zhuixing's eyes, they pale in comparison to the serpent's gallbladder. When Yang Zhan saw the monster cores that the other party suddenly produced, his eyes lit up. He was convinced that the individual possessed a spatial ring. How astonishing it was for such a treasure to be in the hands of a mere youth. And to produce so many monster cores at once filled Yang Zhan's mind with perplexity, making the man before him increasingly enigmatic. With a smile, he said, "This young brother has already rendered us a great service by assisting us just now. Otherwise, the losses of the Zhantian mercenary corps would have been even more severe. A mere serpent's gallbladder is nothing. It would not be excessive to gift it to you. Please keep your monster cores to yourself. I am Yang Zhan, the leader of the Zhantian mercenary corps, and this is my younger brother, Yang Tian. May I ask how you are addressed, young brother?" Chapter 32. The duality of ice and fire. Sikong Zhuixing was aware that the other party was attempting to extract information from him, yet he remained unfazed and responded, "I am Sikong Zhuixing. Oh, it appears that the Puzik snake is finally succumbing. Indeed, fifth-grade monsters are formidable. Yang Zhan and Yang Tian turned around just in time to witness the massive form of the Puzik snake crash heavily to the ground. Its enormous body continued to writhe, albeit with diminishing intensity, until it ultimately began to convulse. It turned out that a significant wound was located precisely at its vital spot, marking its fatal injury, and its life force was gradually waning. Yang Zhan shouted, "Li Jian, retrieve the serpent's gallbladder from this Puzik snake." A seemingly astute man nodded, wielding a battle blade as he approached the Pusku serpent, emanating powerful waves of fighting spirit. Sikong Zhuixing regarded Li Jian with a grave expression, recognizing that the man before him possessed at least the prowess of an 8th-grade battle master. Apart from the Yang brothers at hand, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Summoning his energy, Li Jian fixed his gaze and struck fiercely at the serpent's abdomen, delivering 5 decisive blows that shattered its scales and created a substantial gash. With unwavering determination, he pried open the wound and began to explore within the serpent's body, finally locating the serpent's gallbladder. He extracted it, severing the flesh and blood with his battle blade before making his way towards Yang Zhan, aware that this gallbladder was intended for the young man. Curiosity piqued. He scrutinized Sikong Zhuixing, noting his delicate features and petite stature, marveling at how such a being could endure in this harsh environment. Truly an anomaly. Li Jian resolved to present the gallbladder to Yang Zhan, but Yang Zhan shook his head, insisting it should go to the young brother. He expressed gratitude for the assistance rendered to their Battle Sky mercenary group, offering their aid should the need arise in the future. Upon receiving the enormous gallbladder from Sun Jian, Sikong Zhuixing could not suppress his elation, smiling as he responded, "Well said. The green mountains remain, and the waters flow eternally. You should hasten your preparations. Another 5th-grade magical beast is approaching." With that, he summoned his true energy and executed a swift movement technique, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Upon hearing Sikong Zhuixing's words, Yang Zhan bellowed, "Hurry and stow the corpse of the Pusi Chu snake into the Chinkoan bag, and also take care of the body of the mulberry tree." Quickly, the entire team of the Zhantian Mercenary Corps sprang into action, and within a mere 2 minutes, they had everything tidied up. Led by Yang Zhan and Yang Tian, they concealed their tracks and swiftly departed. 5 minutes after their departure, a slight tremor shook the ground, which subsequently intensified, revealing a massive brown demon ape. Upon observing the scattered blood and the devastation around, it realized a fierce battle had recently transpired here. However, having arrived too late, it let out a thunderous roar that echoed across a 20-mile radius. The swiftly retreating Zhantian Mercenary Corps was startled, taking extra care to conceal themselves. Yang Tian whispered, "Brother, that young man possesses remarkable insight. He was aware of the approach of another 5th-level magical beast. I wonder about his origins. Truly, there are many extraordinary individuals in this world, and today we have encountered one." Yang Zhan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, at such a tender age. Possessing the audacity to cultivate within the Tianlong mountain range is truly unimaginable. One can only wonder how far he will grow." Sikong Zhuixing casually selected a spot in the valley, settling into a cross-legged position, and began to circulate the formidable energies of the Jiuyang divine art and the Jin scripture within his lower dantian. 2 immensely powerful streams of energy, one hot and the other cold, commenced their dynamic flow through his meridians. Rather than hastily consuming the invaluable snake gall of the buskuk snake, he opted to meditate quietly. After half an hour, he finally grasped the dark brown gall, biting into it and steadily absorbing the bitter and acrid bile contained within. He continuously transformed the energy within his abdomen into Jiuyang True Qi and Jin True Qi, ultimately channeling it into the energy sphere residing within his upper dantian. The Jiuyang divine art consists of 9 levels, and the Jin scripture follows suit. Presently, both divine arts have been cultivated to the 2nd level of mastery. Thanks to Sikong Zhuixing's previous life's rigorous training in these formidable arts, his mental fortitude is exceptionally robust, which is why he has achieved the status of a superlative powerhouse at such a young age, reaching the pinnacle of the 1st celestial peak. Moreover, His extensive mastery of numerous martial arts has not led to any perilous missteps, a testament to his formidable mental cultivation. Thus, this time, absorbing the energy from the serpent's gallbladder, despite the perilous process, posed no threat to life. Sikong Zhuixing's countenance transformed into a peculiar duality. The right side radiated a golden hue, while the left side exhibited a verdant tint. This bizarre appearance indicated the immense and extraordinary energy surging within him. Although the Jiuyang divine skill and Jiuying true qi had reached their zenith, the burden on his body was somewhat overwhelming, causing his sinews and bones to crack incessantly. Sikong Zhuixing's body manifested a striking contrast, embodying the extremes of ice and fire. The right side was ablaze with heat, as the Jiuyang divine skill incessantly transmuted the energy from the serpent's gallbladder, rendering his right half akin to being engulfed in flames, a sensation that intensified with each passing moment. Conversely, the Jiuying true qi circulating through his left side expanded like a snowball, culminating in an increasingly severe chill that threatened to freeze his left half solid. The torment of such a dichotomy was excruciating. Sikong Zhuixing bore this ordeal with remarkable fortitude. Ultimately, a formidable and resilient barrier of energy enveloped his body, displaying the same duality of colors. The energies of Jiuyang true qi and Jiuying true qi coexisted without conflict, yet remained devoid of any intention to merge. Tomcat, having accompanied Sikong Zhuixing the longest, was privy to certain secrets and harbored a deep yearning for this energy, which rivaled that of combat skills, yet found himself unable to cultivate it. The Xianbing divine silkworm nodded in a semblance of understanding, its eyes fixed intently on Sikong Zhuixing, quietly attuned to the immense energy radiating from the latter's form. How wondrous and powerful it was. Furthermore, the interplay of heat and cold, emanating from two distinct attributes, astonishingly refrained from clashing, showcasing remarkable control. As the rank of magical beasts ascends, so too does their intelligence. The Xianbing divine silkworm discerned the extraordinary qualities within Sikong Zhuixing. Sikong Zhuixing sensed the energy sphere within his upper dantian steadily augmenting, the mere essence of 3 snake gallbladders possessing such formidable potency. He felt that this time, he could harness the energy from the Puzik snake's gallbladder to elevate both the 9 yang divine skill and the 9 yin manual to a 3rd level of mastery. The likelihood was substantial. Currently, the burgeoning 9 yang and 9 yin energies flowed through his meridians, striving to expand and broaden them, rendering his pathways not only more expansive but also more robust, a boon for his future cultivation. Having absorbed the energy contained within the snake's gallbladder for an extended period, while the energy in his upper dantian surged, Sikong Zhuixing endured immense torment, caught in a duality of ice and fire. His body expelled a significant quantity of black impurities through his pores, signifying a continual improvement in his constitution. After the passage of 3 hours, he finally refined and absorbed the entirety of the energy contained within the 3 serpent gallbladders. The vitality of the 9 yang and 9 yin energies within his upper dantian had tripled in potency. Sikong Zhuixing glimpsed the hope of advancement and consumed 3 more gallbladders in succession, initiating a new round of trials. His body endured the torment of searing heat and biting cold, but after this rigorous training, his nerves had fortified considerably. The protective barrier surrounding him expanded from a radius of 5 zhang to 10 zhang, and it continued to grow. With the aid of the serpent gallbladders, the intensity of the true energy within Sikong Zhuixing had surpassed that of the combat energy. Chapter 33. The advancement of 9 yin and 9 yang. Sikong Zhuixing possessed 2 dantians. In his lower dantian, he practiced the Tianling Dojue, which cultivated combat energy, while in his upper dantian, he honed the exquisite martial arts of Huaxia, producing true energy. Initially, the combat energy was significantly superior. However, circumstances had changed. After a series of extraordinary encounters, combined with the assistance of the serpent gallbladders, the true energy within his body had now eclipsed that of the combat energy. Sikong chasing stars silently endured the immense pain emanating from within his body, a necessary step in his transformative journey. The impurities within him were continuously expelled through the relentless refinement of two opposing energies, one hot and the other cold. He consumed the enormous serpent's gallbladder 5 times before finally finishing the bitter bile contained within it, dedicating an entire day to absorb and transmute the terrifying energy into the essence of both the 9 yang and 9 yin techniques. At this moment, he felt a surge of energy fluctuations within his own 9 yang divine skill and 9 yin scriptures, indicating a promising resonance. With the aid of the serpent's gallbladder, he was poised to swiftly elevate both divine arts to the 3rd level of mastery. A transformation began to occur in his upper dantian. First, 2 golden orbs of energy emerged on his right side, igniting into a blazing inferno that rapidly escalated to a terrifying temperature. The golden flames emitted from the orbs flickered and danced with vitality. Gradually, the 2 golden energy spheres drew closer, swirling around each other at an increasing velocity. Ultimately, they intertwined, merging into a singular golden energy sphere that burned fiercely, its core now infused with the formidable essence of 9 yang energy. Significantly enhanced by the immense energy of the serpent's gallbladder, the energy sphere began to contract slightly, yet its temperature soared to unprecedented heights, while the hue of the golden energy fireball subtly shifted. Though the entire energy fireball remained golden, with flames erupting in the same hue, its interior underwent a continuous transformation, shifting from gold to blue. As the energy fireball gradually diminished in size, the changes within intensified, transforming from within outward. This process was not brief. Having experienced such a phenomenon in a past life, Sikong Zhuixing possessed a degree of familiarity. Thus, in the face of this situation, he merely needed to maintain a balanced mindset and observe the transformations within his dantian. When the original golden energy fireball had shrunk to 2/3 of its size, it finally transformed entirely into blue. Although its volume had significantly reduced, the essence of the 9 yang true qi contained within had increased tenfold. The true qi surged vigorously within the fireball, culminating in Sikong Zhuixing advancing his mastery of the 9 yang divine skill to the 3rd level, the realm of indigo flame extreme yang. However, the blue energy sphere did not cease its tumult. Rather, it began to tremor incessantly, producing a series of resounding thumps. This cacophony startled Tomcat and Xianbing Divine Silkworm, who were observing Sikong Zhuixing's transformation from a distance. The previously eruptive aura now enveloped an area of 30 zhang, and the right side's golden true qi had morphed into a more terrifying blue. Sikong Chasing Stars did not feel astonished. This was a phenomenon arising from the advancement of the 9 yang divine art. As an hour passed, the blue energy fireball began to oscillate violently, transforming from its original spherical shape into an irregular form with 3 protruding sections, extending in 3 distinct directions, rendering the energy sphere peculiar. A faint sound echoed as the single energy fireball suddenly split into 3, each a uniform size, and embodying an equal amount of 9 yang true qi. These 3 energy fireballs, crystallized from the 9 yang true qi, formed a triangular formation, continuously revolving. A subtle connection of blue 9 yang true qi intertwined among them, signifying their intimate bond. Upon the successful elevation of the 9 yang divine art to the realm of indigo flame supreme yang, Sikong Chasing Stars immediately sensed a shift in the 9 yin true qi to his left, similarly absorbing energy from the snake's gallbladder. The energy from the gallbladder of the puskuk snake was evenly divided between the 9 yang divine art and the 9 yin scripture. With the 9 yang divine art advancing to its 3rd level, the 9 yin scripture was naturally compelled to progress as well. The azure energy sphere situated in the left of the upper dantian, now infused with 9 yin true qi, had magnified its potency tenfold. The chilling aura emanating from this energy sphere was formidable, yet still somewhat inferior to the coldness of the pond. Unlike the fireball of 9 yang true qi, which required a separation and color transformation upon each elevation, the energy sphere formed from 9 yin true qi did not undergo such changes. Even if one were to cultivate the 9 yin manual to its utmost pinnacle, it would still merely coalesce into a singular energy sphere, imbued with a deep azure hue. The sole distinction lies in the number of vortices formed within this energy sphere. Presently, it contains 2 swirling energies, signifying the attainment of the second level of the 9 manual. The creation of additional vortices remains an arduous challenge. At this moment, the energy sphere pulsates incessantly, with the 2 vortices within engaging in a relentless clash, producing a series of resounding thuds. Concurrently, the protective barrier enveloping Sikong Zhuixing quivers in response, radiating waves of 9 energy that spread outward. Around Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm, an energy shield materializes, safeguarding them within its embrace. As they regard this extraordinary energy with a sense of trepidation, Sikong Zhuixing's entire focus is devoted to the advancement of the 9 manual. The continuous collisions of the 2 vortices within the energy sphere engender a tumultuous energy, gradually nurturing a diminutive energy vortex that absorbs surrounding 9 energy to augment its strength. This transformation endures for the entirety of 3 hours, culminating in the emergence of a third vortex within the azure energy sphere, arranged in a triangular formation, each opposing the other. The previously colliding vortices have now settled into a harmonious equilibrium, resulting in a triad of vortices. When the azure energy sphere containing the 9 true Qi returned to normalcy, Sikong Zhuixing finally breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully advanced in his cultivation. The progression of both the 9 scripture and the 9 yang divine art significantly enhanced the potency of his 9 bone claw and 1 yang finger, elevating their power to an unprecedented level. Sikong Zhuixing gradually retracted the protective barrier that radiated from his body and stretched his stiff limbs. With a series of crackling sounds akin to firecrackers, he experienced a sensation akin to rebirth. The 9 yang true Qi and 9 true Qi within him had become at least tenfold more potent than before, igniting waves of exhilaration within him. As Sikong Zhuixing opened his eyes, a fierce brilliance erupted within them. He slammed his palms onto the ground, causing it to tremble, shattering the layer of frost that had previously formed. The terrifying energies of heat and cold, merging together, unleashed a tumultuous wave that obliterated all frost within a radius of 50 zhang. Sikong Zhuixing then soared into the air before gracefully alighting on the ground. A figure darted through the air, landing on his shoulder. It was Tomcat, who exclaimed in astonishment, "How formidable! Brother, your strength has greatly increased. The snake gall of the Pusku snake. Truly remarkable. I wonder if other snake galls possess such effects as well." Sikong Chasing Stars chuckled and remarked, "I'm not sure, but we can certainly give it a try. With the assistance of the precious essence of the Bosi Chu snake, I feel my constitution has significantly improved. Haha. I have expelled a great deal of impurities from my body, yet now I feel rather uncomfortable. I shall take a bath." Having said this, he employed his agility to swiftly appear at the entrance of the valley and vanished in an instant. Within the valley, the Xiantian ice silkworm softly mused, "What a peculiar individual, capable of cultivating such wondrous and terrifying energy. If he continues to grow at this rate, one can only wonder what heights he will eventually reach." After expressing this sentiment, its silvery form leapt back into the pool to diligently engage in its own cultivation. After departing the valley, Sikong Chasing Stars utilized his agility to dash towards a river 10 miles away. As he summoned both the Jiuyang True Qi and Jiuyin True Qi, he discovered that his lightness skill had enhanced by 7 or 8 times compared to before, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. With the presence of true energy, one naturally comprehends the art of lightness. Sikong Chasing Stars secretly pondered that it was time to select a suitable lightness skill for dedicated practice. Over the next 3 days, Sikong Chasing Stars maintained his routine of rising early each morning, ascending the mountain peak to practice the Jiuyang divine skill for 6 hours, and then proceeding to the cold pool to cultivate the Tianling Doju. He continuously absorbed the energy from the cold pool, refining it until it transformed into pure and potent fighting spirit within his lower dantian. The practice of the Jiuyin scripture here also progressed at an astonishing rate, with both extraordinary skills advancing steadily. As for the Jiuyang True Qi, through relentless training, it grew increasingly refined and powerful, proving to be of great assistance. From the original 8th rank to the current 6th rank, Sikong Zhuixing has now manifested a 4-foot-long finger sword, radiating a brilliant azure hue. The formidable essence of the 9-yang true qi within it is terrifyingly powerful, causing the very space surrounding the finger sword to twist violently. Naturally, Sikong Zhuixing is eager to test the fearsome prowess of the 6th rank yang finger. He channels his 9-yang divine art, mobilizing half of the 9-yang true qi from his upper dantian. A magnificent azure finger sword, measuring 4 feet in length, materializes atop his right index finger, brimming with overwhelming energy. With a mighty roar, Sikong Zhuixing declares, "Yang finger." He unleashes a rapid succession of 3 finger swords from his fingertip. The resounding impact of these finger swords reverberates as they strike the walls of the valley, sending shards of stone flying and creating 3 substantial craters, each over a meter in diameter. At the center lies a deep pit the size of a fist. The concentrated offensive power of the yang finger is indeed its advantage, and witnessing such a spectacle fills Sikong Zhuixing with immense satisfaction. Regarding the 9-yin white bone claw, Sikong Zhuixing also commenced its application, ultimately conjuring a formidable claw energy shield that spanned a radius of 20 yards. Within the shield, the essence of 9-yin true qi was infused with an impressive 50% potency. Gradually, Sikong Zhuixing ceased his cultivation of the 9-yin white bone claw. However, he did not retract the bone armor. Instead, he seated himself in a meditative posture, facing north with his back to the south. He had already attained the first level of the gold silk hand realm in the 9-yin white bone claw, and with the assistance of the snake gallbladder from the Pizik snake, his 9-yin scripture had ascended to the 3rd level. Thus, with his current mastery of the 9-yin scripture, he was more than capable of practicing the 2nd level of the 9-yin white bone claw, the soul-capturing technique. Sikong Zhuixing prepared to cultivate this extraordinary technique, which, once perfected, could seize the souls of others and wield terrifying control over their thoughts. Following the postures outlined in the cultivation method, he aligned himself meticulously, facing north with his back to the south, 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. His left palm facing upward, thumb clasped against the little finger, while the other 3 fingers remained extended. His left hand rested before his chest, palm facing left, with the thumb, middle, ring, and little fingers curled inward, and the index finger extended. The 9-yin true qi within his body began to circulate through the designated meridians of the soul-capturing technique. In the depths of his mind, Sikong Zhuixing repeatedly conjured the essence of the soul-capturing technique, a profound and formidable art that demanded utmost caution during its initial practice to avoid jeopardizing one's sanity. Although Sikong Zhuixing had lived 2 lives, he remained vigilant. The sight of him mastering this new skill naturally captivated the attention of Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm. As they cultivated in the icy pool, absorbing energy, they also observed Sikong Zhuixing's movements, sensing subtle shifts in his demeanor. Their gaze, fixated on the trajectory of his claws, left them with a bewildering sensation. The 2 formidable beasts were astounded, prompting them to watch Sikong Zhuixing intermittently, freeing their minds from the spell of confusion. As his cultivation deepened, the surging 9-yin true qi within Sikong Zhuixing grew increasingly formidable. The potency of his soul-capturing technique escalated, instilling a sense of pressure even in the mighty 5th-tier beasts, Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm, who began to regard his prowess with newfound respect. After 3 full hours of diligent practice, Sikong Zhuixing concluded his session. Although his abilities had reached a certain level, mastering the soul-capturing technique required a more suitable environment, one steeped in ghostly energy. A location swiftly flashed through his mind, the chaotic burial ground where he had descended to this world, an ideal site for honing the soul-capturing technique. Sikong Zhuixing Star's mastery of the 9-yin scripture and the 9-yang divine art has transcended the cultivation of the heavenly Ling combat technique, rendering the latter eclipsed in terms of energy. Over the ensuing months, Sikong Zhuixing Stars has chosen to focus his training on the heavenly Ling combat technique, as he has already attained the third level of mastery in both the 9-yang divine art and the 9-ing scripture. The true energy within his meridians now circulates autonomously, flowing in an unceasing and grand cycle. Amidst his cultivation, he naturally seeks out magical beasts for further honing. Thus, he dedicates 3 days each week to sparring with these creatures. Presently, even the third-tier magical beasts fail to pique his interest. Nonetheless, for the sake of their crystal cores, he dispatches any encountered third-tier magical beasts without mercy, for even the smallest ant is still flesh. As for the fourth-tier magical beasts, Sikong Chasing Stars encounters only those with strength beneath the rank of 5th-grade battle master. Should they cross his path, they stand no chance of survival. While he cultivates, he simultaneously undergoes rigorous training, continuously fortifying and elevating his own realm. After a full 3 months, Sikong Chasing Stars finds himself immersed in the cold pond, incessantly absorbing the pure and potent spiritual energy of heaven and earth within. Suddenly, the cyclone of battle energy in his dantian contracts sharply, followed by a gentle tremor. Having lived 2 lives, Sikong Chasing Stars remains unfazed by the fluctuations in his mental state. In the midst of their cultivation, the 2 magical beasts were abruptly awakened. Having sensed the surging energy fluctuations emanating from Sikong Zhuixing's body. As first-tier dueling masters, their perceptive abilities were exceptionally formidable. Over the course of 3 months, they had diligently honed their skills in the icy pool, amplifying their strength 2 to 3-fold. However, they remained unable to breach the barrier to the next level. They understood that to ascend to the second-tier dueling realm, further refinement was necessary. Sikong Zhuixing opened his eyes, yet the Tianling Dojiwa within him continued to circulate, tirelessly absorbing and transforming the energy from the pool. With a smile, he remarked, "At last, I am on the verge of advancing." Taking another step closer to the great Dome Master realm, Tom Cat was equally elated, for his bond with Sikong Zhuixing transcended that of mere friendship. Presently, Sikong Zhuixing could endure 2 hours within the frigid waters, a feat made possible by the assistance of the 9-ing scripture and the 9-yang divine art, which provided him with formidable protection, allowing him to sustain his efforts far longer than the average individual. As the Do Qi cyclone in Sikong Zhuixing's lower dantian absorbed an increasing amount of energy, its vibrations escalated dramatically. The rhythmic sounds of bang, bang, bang resonated from within him, accompanied by waves of Do Qi surging forth. The once tranquil waters of the pool began to ripple, as his body became enveloped in an astonishingly powerful blue aura of Do Qi. Intense waves of energy radiated from him, growing ever more potent as time passed. High above the valley, a 5th-level fire-type magical beast, the blazing fire cloud eagle, soared gracefully through the skies. Its keen instincts detected a formidable surge of energy below, prompting it to gaze downwards, where it fortuitously spotted Sikong Zhuixing undergoing a breakthrough in the pool. The majestic creature let out a resounding call. In the valley, Sikong Zhuixing, Tom Cat, and the Xianbing divine silkworm simultaneously turned their eyes to the heavens. A voice whispered in Sikong Zhuixing's ear, that of Ziming, the blazing fire cloud eagle, a 5th-level magical beast of the fire element. It possesses tremendous strength, the ability to unleash a barrage of fiery energy, and remarkable speed in flight. Its overall capability is moderate among 5th-level beasts. You must exercise caution. Sikong Zhuixing sighed in resignation, realizing that this breakthrough had unwittingly attracted the attention of such a powerful creature. Ziming's words were solely for his ears, so he relayed the information about the enormous crimson beast, which was engulfed in flames, to his companions, instilling a sense of preparedness in their hearts. Tom Cat coldly remarked, "A little bird with wings is nothing to fear, Xianbing, and I can easily handle it. You should focus on your advancement, brother." Sikong Zhuixing, somewhat speechless, gazed at the massive flying beast with an impressive wingspan of 8 zhang, internally reflecting, "This is no trivial creature. I never expected Tom to possess such a sense of humor. It is indeed an asset that can be developed further." Sikong Chasing Stars exhibited an utter disregard for his own safety, despite the formidable presence of the flame cloud eagle descending from the sky. Although it possessed strength slightly superior to that of Tomcat and the ice god Silkworm, the confrontation remained 1 against 2. Suddenly, Tomcat erupted with a series of intense gray flashes, initiating a transformation. His body began to swell, and the diminutive version of Tomcat vanished. Replaced by a majestic 5th-level magical beast, his new form bearing a resemblance to his previous self. Upon witnessing Tomcat's metamorphosis, the ice god Silkworm was equally undeterred. Radiating a brilliant white light, he summoned forth a tremendous aura, exuding an overwhelming presence as his body expanded, maintaining its shape yet increasing in size by hundreds or even thousands of times. Now measuring 12 jing in length and as thick as a water vat, he emanated an aura of dominance accentuated by his 4 antennae. The flame cloud eagle hovered 20 zhang above the ground, its gaze fixed intently on the valley below. The chilling atmosphere invoked a sense of trepidation within it. A booming voice thundered, "I care not what you 2 magical beasts are doing here. Simply surrender that human to me as my snack, and I shall let you go." At that moment, Sikong Zhuixing, who had been quietly absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to elevate his power in the cold pool, opened his eyes. A flash of purple light flickered and vanished as he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of a 5th-level fire-type magical beast. Your mind must be scorched to pose such a foolish question. I am genuinely curious how you have grown to such a size. TSK, TSK, TSK." As he mocked the flame cloud eagle, Sikong Zhuixing wore a look of disdain. The fiery cloud sculpture, being a 5th-level magical beast, possesses considerable strength and dignity. Overwhelmed by a surge of fury, it roared, "Die!" Following this declaration, it unleashed a series of fiery rings, infused with formidable energy, directed at Sikong Zhuixing within the icy pond. Chapter 35, Claws of Annihilation. A flash of blue light shimmered in Tomcat's eyes as the energy within him erupted, forming an immensely powerful energy shield that enveloped the entire icy pond. Faced with the assault of the 5th-level magical beast, Tomcat did not dare to be complacent. He summoned all his energy to condense an impenetrable energy barrier that securely encapsulated Sikong Zhuixing. The advancement of Sikong Zhuixing could not be interrupted, otherwise. Not only would he fail in his ascension, but he would also sustain severe injuries. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Tomcat, endowed with intelligence akin to that of humans, was willing to expend his energy to manifest a terrifying shield. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery rings expelled from the fiery cloud sculpture's mouth struck the energy shield, creating a cacophony of tremendous sounds. Meanwhile, the Xianbing divine silkworm, having accumulated energy, radiated a brilliant white light. Suddenly, it erupted with overwhelming pressure, and from its mouth, it expelled a rapid white thread aimed at the airborne fiery cloud sculpture. Under normal circumstances, the Xianbing divine silkworm's attack would have been ineffective, but this time, the fiery cloud sculpture's rationality had been consumed by its rage. Thus, when it sensed something amiss, the white silk thread was already perilously close, rendering any attempt at evasion futile. The neck of the flame cloud eagle was ensnared by this thread. A terrifyingly potent chill surged forth from within the body of the ice god silkworm, continuously extending along the silk until it permeated the body of the flame cloud eagle. The ice god silkworm, with a sense of triumph, declared, "Little bird, it would be wise for you to transform into an ice block." Upon the invasion of the frigid air, the flame cloud eagle's previously raging fury diminished by half, and reason informed it that it had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. It resolved to first dispose of the 2 beasts before confronting the audacious creature that had spoken ill. The flame cloud eagle remarked, "I did not anticipate that you would be one of the rare ice-type beasts. I underestimated you. However, this thread cannot ensnare me. Witness how I shall incinerate it." True to its fiery nature as a 5th-level beast, flames erupted violently from the flame cloud eagle, relentlessly scorching the silk encircling its neck. This silk, a unique skill of the ice god silkworm, was exceptionally resilient, and even with the enhancement of battle energy, it could not be severed by ordinary blades. Despite the formidable flames emitted by the flame cloud eagle, It was improbable that such a tenacious and extraordinary thread could be burned through in a short span of time. The flame-cloud eagle has evidently recognized this, harboring a deep-seated apprehension towards the rather unimpressive beast on the ground. As the strands of icy fighting spirit continuously envelop its body, the flame-cloud eagle persistently resists with its own energy. For a moment, the duel between the two fifth-level magical beasts has reached an impasse. Sikong Zhuixing, filled with curiosity, never anticipated that the Xianbing divine silkworm, which he had pondered over for many days, possessed such a remarkable ability. The protruding strands, though no thicker than a thumb, are extraordinarily resilient, rivaling even the silks of Earth's golden silkworms, perhaps surpassing them. Sikong Zhuixing contemplates seizing an opportunity to have the Xianbing expel some of its silk, which he could then fashion into a suit of armor or some protective gear, thus acquiring a valuable treasure for his defense. Meanwhile, the energy-storing tomcat finally springs into action, erupting in a fierce gray light interspersed with flashes of blue. A gray energy sphere forms before him, containing an immense reservoir of fighting spirit, poised to inflict severe damage upon the flame-cloud eagle if unleashed. Tomcat roars, "Go forth, obliterate this little bird." Tomcat, harnessing the energy sphere he had conjured with his will, directed it toward the soaring fire cloud sculpture. Sikong Zhuixing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The way Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm referred to it as a little bird was undeniably amusing. Presently, Sikong Zhuixing focused the majority of his thoughts on advancing in rank. After absorbing the pure and potent spiritual energy from the cold pond, the fighting spirit he had transformed within his dantian had grown remarkably powerful. Merely observing the energy vortex revealed the terrifying fighting spirit it contained had reached a critical threshold. Sikong Zhuixing sensed that he was drawing closer to the realm of the 9th-rank battlemaster. The strength of the fire cloud sculpture was significantly superior to that of Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm. While it mobilized its fighting spirit to counteract the invading chill within its body, it simultaneously had to contend with the energy spheres launched toward it. The fire cloud sculpture, multitasking as it was, divided its energy into two segments. One part solidified into a formidable energy sphere, which it hurled forth to collide with Tomcat's energy sphere. A resounding explosion ensued, reverberating with waves of intense energy dispersing outward. The energy shield surrounding Sikong Zhuixing vibrated vigorously under the assault of the potent energy waves. Growing increasingly tumultuous, it appeared that it could not endure for much longer. Sikong Zhuixing's keen gaze discerned that the fire cloud sculpture was struggling considerably against Tom and the others. Should he choose to intervene at this moment, it would undoubtedly be unable to manage all fronts effectively, due to his ascension to the 8th-tier Hongmeng powerhouse. Sikong Zhuixing found himself unable to summon the battle energy from his lower dantian. However, the true energy residing within his upper dantian was not subjected to such constraints. As he fully activated the Jiuyang divine skill and the Jiuyin scripture, an immense and formidable flow of Jiuyang true energy and Jiuyin true energy surged forth. The bone armor on his left hand was entirely summoned. And after this advancement through the Jiuyin scripture, the 2-inch-long bone armor had become even more resilient than before, its hardness now rivaling that of ordinary blades. Under the influence of the Jiuyin true energy, it possessed an unparalleled might, capable of shattering all defenses. Sikong Zhuixing channeled all the Jiuyin true energy from his upper dantian into his left claw, generating intense energy fluctuations that went unnoticed by the fiery cloud sculpture due to the protective energy barrier. However, Tomcat sensed the impending action of his brother. Sikong Zhuixing then directed all the Jiuyang true energy within him into the fingertip of his right hand, manifesting a crimson sword-like energy, 4 feet long and 2 inches wide, atop his index finger. Seizing the opportune moment, as the energy of the surrounding barrier weakened to a certain degree, he roared, "Jiuyin white bone claw, Yang finger." With a simultaneous strike from both hands, a colossal energy claw, spanning 3 meters, and a 4-foot-long finger sword surged forth like a meteor chasing the moon, racing towards the fiery cloud sculpture, accompanied by a fierce sound of air being violently displaced. Sikong Chasing Stars and the fiery cloud sculpture were situated approximately 25 to 26 zhang apart. The 9-yin white bone claw and the 1-yang finger were both terrifying techniques renowned for their swiftness, within the span of a mere second. They had already traversed 8 zhang. Despite the formidable nature of these two fearsome techniques unleashed by Sikong Chasing Stars, Tomcat was psychologically prepared and thus remained unfazed. However, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm and the fiery cloud sculpture were taken aback, particularly the latter, which had fully unleashed its energy. The velocity of the opponent's energy attack was overwhelming. Although it had gathered a modicum of fighting spirit, it had yet to be released before its head was pierced by the sword-like 1-yang finger. Almost simultaneously, the energy of the 9-yin white bone claw infiltrated the body of the fiery cloud sculpture, wreaking havoc as the 9-yin true qi coursed within. At this juncture, even a celestial being would find it impossible to save the fiery cloud sculpture. The colossal body of the fiery cloud sculpture began to plummet into the valley, prompting Tomcat and the Xianbing Divine Silkworm to swiftly vacate their position. With a thunderous crash, the lifeless form of the fiery cloud sculpture struck the ground, leaving behind only its massive body, its neck and head reduced to a puddle of mire. With a resounding thud, an egg-sized crimson beast core fell to the ground, evidently belonging to the fiery cloud sculpture. Tomcat grasped it in his hand, feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from within, his eyes brimming with delight. Sikong Chasing Stars understood the fearsome energy possessed by Tomcat, who could absorb the energy within the beast core to advance in cultivation. However, it had been quite some time since the last absorption of a beast core, indicating that this secret technique could not be employed at will. Otherwise, his realm would not merely be that of a first-rank fighting spirit. With a smile, Sikong Zhuixing remarked, "Tom, I present to you the magical beast crystal core. Tonight shall be a delightful feast. The flesh of a 5th-tier magical beast is bound to be exquisite. Once I complete my advancement, we shall celebrate in style." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing these words, Tom the cat erupted in cheers, thoroughly pleased with Sikong Zhuixing's culinary skills. Even the Xianbing Divine Silkworm showed signs of excitement. After all, magical beasts are not akin to humans. Regardless of their rank, they do not possess the same culinary artistry. Having spent considerable time together, both beasts had grown accustomed to Sikong Zhuixing's barbecued delicacies, which were undoubtedly 100 times more delectable than their previous meals. Sikong Zhuixing collected his thoughts. His advancement had been temporarily stifled due to the presence of the fire cloud eagle. Now that the danger had subsided, he was determined to wholeheartedly absorb the essence of heaven and earth to elevate his rank. As for the depleted Jiuyin and Jiuyang true qi in his upper dantian, he chose not to restore them immediately, for nothing was more paramount than his ascension to the 9th-rank battle master. Surrounding his body, a blue aura of battle energy began to coalesce, and as the Tianling battle art continued its circulation, more battle energy was generated. A series of resounding booms emanated from within Sikong Zhuixing, accompanied by waves of formidable energy, revealing an unexpected reservoir of immense battle energy. Tomcat and the frosty Divine Silkworm have become seasoned veterans, fully aware that the ascension of Sikong Zhuixing has commenced. Waves of formidable energy fluctuations compelled their bodies to involuntarily retreat. This time, after an intense battle with the fiery cloud eagle, they had expended a considerable amount of energy, causing their originally colossal forms to gradually diminish. Within 5 minutes, they reverted to their former size. A remarkable ability to alter their physical dimensions that is not commonly possessed by ordinary magical beasts. This singular trait underscores the extraordinary nature of Tomcat and the frosty Divine Silkworm. Amidst this, an immensely powerful energy barrier began to coalesce around Sikong Zhuixing. As torrents of potent fighting spirit emanated outward, swiftly enveloping the entire valley. The frost upon the ground and the stone walls was relentlessly shattered, while the energy barrier's fighting spirit grew increasingly formidable. For a full 2 hours, the momentum radiating from Sikong Zhuixing surged incessantly until the barrier was ultimately breached by an overwhelming surge of energy. The sound of crackling explosions erupted from within him. as his internal aura intensified to an astonishing 5 or 6 times its previous strength. Now, the energy barrier surrounding Sikong Zhuixing has expanded significantly, reaching an impressive radius of 40 zhang. The azure fighting spirit energy was nothing short of astonishing, with waves of fighting spirit continuously emanating from the barrier, dispersing into the surroundings. The rocks within the valley were relentlessly assaulted by this immense energy, causing numerous small stones to cascade down. Chapter 36. Ninth rank Battle Master inside the lower dantian. The energy cyclone of Sikong Zhuixing, after absorbing an immense quantity of battle chi, has grown significantly larger. The entire lower dantian begins to tremble incessantly as the space expands with this latest advancement. The enlargement of the dantian is indeed advantageous for cultivation, allowing for the storage of more battle chi and the formation of a more formidable cyclone, thereby enhancing his overall strength. The Tianling battle technique now operates ceaselessly, with azure battle chi coursing through Sikong Zhuixing's meridians, cycling through numerous grand circulations. With each grand circulation completed, the battle chi within his meridians intensifies further. During this ascension, Sikong Zhuixing continuously draws in the ethereal energy from the cold pond, where the energy is exceedingly pure. Consequently, this elevation transpires at a pace considerably swifter than before. After the passage of another hour, the burgeoning aura emanating from Sikong Zhuixing's body finally ceases to escalate. He has made notable progress toward the realm of Grand Battle Master. At last, he successfully advanced. Sikong Zhuixing leapt forth from the icy depths of the cold pool. The residual energy of the nine-yang true qi circulating within his lower dantian, gradually drying his frigid, damp attire. A swirling mist of white vapor enveloped his form, rendering Sikong Zhuixing's appearance momentarily indistinct. As he utilized his true energy to dry his garments, he simultaneously summoned the immense fighting spirit from his lower dantian. A colossal sphere of azure fighting energy began to coalesce around his right fist, measuring a full foot in thickness, brimming with formidable energy that continued to swell. With purposeful strides, he approached the nearby rock wall. Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm observed intently, eager to witness the extent of his newfound prowess following his ascension. Sikong Zhuixing summoned every ounce of fighting spirit from his lower dantian, concentrating it within his right fist. Although the volume of the energy sphere remained relatively unchanged, its potency had reached unprecedented heights. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a swift punch, the energy sphere crashing violently against the rock. A thunderous roar echoed as the once solid surface began to yield, the powerful force radiating outward, creating a rapidly expanding web of cracks. A pit, 1/2 meter deep and 3 meters in diameter, materialized, surrounded by extensive fissures. The sheer might of his single punch illustrated the extraordinary strength Sikong Zhuixing possessed. Tomcat excitedly approached, gazing at the large pit on the wall, and remarked, "Brother, congratulations on your remarkable progress in cultivation and your enhanced strength." Sikong Zhuixing smiled and replied, "I have finally reached the 9th rank of Do Master. Although the Do Qi within my body still pales in comparison to true energy, the gap between the two has certainly narrowed. As a Grand Do Master, it seems that I must strive even harder. By the way, Xianbing, what exactly is the ice soul you mentioned last time? We should acquire it before leaving the Tianlong mountain range." Xianbing the divine silkworm pondered for a moment before responding. The ice soul is the very essence of all ice and snow in the world, its most primordial form. It is indeed a treasure for magical beasts like us, capable of aiding in cultivation, surpassing even the cold jade found in water pools. It also holds remarkable efficacy for your true energy cultivation. However, such a celestial treasure is not easily obtained. It is guarded by a 7th rank magical beast, one that has attained the pinnacle of Do Wang. Do you truly believe it possible to seize the ice soul from its grasp? Sikong Zhuixing looked at Xianbing the divine silkworm in disbelief and said, "Weren't you planning to use the ice soul as a bargaining chip? I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You are being quite unreasonable." Xianbing the divine silkworm awkwardly chuckled. "Hee hee, Just because we cannot obtain it now does not mean we will never be able to in the future. Once I reach the Do Huang realm, acquiring the Ice Soul will be a mere trifle. Sikong Zhuixing and Tomcat cast dubious glances at Xianbing the Divine Silkworm, secretly wondering how many generations of his ancestors they could greet in their minds. Sikong Zhuixing was particularly astonished by Xuanbing's cleverness, marveling at how such a young being could be so astutely wise, since treasures such as the Ice Soul are not easily obtained. Sikong Zhuixing cast aside such thoughts and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. He dedicated 2 to 3 days each week to training in the monster beast forest. Tomcat, a formidable 5th-level monster at the first rank of the Spirit Fighter realm, faced few challengers on the outskirts of the Tianlong Mountains. However, today he encountered a 5th-level beast, the Lion-Tiger Beast, a creature renowned for its ferocious aggression and one of the rare dual-element monsters. Within its physique resided the fierce Fire Do Qi and the robust Earth Do Qi. The Fire Do Qi boasted immense power, ranking among the top 3 in potency across all elemental energies, while the Earth Do Qi excelled in defensive capabilities. Initially, Tomcat and Sikong Zhuixing were not training together. However, upon hearing the intense sounds of battle emanating from the depths of the jungle, Sikong Zhuixing, driven by curiosity and the prospect of potential gains, stealthily approached the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, he discovered Tomcat in a state of transformation, his massive form, spanning 8 zhangth, engaged in a fierce clash with the formidable Lion-Tiger Beast. The sounds of impact resonated, bang, bang, bang. Despite Tomcat's precarious position, his adversary bore wounds of equal severity, with crimson blood flowing from its numerous injuries, indicating that its condition was far worse than Tomcat's. Thanks to Ziming's introduction, Sikong Zhuixing finally discerned the formidable nature of the beast before him. It was indeed a dual-element monster, which explained its formidable prowess in battle. However, in terms of cultivation, Tomcat has been training for such an extended period in the cold pond that he is no longer merely an ordinary first-tier Do spirit. His strength surpasses that of many formidable beasts, yet he has not gained a significant advantage, primarily because his opponent is a dual-element magical beast. Generally, dual-element magical beasts possess greater power than their single-element counterparts of the same rank. The reason the Lion-Tiger Beast suffered defeat today is that Tomcat is not an ordinary creature, and his remarkable origins are known to few. Although Sikong Zhuixing has limited knowledge of Tomcat, he remains unconcerned. Sometimes, being aware of certain matters too early can be detrimental. Subsequently, Sikong Zhuixing made his presence known, channeling the 3 formidable techniques within his body. The simultaneous execution of the 9-yin white bone claw and the One-yang finger unleashed a terrifying force that even the Lion-Tiger Beast found overwhelming. Coupled with its current injuries, which were severely depleted from battling Tomcat, it was unable to contend with Sikong Zhuixing for the time being. Ultimately, it met its demise at the hands of the combined efforts of the man and the cat. The invaluable dual-element magical beast crystal core was collected by Sikong Zhuixing, who did not spare even the body of this 5th-tier magical beast, which he stored within his spatial ring. Sikong Zhuixing leads a remarkably fulfilling life, devoting a fixed 6 hours to rest each day. He even practices cultivation during his sleep. One could consider him a cultivation fanatic, having ascended from a previously inept practitioner to a 9th-tier Do master within just over a year after arriving in this foreign realm. He has encountered numerous fortuitous events along the way, yet without his relentless efforts, he would not have achieved such heights. With a gentle rustle, Sikong Chasing Stars stepped firmly upon the brittle branches of a dead tree, producing a delicate sound. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth in the surrounding space were incessantly absorbed by the Tomcat perched upon his shoulder. The energy expended in the recent battle against the Lion-Tiger Beast had been immensely taxing. Tomcat wrinkled his nose and took several quick breaths, prompting Sikong to halt and inquire, "What troubles you, Tom? Is a magical beast approaching?" Tomcat shook his head, a look of confusion adorning his face. "Brother, I sense that the surrounding space harbors not only the essence of heaven and earth, but also a trace of combat energy. It seems there is something ahead." With that, he leapt from Sikong's shoulder and ventured forward, employing his keen senses to search for something elusive. Sikong followed quietly behind Tomcat, traversing a jungle they had never before encountered. The vegetation was towering and lush. After journeying for over 2 hours, they had yet to encounter a single magical beast. And as they delved deeper, the energy of combat grew increasingly potent, palpable even to Sikong chasing stars himself. Chapter 37. The Combat Crystal Vein. Upon turning a corner, they beheld clusters of crystalline energy stones erupting with brilliant white light, exuding an extraordinarily terrifying combat energy. Within Sikong's lower dantian, a steady flow of energy commenced, drawing the combat energy from the surrounding space into his dantian. Streams of pure and formidable combat energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately merging into the cyclone of his lower dantian. Sikong chasing stars inquired, Zhuixing, these crystals resemble the ones within the rings. Could you discern their ranks of battle crystals? Zhuixing, enveloped in a brilliant violet glow, approached the energy crystals. The luminescence from within him gradually seeped into them. He remarked, the rank of these battle crystals is impressive. Not a single low-grade crystal among them. The distribution is predominantly intermediate and high-grade, with a ratio of 7-3. Your fortune is indeed commendable. This place is a small battle crystal vein. If you were to excavate them all, the quantity would be substantial. Chasing stars, these are treasures. The energy contained within the battle crystals not only aids in cultivation but also serves as the universal currency on the continent. Sikong chasing stars. Disregarding the preceding remarks of Zhuixing, fixated on the final statement, universal currency, which equated to wealth. In his past life, he adhered to the philosophy that with money, one can traverse the world. Without it, one struggles to move an inch. To lead a carefree existence, the assistance of wealth was indispensable. The vast quantity of battle crystals before him evoked a sensation akin to gazing upon gold bars. In his previous life, he was a legendary thief, amassing countless rare treasures, with ancient paintings alone valued in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Furthermore, his discerning eye dismissed ordinary items, allowing him to accumulate a formidable fortune through his exploits. Sikong chasing stars held a profound affection for wealth, and the sight of these translucent battle crystals within the passage made him feel as though he had stepped into a bank vault. Tomcat's body erupted with a brilliant blue light, continuously absorbing the exceptionally rich dough crystals from the surrounding space. Excitedly, he inquired, Brother, what shall we do with these dough crystals? This small dough crystal vein is truly a treasure, and it remains undiscovered and unexploited. Sikong Zhuixing, no longer the naive novice he once was, chuckled and replied, This is an essential resource for our adventures across the continent. We must carry it all away. Fortunately, we have the spatial ring. Otherwise, we would be left merely watching. Sikong Zhuixing stepped forward, grasped a dough crystal, and with a surge of true energy, he effortlessly lifted it, producing a soft sound as he held it aloft. The pure and powerful energy contained within made him smile with delight. Zhuixing remarked, Though this dough crystal vein is not large, fully extracting all of them will be no easy feat after 4 hours of cultivation. Sikong Zhuixing concluded his session, and Tomcat along with the Xianbing divine silkworm also awakened. They quickly satisfied their hunger before departing the valley, with Tomcat leading the way. They journeyed for over 2 hours, finally arriving at the dough crystal vein they had discovered the previous day. Upon entering, the Xianbing divine silkworm marveled at their fortunate find. Sikong Zhuixing addressed the Xianbing divine silkworm, saying, Xianbing, transform and shatter the surrounding dough crystals into smaller pieces to expand the space, and then we shall work together. The Xianbing divine silkworm nodded, inhaling deeply, savoring the rich aura of combat energy in the air. It felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility as its body began to expand continuously. Sikong Zhuixing and Tomcat wisely retreated, witnessing the emergence of a colossal Xianbing divine silkworm. Measuring 8 zhang in length and 1 zhang in girth, radiating blinding white light, the oppressive aura it exuded was palpable. While Tomcat remained unfazed by the pressure emanating from the Xianbing divine silkworm, being of equal rank, Sikong Zhuixing, however, felt the disparity in strength between himself and these two formidable beasts. The weight of the Xuanbing's presence pressed upon him like a boulder on his chest, leaving him breathless. Instinctively, Sikong Zhuixing summoned the energy of the Nine-Yang divine art and the Nine-Yin scripture from his dantian, generating an immensely powerful barrier around him. Swiftly alleviating his discomfort, the Xianbing divine silkworm unleashed a barrage of energy spheres from its mouth, producing thunderous booms as they detonated. The combat crystals within the depths of the cave cascaded to the ground, and the Xianbing did not merely rely on its energy spheres. Its massive form was also put to use, rolling vigorously around. The ground trembled violently beneath Sikong Zhuixing as he watched a multitude of combat crystals dislodge and fall. Sikong Zhuixing nodded, convinced that his intuition was indeed correct. With the assistance of two fifth-level magical beasts, the time required to excavate the entire Dojing mine would be significantly reduced. The Xianbing divine silkworm had been tinkering deep within the cave for nearly 2 hours, finally revealing a space measuring over 30 feet in diameter. The ground was thickly layered with Dojing crystals, a medley of intermediate and advanced varieties intertwined. Sikong Zhuixing summoned Ziming, and a flash of purple light flickered from the spatial ring, revealing a familiar figure once more. Ziming smiled and inquired, "Master, what are your commands?" Sikong Zhuixing replied, "Please gather all these Dojing crystals into the spatial ring." Ziming nodded, her form beginning to glide gracefully as she unleashed a radiant purple light extending 2 meters in diameter. The Dojing crystals on the ground vanished at a visibly rapid pace. At that moment, a formidable pressure erupted from Tom Cat's body as he transformed into a massive fifth-level magical beast, measuring 8 feet in diameter. A gray luminescence emanated from him, accompanied by intense waves of fighting spirit. Tom Cat employed his indomitable claws and overwhelming fighting spirit, causing the entire space to expand continuously. With the collective effort of the group, they finally excavated the entire crystal vein, although the surrounding space remained filled with numerous impure crystals. Sikong Zhuixing had little interest in them. The atmosphere, though still rich in energy, had thinned considerably compared to its original density. Exhausted, Sikong Zhuixing, Tom Cat, and the Xianbing divine silkworm succumbed to slumber in this vast expanse. The abundant harvest of crystals uplifted Sikong Zhuixing's spirits immensely. After half an hour of travel, they encountered the sightless, two-tiered magical beast, the civet. For the two formidable fifth-tier beasts, this minor character posed no challenge. They could easily eliminate it in a single breath. To Sikong Zhuixing, although this level of magical beast exhibited a degree of aggression, it bore little distinction from the poultry of his previous life, such as chickens and ducks. Activating the 2 blue energy orbs within his dantian, Sikong Zhuixing guided a stream of exceptionally pure Jiang True Qi through the meridians in accordance with the Yang finger technique. This energy was then channeled into the index finger of his right hand, resulting in the manifestation of a 1-foot-long finger sword. The weapon pierced the head of the dim-witted civet, which had lunged at Sikong Zhuixing, causing its body to plummet to the ground in freefall. Having cultivated the Yang finger to the 6th rank, Sikong Zhuixing could unleash a 4-foot-long finger sword with devastating power. After several days of practice, he had mastered the might of this technique. Against a mere 2nd-tier beast, the 9th rank Yang finger was more than sufficient to send it to the afterlife. Chapter 38. The unexpected change of the beast egg. Sikong Zhuixing felt the flow of Duqi and Jinqi within his body, surging incessantly. With a smile, he remarked, "Having gone a month without any physical activity has left me feeling quite restless. Perhaps we should seek some excitement?" The 2 fifth-level magical beasts, having opened their spiritual orifices and possessing intellect rivaling that of humans, gazed at Sikong Zhuixing in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. The Xianbing divine silkworm appeared indifferent to the prospect of battle. However, recognizing the detrimental effects of prolonged inactivity on their future cultivation, it became intrigued by Sikong Zhuixing's suggestion and inquired, "Oh, what do you have in mind? Please, speak candidly." Tom Cat chimed in enthusiastically, Yes, brother. Do tell us what thrilling adventure you have in mind. In Tom Cat's eyes, Sikong Zhuixing had become his soul kin, while the Xianbing divine silkworm was merely a friend. Thus, he unconditionally supported any decision made by Sikong Zhuixing. With a chuckle, Sikong Zhuixing continued, "The entire Tianlong mountain range is fraught with danger, teeming with crises at every turn. Currently, we find ourselves merely on the periphery. Here, a fifth-level magical beast can reign supreme. In this realm, you are nearly indistinguishable from a ruler. Yet, have you considered pushing beyond this boundary? Is secluding ourselves in closed-door cultivation truly the optimal path to elevate our prowess? To transcend our current level, we must continuously challenge our limits. Therefore, I believe it is time for us to relocate." Tom Cat's eyes erupted with a brilliant blue light as he nodded and remarked, "Indeed. I have recently sensed a barrier impeding my advancement to the second tier of spirit combat. Yet, I find myself unable to surmount it. And my training progress seems to be diminishing at an alarming rate. Perhaps this method could prove beneficial." Clearly, Tom Cat expressed his agreement with Sikong Zhuixing's proposal. Sikong Zhuixing then turned his gaze towards the Xianbing divine silkworm. Regarding this enigmatic beast, he realized he could not sway its thoughts. He inquired, "What about you? Would you be willing to accompany us into the depths of the Tianlong Mountains? For where there is danger, there exists challenge, surely." This serves as a source of motivation for cultivation. The Xianbing divine silkworm blinked its small eyes, fixating on Sikong Zhuixing for quite some time before finally managing to utter, "What will happen to that piece of cold jade in the valley? It is a rare treasure. If we leave, what if someone else discovers it? I have searched for a long time to find such a large piece of cold jade." Sikong Zhuixing nodded and replied, "You needn't worry. I have already devised a plan. Such a valuable item should naturally be kept close at hand. We can store it in a spatial ring." He continued, "Let us take care of this matter now. And then we shall set forth towards the depths of the Tianlong Mountains tomorrow." Both Tom Cat and the Xianbing divine silkworm had no further comments. The Xianbing divine silkworm's attachment to the cold jade meant it would persistently cling to Sikong Zhuixing, a development that he welcomed. For such a powerful beast would serve as a formidable safeguard. Moreover, his own strength was no longer what it had been in his previous life. To comprehend the significance of Sikong chasing stars, one must recognize that in his previous life, he was a paramount being of extraordinary prowess, akin to the peak of a first-rate celestial in this realm. Although his strength has markedly improved over the past year, attaining the same level of mastery he once possessed will require an extensive period of diligent cultivation. Moreover, as it is merely a soul's transmigration, his power necessitates gradual accumulation. A change flickered across Sikong chasing star's countenance, and he could not help but exclaim, "Alas, it seems that now is the moment. I intended to wait until my strength was formidable enough to devise a method for its incubation. Yet it appears this little creature cannot withstand the solitude and desires to emerge prematurely." With that, Sikong chasing stars summoned forth his immense spiritual energy, causing radiant white light to flicker around him. A substantial amount of this energy flowed into his spatial ring, from which he extracted a top-tier beast egg radiating formidable energy. Suddenly, a colossal beast egg materialized in the valley, emanating a terrifying aura that startled even Tom Cat and the Xianbing divine silkworm. Their gazes were fixated upon the egg, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. The overwhelming energy waves emanating from the top-tier beast egg enveloped Sikong chasing stars, instilling within him a sense of suffocation. The sheer terror of its presence surpassed that of Tom Cat and the Xianbing divine silkworm by a considerable margin. Sikong chasing stars began to retreat rapidly, summoning all the combat energy and true essence within his body to create an overwhelmingly powerful energy barrier around him. The intense sense of pressure was profoundly uncomfortable for Sikong chasing stars. He yearned to discover what extraordinary being might emerge from this supreme beast egg. His eyes fixated intently on the distant object. Unbeknownst to him, Tom Cat and the Xianbing divine silkworm were both gripped by a solemn apprehension, sensing an unexplainable dread that stemmed purely from instinct. Previously, you had never mentioned such matters. Now, Tom Cat was utterly astonished. Anyone faced with such a scene would undoubtedly feel at a loss. Sikong Chasing Stars spoke in a deep voice. This is a top-tier beast egg. I cannot ascertain its true nature. I stumbled upon it by chance and had kept it stored within my spatial ring, intending to hatch it when time permitted. I did not anticipate that this little creature would be unable to contain its restlessness and would emerge today. What changes have transpired within the Purple Dream spatial ring? Surely, this beast egg would not hatch without reason. A sense of curiosity stirred within Sikong Chasing Stars, leading him to believe that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Ziming had been closely following Sikong Zhuixing and, upon hearing the inquiry, promptly responded, Master, the reason this mythical beast can hatch is due to the immense energy contained within the spatial ring. We have completely excavated a small Dojing mountain range. The energy emanating from the mountains of piled Dojing is continuously absorbed by this little creature. After a month of accumulation, under such colossal Duki energy, I believe this is the reason for the premature hatching of the mythical beast egg. Sikong Zhuixing and Tomcat nodded, now enlightened about the situation. However, the energy fluctuations radiating from the mythical beast egg were astonishingly intense. Sikong Zhuixing remarked, Indeed, it is a top-tier mythical beast. The commotion surrounding its birth is immense. Yintian has truly stumbled upon a treasure. With bright eyes, Sikong Zhuixing gazed at the mythical beast egg in the distance, his heart swelling with excitement. It was evident to even the most oblivious that this was an extraordinary mythical beast, destined to become a formidable ally in the future. A rumbling sound echoed as the terrifying energy waves continued to expand, relentlessly shattering the surrounding stone walls. A multitude of debris cascaded down, while a white energy shield encased the mythical beast egg, containing an overwhelming power that surpassed the combined energies of Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm. At this moment, Ziming turned her head, gazing earnestly at Sikong Zhuixing with a solemn expression. She spoke gravely, Master, if you wish to tame this mythical beast, you must forge a contract with it. Otherwise, once it hatches, it will depart from here. A top-tier mythical beast will not easily submit to an individual. It is a matter of their dignity. Sikong Zhuixing appeared taken aback, looking at Ziming with a puzzled expression as he inquired, What is a contract? Ziming, not at all surprised by Sikong Zhuixing's seemingly naive question, had grown accustomed to such inquiries. They had engaged in numerous discussions, and each time, he would pose some perplexing question. Ziming replied, A contract is a sacred bond. It establishes relationships between individuals and is irrevocable, lest one faces dire consequences. There are various types of contracts, including master-servant contracts, equal contracts, and alliance contracts, among many others. However, the most common are the master-servant and equal contracts. Both can be established with the mythical beast before us. Which one do you choose? Sikong Zhuixing pondered deeply. The mythical beast egg before him exuded a terrifying aura of power. He understood that if he were to sign a master-servant contract, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally. However, he was reluctant to do so. He did not wish to enslave the creature, especially one that was a top-tier mythical beast, imbued with great wisdom from birth. Therefore, he said, Let it be an equal contract. What must I do? As a complete novice regarding contracts, Sikong Zhuixing sought guidance from Ziming without hesitation. Ziming remarked, Establishing a contract necessitates the sacrifice of a drop of your essence and substantial mental fortitude, along with a specific incantation. The incantation for the equal contract is, Void of heaven and earth, all things are empty, the genesis of yin and yang, the cosmos in its entirety. The confluence of the three powers, heaven, earth, and humanity, the essence upheld, the supreme void manifests. Equal contract, coalesce. Contract. Finally, direct your essence towards the illusory beast egg. Let us commence. This little creature is on the brink of emergence. Chapter 39. The birth of the illusory beast. Sikong Zhuixing nodded. Having discerned that the formidable energy contained within the premier illusory beast egg was nearing its zenith, the egg vibrated violently, and a faint silhouette could be perceived within. Without hesitation, Sikong Zhuixing summoned the bone armor from his right middle finger, gently pricking it, causing a drop of crimson essence to emerge. He then began to chant, "Void of heaven and earth, all things are empty. The genesis of yin and yang, the cosmos in its entirety. The confluence of the three powers, heaven, earth, and humanity, the essence upheld, the supreme void manifests. Equal contract, coalesce. Contract." As Sikong Zhuixing recited the incantation, he felt his mental energy surge uncontrollably, converging towards the essence on his left middle finger. In that moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming force of mental power, radiating a brilliant white light. The sheer intensity of Sikong Zhuixing's mental energy startled the Xianbing divine silkworm, while Tom Cat was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how his brother, seemingly inferior in strength, possessed such formidable mental prowess. It truly left him in a state of confusion. A vast mental force continuously absorbed the essence of blood from the tip of the left middle finger, transforming the once crimson liquid into a pristine white. Gradually, this ethereal substance began to levitate above the fingertip. At that moment, Ziming spoke solemnly, "Now is the time. Hasten to release it." Sikong Zhuixing, not one to be easily deceived, summoned his inner energy, enveloping the white orb of energy. With a swift flick of his finger, it arced gracefully through the air, ultimately landing upon the surface of the beast egg. Instantly, the white liquid was absorbed into the egg, erupting in a dazzling display of white light. A tender cry resonated from within the shell, causing Sikong Zhuixing's mind to shudder as he sensed a newfound connection with the mythical beast. At that moment, a golden sphere of energy emerged from the egg, merging into the space between his brows, deepening the bond between him and the yet-to-be-born supreme creature. A wondrous sensation of bloodline connection enveloped him, allowing Sikong Zhuixing to glimpse the form of this enigmatic and powerful beast. However, upon witnessing it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It resembles a western great lizard, yet it possesses a certain beauty, truly translucent and exquisite, akin to a masterpiece of art." Sikong Chasing Stars was showered with praise, clearly enamored with the little creature. Tom Cat, Xianbing Divine Silkworm, and Ziming all focused their attention on Sikong Chasing Stars, unaware of what kind of magical beast resided within the egg before them. However, the high accolades from Sikong suggested that it must be something extraordinary. They eagerly anticipated the day when this little one would emerge. As their gaze remained fixed on Sikong, joy illuminated their expressions. They chirped in youthful voices, "Mama, Mama, hug." Upon hearing this, Sikong's face darkened, his body froze in disbelief. After all, he had merely established an equal treaty with it. How could someone so refined, strikingly handsome, and dashing, akin to a pear blossom overshadowing a begonia, be mistaken for a mother by an innocent, lively magical beast infant? Tom Cat was taken aback by the commotion, but soon burst into carefree laughter. His anthropomorphic expressions only fueled Sikong's urge to strangle him. Not only was Tom laughing, but he was also incessantly making faces at Sikong. Even the usually well-behaved Ziming couldn't contain herself. The only one maintaining a stoic demeanor was Xianbing Divine Silkworm, who, with its expressionless face and tiny beady eyes, was now obscured from view, evidently reveling in the amusement. As the crowd stood in a daze, the magnificent mythical creature finally emerged from its shell. Now, Tom Cat and the others could clearly discern the appearance of this enchanting being. It was truly stunning, its pristine white body adorned with densely packed, shimmering scales that sparkled under the sunlight. A pair of exquisitely beautiful wings graced its form, while its delicate little head featured bright, expressive eyes that radiated innocence. Reminiscent of a freshly born infant, a blank canvas, if you will. Its entire figure was a perfect embodiment of streamlined elegance, a true masterpiece that left everyone, save for Sikong Zhuixing, utterly mesmerized. The little creature, just newly hatched, let out a series of soft coos as its belly rumbled. Its slender front paws cradled its stomach before it turned around and began to voraciously consume the remnants of its eggshell. The sound of crunching filled the air, and Sikong Zhuixing watched in bemusement as this top-tier mythical beast feasted. Owing to their mutual treaty of equality, he could sense its thoughts' pure hunger. In no time at all, the little one had devoured every last piece of the eggshell, and with a contented belch, it radiated an endearing charm that was simply irresistible. After indulging in a satisfying meal, the little creature naturally did not forget about Sikong chasing stars, whom it regarded as its mother. With its gaze fixed on Sikong, its delicate wings began to flutter incessantly as it soared towards him, its eyes brimming with joy. It felt a profound connection with this figure, naively believing that Sikong was its closest companion. As it flew, it called out, "Mother, mother." Sikong's expression grew somewhat vacant. He was beginning to feel overwhelmed. He contemplated reprimanding the creature, but found himself powerless. Judging by the energy fluctuations prior to its birth, the little beast had already surpassed the likes of Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm, nearing the formidable realm of a second-tier battle spirit. Even Sikong, with his exceptional abilities, could not match this young entity. Moreover, the creature had just entered the world, displaying a lack of intelligence. Encountering its innocent, wide-eyed gaze quelled Sikong's initial fury by half. The little beast hovered before him, affectionately rubbing its head against his face while continuously uttering "mother." After enduring this for some time, Sikong, having lived 2 lives, could no longer resist. He gently cradled the little creature in his hands and solemnly declared, "Little one, I am not your mother. You may refer to me as your brother, or perhaps elder brother, for I am a man of honor. Please, do not look at me with those innocent eyes, for I cannot withstand it. And by the way, you have just been born and lack a name. What shall we call you?" Upon realizing that Sikong Zhuixing was not his mother, the little phantom beast's expression was filled with sorrow. Yet, when he heard that the other wished to bestow upon him a name, excitement surged within him. His pair of exquisite wings fluttered incessantly as he gazed expectantly at Sikong Zhuixing. Sikong Zhuixing, observing the magnificent phantom beast before him, was reminded of the dragons of Earth, which evoked some long-buried memories. Finally, he spoke in a deep voice. "How about Yulong? Given your beauty and charm, this name suits you perfectly." Elated to have a name of his own, Yulong soared around Sikong Zhuixing with the exuberance of a child. The birth of Yulong did not disrupt Sikong Zhuixing's original plans. That very evening, he commenced his rigorous training, yearning to restore his strength. The process of forging an equal contract with the top-tier phantom beast had depleted a significant portion of his mental energy, leaving him somewhat fatigued. However, with persistent practice, his mental power gradually replenished. The following morning, Sikong Zhuixing ascended the mountain peak as usual to commence his training in the 9 Suns divine art. After 4 hours of diligently absorbing the solar energy from the surrounding space, the depleted 9 Suns' true chi began to recover swiftly. Then, he approached the icy pool, leaped into its depths, and with a soft splash, Sikong Zhuixing submerged into the water, descending steadily until he reached the bottom. There, he began to scrutinize the colossal millennia-old cold jade, discovering that a third of it was still connected to the ground. Aware that he could only remain underwater for a maximum of 2 hours, Sikong Zhuixing dared not squander a moment. He summoned the energies of both the 9 Yang and 9 Yin, forcefully striking the juncture where the ancient jade met the rock. His true energy penetrated deeply, relentlessly dismantling the bond between the two. Without such an effort, he would be unable to transfer such a massive piece of ancient jade into his spatial ring. Time slipped away unnoticed. Within the span of an hour, 4/5 of the connection between the cold jade and the rock had been obliterated by his formidable true energy. However, he found that over 80% of the true energy within his upper dantian had been expended. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he activated the spirals of energy in his lower dantian, channeling a vast amount of potent, pure blue fighting spirit into the fissures of the jade and rock, continuously wreaking havoc upon their bond. Chapter 40. The Unicorn Dragon. As Sikong Zhuixing emerged, he hastily climbed up from the cold pool. His body was severely depleted of energy, necessitating a swift departure from the icy depths, lest he be frozen solid. Sikong Zhuixing promptly assumed a cross-legged position, beginning to absorb the celestial essence from the surrounding atmosphere, channeling it into his dual dantians. After diligently cultivating for 2 full hours, he finally exhaled in relief, having dispelled all the chilling energy that had invaded his body, and his dantians had regained some vitality. Sikong Zhuixing nodded and smiled, saying, "Indeed, this millennium cold jade is truly immense. With great effort, I have managed to store it within my spatial ring. However, my energy is critically low. We shall venture into the depths of the Tianlong Mountains tomorrow. I suggest everyone prepare accordingly." Tomcat and Xianbing Divine Silkworm nodded in agreement. They were acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the depths of the Tianlong Mountains. And even as fifth-level magical beasts, they approached the situation with utmost caution. Only the newly born Jade Dragon seemed oblivious, its mind muddled. Despite being a top-tier phantom beast with a high intellect, its youth rendered such naivety understandable. Sikong Zhuixing Star rose to his feet, unfurling his agility as he ascended towards the mountain peak on his right. It was the height of day, with the blazing sun illuminating the world, a perfect moment for cultivating the 9 suns' divine art. The surrounding space was saturated with solar energy. Yet the 3 azure orbs of energy within his dantian flickered dimly, their essence of true solar energy remarkably thin. The depletion he experienced was immense. Even as he activated the 9 suns' divine art, he tirelessly absorbed the surrounding solar energy into his body. This energy coursed through his meridians, transformed by the art into pure and potent true solar energy, which was then absorbed by the 3 orbs. Meanwhile, the vortex of battle energy in his lower dantian spun ceaselessly, drawing in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Through the transformation of the heavenly spirit battle art, this essence morphed into battle energy, continuously absorbed by the swirling vortex. In the midst of his cultivation, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Sikong Zhuixing Star. With a flicker of thought, a high-grade battle crystal materialized in his hand. To his surprise, its potency had increased slightly, though the enhancement was modest. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After 3 hours of incessantly absorbing the solar energy around him, the once dim azure orbs had transformed into radiant spheres of brilliance. Although they had not fully replenished, they had regained about 80% of their strength. Sikong Zhuixing Star continued his cultivation, and after yet another hour, he finally restored his true solar energy to its full capacity. His body now brimmed with formidable true energy, flowing vigorously through his meridians, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Within the tranquil waters of the pond, not only was Sikong Zhuixing Stars present, but also Tomcat, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm, and the Jade Dragon, all quietly absorbing the energy contained within the liquid. As night fell, the trio of companions, along with their 3 beastly friends, ceased their cultivation and turned their attention to a barbecue in the valley. In truth, it was Sikong Zhuixing Stars who busied himself with the preparations. The delectable aroma of the golden-brown meat caused the recently born Jade Dragon to drool uncontrollably, a sight that evoked fond memories of Sikong's first encounter with Tomcat, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Ultimately, the Jade Dragon lay contentedly on the ground, belching in satisfaction. While Tomcat and the Xianbing Divine Silkworm also found their fill, they cast discontented glances at the Jade Dragon, envious of its hearty appetite, which stirred a sense of imbalance within them. Sikong Zhuixing Stars, amused by the scene, remarked, "All right, everyone, let us retire early. We have a journey ahead of us come morning." After 3 days of travel, they had ventured nearly 200 miles into the depths of the Tianlong mountain range, where they finally encountered a formidable 5th-level magical beast, the Unicorn Earth Dragon. This creature bore a faint blood relation to the dragon kin of the main road, its powerful scales and immense size hinting at the vast energy it harbored. Not only was it a 5th-level magical beast, signifying its considerable might and potent fighting spirit, but its overall strength certainly placed it above the weaker ranks of its kind. By the time Sikong Zhuixing Stars confronted this Unicorn Earth Dragon, his own prowess had already reached the 2nd rank of battle spirit. Upon encountering the Unicorn Earth Dragon, Sikong Zhuixing felt a jolt in his heart. What a formidable creature it was, measuring 10 zhang in length and towering 6 or 7 zhang in height. Its bloodthirsty eyes and gaping maw, paired with a grayish body that exuded a fierce aura, were complemented by scales that conveyed an impression of invulnerability. When the creature laid eyes on Sikong Zhuixing and his companions, it trembled slightly, seemingly in disbelief. Its gaze lingered particularly on Tomcat, the Xianbing divine silkworm, and the jade dragon, while it completely disregarded Sikong Zhuixing, deeming him the weakest of the humans and thus unworthy of interest. In response to this arrogant unicorn earth dragon, a glint of determination flashed in Sikong Zhuixing's eyes. He had finally encountered a 5th-level magical beast. He chuckled to himself, considering it the perfect target for his upcoming trial. Sikong Zhuixing exchanged glances with the 3 beasts around him, and Tomcat and the others immediately understood, discreetly gathering energy in preparation. A fierce battle was silently brewing. The unicorn dragon is a 5th-level magical beast, having attained the 2nd rank of the spirit fighting realm. Such formidable strength fills him with confidence as he gazes at the magical beasts and humans before him, stirring a sense of displeasure within. Although he perceives that the 3 magical beasts may not be ordinary creatures, he remains utterly unconcerned, for he possesses unwavering faith in his own abilities. Being a social species, unicorn dragons typically dwell in groups, often comprising a dozen or more. Thus they feel emboldened even when faced with 6th-level magical beasts. As he is merely out foraging for food, the 3 magical beasts before him fail to capture his interest, as they are too diminutive and lacking in flesh. The human, however, could serve as a morsel, for as the saying goes, even the smallest flea is still meat. Thus, this dim-witted unicorn dragon sets his sights on the group led by Sikong Zhuixing. With a haughty snort, he exudes an air of superiority, pride radiating from his gaze as he contemptuously regards his potential prey. Licking his lips in a bloodthirsty manner, he speaks in a deep voice. What splendid fortune this time! A human has graced my presence. It has been ages since I last feasted. How I long for it. Boy, you would do well to submit to me, and I assure you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall torment you to the point of wishing for death. As for the other 3 little creatures, consider yourselves fortunate today. Despite your small stature, you may serve as appetizers, becoming my sustenance. Sikong Chasing Stars, Tomcat, and Xianbing Divine Silkworm wore expressions of profound anger. This individual was truly insufferable, a mere 5th-tier magical beast, possessing only the strength of a 2nd-rank doling realm, yet behaving with an audacity that was utterly intolerable. The notion of devouring them, human flesh, a delicacy, was beyond the pale. Sikong Chasing Stars was incensed, Tomcat was furious, and Xianbing Divine Silkworm seethed with rage. As for Yulong, the recently emerged innocent creature, it initially found the grand figure's speech quite amusing, listening with rapt attention. However, the wrath emanating from Sikong Chasing Stars, who had established an equal pact with it, was palpable. The realization that its beloved figure, I meant brother, was so enraged made it recognize the peril posed by this scoundrel. In Yulong's eyes, Sikong Chasing Stars was the most cherished being in its world, and thus the intensity of his fury resonated deeply within Yulong. Consequently, this top-tier illusion beast, despite its 2nd-rank doling strength, unleashed a thunderous roar. Its body erupted with an overwhelming pressure, emanating an unparalleled aura of might. It was not merely a top-tier illusion beast. It was truly the sovereign among its kind. This formidable presence, this extraordinary power, was remarkable, especially considering that the little creature had only just been born. It was merely the 2nd day of its existence in this world. Chapter 41. An unexpected assault as Sikong Zhuixing, Tomcat, and Xianbing Divine Silkworm prepared to harness their energy. They were abruptly struck by the terrifying force unleashed by Yulong. The ensuing energy wave propelled them backward, sending them flying over 10 paces before they finally came to a halt. A sense of despair washed over them. This creature unleashed its energy without so much as a warning. Damn it! Only Sikong Zhuixing could discern the underlying motive behind Yulong's actions. It was entirely to provide him with a sense of solace, allowing his heart to feel warmth once more. This revelation illuminated the admirable qualities of Yulong and Sikong Zhuixing's eyes. The sudden onslaught of terrifying energy waves left the unicorn earth dragon utterly astounded. It sensed that the energy erupting from its opponent was nearly equivalent to its own. In shock, it bellowed, "Second-tier battle spirit? How is this possible? Your body is so small. How can it possess such power? Heaven, this world is utterly insane." As it spoke, it summoned its own battle aura to confront Yulong, its eyes radiating an indescribable fervor, clearly revealing its combative nature. Tomcat and Xianbing Divine Silkworm remained unfazed by the unicorn earth dragon's words. Yet Sikong Zhuixing found himself at a loss for words. The strength of an opponent bore no relation to the size of their physique. Sikong Zhuixing overlooked one crucial point. As the level of magical beasts increases, so too does their physical prowess. This is true for the majority of magical creatures. However, this concern was now trivial. His foremost desire was to vanquish the colossal beast before him. Thus, he turned to Tomcat and Xianbing Divine Silkworm and declared, "Let us unite our efforts. A formidable opponent such as this marks the beginning of our trials. Let us extinguish it." Sikong Chasing Stars exuded an aura reminiscent of a leader commanding his subordinates in battle. Tomcat, without a moment's hesitation, erupted in a cascade of gray luminescence, his fighting spirit surging forth, causing his form to swell dramatically. In less than 10 seconds, he transformed into a colossal 5th-level magical beast towering 8 zhang, radiating an overwhelming presence. Without uttering a word, he charged toward the unicorn dragon, his maw opening wide as he conjured a formidable gray energy sphere, imbued with potent and domineering fighting energy. Meanwhile, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm underwent its own metamorphosis, stretching to an impressive 10 zhang in length and 1 zhang in girth. Its immense form emanated an intense white glow, and as it opened its mouth, a flash of white light surged forth, not a mere beam of energy, but a thread it exhaled. This thread was extraordinarily resilient, seldom allowing even a 5th-level magical beast to escape its grasp. Sikong Chasing Stars was not one to lag behind. The fiery energy sphere and the azure energy sphere within his upper dantian world with increasing vigor, the might of his 2 divine arts amplifying ceaselessly. A formidable pressure radiated from him, culminating in the peak of the 9 yang divine art and the 9 yin true classic. Under the infusion of 9 yin true qi, his left hand transformed rapidly, its fingers glistening in gold as 5 indomitable bone armors materialized in the air, each one exquisite and mysterious, yet harboring immense lethality. Now, having propelled the 9 yin true classic to its zenith, Sikong Chasing Stars was poised to unleash his ultimate technique with unwavering resolve. As Sikong Chasing Stars contemplated the 9 yin white bone claw, it was inevitable that the 1 yang finger would also come into play. With the enhancement of the 9 yang divine skill, the 1 yang finger progressed with astonishing rapidity, now having reached the 6th tier of mastery. He was capable of condensing a crimson finger sword, 4 feet in length, upon his right index finger. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed 9 yin white bone claw, 1 yang finger. As both formidable techniques were executed simultaneously, an immense claw force, spanning 8 meters in diameter, emerged in the air, imbued with chilling and formidable 9 yin true energy. As the 9 yin white bone claw surged forth, a crimson finger sword, 4 feet long, hurtled towards the body of the unicorn earth dragon with the speed of a shooting star. A resounding thud echoed as the 1 yang finger struck first against the creature's body, erupting in a shower of sparks. Even though the 5th-tier magical beast possessed thick skin and robust flesh, protected by its armored scales, the unicorn earth dragon could not help but feel a searing pain. It let out a series of furious roars, its gaze fixed intently on the distant human, wishing to devour him whole. Yet, it remained immobilized, its limbs ensnared by terrifying threads. Any attempt to move would certainly lead to its downfall, and at that moment, survival would be all but impossible. Immediately, Sikong Chasing Stars' 9 yin white bone claw struck fiercely against the indomitable scales of the unicorn earth dragon, producing a resounding explosion accompanied by a cacophony of metallic clashes that pierced the air. A wave of excruciating pain surged through it. Yet the unicorn earth dragon found itself overwhelmed, as Tomcat, Yulong, and Xianbing divine silkworm relentlessly assaulted its massive form. The tumultuous sounds echoed continuously, creating a lively spectacle. This battle was perhaps the most humiliating for the unicorn earth dragon. Before its very eyes were three diminutive adversaries, two of whom had transformed into fifth-level magical beasts, emanating a pressure that signified their mastery at the spirit combat realm. Furthermore, there was an even more formidable creature of the same caliber. The combined onslaught of these three powerful beings was beyond its capacity to withstand, compounded by the presence of a human warrior. Although the latter's strength was beneath its notice, facing three spirit combat experts alone at this critical juncture was tantamount to courting death. The unicorn earth dragon now deeply regretted provoking them, realizing it had bitten off more than it could chew. Yet, it was not entirely to blame, for even if it had not instigated Sikong chasing stars, they would not have allowed it to escape unscathed. After all, the energy crystal core of a fifth-level magical beast was exceedingly valuable. A series of thunderous impacts reverberated as Tomcat, Xianbing divine silkworm, and Yulong unleashed their most potent energies upon their foe. In less than 5 minutes, the adversary was already grievously wounded, its body marred with fresh blood from numerous injuries. The unicorn dragon roared incessantly, for the foes before it were exceedingly arrogant, particularly the human, who was the most despicable of all. The relentless assaults targeted two vulnerable areas of its body, and by thunder, even a form forged of iron would not withstand such blows. Consequently, the unicorn dragon's animosity towards Sikong Zhuixing reached a fervent peak, with a third of its energy spheres directed towards him. Alas, none struck their mark, for he was as elusive as an eel. Sikong Zhuixing, evading the unicorn dragon's formidable energy spheres, danced nimbly, aware that a direct hit from such menacing forces would surely spell his demise or leave him grievously injured. Thus, he unleashed his 9-in-bone claw and 1-yang finger, launching precise assaults upon the unicorn dragon. Notably, the most grievous and profound wounds upon the beast's body were not inflicted by the jade dragon strikes, but rather by Sikong Zhuixing's own handiwork. The 9-in-bone claw and 1-yang finger relentlessly pounded upon the existing wounds. Despite the unicorn dragon's tough skin and resilient scales, they proved of little defense in this moment. The original wounds widened further, while the unicorn dragon's fiery red eyes remained fixed on the energy spheres emanating from Sikong Zhuixing, occasionally lunging towards him with ferocity. Regardless of who encounters such a despicable adversary, it is impossible not to feel a surge of indignation. It is akin to a confrontation between enemies, where the opponent relentlessly targets your vulnerable abdomen with increasingly ferocious assaults. The emotions evoked are those of suffering, discomfort, and intense rage. This is precisely the sentiment experienced by the unicorn dragon. With a fierce glare, the unicorn dragon realized another attack was imminent. Although it yearned to evade, it was already too late. Its limbs were firmly ensnared by the threads expelled by the Xianbing divine silkworm. At that moment, attempting to move was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Consequently, its previous roar was abruptly silenced, its colossal jaws swiftly closing. Just then, the formidable 1-yang finger struck against its incredibly hard teeth, producing a dull thud. The immense power of the 6th-tier 1-yang finger was now on full display, proving insurmountable even against the robust defenses of a 5th-level magical beast. The foremost 2 rows of 10 extraordinarily hard, razor-sharp teeth of the unicorn dragon were shattered, 4 of them succumbing to the tremendous force of the 1-yang finger. Moreover, the violent energy caused the gums of those rows to bleed profusely. Coupled with its bloodshot eyes, its appearance became even more menacing. The unicorn dragon's gaze was filled with hatred and fury. If looks could kill, Sikong Zhuixing would have been subjected to 1,000 tortures by now. Sikong Zhuixing shouted to Tomcat and the others, urging, "You 3, concentrate all your attacks on its 2 largest wounds." There is hardly any fighting spirit left within its body. Even retaining half would be quite remarkable. Let us exert ourselves and bring this to a swift conclusion. Yes, exactly like that. Continue to bombard its injuries, compounding its suffering. Upon receiving the directive from Sikong Zhuixing, Tom Cat and his companions unleashed their energy spheres upon the most grievous wounds of the unicorn dragon. Those 2 injuries were indeed the handiwork of Sikong Zhuixing. The unicorn dragon roared incessantly, a cacophony of pain and fury. Were there anyone present, they would likely feel an overwhelming urge to slap Sikong Zhuixing across the face. For his cruelty was beyond measure. To inflict such torment upon a creature, relentlessly assaulting its wounds, was undeniably excessive. Yet, this fellow's lack of virtue was equally striking. While adding injury to insult might be comprehensible, the notion of driving one to the brink of death was utterly intolerable. However, the simple-minded trio of beasts could not fathom the profound implications of such expressions, and in their excitement, they frivolously scattered their fighting spirit upon the unicorn dragon. Once more, the unicorn dragon opened its mouth to call for aid from its companions, but its cry was abruptly interrupted by the piercing strike of Sikong Zhuixing's finger sword. Time and again, it attempted to seek help, only to face repeated failure. Ultimately, despair enveloped the unicorn dragon. Blood poured from its mouth as it emitted a series of deep, mournful roars, infused with desperation, rage, and a potent aura of lethal intent. If one were to ponder what its greatest desire might be at that moment, it would surely be to see Sikong Zhuixing subject after nearly 5 minutes had passed. The wounds on the body of the unicorn dragon revealed rows of exposed bones, surrounded by a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. A potent stench of blood permeated the air as the once mighty creature succumbed to its grievous injuries. Shaking violently, the unicorn dragon ultimately collapsed to the ground. Unwilling to accept its fate, its remaining energy was dwindling, and it had no intention of retaliating. Instead, it resolved to bestow its final strength upon Sikong Zhuixing, whose actions had incited a deep-seated hatred within it. Chapter 42. Tom Cat's ascendant Sikong Zhuixing, having lived 2 lives, was exceedingly cautious as he addressed Tom Cat. Concentrate your energy and unleash it upon its body, obliterating all vestiges of vitality within. His tone was imbued with a chilling resolve, undoubtedly sentencing the unicorn dragon to its demise. Without hesitation, Tom Cat began to fervently gather his energy, and soon a gray energy sphere took shape, pulsating with formidable and pure fighting spirit. Sikong Zhuixing stood confidently 10 paces away from the unicorn dragon, a distance neither too close nor too far. The unicorn dragon felt the energy sphere coalescing and was gripped by despair, lamenting the indignity of its impending death. Fixating its gaze on Sikong Zhuixing, it harbored an intense desire to consume him in vengeance. Observing that the opponent had nearly exhausted its combat energy, Sikong Zhuixing noted that it could only glare impotently. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The unicorn dragon summoned its last reserves of strength and roared, "Die." Then, a 1-meter-sized energy sphere condensed in his mouth, containing an immense amount of fighting spirit. After all, he was a formidable warrior at the 2nd rank of the Douling realm. Even the residual energy within his body could severely injure Sikong Zhuixing. Thus, he was taken aback by the fact that the unicorn earth dragon still possessed such formidable power, and Sikong Zhuixing was no exception. As he sensed a powerful energy sphere hurtling towards him, he quickly responded. Despite the suddenness of the event, his extensive experience from 2 lifetimes in the martial world kept him vigilant against the severely wounded unicorn earth dragon before him. He swiftly propelled himself, discovering that 2 streams of dormant fighting energy had been residing at the Yongquan acupoint beneath his feet. At that moment, they surged forth, and his body shot upwards like a rocket. He leaped to a considerable height, just in time to grasp a branch above. Sikong Zhuixing narrowly evaded the unicorn earth dragon's final strike, which crashed with a thunderous boom into a massive tree, causing an explosion that created a gaping hole in the trunk, large enough for 3 men to embrace. At that moment, Tom Cat realized the danger. His eyes blazing with fury, Just a hair's breadth away, his elder brother could have been injured. If death was imminent, so be it. Even in his final moments, he refused to relent. Without hesitation, Tomcat unleashed the energy sphere he had condensed, striking it upon the unicorn earth dragon's enormous wound. With a resounding crash, accompanied by the final, desperate roar of the unicorn dragon, it felt itself being relentlessly bombarded by a terrifying energy. The vitality within its body was rapidly ebbing away. Ultimately, its massive head struck the ground with considerable force, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The unicorn dragon beheld the human standing before it, unscathed, and, in a fit of unwillingness, closed its eyes, suppressing its last breath. Sikong Zhuixing's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he approached the unicorn dragon. On the tip of his right index finger erupted a series of immensely powerful rays of the first sun finger, a sixth-tier technique. Now, with all his might, Sikong Zhuixing unleashed it, producing a formidable force of astonishing magnitude. With a series of dull thuds, he unleashed 6 successive first sun fingers, ultimately shattering the unicorn dragon's skull. Within, a grayish magical beast crystal core emerged, radiating a brilliant glow. Sensing the intense energy fluctuations emanating from the core, Sikong Zhuixing felt a surge of excitement. He reached out to retrieve it and hurried towards Tomcat, saying, "This magical beast crystal core is for you. It may prove useful in the future." Tomcat grasped the powerful energy-emitting crystal core, realizing it belonged to a second-tier Doling realm beast. His heart raced with exhilaration as he sensed the signs of impending advancement. Given a little time and the application of his unique secret techniques, the transition to the second-tier Doling realm would soon become a natural progression. The gray beast crystal core vanished from Tomcat's grasp in less than a minute. A series of deep, resonant roars echoed from afar, revealing the presence of a formidable 5th-level magical beast, akin to the fallen unicorn earth dragon before them. They had finally sensed something amiss and approached to investigate. Sikong Zhuixing, acting decisively, urged, "We must depart immediately. We have already expended considerable energy." And confronting 2 5th-level magical beasts would prove exceedingly arduous. With that, he turned to leave, while Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm shimmered with gray and white lights, their forms rapidly diminishing as they trailed behind Sikong Zhuixing, swiftly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, the jade dragon perched excitedly upon Sikong Zhuixing's shoulder, exhilarated by the recent battle. Barely 2 minutes after Sikong Zhuixing's departure, 2 colossal figures emerged from the depths of the forest. Indeed, they were 2 unicorn earth dragons, equally massive, emanating powerful energy fluctuations, one at the first grade of the Doling realm and the other at the second grade. Upon sighting their fallen kin, they erupted in furious roars, their voices resonating through the wilderness. In no time, the forest was filled with the thunderous sounds of heavy footsteps as enormous silhouettes began to appear, each one filled with outrage at the sight of a fallen member of their clan. At that moment, 15 unicorn dragons let out a collective roar that echoed through the heavens, their cries suffused with sorrow, grief, and animosity. Their immense power and sheer numbers were so formidable that even the magical beasts within a 20-mile radius could hear them. Nearby, a party of adventurers halted in their tracks upon hearing the cacophony, engaging in a careful discussion before ultimately deciding to retreat. Meanwhile, Sikong Zhuixing and his companions, upon hearing the series of roars, became increasingly vigilant, concealing their own energy signatures. They had no desire to be relentlessly pursued by a dozen unicorn dragons. Resolute in his determination, Sikong Zhuixing resolved that in future encounters with magical beasts, it would be prudent to target those that lived in solitude, as this would ensure a safer training experience. Subsequently, they encountered 7 or 8 4th-level magical beasts, which, as one might expect, met their demise. The purpose of this endeavor was solely to hone their skills. They paid little heed to the numerical disadvantage. Through these battles, their teamwork grew increasingly harmonious. As night fell, they would seek refuge high in the branches of a colossal tree, for it offered greater safety than the ground below. Unbeknownst to them, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, They averaged the slaying of 2 5th-level magical beasts and several 4th-level ones each day. The precise number of 3rd-level magical beasts they vanquished remained a mystery even to them. In a secluded valley, Sikong and his companions have taken residence, drawn to this remote location by the imminent advancement of Tomcat. The valley is densely surrounded by an abundance of high-grade spirit crystals, which has significantly enriched the energy within. Tomcat has now transformed into a towering figure, reaching an impressive height of 8 zhong, and is currently engaged in profound meditation. Simultaneously, the surrounding space is teeming with numerous magical beast crystal cores. A substantial portion of these are from 4th-level magical beasts, while a smaller fraction consists of 5th-level ones. With at least 10 5th-level energy cores present, Tomcat radiates a potent gray luminescence, complemented by a mysterious and formidable blue energy that envelopes the magical beast crystal cores, continuously absorbing their energy into his being. The fluctuations of energy emanating from Tomcat intensify, drawing in the surrounding aura of combat energy as well. This peculiar method of advancement is unprecedented for Yulong and Xianbing Shunkan, leaving them momentarily astonished, yet they remain silent to avoid disturbing Tomcat. Xianbing Shunkan gazes enviously at Tomcat, recognizing his ascension to the second-tier Doling realm, while he himself feels the barrier between realms becoming increasingly distinct and clearer, uncertain of what it will take to break through. Meanwhile, Yulong feels a sense of joy for his companion, cherishing the harmonious bond they have cultivated over their time together. Tomcat's expression was grave. This time, as he advanced to the second rank of spirit combat, he approached the endeavor with utmost caution. He summoned forth all the wondrous blue energy contained within his being, continuously absorbing the combat energy emanating from the floating cores of magical beasts in the surrounding space. As time progressed, the oppressive aura radiating from Tomcat intensified, signaling to all that he was at a critical juncture in his ascension. Sikong Zhuixing and his companions closely monitored Tomcat's progression while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After all, they were in the realm of 5th-tier magical beasts, where energy fluctuations were considerable. The last thing they desired was to attract formidable foes, as the outcome could prove dire. Consequently, the Xianbing divine silkworm had transformed, its massive form blocking the valley's exit, now ensnared by a multitude of silk threads. Even if a 5th-tier magical beast attempted to breach this barrier, it would undoubtedly require significant effort. Both the Xianbing divine silkworm and Sikong Zhuixing, along with Yulong, were on high alert, fully prepared for any eventuality. They found themselves deep within the Tianlong mountain range, an area teeming with 5th-tier magical beasts, and occasionally, 6th-tier ones would emerge. Thus, their anxiety grew regarding the potential presence of such formidable creatures near the valley. At that moment, the 4th-tier magical beast cores surrounding Tomcat, having exhausted their combat energy, crumbled into ordinary stones, falling to the ground. Within a mere hour, over 100 level 4 beast crystals had fallen to the ground, with half of them already absorbed by Tomcat. The energy contained within these crystals amounted to a considerable magnitude. The energy now erupting from Tom's body was astonishing. It appeared that it would not be long before he ascended to the second rank of spirit combat. Chapter 43. Ascension to the second rank of spirit combat. The entire valley was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Finally, as all level 4 beast crystals were rendered useless, and 2 level 5 beast crystals transformed into mere ordinary stones, the accumulated energy from these crystals enabled Tomcat to advance. A series of muffled sounds echoed throughout the valley, resonating with an intensity that signaled Tom's rapid enhancement. The fighting energy within him surged dramatically. During Tom's ascension, his mind was filled with a thunderous roar, akin to the dry thunder of spring, causing a momentary disconnection in his thoughts. It took him 3 to 4 seconds to regain his composure, during which his consciousness expanded, and the soul energy within his mind continuously increased. The energy of the soul is of paramount significance, particularly for those aspiring to become alchemists, as it serves as the crucial foundation. Furthermore, soul energy is hierarchically categorized. ranging from the highest to the lowest as follows: Cosmic Primordial, Earthly Profound Yellow, and Spirit Mortal. This classification consists of 10 tiers. Presently, with Tomcat possessing a 5th-tier magical beast cultivation, his soul energy has ascended to the Earth level. To elevate his soul energy to the heavenly tier, he must attain the status of a 6th-tier magical beast, akin to a formidable Do Zone level expert. The 10 levels of soul energy are further divided into 10 grades within each level. Tomcat currently stands at the 2nd grade of Earth-level soul energy. Although his soul energy continues to grow, this progression is an established fact. The increase in soul energy is a minor concern compared to the vastness of the cyclone within his dantian, which harbors an immense reservoir of formidable Do Chi that is perpetually expanding. Within Tomcat's body resides a multitude of Do Chi energies, all extracted from magical beast crystals, pure and potent, yet not cultivated by Tomcat himself, necessitating continual refinement to prevent energy backlash. The expressions of Sikong Zhuixing and his companions finally relaxed, as Tomcat had successfully advanced in rank. Consequently, among the 4 of them, 2 are now 2nd-grade Do Ling experts, and 1 is a 1st-grade Do Ling, complemented by the extraordinary true energy of Sikong Zhuixing. They have thus attained a certain level of strength. However, surviving in the Tianlong mountain range is far from a trivial endeavor. As Tomcat continuously absorbed the energy of combat from the Warcraft crystal core, the surrounding space became saturated with this energy. The valley was teeming with dense combat crystals, suffusing the air with an overwhelming presence of battle energy. This abundance of energy significantly aided Tomcat in his ascension. However, as the formidable pressure emanating from Tomcat reached its zenith, it began to wane, ultimately dissipating to the point of imperceptibility. His colossal form shimmered with a grayish light, emanating waves of intense vigor. Tomcat's strength had surged to 3 or 4 times its previous level, placing him on par with Jade Dragon. Should a confrontation arise, victory would undoubtedly belong to Tomcat, given his extensive combat experience. In contrast, although Jade Dragon shared the same level, he was newly born, lacking experience and the requisite ruthlessness to triumph over Tomcat. Thus, any notion of defeating him was merely a fanciful dream. Sikong Zhuixing remarked with a smile, "Tom, how do you feel?" Witnessing Tomcat's advancement filled him with deep envy, pondering when he might also ascend to the ranks of combat spirit warriors. Yet, he had yet to cultivate to the level of great fighter, let alone combat spirit, indicating that his journey was still long. Tomcat exuberantly responded, "I've become more than 3 times stronger. It feels absolutely exhilarating. I am brimming with energy. And even if I were to face the original unicorn Earth Dragon alone in a one-on-one duel, I am confident that victory would be mine." Sikong Zhuixing nodded in agreement, fully believing in Tomcat's assertion. The identity of Tomcat remains shrouded in mystery, akin to that of Yulong and Xianbing, rendering him an enigma. Sikong Zhuixing nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, this is favorable. You have just advanced and require time to solidify your progress. At present, we are not in haste to engage in trials. It is preferable to elevate our strength to a higher tier first. Xianbing, you and Tomcat were originally of comparable strength. Now that he has ascended, you must also be catching up swiftly." Both individuals sensed the existence of a barrier following their advancement, realizing the formidable challenge in seeking a breakthrough. With the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, Sikong Zhuixing possessed certain advantages. Although the cultivation methods of this realm differ entirely from those of the ancient martial world on Earth, they ultimately converge towards the same goal. To cultivate to higher levels, one's state of mind is of paramount importance. Without it, the constant absorption of energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. In his previous life, Sikong Zhuixing was a peak-level expert, comparable to a martial king at the pinnacle of completeness, endowing him with an exceptionally robust mindset. With such a formidable mental state, Sikong Zhuixing has refrained from practicing his mental cultivation in this new world. Yet, under the influence of his powerful mindset, he has adeptly mastered 3 distinct martial arts techniques. The significance of a strong mental state cannot be overstated. While multitasking is a challenging endeavor for most, for Sikong Zhuixing, it is a mere trifle. It is worth noting that he has trained in over 100 martial arts techniques in the past, persevering to become an unparalleled master within the ancient martial world. Except for those at the pinnacle of the Three Flowers Gathering, he stands as the most formidable, capable of vanquishing 7 adversaries of equal strength, thereby establishing himself as the unequivocal second strongest in the ancient martial realm. After being reborn in a different world, Sikong Chasing Stars found his once formidable cultivation level dissipated into oblivion. The state of his new body was exceedingly poor. Had it not been for the abundance of blood ginseng, a swift return to the normal human standard would have been utterly impossible. At that time, he was left with only his formidable mental strength and mindset, embarking on the arduous journey of cultivation anew. Having spent over a year in this otherworldly realm, he finally ascended from the original 5th-tier warrior to the current 9th-tier battle master. Such rapid progress in cultivation was indeed remarkable. For 3 days, Sikong Chasing Stars and the Xianbing Divine Silkworm remained in deep meditation. Meanwhile, Tomcat had fully stabilized his recently attained cultivation and even experienced a slight enhancement in his abilities. Tomcat and Yulong, both 2nd-tier battle spirit experts, dutifully took on the role of protectors. At present, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm was enveloped in a layer of white battle aura, continuously absorbing the battle energy from the surrounding space, fervently drawing it into its body. Though 3 days may not seem long, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm was exceptionally pleased, as it appeared to have discovered the key to its advancement. Thus, it voraciously absorbed the surrounding battle energy, with the energy vortex within its body ceaselessly rotating, accumulating ever-increasing amounts. The pressure emanating from its form grew more formidable. After 5 more days, the energy fluctuations within the Xianbing Divine Silkworm finally began to change, alternating in strength and weakness, while the speed of energy absorption intensified. After 8 days, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm was on the verge of advancing to the 2nd-tier battle spirit realm. Sikong Chasing Stars, filled with an insatiable yearning, perhaps destined by fate, witnessed the eruption of an unparalleled and formidable energy wave from within the body of the Xianbing Divine Silkworm. The accumulation of energy had reached its zenith, resulting in a monumental roar echoing in his mind. Before him unfolded an expansive realm, marking his successful ascension. The Xianbing Divine Silkworm's heart swelled with excitement. Although it lacked the capacity of Tomcat to absorb energy from the magical beast's crystal cores, a power deemed excessively domineering, its cultivation speed surpassed that of Tomcat by a considerable margin, an undeniable fact. Upon the Xianbing Divine Silkworm's successful advancement, an unusual energy fluctuation enveloped Sikong Chasing Stars. A portion of the recent overwhelming energy wave struck him, as if unlocking a previously dormant potential. The boundary that had resisted his breakthrough now bore a slight fissure, though minuscule. It sufficed for Sikong Chasing Stars. Focusing all his energy, he persistently assaulted this hairline crack. After relentless efforts, the fissure indeed widened. Boom, boom, boom. Following a tempest of energy, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm finally achieved its advancement, enveloped in an immensely potent fighting spirit that sent surrounding debris flying. This extraordinary display lasted a full 5 minutes, during which the Xianbing Divine Silkworm meticulously consolidated its energy. It recognized that the swiftness of its ascension owed much to the significant aid of the cold jade, granting it a greater assurance in future confrontations at the same tier. Tomcat and Yulong stepped forward to extend their congratulations, for they were indeed comrades. Xianbing Shinken was filled with joy, his gaze fixed upon the distant Sikong Zhuixing. Sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from within him, aware that he had reached a critical juncture. Consequently, he refrained from interruption and quietly commenced his meditation. Having just ascended, his realm remained unstable. Thus a few days of tranquil cultivation was a most prudent choice. Chapter 44, Bloodthirsty Slaughter. At this moment, the fissure within Sikong Zhuixing continued to expand. After 2 arduous hours of struggle, it finally shattered. A resounding explosion echoed in his mind. engulfing him in a haze as he ascended to a new level. Simultaneously, his body resembled an insatiable abyss, rapidly absorbing the surrounding spatial energy. This energy was the pure essence emanating from high-grade Do crystals. Sikong Zhuixing began to absorb the Do Qi energy with reckless abandon, fortifying himself further. A radiant blue light erupted from him, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that continually intensified. 3 hours later, Sikong Zhuixing successfully advanced, achieving the pinnacle of Do Master. Merely a step away from becoming a great Do Master, he solidified his realm within a single day, while Xianbing Shenkan was left to cultivate until the very end. Yet, this was of little consequence. In a short span, everyone had significantly enhanced their strength. With 3 second-rank Do spirits and the formidable Sikong Zhuixing, this ensemble would not easily succumb even to third-rank Do spirit-level beasts. As Sikong Zhuixing and his companions emerged from the valley, an indescribable sensation enveloped them. Although they still harbored trepidation towards the formidable 5th-level magical beasts, a newfound confidence began to blossom within them. Sikong Zhuixing declared, "Let us proceed no further. This place is teeming with 5th-level magical beasts, which shall serve as our training ground." With that, he led the trio of beasts towards the adjacent dense forest. Empowered by their recent advancements, the group was eager to showcase their prowess. They began to keenly observe the traces of magical beasts, intent on avoiding the wrath of any formidable hordes. While some of the beasts were not particularly powerful individually, their sheer numbers rendered them a force to be reckoned with. In the Tianlong mountain range, there existed clusters of 4th-level magical beasts. Although their individual strength was modest, when gathered in the thousands, they posed a significant threat. Even 6th-level magical beasts would think twice before provoking them, as the adage "many ants can overpower an elephant" aptly illustrated. Merely 3 days after their departure from the valley, Sikong Zhuixing and his companions fortuitously stumbled upon a truly terrifying spectacle. Having altered their course, they arrived at a precipice overlooking an immense valley, where a breathtakingly fierce battle was underway. The combatants were the 4th-level magical beast, the golden devouring ant, and the 6th-level magical beast, the Xiantian fiery lion. The two species were embroiled in a brutal melee, with the golden devouring ant currently gaining the upper hand. The number of the voracious golden ants is astonishingly vast, nearly exceeding 10,000, each measuring an imposing 4 zhang in size. Their mouths are adorned with 2 razor-sharp serrated teeth, and their bodies are cloaked in a pitch-black hue. Though their appearance may not be particularly striking, their ferocity is undeniable. They exhibit no fear when confronting 6th-level magical beasts, surging forward with an innate, terrifying energy pulsating within them, undeterred by the specter of death. As for the 5 besieged 6th-level magical beasts, the Xiantian fiery lions, they now find themselves in a most vexing predicament. Merely passing through this area, they have unwittingly stumbled into the very lair of the golden ants. What an unfortunate stroke of luck. Initially, when faced with over 100 golden ants, they regarded them with disdain. However, as the numbers swelled exponentially, despair began to creep into their hearts. How could they possibly fight this battle? They might slay thousands of golden ants, yet the sheer density of their foes surrounding them made it painfully clear. Their fortunes had taken a dire turn. With tens of thousands of golden ants amassed in this location, even 7th-level magical beasts would likely reconsider their strength. The 5 Xiantian fiery lions continuously unleashed terrifyingly immense fireballs from within, bombarding the surrounding hordes and managing to obliterate 2 or 3 golden ants with each strike. However, in the face of certain doom, they resolved to take as many adversaries with them as they could before their inevitable demise. The scene was utterly tragic. Even those who had been lurking atop the mountain, such as Sikong chasing stars and his companions, felt a chill running down their spines. The sheer terror emanating from the countless golden devouring ants before them instilled a profound sense of despair. Confronted with such a formidable array, one could only anticipate a grim fate. Death seemed inevitable. The sole individual with a chance of escape appeared to be Tomcat, endowed as it was with remarkable spatial traversal abilities. For the remaining members, Sikong Chasing Stars and his allies, the outcome seemed to be a perilous struggle for survival. With a grave expression, Sikong Chasing Stars fixed his gaze on the fierce battle unfolding before him, cautiously concealing his own energy. He offered a discreet reminder to Tom Cat and the others. In truth, they had already taken measures to hide themselves without needing his command. Despite their formidable strength, facing such a colossal swarm of magical ants would be tantamount to courting death. Yulong gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What astonishing little ants! They have managed to stun a 6th-level magical beast. Just look at their seemingly unremarkable appearance. Yet their power is overwhelmingly terrifying. Luckily, I possess wings. Even if I cannot defeat you, I can ascend to the skies, rendering them helpless against me. Ha ha ha! I truly am clever." Sikong Chasing Stars, however, wore a look of exasperation. This fellow had only just emerged into the world a few days prior, yet his bravado was insufferable. Little ants? It was hard to endure. One should take a good look at these golden devouring ants, each of which was vastly more robust than him. The exquisite phantom beast before them had already imparted to Sikong Chasing Stars the meaning of expressions like childish innocence and the fearless nature of a newborn calf. Such phrases seemed tailor-made to describe Yulong. However, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm and Tom Cat wholeheartedly concurred with Yulong. Their eyes filled with envy as they gazed at the wings behind the little creature. They then resumed their watch of the fierce battle unfolding before them. After a brief interlude, a 6th-level magical beast could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught of attacks. When dozens of energy spheres struck its form, it erupted into a roar of defiance before its colossal body, nearly 15 zhang in height, crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, a vast swarm of golden devouring ants, their serrated mandibles grinding together, radiated a bloodthirsty glint from their eyes, accompanied by a chilling cacophony. Sikong Zhuixing, having observed for merely 10 seconds, felt his stomach churn in response to the sheer brutality of the scene. The unfortunate Xiantian fiery lion, though fallen, had not perished. Its internal energy was nearly depleted. At that moment, the golden devouring ants surged forth, the battle rages on, and after 10 minutes, a colossal skeleton emerges on the battlefield. Unmistakably that of the Xiantian fiery lion. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, Sikong Zhuixing cannot suppress the wave of nausea that washes over him. He turns away and begins to retch. Even Tom Cat and his companions wear grim expressions, their eyes reflecting profound sympathy for the Xiantian fiery lion. Sikong Zhuixing, devoid of any interest in witnessing such a gruesome confrontation, fears that should he continue to watch, he might expel his bile as well. The scene is overwhelmingly bloody, leaving a significant impact on him. This reaction is not born of cowardice. Rather, anyone confronted with such a horrific spectacle would pale and possibly faint. In the ensuing quarter of an hour, chilling cries echo intermittently, each shriek from the Xiantian fiery lion before its demise resonating with piercing despair. Even formidable 6th-level magical beasts, so powerful, succumb to such a fate, underscoring the terrifying nature of the golden-eating demon ants before them. Finally, as Sikong Zhuixing gazes across the valley, he observes that only 5 enormous skeletons remain on the battlefield, surrounded by the carcasses of the golden-eating demon ants. A cursory calculation reveals that nearly 2,000 of their members have perished in this encounter. This indicates that while the golden-eating demon ants may have emerged victorious, their victory is marred by heavy losses. The ground is stained with blood, littered with dismembered limbs, and pockmarked from the collisions of energy. The brutality of this battle is utterly staggering, a scene both ghastly and horrifying. A chilling wind sweeps through, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Sikong Zhuixing gazed upon the scene before him, his entire body stiffening. He had thought it was over, but the surviving gold-devouring demon ants, with their bloodthirsty eyes, turned their gaze towards the corpses of their fallen comrades. Finally, Sikong Zhuixing witnessed an unbelievable sight. These level 4 magical beasts, the gold-devouring demon ants, began to voraciously devour the bodies of their own kind. Upon seeing this, Sikong Zhuixing's face turned pale, and he suppressed the discomfort within him, coldly muttering, "What a pack of beasts! If I ever get the chance, I will surely annihilate them." Even Tomcat, standing beside him, could sense the determination in Sikong Zhuixing's tone. Tomcat spoke gravely, "Brother, the battle is over now, so let's continue our training. In the future, we should avoid these magical beasts from a distance. Our current strength is no match for them." Although Tomcat knew his elder brother was not short-sighted, he still felt the need to remind him. The sheer number of gold-devouring demon ants was terrifying. Their collective strength could even bring down a level 6 magical beast, let alone them. Sikong Zhuixing nodded, slowly retreating, then led Tomcat and the others away from this perilous place. Their hearts were heavy as they journeyed, even though they had decided not to venture deeper into the Dragon Mountain range. The danger of this place had exceeded Sikong Zhuixing's expectations. Along the way, they detoured around all the group-dwelling magical beasts they encountered, including level 4 ones. They were deeply wary of the combined strength of such creatures. In merely 1 month, the 5 Extremes beasts have hunted down over 100 creatures. Tomcat, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm, and the Jade Dragon are all formidable beings at the 2nd-tier doling level. Even when faced with 4th-tier doling adversaries, they possess the capability to contend fiercely, though the outcome remains uncertain. Each of these 3 beasts is no trivial foe, and with the seamless coordination of Sikong Zhuixing, engaging 4th-tier doling monsters is far from an easy endeavor. Throughout more than 100 battles, they have secured victory in over 80 encounters, reached a stalemate in more than 20, and suffered defeat in a little over 10. It is amidst this relentless clash with various formidable beasts that the cultivation of the group is subtly advancing. Chapter 45. The Battle of 6th-tier Beasts. The encounter with this colossal creature was indeed unexpected for Sikong Zhuixing. Initially, they had arrived beside a grand mountain to rest quietly, only to be taken aback when this giant suddenly burst forth from the rocky wall. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. In response to the sudden intrusion, Sikong Zhuixing instinctively summoned the Zhuyang divine skill to its zenith, unleashing an overwhelming force. With a swift motion, he executed the formidable and ruthless Yang finger. Now at the 6th tier, yet its power has significantly amplified compared to before. This represents the pinnacle of Sikong Zhuixing's prowess. However, when the 4-foot-long, crimson-hued Yang finger sword struck the body of the diamond pangolin, a resounding clang echoed, its volume immense. The energy of the sword was continuously depleting, yet astonishingly, the opponents suffered no injury at all. The scales glimmered with a brilliant sheen, exhibiting a hardness akin to that of diamond. Sikong Zhuixing could not help but feel a wave of disappointment. It was evident that his strength was still vastly inadequate. He had witnessed the terrifying defensive capability of the diamond pangolin, which could easily traverse mountains, truly a formidable adversary. Sikong Zhuixing realized that even if they pooled all their energy together, the likelihood of victory was nearly non-existent. Thus, when he made his move, he was already filled with regret. Without a word, he swiftly fled with Tomcat, but the diamond pangolin was unwilling to relent. Initially startled by the sword's appearance, it soon sensed the latent power within and let go of its fears, deeming the attack remarkably feeble, akin to a mere scratch. Observing the adversary's intention to retreat, it pursued them relentlessly, as if they were sworn enemies. Ultimately, they found refuge by a river, utilizing water evasion to escape the pangolin's relentless chase. However, each of them bore injuries, and the situation was quite dire. Thanks to the miraculous healing properties of Sikong Zhuixing's Yang finger, Yulong, Tomcat, and Xianbing Divine Silkworm eventually found themselves in stable condition, requiring just a day's rest for full recovery. Sikong Zhuixing sustained the least damage among them, yet the depletion of his energy was significant. Sikong Zhuixing's countenance flushed slightly as he elucidated. While each of these rank 6 magical beasts possesses formidable power, their offspring are a different matter. Our objective this time is to pilfer their beast cores, partly to retaliate against these beasts, and partly for monetary gain. A rank 6 magical beast's egg can fetch up to 500,000 high-grade battle crystals, making it exceedingly valuable. Consequently, the group embarked on their quest to locate rank 6 magical beasts. Naturally, their endeavor was fraught with challenges. The area spanning from their current location to the depths of the Sky Dragon Mountain range teemed with an immense number of rank 4 and rank 5 magical beasts. Moreover, pinpointing the lairs of rank 6 magical beasts proved to be exceedingly difficult. Were it not for Tomcat's sensory abilities, the group would have been utterly devoid of any clues. At long last, they stumbled upon a rank 6 magical beast's den. Sikong Zhuixing and his companions exercised extreme caution, concealing their presence entirely. Rank 6 magical beasts possess formidable senses. Sikong Zhuixing even went so far as to seal every pore on his body, leaving no trace of life. The beast they encountered was a netherworld water spirit bird, a rank 6 magical beast, and a dual attribute water-earth type at that. Its power was exceptionally formidable, making it a force to be reckoned with even among its peers. For Sikong Zhuixing and his party to target such a creature was an act of audacious defiance. Sikong Chasing Stars gazed intently at the concealed beast lair, his mind racing as he contemplated how to divert the attention of its inhabitants. Biding his time to seize the magical beast eggs they had laid, the 9 netherwater rhinoceros birds emitted a continuous cacophony, causing all magical beasts within earshot to veer away, reluctant to provoke such a formidable adversary. The 4th and 5th tier magical beasts, upon hearing the cautionary cries, prudently retreated. Faced with the warnings of the 6th tier, 9 netherwater spirit birds, they dared not approach. Even 6th tier beasts would think twice before confronting such powerful foes. For in this domain, they reigned like monarchs. While there were beasts capable of overcoming the 9 netherwater rhinoceros birds, they resided far apart, ensuring their territories did not encroach upon one another. Thus, the 9 netherwater spirit birds remained invincible in this realm. From Zeeming, Sikong Chasing Stars had gleaned both the strengths and weaknesses of this magical creature, his mind racing with possibilities. Just then, a thunderous rustling erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming stench and an astonishingly cold aura that sent chills down their spines. Sikong Chasing Stars and his companions stiffened in fear, recognizing that such an imposing presence could not belong to anything ordinary. It had to be at least a 6th tier magical beast, one that showed no fear of the 9 netherwater spirit birds. The call of the 9 netherwater spirit bird was exceedingly urgent, its shrill and high-pitched cries capable of being heard by beasts within a 50-mile radius. However, in this vicinity, her mate was nowhere to be found. At that moment, the elusive 9 nether profound serpent finally revealed itself, rising to a formidable height of 10 zhong, with a girth akin to that of a water barrel. Its entire body was a deep, shadowy black, emanating an intense aura of coldness. Its pair of ghostly blue eyes radiated a powerful killing intent, fixated on the cluster of beast eggs beneath the 9 netherwater spirit bird, each pulsating with vigorous energy and seemingly exuding an alluring fragrance, which excited the 2 9 nether profound serpents, promising a delectable feast. The 2 colossal serpents displayed a mocking expression in their eyes. One of them coldly remarked, "Linghua, you find yourself alone now. It would be prudent to depart swiftly. Our desires are quite simple, to satiate our hunger. Unfortunately for you, these offspring of yours happen to be our utmost delicacy. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, I suggest you flee at once." The beautiful eyes of the 9 netherwater spirit bird blazed with fury as she retorted angrily, "You 2 scoundrels! Were it not for my husband foraging elsewhere, would you dare to approach this place?" Her tone remained sharp yet melodious, and her anger was palpable. These 2 9 nether profound serpents were her long-standing adversaries, having clashed no fewer than 30 times, with each side experiencing its share of victories and defeats. The combat prowess of the 9 netherwater spirit bird surpassed that of the 9 nether profound serpents by a narrow margin, allowing her to claim a few more victories. Chapter 46. Successful egg acquisition. Though indignant, the netherworld water spirit bird found itself in a predicament. Without hesitation, it spread its wings, its resplendent azure plumage instantly enveloping a space of 15 square yards. Within this sphere emanated an aura of terrifying might. The netherworld water spirit bird, now harboring reservations, was mindful of the 6 half-meter-sized eggs behind it, its precious offspring, unwilling to subject them to any harm. The spreading of its wings served as a protective measure for its progeny. The wily netherworld black serpents discerned the bird's apprehension. At most, it could only muster 8/10 of its full power. Seizing this opportunity to eliminate the adversary would be advantageous. Thus, the two brothers exchanged a glance and summoned forth even greater quantities of battle chi from within their bodies, forming 2 obsidian energy spheres, each 2 meters in diameter. Before their maws, these spheres pulsed with terrifying energy fluctuations as they hurtled toward the netherworld water spirit bird. Now enraged, the netherworld water spirit bird unleashed its full power, circulating energy ceaselessly within its body. Upon its 2 immense wings, 2 energy spheres rapidly materialized, intercepting the oncoming assault. With a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens, the 4 energy spheres collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The intense energy waves engulfed the surrounding space, bombarding it relentlessly. Under the cover of this chaos, Sikong Zhuixing and his companions began to stealthily maneuver through the shadows, exercising utmost caution. The 9 nether water spirit bird and the 9 nether profound serpent remained blissfully unaware of the concealed presence of a solitary figure, 2 magical beasts, and a supreme illusionary creature hidden deep within the thicket nearby. It is essential to understand that within the Tianlong mountain range, the hierarchy of magical beasts is exceptionally stringent. This territory is dominantly ruled by 6th-level magical beasts. The absence of 7th-level beasts renders the 6th-level creatures sovereigns of this realm. This domain is claimed by the 9 nether water spirit bird, where no other magical beasts dare to intrude for a radius of 10 miles. 4th and 5th-level beasts do not even contemplate venturing within, while 6th-level magical beasts typically refrain from provoking the 9 nether water spirit bird, particularly since 2 6th-level beasts reside here, exhibiting formidable strength and dual elemental capabilities, an uncommon trait among magical creatures. At this moment, a fierce battle erupted between the 9 nether water spirit bird and the 2 9 nether profound serpents. Thunderous roars reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, akin to the crack of spring thunder, deafening in intensity. The 3 combatants, all of the Do Zone level, unleashed their entire energies in violent collisions, generating waves of fighting spirit that ravaged the surroundings. Even Sikong Zhuixing and his companions felt the repercussions of the clash, though they were fortunate to be at a considerable distance from the fray. Otherwise, they would have suffered grievous injuries. The residual shock waves from the energy collisions of 3 Do Zone level experts far exceeded their capacity to withstand, particularly for Sikong Zhuixing, who was merely at the peak of the Do Shi realm. Despite possessing the esteemed martial arts techniques of Huaxia, his previous cultivation was no longer within reach. Consequently, confronted by such formidable adversaries, his fate would ultimately lead to demise. As time passed, the fierce battle between the 9 nether water spirit bird and the 9 nether mysterious serpents escalated continuously. The 2 serpents, sharing a profound telepathic bond, relentlessly attacked their adversary while occasionally launching energy spheres towards the beast eggs behind the water spirit bird. This relentless assault undoubtedly infuriated the water spirit bird, who soared skyward, emitting a series of urgent, piercing cries, yearning to summon her mate. After all, the 2 serpents were nearly her equal in strength, and if this continued, her offspring would surely be doomed. The serpents, well aware of the rare opportunity before them, seized upon the fact that the other water spirit bird had ventured far afield in search of sustenance. Now, with one adversary unable to fight at full strength, they viewed her as no threat whatsoever. As the battle intensified, the 2 serpents fought with unbridled ferocity, while the water spirit bird, battered and bleeding from numerous wounds, refused to flee. Her offspring remained behind, and she knew that if she abandoned them, the eggs would undoubtedly fall prey to her foes. In her eyes flickered desperation, urgency, and unwavering determination. She wished for neither her own demise nor that of her children. Yet, in the face of such relentless assaults, her injuries only compounded. and it became increasingly clear that she could not endure much longer. The 3 6th level beasts concentrated all their attention on their adversaries, oblivious to the fact that Sikong Zhuixing and his companions had approached the 6 beast eggs with remarkable stealth, now less than 5 paces away. Sikong Zhuixing requested an extraordinarily resilient thread from the Xianbing divine silkworm, which he dubbed Ice Silkworm Thread. He then summoned the profound energies of the 9 Yin scripture within him, infusing the Ice Silkworm Thread with waves of potent, ethereal Yin energy. The originally white Ice Silkworm Thread became enveloped in a layer of azure energy. Sikong Zhuixing exercised utmost caution throughout this process, ensuring that the 3 6th level beasts sensed nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Yulong, Xianbing divine silkworm, and Tomcat lay hidden 20 paces behind Sikong Zhuixing, quietly gathering their strength. In the unpredictable theater of life, should they be discovered, they would unleash their formidable powers to strike their foes, buying time for Sikong Zhuixing. It is worth recalling that in his previous life, Sikong Zhuixing was renowned as the Thief of Immortals, with his esteemed ancestor, Sikong Zhuixing, being unparalleled in the world. Sikong Zhuixing inherited this legacy, mastering the art of theft to perfection. However, facing 3 beasts of the Dozong level, he felt an intense pressure and remained vigilant, continuously channeling his 9 Yin energy into the Ice Silkworm Thread, elongating it into a rigid, slender form akin to a delicate bamboo pole. With unwavering determination, Sikong Zhuixing extended the Ice Silkworm Thread until it finally made contact with the beast egg of the 9 Netherwater Spirit Bird. Under the deliberate control of Sikong Zhuixing, the Ice Silkworm Thread extended continuously, entwining the 6 beast eggs within. This meticulous process consumed a full 10 minutes, culminating in a sigh of relief from Sikong Zhuixing, who glanced at the 3 6th level magical beasts engaged in fierce combat. At that moment, a faint purple glow erupted from the spatial ring adorning his left middle finger, and this ethereal energy cascaded along the Ice Silkworm Thread, ultimately enveloping all 6 eggs of the 9 Netherwater Spirit Bird. Meanwhile, 2 9 Nether mysterious serpents sensed the unfolding situation, causing their impending attack to falter momentarily. The 9 Netherwater Spirit Bird, with eyes ablaze in crimson fury, fixated intently on the serpents, her voice laced with cold menace. "Where are my children? Have you taken them? Return them to me at once, or face annihilation." Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming aura of power erupted from her, despite her battered form and significant energy depletion. The anguish, sorrow, and despair of losing her offspring surged forth, coalescing into a formidable force. Enormous energy spheres began to form on her colossal wings, imbued with terrifyingly potent fighting spirit. At this juncture, the 9 Netherwater Spirit Bird unleashed her most formidable assault, fully committed to the fray. Had it not been for the attacks against her, her children would not have vanished. All of this turmoil was the fault of the 9 Nether mysterious serpents. The 9 Nether serpents were engulfed in profound distress, exchanging glances with one another, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable disappearance of the beast egg, which they had not even touched. Could it be an apparition? They found it hard to believe that anyone could pilfer the egg right under their noses, yet the undeniable truth lay before them. Confronted with the frenzied assault of the 9 Netherwater spirits, they were resolute in their defiance and retaliated vigorously. These 2 9 Nether serpents were by no means easy prey, though they bore some wounds. The water spirits would find it impossible to extinguish their lives unless they were willing to engage in mutual destruction. Their combined strengths were comparable, and even if the serpents were slightly inferior, the difference was negligible. Should the 9 Nether serpents be driven to a desperate situation, the 4 6th level magical beasts would inevitably face mutual annihilation. Meanwhile, Sikong Zhuixing, leading Tomcat and others, lay in ambush at a distance, closely observing the cataclysmic melee. Although they were quite far from the battlefield, they remained vigilant. Even the slightest fluctuation of energy within their bodies was unacceptable. This group exercised utmost caution, silently witnessing the distant clash. Such a battle of this caliber was a rare spectacle, The clash of 4 6th-level magical beasts was akin to a confrontation between 4 peak combatants of the Dozone level, and the ferocity of a beast battle surpassed that of human conflicts. Chapter 47. Misfortune and Poisoning. Especially now, the 2/9 Netherwater Spirit Birds have become utterly ferocious. Although they have awakened their intelligence and possess remarkable wisdom, the loss of their offspring has rendered them irrational. They unleash reckless and desperate attacks, clearly intent on annihilating the 2 unfortunate 9 nether serpents. This incident has filled the hearts of the water spirit birds with an intense hatred. Sikong Zhuixing summoned all the 9 in true chi within his body, forming an invisible protective barrier around the group. He murmured, "I sincerely hope these 4 magical beasts will end up destroying each other. If so, we could acquire 4 grade 6 beast crystals. My goodness, that would be a considerable fortune." The mere thought of it filled Sikong Zhuixing with immense joy. Yulong, with his limited experience, remained oblivious to the true value of the grade 6 beast crystals, while Tomcat and Xianbing Divine Silkworm were well aware. The trio, along with their 3 magical beasts, stealthily observed the fray among the 4 grade 6 magical beasts. It resembled an exhilarating scene from an American blockbuster, grand and thrilling, yet devoid of laser effects. The authenticity of the battle invigorated Sikong Zhuixing, stirring his blood. While he yearned to engage with such formidable adversaries, he currently lacked the cultivation and strength of his past life. Thus, he could only remain a spectator. With a resounding thud, the battlefield ahead was engulfed in chaos. 2 ethereal water spirits and 2 enigmatic serpents of the 9 nether engaged in a fierce and relentless struggle. Their conflict was not a mere fleeting encounter. It had transpired numerous times, leading both parties to a profound understanding of each other's capabilities. Despite recognizing their comparable strengths, the water spirits were unwilling to yield. Their offspring had vanished without a trace, and the prospects of their survival appeared grim, igniting a fiery rage within them. They sought to unleash their fury, convinced that the intrusion of the serpents was the catalyst for their misfortunes. In the face of the water spirits' frenzied assault, the serpents initially hesitated to engage in mutual destruction. However, as the battle escalated, the relentless onslaught of the water spirits' diverse lethal techniques provoked a fierce response from the serpents. They felt unjustly accused, for they had not been the culprits behind the disappearance of the spirits' young. The spirits' relentless pursuit for vengeance only intensified their ire. Thus, the serpents unleashed the hidden depths of their power, prepared to fight with unwavering resolve. Initially relying on singular attacks such as energy spheres and pillars, the serpents ultimately resorted to utilizing their entire physical forms, including their claws and fangs. As magical beasts, they lacked the human ability to conjure a myriad of intricate techniques. Their methods were straightforward yet devastating, marked by a savage ferocity and the swiftness of thunder. This was their greatest strength, having dwelled in the Tianlong Mountains. Their existence revolved around a primal cycle of life and death, where their ultimate skills were honed solely for the purpose of vanquishing their adversaries. The survival principle within the Tianlong mountain range is governed by the relentless law of nature: the fittest shall survive. To endure, one must be prepared for perpetual combat, unceasing struggle, and the ever-present specter of death. Even a 6th-tier magical beast may succumb to the perils of this vast expanse within a single day, let alone their lesser counterparts, the 5th and 4th-tier beasts. Regardless of their intelligence, these magical creatures remain bound by their primal instincts. Ultimately, the chaotic clash between the Juyo water spirit bird and the Juyo mystic serpent has devolved into a battle to the death, a scenario that Sikong Zhuixing has meticulously orchestrated. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. It appears that Sikong Zhuixing has already envisioned 4 6th-tier magical beast cores beckoning to him. Among them, one Juyo water spirit bird falters first, ensnared by a Juyo mystic serpent, which constricts its body while it spills blood and emits haunting cries of despair. Its mate, filled with sorrow, attempts to intervene, but it is too late. Another Juyo mystic serpent blocks its path. In a state of desperation, the Juyo water spirit bird becomes frenzied, its attacks growing more ferocious and relentless, inflicting grievous wounds upon the serpent, which can do naught but defend itself. As the cries of its mate grow increasingly faint, it becomes evident that the end is nigh. Survival is no longer within reach. The other Joyo water spirit bird, fueled by a tempest of rage, sorrow, and despair, channels this cataclysmic energy into a relentless assault upon its adversary. In a mere 5 minutes, the Joyo mystic serpent is left barely clinging to life. Yet the entangled Joyo water spirit bird has met its demise, tragically strangled to death. After an arduous battle, a 6th-level magical beast has finally fallen. The surviving 9 nether water spirit bird, filled with sorrow and determination, unleashed its full assault upon the 2 9 nether serpents. The plight of the serpents has become far more dire than that of the water spirit bird. Should this continue, their chances of survival stand at a mere 30%. In the distance, Sikong Zhuixing watched with rapt attention, his heart buoyed by the unfolding conflict that aligned with his aspirations. The air reverberated with a cacophony of thunderous sounds, an overwhelming pressure accompanied by the tumult of combat. Even magical beasts of the same rank dared not approach this fierce melee, opting instead to maintain a prudent distance, for they wished to avoid entanglement. Not a single beast could be found within a 10-mile radius. Sikong Zhuixing patiently awaited the outcome of this fierce contest, as the struggle among the 3 battered 6th-level magical beasts intensified to a fever pitch. Under the relentless assault of the 9 nether water spirit bird, one of the 9 nether serpents suffered a grievous injury, with a third of its body severed, leaving it clinging to life. The other serpent fared somewhat better, yet bore 3 colossal wounds from which blood flowed incessantly, exposing its entrails and vital organs, as its vitality ebbed with each passing clash. As for the 9 nether water spirit bird, it possessed an incomparably vast pair of wings. One was already severely damaged, while the other fared slightly better, yet 8/10 of its feathers had fallen away, and there were 2 large holes on it, from which blood flowed incessantly. Their combat prowess had plummeted to its nadir, and with each drop of blood lost, they felt the very essence of their vitality swiftly dissipating. Even if they stood still, the inevitable conclusion remained death. The 9 nether water spirit bird and the 9 nether profound serpent erupted in a tremendous cacophony, summoning the remnants of energy within their colossal forms, and collided with one another at the utmost speed they could muster. With a thunderous crash, the 3 gargantuan creatures collided heavily, their remaining fighting spirit, innate energy, and momentum converging. Accompanying the resounding impact were the chilling sounds of bone fracturing. This singular clash alone shattered nearly 60% of the bones within the bodies of the 9 nether water spirit bird and the 9 nether profound serpent. Such a terrifying collision left those observing from a distance, including Sikong Zhuixing and others, utterly astonished. It was simply horrifying. The sound of bones shattering pierced the air, as the already grievously wounded 9 nether water spirit bird and 9 nether profound serpent, after this brutal clash, found their innards utterly destroyed, with blood instantly staining the ground crimson. In their final struggle, the 3 6th-tier magical beasts exhibited a primal ferocity. In the eyes of Sikong Zhuixing, the opponent seemed utterly devoid of any combat capability, yet he dared not reveal himself, remaining concealed within the thicket. 5 minutes elapsed, and at last, the colossal forms of 3 level 6 magical beasts collided with the ground, producing a resounding thud as they finally separated. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing rose to his feet, joined by Tom Cat and his companions, who had been awaiting this very opportunity. Upon witnessing that the 9 nether water spirit bird lay lifeless, he noted that the 2 9 nether serpents had not yet succumbed entirely. Their eyes, glazed and vacant, fixated on the figures before them, exuding an air of profound confusion. They had sensed nothing moments before, unaware they were being concealed. Could it be that the 6 beast eggs had been taken from them? However, the 9 nether serpents were now devoid of any remaining energy, even the slightest flicker of vitality waning. Sikong Zhuixing summoned the 3 energy fireballs containing the 9 yang true qi from his upper dantian, channeling this immense and refined energy into the tip of his right index finger. A 4-foot-long, crimson energy sword erupted forth, striking fiercely at a wound upon one of the 9 nether serpents' heads. A muffled thud echoed as the serpent, in its defiance, closed its eyes. The other 9 nether serpent met its end as Sikong Zhuixing unleashed a singular, focused strike, ensuring its complete annihilation. Sikong Zhuixing was exceedingly cautious. Even though the 9 nether serpent lay on the brink of death, stripped of its capacity to launch an attack, he was unwilling to take any risks. In less than 2 minutes, he had successfully stowed 4 fist-sized 6th-level beast crystals into his spatial ring. Now, in his hands, he held 2 dark brown serpent gallbladders. Uncertain of their potential benefits to his Zhuang divine art and Zhuang scripture, he resolved to experiment with them when time permitted. After carefully securing the gallbladders, he gazed upon the 4 colossal corpses strewn across the ground. With a final steely resolve, he decided to store them in his spatial ring as well. Despite their bodies being marred by grievous wounds and presenting a ghastly sight, they still possessed considerable value. For instance, the sinews within the 9 nether serpent were at least 5 times more resilient than the ice silk of the Xianbing divine silkworm. Although no magical beasts lingered in the vicinity, danger still lurked in every shadow. It would not be long before 6th-level beasts ventured forth to investigate. Thus, Sikong Zhuixing quickly departed with Tomcat and the others. As anticipated, 10 minutes later, a massive purple-golden rat emerged from the ground, measuring a full 1.5 meters in length. The terrifying pressure it exuded clearly indicated its status as a 6th-level magical beast, significantly more formidable than the 9 nether serpents. The uneven ground and the bloodstains scattered about unmistakably indicated that a horrific confrontation had just transpired. It appeared that both parties had perished in the encounter. However, the whereabouts of their remains remained a mystery. The purple-gold, soul-devouring mouse, with its small, keen eyes, surveyed the surroundings. Although it possessed the ability to track the scents of Sikong Zhuixing and others, it chose not to do so, reasoning that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble, for curiosity can sometimes lead to peril. Having thrived in the Tianlong mountain range for many years, the purple-gold, soul-devouring mouse was well-versed in the art of survival. After a brief exploration, it swiftly departed through its own burrow, soon followed by over a dozen waves of magical beasts, all of which were of the 6th level. They lingered only briefly, leaving with a head full of questions but no desire to pursue further. Chapter 48. After the poisoning, guidance meanwhile, Sikong Zhuixing, accompanied by Tomcat, hastily retreated, skillfully evading the territories of formidable magical beasts. Ultimately, they found refuge in a secluded cave, where Sikong Zhuixing exhaled deeply, having maintained a state of heightened alertness since the onset of their ordeal. His mental energy had been severely depleted, and despite Tomcat and the others possessing remarkable instincts, the prevalence of 6th-level magical beasts necessitated a careful mobilization of his mental strength. After a quarter of an hour, Sikong Zhuixing produced a dark brown snake gallbladder, roughly the size of a human head. Uncertain of its potential benefits for the Zhuang divine art and Zhuang Jinjing, he recognized the inherent risks associated with such substances, as some could be deadly poisons, warranting utmost caution. At last, Sikong Zhuixing bit a small puncture into the snake gallbladder, sipping a bit of the bitter bile within. The taste was exceedingly acrid, truly a torment to endure. At that moment, he felt the bile coursing down into his stomach, yet it did not manifest any miraculous energy. Instead, he was engulfed by waves of pain, and an ominous black aura began to emanate from his body. Sweat poured from his forehead, revealing the potency of the venom. His misfortune was indeed profound. Sikong Zhuixing understood that not every snake gall possesses extraordinary enhancement properties. While the gall of the Busique snake is known for such effects, he foolishly hoped that the gall of the higher-tier Zhuyo Xianxi would yield similar wonders. Alas, he was gravely mistaken. The Zhuyo Xianxi, a 6th-level magical beast, dwells perpetually in damp, frigid environments, often surrounded by toxic flora and fauna. It is inherently a creature of immense toxicity. Any being below the 6th level that encounters such potent serpent venom meets a grim fate, leaving no trace behind. The snake gall is a concentrated essence of the Jiuyo Xuanxi's body, imbued with exceptional toxicity. Merely consuming a small amount caused black mist to envelop his entire being. This formidable venom spread through his abdomen, threatening to infiltrate his vital organs. In this dire moment, Sikong Zhuixing summoned all his strength, invoking the 9 Yang divine skill, the 9 Yin manual, and the Tianling combat code, pushing his powers to their zenith to contain the terrifying toxin within the meridians encircling his abdomen. He could not afford for it to spread further, otherwise his life would hang by a thread. The venom of the snake was exceedingly ruthless. Sikong Zhuixing felt the energy within his body being incessantly corroded. In order to safeguard his internal defenses from being breached, he had no choice but to continuously mobilize his true energy and combat aura to counter it. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the surrounding space was steadily converging, and this energy was being absorbed by his body, transforming into the pure and potent energies of 9 Yin and 9 Yang. As for the depletion of combat aura, that was more manageable. Sikong Zhuixing connected with Ziming using his mental strength and summoned a vast reserve of advanced combat crystals, tirelessly operating the Tianling combat technique to absorb the combat energy emanating from the surrounding crystals. Through this arduous endeavor, he ultimately managed to contain the spread of the snake venom, gradually reducing its range. It must be said that the venom of the 9 Nether Profound Snake was indeed tyrannical and intense. Although it was but a trace, Sikong Zhuixing felt the grim summons of death. At that moment, the effects of the 9 Yang divine art and the 9 Yin scriptures were profound, as they not only continually repelled the venom but also sought to expel it from his body. Though the initial results were modest, they accumulated over time, resulting in a significant reduction of the toxins within him. After a full 3 hours, Sikong Zhuixing had confined the venom to a 10-centimeter radius in his abdomen, persistently using his combat aura and true energy to deplete the poison, even striving to force it out of his body. By the end of the 3 hours, 1/3 of the toxins still remained within him. Now, Sikong Chasing Stars deeply regrets his reckless actions, feeling as though he might be consumed by remorse. Having miraculously survived the perils of another realm, the thought of succumbing to the toxins of the snake's gall is utterly disheartening. Enveloped in a shroud of ominous black gas, Tomcat and his companions dare not utter a word, acutely aware of the critical situation surrounding Sikong Chasing Stars. Any misstep could prove fatal. They refrained from approaching him, for the ground within a 2-meter radius of his being has transformed into an eerie shade of black, a most peculiar sight. The rocks beneath are slowly corroding, emitting wisps of green smoke. Such potent snake venom instills a profound sense of trepidation even in Tomcat and his friends. Despite their enigmatic and mysterious nature, harboring boundless secrets within them, they remain youthful and possess limited strength. Even a brush with the 9 Nether Profound Snake's venom could exact a tremendous toll, if not death itself. However, witnessing the gradual improvement in Sikong Chasing Stars' complexion alleviates their anxiety. Tomcat and Yulong are particularly tense, for should anything befall Sikong Chasing Stars, they would undoubtedly risk everything to assist him. In Tomcat's eyes, Sikong Chasing Stars is akin to an elder brother, a cherished family member. And though Yulong may be younger, the bond he shares with Sikong Chasing Stars is no less significant than that of Tomcat. After a prolonged period of companionship, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm and Sikong Zhuixing have forged a profound friendship. Sikong Zhuixing possesses the coveted 10,000-year-cold jade, a treasure of immense significance to the silkworm's cultivation. Naturally, it wishes for his well-being. The silkworm muses that if only it possessed the 10,000-year snow lotus, expelling the venom of the 9 Nether Profound Serpent would become a trivial task. Currently, the right side of Sikong Zhuixing's upper body radiates a deep azure hue, emanating a searing wave of energy, while the left side exhibits a dark greenish blue, pulsating with an undercurrent of true energy. His lower body, due to the practice of the Tianling Dojue, also showcases a blue tint. The insidious toxin, akin to a dogskin plaster, has finally driven Sikong Zhuixing to the brink of despair, subjected to a relentless onslaught. After enduring for half an hour, he has successfully eradicated the last vestige of the venom. With a heavy sigh of relief, he finds himself drenched in sweat. Though this moisture is rapidly evaporated by the formidable true energy coursing through him, Sikong Zhuixing, still haunted by the experience, gazes intently at the nearby dark brown serpent gallbladder and exclaims, "What a terrifying ordeal." The toxins contained within the 9 nether profound serpent's gallbladder are truly astonishing. I nearly lost my life here. Thankfully, I did not ingest much. The adage that wisdom comes from experience resonates deeply with him. He now harbors a profound wariness towards such gallbladders. Were it not for the assistance of the 9 yang and 9 yin true energies within his body, mere fighting spirit would have proven insufficient to expel such a tyrannical venom. It was indeed a close call. Yulong spoke with a grave expression, saying, "Elder brother, it would be wise to avoid such things. We should dispose of it." Tom Cat nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, it's best to discard this useless item. However, the snake's sinew within the 9 nether serpent's body is remarkably resilient, a valuable asset." Sikong Zhuixing looked at Yulong and Tom Cat with a mix of disappointment and indignation, exclaiming, "You are far too naive. Such a potent venom is an indispensable treasure for those who embark on perilous journeys in search of wealth and power. You possess but one life. Once it is lost, all is forfeit. It is only through living that hope remains. In time, you will come to understand this truth if you reflect upon it." Sikong Zhuixing was essentially imparting wisdom to Tom Cat and the others on survival, dismissing notions of honor, knightly virtues, and aristocratic demeanor as mere facades of false nobility. Since arriving in this world, his perspectives had shifted profoundly, having faced death once. He recognized that all he once held dear, his beloved companions, wealth, fame, and power, had vanished. Here, everything must begin anew from the heart. He considered himself fortunate to have been granted a second chance at life. How many could claim such an opportunity? Thus, his mindset had transformed significantly after this rebirth. Tom Cat and his companions are, after all, 5th-level magical beasts with exceptionally high intelligence. Under the meticulous guidance of Sikong Zhuixing, a seed has been planted in their hearts, profoundly influencing their future growth. Even the Xianbing divine silkworm displays a contemplative expression, finding wisdom in Sikong Zhuixing's words. Noticing the thoughtful demeanor of the beasts, Sikong Zhuixing smiles gently, storing the snake gall in his spatial ring before seeking a non-toxic area to commence his cultivation. After all, the depletion of true energy and fighting spirit from detoxification has been immense. On this day, Sikong Zhuixing and his companions refrained from training, opting instead for a day of rest. The following day, they embarked once more on their ambitious quest, with Sikong Zhuixing taking the lead in their endeavors. As a reborn immortal thief, he felt invigorated in the presence of numerous 6th-level magical beast eggs, utilizing his unparalleled stealth and thievery skills. Even the watchful adult 6th-level magical beasts posed little challenge to him. Tom Cat and his friends create opportunities for Sikong Zhuixing, drawing the attention of the 6th-level magical beasts, a task fraught with peril that requires risking their lives. Naturally, Sikong Zhuixing wishes to shield them from harm, so he draws upon the memories and experiences of his past life to devise 4 or 5 distinct strategies, executing a series of thefts without a single misstep. In a mere 3 months, Sikong Zhuixing and his cohorts had pilfered over 100 level 6 magical beast eggs and an astounding 500 level 5 eggs. Some of these level 5 beasts were formidable adversaries, even for the combined strength of Sikong Zhuixing's group. Nevertheless, they triumphed through cunning and subterfuge. The venomous bile of the 9 nether serpent proved invaluable. Its potent toxins, capable of debilitating even level 6 beasts, were particularly effective against their level 5 counterparts, consistently weakening them. Sikong Zhuixing and Tom Cat would jointly inflict a wound upon a level 5 beast, whereupon Sikong Zhuixing would envelop the serpent's venom with his 9 yang and 9 yin energies, swiftly transferring the toxic concoction into the creature's injury. The unfortunate beasts would then suffer rapid tissue decay around the wound, as the aggressive poison coursed through their bodies. Attempts to expel the toxins were futile, as Sikong Zhuixing and his allies afforded them no respite. Over these 3 months, they were responsible for the demise of no fewer than 600 level 5 beasts, a staggering number that yielded a wealth of precious magical beast crystal cores. Without the aid of the 9 nether serpents' bile, such remarkable success would have been unattainable. During this journey, Tomcat and his companions gradually came to accept Sikong Zhuixing's ideas. They were pleasantly surprised to discover that dealing with level 5 magical beasts was far easier than anticipated. Creatures once deemed invincible had now become mere trifles. Thus, over the span of 3 months, at least half of the snake venom had been gathered by Tomcat and his team. Sikong Zhuixing even contemplated the possibility of developing several formidable and terrifying poisons from the Tang sect, should circumstances allow. However, this endeavor proved to be exceedingly challenging, as the toxins present in this continent differed significantly from those on Earth, making the search for suitable materials a daunting task. Consequently, Sikong Zhuixing merely entertained these thoughts while diligently collecting herbs and even poisons during their trials in the Tianlong mountain range. Some of these toxic substances may not possess overwhelming potency. Furthermore, they continually grew stronger through their battles. When faced with level 6 magical beasts, Sikong Zhuixing, ever the cunning rogue, began to extend his reach towards the unhatched beast eggs, achieving a remarkable success rate of 100%. Truly, he lived up to the reputation of the legendary Thief Immortal from his previous life. After 3 months of fervent efforts, Sikong Zhuixing and his companions finally settled down, discovering a secluded cave, enveloped in vines, that was both deep and expansive. At its innermost depths lay a small, crystal-clear pool, providing an ample source of water. This location was ideal for cultivation and served as an excellent refuge. As for the reason for seeking refuge, it all stemmed from the incident involving the theft of beast eggs. Within Sikong Zhuixing's spatial ring lay hundreds of enormous beast eggs, densely packed together. The lowest grade among them was that of a 5th-level magical beast, constituting 80%, while the 6th-level magical beast eggs accounted for the remaining 20%. Even the venom of the 9 nether mystic serpent proved ineffective against these exceptionally powerful beings. Upon discovering the absence of their offspring, they were driven into a frenzy, relentlessly searching for them. Furthermore, after 3 months of frequent activities by Sikong Zhuixing and his companions, these 6th-level magical beasts finally uncovered some clues, ultimately zeroing in on a human and 3 magical beasts. Although the Jade Dragon is a top-tier phantom beast, the superficial distinction between phantom beasts and magical beasts is minimal, leading to its classification as a magical beast. Enraged by the loss of their young, these magical beasts frantically pursued any trace of Sikong Zhuixing, with several 5th-level magical beasts also seeking their whereabouts. To be candid, Sikong Zhuixing's actions were indeed quite insidious. Moreover, when he unveiled the colossal piece of eternal cold jade, the temperature within the cave plummeted rapidly, and a layer of frost began to form around them. It was revealed that the water pool had also frozen over, as the immense cold emanating from the eternal cold jade not only exuded a terrifying chill, but also radiated pure, vast energy, an invaluable asset during cultivation. At present, Sikong Chasing Stars and Tomcat are seated upon the eternal ice, diligently honing their skills. Sikong Chasing Stars gazes inward, his focus unwavering, harmonizing his spirit and unifying his 5 hearts. He immerses himself in the profound practice of 3 grand arts. Having cultivated both the 9 Yang Divine Skill and the 9 Yin True Classic to the 3rd level of mastery, he has spent considerable time in the Tianlong mountain range. Although he has encountered the formidable Pusi Chu snakes, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to seize the snake gall from these creatures. These serpents inhabit an enormous cavern teeming with thousands of Pusi Chu snakes, both large and small, leaving Sikong Chasing Stars speechless with astonishment. The sheer magnitude of their numbers is terrifying. Were he to consume all their galls, his 9 Yang Divine Skill would surely ascend swiftly to the 9th level, the realm of Holy Flame Sacred Sunday. However, such aspirations are evidently unrealistic. With over 10,000 fifth-level magical beasts, most at the Do Ling level, and some achieving perfection, even an 8th-level beast would refrain from provoking these cold-blooded entities. Sikong chasing stars can only lament this dream, ultimately extinguishing it within his heart. With the assistance of the eternal cold jade, the Xianbing divine silkworm thrives. Its cultivation speed markedly accelerated. Furthermore, the techniques inherited in his memory possess a formidable ability to transform the energy contained within the eternal cold jade. This pure and exquisite energy is incessantly absorbed by the Xianbing divine silkworm, leading to daily transformations and enhancements. Even an outsider like Sikong chasing stars can distinctly perceive the progress of the Xianbing divine silkworm, leaving him both astonished and awed. In the heart of Sikong chasing stars, it has already been determined that the creature in question is not an ordinary beast, but rather the legendary Xianbing divine silkworm. Yet, he cannot bring himself to believe his fortune. Encountering such a formidable creature seems almost fated. In response to the Xianbing divine silkworm's advancements, both Yulong and Tomcat find themselves unwilling to concede. Tomcat, in particular, is fiercely determined, believing his strength to be on par with that of the silkworm. Even though the latter benefits from the assistance of the ancient cold jade, which accelerates its progress, Tomcat is resolute in not wanting to be left behind. Consequently, his training becomes increasingly fervent. While his pace may not surpass that of the Xianbing divine silkworm, it remains comparable. Sikong chasing stars observes this with great satisfaction, recognizing that competition is beneficial for Tomcat, as it may lead to a breakthrough in a short span of time. As for Yulong, due to their mutual establishment of an equitable contract, they share a profound understanding. In secret, Sikong chasing stars imparts valuable knowledge to Yulong, hoping to aid in his growth. Especially considering Yulong is still in his infancy, having been born less than a year ago. Currently, the once tranquil beast mountains are stirred by the frequent movements of numerous 6th and 5th level beasts traversing the depths of the Tianlong Mountains. This upheaval induces a palpable sense of unease among the vast numbers of lower-level beasts, prompting a mass migration, many of whom are 4th level creatures. These beasts, sensing the oppressive presence of their superior counterparts, experience a heightened sense of crisis, leading them to migrate towards the periphery of the Tianlong Mountains, resulting in numerous adventurer groups meeting their demise at the jaws of these creatures. The immense tide of magical beasts has rendered even the most seasoned adventure groups hesitant to venture into the Tianlong Mountains for the purpose of hunting. Although the energy crystals produced by these beasts hold considerable value, one must possess exceptional skills to succeed in such endeavors. Consequently, waves of adventurers have swiftly retreated. Yet a significant number still meet their demise in this perilous environment. Chapter 50. Ascension. The magical beast tide in the Tianlong Mountains has drawn the attention of numerous formidable beings. At that moment, they refrained from investigating further, for the 8 major beast mountains on the Do Kuei planet are fraught with danger. Even the most powerful experts at the Do Huang level would not dare to tread lightly in these treacherous regions, as they are home to a staggering number of high-level magical beasts. Should the beasts from these 8 mountains unite, it would spell catastrophe for the entire continent. Moreover, within the depths of each mountain lies a plethora of top-tier magical beasts, many of which have already ascended to the 8th level and possess the ability to shapeshift. It is said that within the heart of each beast mountain resides an enormous palace, a sanctuary for the 8th level magical beasts, marking it as a true forbidden zone for both magical creatures and human warriors alike. Their prowess is not inferior to that found within the Dijon Mountains. The events of years past have left all the continent's powerful beings deeply shaken. Henceforth, these magical beast forests have become a domain exclusively for the weak, while adventure groups have flourished like mushrooms after rain, amassing a formidable influence over the years. Across the vast expanse of the roads, there exist over 40,000 adventurer groups of varying sizes. Among them, the more formidable adventurer factions regard the 8 Great Beast Mountain ranges as a veritable treasure trove. This region is abundant in a myriad of medicinal herbs, precious ores, exotic flowers, and countless treasures. Even the beast cores, crystallized from the minds of the magical creatures, hold considerable value, inciting envy among numerous adventurers. The recent unusual activities of these magical beasts have garnered the utmost attention from the high-ranking officials of the Hongya Empire in East Asia. In response, they have mobilized their formidable ironclad cavalry to a location 50 miles from the Heavenly Dragon mountain range. The imperial family of the Hongya Empire has issued a mobilization order, urging the 3 sects and 6 great families to prepare for potential emergencies, ready to dispatch their elite to provide assistance if the situation escalates. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing is enveloped in a powerful aura of fighting spirit, with swirling cyclones of energy revolving within him. The fighting spirit contained within is constantly merging into a luminous energy sphere, which expands in size, while the energy within continues to amplify, surrounding the space. The natural essence of heaven and earth converges towards Sikong Zhuixing's form like an unstoppable tide. Meanwhile, Tom Cat and his companions observe the figure atop the millennial cold jade from a distance, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of astonishment. The advancement of Sikong Zhuixing is of paramount importance this time. Within the hierarchical distribution across the continent, the ranks of combatants, fighters, and masters are considered inconsequential. Only the realm of Grand Master signifies true initiation. This represents a critical juncture. Although the Great Master of Combat possesses considerable strength, there remains an insurmountable chasm when compared to a first-rank Grand Master. Furthermore, it is only upon reaching the Grand Master level that one can generate Dan Fire within the dantian. Dan Fire is one of the essential prerequisites for becoming a Dan Master or a Weapon Master. A formidable individual possessing Dan Fire is fundamentally different from one who does not. After all, the higher the rank, the greater the energy of the Dan Fire. If harnessed effectively, this energy can become the decisive factor in the battles among the powerful. For instance, should 2 combat sovereigns be evenly matched in strength, the balance will inevitably be disrupted if one of them wields Dan Fire, ensuring victory for the one who possesses it. Sikong Zhuixing harbors an intense yearning for Dan Fire. As by a fortunate twist of fate, he acquired the Dan Medicine Heavenly Record, which revealed to him the existence of such extraordinary phenomena in this world. Despite the presence of many strong individuals with Dan Fire across the continent, few have the capability to become proficient Dan Masters or Weapon Masters. Those who achieve mastery in these 2 domains are even rarer, rendering every high-grade medicinal pill and advanced weapon exceedingly precious in this realm. Throughout the vast expanse of the realm, the number of 8th-tier alchemists and 8th-tier blacksmiths is exceedingly rare. Each of these individuals possesses formidable cultivation levels, and even the lofty Do Huang powerhouses would think twice before offending them. This holds true even for those unparalleled beings who have reached the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm. The allure of 8th-tier elixirs and weapons they forge is simply staggering, driving all formidable beings to madness in pursuit of their creations. Consequently, the status of alchemists and blacksmiths within this realm is immensely elevated. As for the existence of 9th-tier alchemists and blacksmiths, opinions vary widely, yet the 10th-tier practitioners are said to belong to the realm of legend. For over 100,000 years, no one has attained such a terrifying echelon. In the present moment, within the dantian of Sikong Zhuixing, the swirling Do Qi has transformed into a radiant sphere of energy, exuding an immense gravitational pull that incessantly absorbs the energy being cultivated within his body. As if it were an endless cycle, Sikong Zhuixing, deep in his meditative practice, feels an insatiable thirst for energy. Relying solely on the energy from the millennium-old cold jade appears insufficient, and the spiritual essence within the cave is exceedingly sparse. Thus, he is compelled to draw forth a substantial amount of Do crystal from his spatial ring. Indeed, it is a grand spectacle. Surrounding the ancient cold jade are countless high-grade battle crystals, from which a potent energy emanates, continuously converging around Sikong Zhuixing's form. The energy contained within these battle crystals is remarkably pure, requiring merely a simple refinement for safe absorption. At this moment, the energy required for Sikong Zhuixing to advance to the rank of Great Battle Master is extraordinarily immense. The tranquil cave is stirred by gusts of vigorous wind, infused with colossal energy. As the energies dispersed in the space coalesce, forming violent whirlwinds around Sikong Zhuixing. These whirlwinds spiral incessantly. Within Sikong Zhuixing's lower dantian, an energy orb radiates a brilliant blue light, dazzling in its brilliance, as the energy contained within it has doubled within a mere 4 hours. The formidable and pure battle energy within the orb courses through Sikong Zhuixing's numerous meridians, continually reinforcing them. Although the effect may seem minimal, every little enhancement proves invaluable. Sikong Zhuixing survives, with each advancement solidifying and strengthening his meridians through the battle energy. Though the results may be modest, the accumulation of these enhancements will inevitably render his meridians increasingly resilient. As the terrifying pressure erupted from Sikong Zhuixing's body, waves of blue energy radiated outward, striking the surrounding hard rocks and causing numerous fissures to appear. At that moment, Tomcat and his companions had already retreated to a safe distance, observing Sikong Zhuixing's ascension. The potency of the energy waves emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. The entire energy eruption lasted for nearly an hour before finally subsiding. However, the walls of the cave were now riddled with countless cracks of varying depths, rendering the interior truly a sight to behold in its devastation. This indicated the remarkable extent of energy growth following Sikong Zhuixing's successful promotion to a great fighter, with his power increasing by 3 to 4-fold. The energy cyclone within his dantian had transformed into a luminous energy sphere upon reaching the great fighter realm. This ascension marked a qualitative enhancement, laying a robust foundation for Sikong Zhuixing's future as an unparalleled powerhouse. Finally achieving the rank of great fighter, he felt an overwhelming sense of elation. However, he remained in a contemplative state, furrowing his brow as if pondering something profound. He now possessed sufficient strength to harness Dan Fire. Yet generating Dan Fire within his dantian was no simple feat. His mind was flooded with the descriptions of Dan Fire from the Tianling Dojue and the information he had gleaned from Ziming. To manifest Dan Fire, one essential element was required: enlightenment. The flame of alchemy is an enigmatic phenomenon, rumored to be wielded by 10th-level alchemists and craftsmen, capable of burning the heavens and boiling the earth. The veracity of this legend remains uncertain, as no one can provide a definitive answer. However, history recounts the tale of a 9th-tier alchemist who, utilizing his flame, incinerated an entire city, resulting in the tragic demise of millions of its inhabitants, rendering everything within the city into a void. This madman of an alchemist is documented in the secret tomes of various empires, and esteemed powerful figures assert the authenticity of such accounts, suggesting that the possibility of burning the heavens and boiling the earth indeed exists. In Chapter 51, Cultivating the Soul-Capturing Technique, Sikong Zhuixing is not preoccupied with long-term ambitions. His immediate desire is to comprehend the flame of alchemy. Thus, he concentrates all his mental faculties, collating every useful piece of information regarding the flame within his mind, continuously reading and reflecting, hoping to spark inspiration. Although Tomcat and his companions are unaware of the reason for Sikong Zhuixing's prolonged unconsciousness following his advancement, they dare not intrude. Hours pass, and Sikong Zhuixing remains as immovable as a rock. A day slips by, then two, and concern begins to etch itself upon the faces of Tomcat and the others. While they understand the importance of cultivation, never before have they seen someone meditate for 2 consecutive days without awakening. Even they have never engaged in such extended practice. Moreover, there has been an unsettling absence of energy fluctuations within Sikong Zhuixing's body, rendering the situation profoundly strange. On the 3rd day, the furrowed brow of Sikong Zhuixing finally relaxed, and a glimmer of joy graced his countenance, for within his lower dantian, a small cluster of white flames had finally manifested. Though minuscule and faint, it was undeniably the essence of Dan Fire. He had successfully comprehended the Dan Fire at last. The white flames flickered within Sikong Zhuixing's lower dantian. Yet this nascent Dan Fire remained unstable, wavering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Sikong Zhuixing, having exerted great effort to cultivate this danfire, was loath to see it snuffed out, so he devoted all his energy to nurturing it. Gradually, the trembling flames began to stabilize. When Sikong Zhuixing awoke, 5 days had passed. His relentless cultivation upon the ancient cold jade had finally borne fruit, allowing him to ascend to the realm of a grand fighter and solidify his danfire. Upon seeing the anxious expressions on Tom Cat and the others, a warmth filled his heart, and he smiled as he reassured them, "There is no need for concern. My training has borne success. I have ascended to the first-tier grand fighter realm and cultivated my own danfire. This is no small achievement. Once I stabilize this realm, we shall depart from the Tianlong Mountains." Tom Cat and Jade Dragon were filled with excitement. They felt no attachment to the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range and were profoundly curious about the mysteries of the outside world. In contrast, Xian Bingshun appeared somewhat hesitant, seemingly caught in a dilemma. For one who was born and raised here, the thought of leaving was not easily embraced. However, after spending considerable time with Sikong Zhuixing and others, a deep bond had formed, making him acutely aware of his companionship. Additionally, the invaluable aid of Sikong Zhuixing's millennial cold jade greatly enhanced his cultivation. Thus, after a fierce internal struggle, Xian Bingshin can ultimately resolve to depart from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range. Sikong Zhuixing observed the expression on Xian Bingshin's face and could not help but smile. Through their prolonged companionship, he had come to regard Xian Bingshin as a dear friend, and their togetherness was indeed a blessing. They no longer dared to provoke trouble, for this was the haven of magical beasts, their territory. Should their unleashed energy inadvertently attract a horde of these creatures, it would spell disaster for them. As they journeyed, they made every effort to evade the magical beasts. After enduring over 20 days of travel, they finally emerged from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range. Sikong Zhuixing, hearing distant roars behind them, remarked with a chuckle, "We have finally made it out. Ha ha ha, no more hiding." Jade Dragon joyfully spread its wings, soaring through the air and chirping merrily. Tom Cat turned to Sikong Zhuixing and inquired, "Brother, where shall we go now? Shall we venture forth to explore the continent, or what shall we do?" Sikong Zhuixing's eyes sparkled with intensity as he spoke in a deep tone. "Before embarking on my journey across the continent, I must first pay homage to my mother at the mass grave and harness the spectral energy there to cultivate the 9 white bone claw. Let us proceed." With that, he swiftly executed his technique and soared ahead. The distance to the mass grave was 100 miles. Now, with his strength having undergone a profound transformation, he arrived after 4 hours, gazing upon the myriad remains of magical beasts, interspersed with human corpses, some still not fully decomposed. The air here was thick with the pungent stench of decay. Tom Cat was already well acquainted with this place, while Yulong and Xianbing Shunkin curiously observed their surroundings, seemingly unaffected by the pervasive odor, simply trailing behind Sikong Zhuixing. After half an hour of steady progress, they finally reached 2 tombs. One belonged to his mother, Zhuo Wenjun, and the other to Elder Yin Tian of the Xintian sect. Perhaps it was indeed the downfall of the Yi family that allowed him to unshackle his heart. Yet, at this moment, Sikong Zhuixing could only endure in silence, deeply reflecting on Zhuo Wenjun. From Yi Tianxing's original memories, he naturally understood the greatness of his mother. The atmosphere surrounding them grew heavy, leaving Tom Cat and the others feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, they refrained from disturbing Sikong Zhuixing, and the keen instincts of the magical beast informed them that he was engulfed in profound sorrow and an unresolvable sense of longing. Tom Cat was naturally ecstatic as he indulged in a grand feast. As darkness enveloped the sky and the waning moon ascended, the graveyard was shrouded in an eerie chill, accompanied by strange sounds. Blue phosphorescent flames, commonly known as will-o'-the-wisps, flickered throughout the surrounding space. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing was engaged in cultivation at a location steeped in the heaviest of malevolent energies, where the essence of spirits was most potent. To master the soul-capturing technique within the 9 white bone claw, the presence of ghostly energy was indispensable. Otherwise, he would not have devoted such an extensive period to his training. Positioned with his back to the south and facing north, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, Sikong Zhuixing raised his left palm, with his thumb tucked against his pinky and the other 3 fingers extended. His left hand rested before his chest, palm facing left, with the thumb, middle, ring, and pinky fingers curled inward, while the index finger remained straight. He chanted incantations softly, exploring the earth, formless and supreme, capturing yin and souls, fearless and undaunted, harmonizing yin and yang, as humans and spirits intertwine. He then opened his upper dantian, fervently absorbing the ghostly energy permeating the surroundings, while his hands animatedly maneuvered the bone armor, tracing intricate and esoteric patterns in the air. The azure energy orb within his upper dantian continuously absorbed the ghostly essence. Though the orb's color remained unchanged, the energy it contained underwent subtle transformations. The soul-capturing technique required a substantial foundation of ghostly energy for cultivation, and now, leveraging the geographical advantages of the graveyard, Sikong Zhuixing began his practice. Given the overwhelming number of deceased and magical beasts in the vicinity, the abundance of ghostly energy here facilitated an exceptionally efficient cultivation of the soul-capturing technique. While Sikong Chasing Stars was diligently practicing the soul-capturing technique, he had already distanced Tomcat and others far away. The utmost caution was essential during the cultivation of such an extraordinary skill, as disturbances could prove detrimental. This session of training involved not merely absorbing the essence of spirits. The chilling atmosphere surrounding him was also expected. Given the palpable effects of cultivating the 9 true classic in this locale, a fierce gale of energy coalesced around Sikong, and as he delved deeper into the soul-capturing technique, the flickering phosphorescence in the vicinity was mysteriously summoned, drawing ever closer to him. Having reached the 3rd level of the 9 true classic, Sikong had already attained a certain proficiency in the 9 bone claw, thus possessing the capability to practice the soul-capturing technique. However, during his time in the Tianlong mountain range, the environment had not permitted the execution of such a formidable skill. Strange, enigmatic, and extraordinary, the phosphorescent flames were ultimately drawn into Sikong's being, entering his upper dantian, where they were irresistibly attracted to a dark azure energy sphere. At that moment, the sphere spun rapidly, incessantly drawing in the essence of spirits, while the newly absorbed phosphorescent energy began to dissolve and merge. Eventually, a blue energy ring formed around the dark azure sphere, and as the influx of phosphorescent energy surged, the entire ring solidified, emanating intense and peculiar energy fluctuations. Chapter 52. Fusion with the illusory beast. This energy ring, also known as the Soulfire Phosphor Ring, holds immense significance. To successfully execute the soul-capturing technique, its assistance is indispensable. Although the entirety of the energy ring is primarily composed of phosphorescent fire, it also necessitates the absorption of ghostly essence. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing has elevated the 9 scriptures to its zenith, attracting the ghostly essence within a radius of 40 zhang, which continuously converges around his body. In the early morning, it is the optimal time for cultivating the 9 yang divine art, particularly during the first rays of dawn when the yang energy in the world is at its peak and most pure. Practicing the 9 yang divine art during this period allows for an exceptionally rapid cultivation pace, with the energy absorbed being 2 to 3 times greater than usual. Since his arrival in this otherworldly realm, Sikong Zhuixing has never ceased his daily practice, which has yielded formidable cultivation. Although he remains at the 3rd level of the 9 yang divine art, he can sense that the 4th level is within his grasp. Positioned facing north with his back to the south, he sits cross-legged, focusing his mind and calming his spirit, harmonizing the 3 essential energies of essence, qi, and spirit. With his 5 hearts directed upwards, he draws in the most refined yang energy from the heavens and the earth. The 9 yang divine art operates ceaselessly within him, with the pure and potent 9 yang true qi circulating through his meridians, merging the energy absorbed and transformed by his body. With each complete circulation of the 9 yang true qi through his meridians, he experiences a notable increase in energy. After diligently practicing the 9 Suns divine art for 4 consecutive hours, Sikong Zhuixing finally concluded his session. Each bout of training yields rewards. And throughout this extensive period of cultivation, he has not felt weariness. For him, having lived 2 lives, martial practice has become an indispensable part of his existence. He understands that, regardless of the circumstances, strength remains paramount. It is precisely for this reason that he ventured to the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range for training. At that time, he was merely at the warrior realm, but now he has ascended to the great fighter level. The transformation over nearly 2 years has been astonishing, and throughout this journey, Sikong Zhuixing relied solely on his own efforts. Such continuous advancement is typically achievable only through the use of top-tier medicinal pills. Upon completing his training, Sikong Zhuixing rose to his feet and stretched his body. Despite having practiced throughout the night, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, his eyes glimmering with brilliance before settling into a focused calm. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of Tom Cat and the others, yet smiled knowingly. Through the Jade Dragon, he was already aware of their whereabouts. Thus, he made his way toward the outskirts of the burial mounds. In a corner of his spatial ring, Sikong Zhuixing discovered a map of the Eastern Asia continent. He located the position of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range, confirmed his own location, and oriented himself to the west. Over 1,000 miles away lay a grand city, the city of Rinlian, one of the 3 major cities within the Hualien Prefecture. This region is governed by the Sima family, a territory bestowed upon them by the imperial family. Although the Sima family appears to be the rightful rulers, the true overlords are, in fact, the Yi family. As a scion of one of the 6 eminent families of the Macroasia Empire, the Yi family naturally possessed substantial resources. To eschew a confrontation with them, Sikong Zhuixing intended to depart from Hualien Prefecture promptly, as his grandiose cultivation would hardly cause significant disruption. Gazing upon Tom the Cat perched on his shoulder, the Jade Dragon soaring above, and the Xianbing Divine Silkworm beside him, Sikong Zhuixing couldn't help but feel concerned. Such a conspicuous ensemble was bound to attract unwanted attention. Cognizant of Sikong Zhuixing's apprehension, the telepathic Jade Dragon proposed, having entered into an equal contract with you. I am now your destined phantom beast. Consequently, I can merge with your body, thereby averting undue notice. Sikong Zhuixing's countenance lit up with elation as he exclaimed, "Such a possibility exists? Jade Dragon, hasten to attempt it and ascertain its feasibility." Tom the Cat and the Xianbing Divine Silkworm observed Sikong Zhuixing with rapt curiosity, eager to witness the fusion. The Jade Dragon's exquisite form emitted a resplendent white light, its body gradually diminishing in size as it flew towards Sikong Zhuixing's chest. At a distance of 1 meter, the Jade Dragon had shrunk to a mere 20 centimeters, unleashing a surge of energy that connected it to Sikong Zhuixing's chest. As the white light intensified, Sikong Zhuixing experienced sharp, intense pain in his chest, which he stoically endured. Eventually, the white light dissipated, and Sikong Zhuixing sensed the presence of another life form within his body. Upon removing his garment, he beheld a lifelike Jade Dragon emblem emblazoned upon his chest. Indeed, success has been achieved, and it is truly astonishing. Were it not happening to me, I would scarcely believe it. This world is undeniably enigmatic. Such a miraculous scene startled Tom Cat and his companions as they gazed at the emblem upon Sikong Zhuixing's chest, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Yulong's voice resonated in Sikong Zhuixing's mind. "Brother, how is it? This should avert any troubles, right? He, such a skill is not possessed by just any mythical beast." This is indeed the case, for Yulong is a top-tier mythical creature, reigning as a king among them. Sikong Zhuixing took a deep breath and exhaled, finally exclaiming, "This world is utterly insane. Such occurrences would never transpire on the technologically advanced Earth. It seems this world is truly marvelous." Now, Sikong Zhuixing cannot help but anticipate the opportunities that lie ahead. At this moment, the Xianbing Divine Silkworm fixated on the pattern formed by Yulong and proclaimed, "While I may not merge with your body, I can certainly conceal myself." Upon speaking, its entire form emanated a silvery radiance, and an icy aura enveloped the surroundings, instantly crystallizing frost within a Tinjiang radius. Ultimately, the Xianbing divine silkworm transformed into a circular shape, coiling around Sikong Zhuixing's wrist like a bracelet, glistening with a translucent sheen and exuding a soft glow, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Sikong Zhuixing was momentarily taken aback, staring at the Xianbing divine silkworm upon his wrist, his mouth agape in astonishment. Finally, driven by curiosity, he cautiously touched it with his left hand, experiencing an icy sensation coupled with an extraordinary hardness. Fortunately, it bore no weight whatsoever. The bracelet, transformed from the mysterious ice divine silkworm, exhibited not a trace of energy fluctuation, which piqued his intrigue. He pondered how the other party had achieved such a feat. He sensed that the individual was currently in a state reminiscent of turtle breathing technique, silent, and seemingly in a state of suspended animation. Sikong Zhuixing felt no discomfort. The wondrous abilities of Yulong and the ice divine silkworm had truly broadened his horizons. At that moment, Sikong Zhuixing turned his gaze towards Tom Cat, smiling as he inquired, "Do you possess any means to conceal yourself?" This was his subsequent remark, yet, at that instant, Tom Cat's figure abruptly vanished from sight. A stir of excitement coursed through Sikong Zhuixing as he extended his perception to its utmost limit but still found no trace of him. He discreetly instructed Yulong to investigate, only to receive the same lack of results. Just then, Tom Cat's voice echoed from the surrounding space. "How about that? You can't find me, can you? This is my ability. It isn't easy for others to locate me." With that, his figure materialized on Sikong Zhuixing's shoulder. Sikong Zhuixing continued to perceive Tom Cat as though he had emerged from another dimension, prompting him to curiously inquire, "Tom, where did you just hide? Why was I unable to sense your presence?" Thus, he proclaimed, "Very well, let the Jade Dragon and the Xianbing Divine Silkworm remain concealed. As for Tom Cat, he shall hide when the time is ripe. Let us depart for Rinlian City, and subsequently leave the Hongya Empire behind, escaping this realm of sorrow. The Tianya Empire shall be our destination. Onward." Upon perceiving the desolation of the surroundings, Sikong Zhuixing gracefully executed his lightness skill and took flight. With sufficient cultivation of true energy, one could elevate their physical agility to that of a swallow, increasing their speed 5 or 6-fold. Now, having attained a commendable level in both the Jiang divine skill and the Join scripture, it was no surprise that he could perform such feats. Chapter 53. Custom-made flying daggers. A day later, a young lad appeared in Rinlian City, a charming cat perched upon his shoulder. The passers-by cast a fleeting glance at Sikong Zhuixing, their curiosity quickly waning. Thus, he encountered no perils along his journey. Tom Cat's keen eyes scanned the surroundings incessantly, filled with wonder. In truth, Sikong Zhuixing was not much better off, resembling a rustic bumpkin in the bustling city, astonished by every sight. The elegantly attired young gentleman among the crowd regarded him with disdainful and contemptuous glances. Clad in the oversized garments of Yantian, Sikong Zhuixing felt quite uncomfortable. Eventually, he arrived at a clothing store, where he spent a precious piece of high-grade dojing to acquire over 50 sets of attire. Now, transformed into a strikingly handsome and slender young noble, he exemplified the truth that one's appearance can indeed elevate their status, attire befitting a gentleman. Adornment worthy of a deity. Rinlian City undoubtedly stands as one of the 3 major cities in Hualien County, bustling with vibrancy. The air is filled with the lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares, amidst a myriad of carpets and various types of floor coverings, each serving its purpose. The scene before him evokes the streets of a bygone era. Sikong Zhuixing, unhurried in his journey, leisurely strolls alongside Tom Cat, immersing himself in the surrounding ambience. This is indeed a foreign realm, the world in which he shall reside in the future. Gradually, he becomes enchanted by the atmosphere, captivated by the dazzling array of merchandise. Ultimately indulging in a few purchases, it is not the utility of these items that compels him. Rather, it is their aesthetic appeal. After all, Sikong Zhuixing possesses an abundance of dough crystals, the majority of which occupy a significant portion of his spatial ring. The clanging of metalwork reverberates through the air, a jarring sound that jolts his senses, prompting him to follow the noise. He soon finds himself in a weapons shop, where an assortment of armaments is displayed: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and various other weaponry in diverse styles. The shop appears to be thriving, with patrons primarily consisting of dough masters, among whom are 2 or 3 great dough masters. Upon his entrance, the gathered individuals cast glances in his direction before resuming their selection of weapons. Unfazed, Sikong Zhuixing approaches the display racks of weaponry, meticulously examining his options. Initially filled with excitement, he gradually loses interest. As he prepares to depart, a sudden thought strikes him, prompting him to call over a server and inquire, "Who is the proprietor of this establishment? I wish to meet him." The young attendant, keenly perceptive, couldn't help but notice the extravagant attire and noble demeanor of the guest, clearly indicating that he was no ordinary individual. Though a sense of curiosity stirred within him, he refrained from inquiring further and respectfully stated, "Esteemed guest, please wait here. I shall promptly summon the proprietor." With that, he hurried away. The proprietor of the weapon shop, known as Haya, was a merchant in his 40s, exuding a reserved yet spirited energy, clearly a person of considerable skill. Upon seeing Sikong Zhuixing, his expression momentarily faltered. The young man was indeed youthful, and to his astonishment, Haya could not discern the depths of his cultivation, an impressive feat, given that he himself was a formidable first-tier Doling realm expert. The man before him was truly exceptional, and no questions swirled in his mind. He maintained a cordial smile and bowed, saying, "I am Haya, the proprietor of this establishment. How may I assist you, young sir?" Sikong Zhuixing, returning the smile, replied, "No need for formality. I wish to commission the crafting of 24 flying daggers. Here is the sketch. Each dagger should be 4 inches in length, slightly over half an inch in width, with a moderate thickness, featuring a streamlined blade and blood grooves on both sides. They should be forged from high-quality steel. The specific requirements are detailed on this paper. May I inquire how long it will take to complete this order?" Haya's expression shifted to one of surprise as he examined the design of the flying daggers, a style he had never encountered before. And this was the first time he had heard of incorporating blood grooves. He estimated that the crafting would take 3 days. However, high-quality steel was quite expensive, and forging such a quantity of daggers would require at least 7 to 8 pounds of steel, a considerable cost. Haya felt a twinge of embarrassment as he regarded Sikong Zhuixing. Sikong Chasing Stars smiled inwardly and said, "There's no need for circumspection. Just tell me how many dough crystals you require." Haiga, taken aback, had not anticipated that this young gentleman before him possessed a spatial ring. Gazing at the dough crystals emanating formidable energy nearby, Haiga's breath quickened involuntarily. The sudden appearance of such a plethora of high-grade dough crystals naturally stirred quite a commotion within the weapon shop. Having seen much of the world, Haiga swiftly summoned 2 attendants to promptly relocate the dough crystals from the table. With a smile, Sikong Chasing Stars remarked, "This serves as a deposit. I shall return in 3 days to collect the goods and settle the remaining dough crystals." Haiga nodded fervently. This was indeed a significant transaction. A wealthy patron such as this, possessing a spatial ring, undoubtedly commanded considerable influence, and Haiga dared not be negligent. "Rest assured, young master, the items you desire will be crafted by the finest blacksmith in our establishment," he assured. This weapon shop housed a 3rd-tier blacksmith and 4 second-tier blacksmiths. This time, Haiga resolved to have the 3rd-tier craftsman forge the 24 flying daggers. Sikong Chasing Stars nodded, understanding that blacksmiths, much like alchemists, held esteemed positions in this world. Higher ranks denoted greater prestige. He believed there were no superior blacksmiths within this shop. However, he did not concern himself with this, for he would seize the opportunity to create even finer flying daggers in the future. After bidding farewell to Haiga, Sikong Chasing Stars swiftly departed. Sikong Chasing Stars urged Tomcat and the others to be vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any potential followers. After all, Their earlier display of numerous high-grade dough crystals had undoubtedly attracted considerable attention, and he was keen to avoid any subsequent troubles. Ultimately, they confirmed that no one was tailing them, allowing Sikong to breathe a sigh of relief as he wandered off into the distance, casually seeking out an inn for a short respite. This modest establishment required merely one low-grade dough crystal for a day's stay. Over the next 3 days, Sikong Zhuixing and Tom Ket thoroughly explored the vibrant city of Rinlian. The rich culture, stunning scenery, impressive architecture, and delectable cuisine captivated Sikong. And even the novice Tom Cat and his companions were thoroughly enchanted. On the table lay a mahogany box. Haya approached and opened it, instantly greeted by a flash of glinting blades. With a smile, he remarked, "These flying daggers have been meticulously crafted by our third-tier weaponsmith. Young master, do take a look and see if they suit your grip." Sikong stepped forward, grasping one of the daggers. The handle was wrapped in silk thread, providing a comfortable and non-slip grip. The blade and handle had been tailored to his specifications, featuring a graceful curve and an exceptionally sharp edge, with notable blood grooves on either side. The entire dagger was compact and elegantly designed. As Sikong playfully experimented with various maneuvers, he nodded in approval, stating, "Indeed, they are impressive. You have outdone yourselves. Here is the remaining dough crystal." As his words echoed, another pair of high-grade dough crystals appeared on the table. Sikong Zhuixing, devoid of any expression reminiscent of Haya, struck the table with his hand, transmitting a subtle force through the object. Suddenly, the flying daggers resting within the mahogany box sprang into the air. At that moment, a series of phantasms appeared from Sikong Zhuixing's hands, reaching for the airborne daggers. With deft maneuvering, he made each dagger vanish into thin air, until all 24 daggers had completely disappeared. Beside him, Haya was momentarily engulfed in a haze, realizing that the daggers had indeed vanished. Although his cultivation level was modest, he could ascertain that the daggers had not been placed within a spatial ring. The only plausible explanation was that they remained on Sikong Zhuixing's person. Noticing the expression on Haya's face, Sikong Zhuixing smiled and remarked, "This transaction has proven quite successful. Until we meet again, farewell." With that, he made his exit. Haya cast a glance at the high-grade battle crystal on the table before respectfully escorting him out of the weapon shop. Subsequently, he discreetly dispatched a formidable warrior of the Great Dome Master level to follow. In truth, while this weapon shop ostensibly dealt in arms, it served as a covert intelligence base for a prominent family. Naturally, they were keen to investigate the origins of a young master like Sikong Zhuixing. As Sikong Zhuixing emerged from the weaponry workshop, he was immediately enveloped by an unsettling sensation of being followed, a flicker of violet light igniting in his eyes. He smiled faintly before veering off onto a secluded path, delving deeper into the desolate surroundings. The formidable Great Dome Master trailing him sensed something amiss, but pressed on. Convinced that even if he were not a match for his quarry, he could still seize an opportunity, after all. This noble scion was merely an esteemed first-rank Great Dome Master, while he himself held the rank of second rank. Thus, he felt little cause for concern. Yet, such blind confidence often invites peril. Eventually, he found himself in a deserted dead end. Sikong Zhuixing turned and, with a smile, addressed his pursuer, "My friend, you have followed me for quite some time now. Why not reveal yourself?" Chapter 54. Verbal humiliation. The expression of the man lurking in the shadows shifted subtly. His cover had indeed been blown. He pondered where he might have betrayed his presence, but nevertheless stepped forth, revealing a man in his 20s, positioned 20 paces from Sikong Zhuixing. It was evident that this individual was a master of stealth, adept in the art of concealment. Yet he could not evade the perceptive senses of Sikong Zhuixing and his companions. Sikong Zhuixing spoke amiably, "Dear brothers, do you not realize that curiosity can sometimes lead to one's demise?" The man appeared to have heard some amusing jest, chuckling disdainfully. "With your mere rank of a first-class battle master, you dare to." At that moment, Sikong Zhuixing flicked his left arm, revealing a gleaming flying dagger. Crafted by the finest weaponsmiths, its blade shining like silver, radiating a chilling aura. Before the opponent could finish his sentence, Sikong Zhuixing propelled the dagger with remarkable swiftness. Infused with immense 9-in true qi and enhanced by his unique technique, it sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. The dagger traced a streak of white light, darting towards the man's throat with the swiftness of lightning. Clearly unprepared for such a lack of decorum, the man found himself defenseless as the distance of 20 zhang, seemingly vast, proved inconsequential against the dagger's lightning speed, striking true to his throat. A sense of disbelief washed over him as he felt the warmth of his blood seeping from the wound, vitality rapidly draining away. This was precisely why Sikong Zhuixing had imbued the dagger with a blood channel, ensuring his adversary would bleed profusely and meet a swift demise. The man clutched his throat in disbelief, yet the blood continued to flow unabated. In a bewildering turn of fate, a formidable battle master lost his life so carelessly. His once formidable figure collapsed heavily to the ground, pallid and convulsing. Sikong Zhuixing approached with an air of calm, standing before the fallen man, and spoke. "You should not have followed, nor should you have underestimated the fragility of life. You have run out of chances." After extracting the flying knife from the opponent's throat, the man's eyes glazed over, his life force ebbing away. Sikong Zhuixing elegantly produced a silk handkerchief, meticulously wiping the blood from the blade. And with a casual flick of his wrist, the knife vanished without a trace. The man on the ground lay lifeless. Sikong Zhuixing turned and departed, spending 10 high-grade fighting crystals at the market to acquire a chestnut steed, a horse of remarkable endurance. He hastened his exit from Renlian City, aware that the demise of the enemy's spy would not go unpunished. To circumvent any unnecessary complications, it was prudent to leave, especially given his current limited prowess. He realized that merely honing his skills in the endless trials of the Tianlong mountain range would not suffice. Professional knowledge was imperative for his advancement. Although he practiced the Tianling Dojue and had gleaned some insights into fighting energy from Ziming, it was still inadequate. Where could he acquire such specialized knowledge? Only at an academy. The Hongya Empire undoubtedly housed esteemed institutions of learning. However, due to the circumstances surrounding the Yi family, he could not afford to linger. The saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, and who could predict whether the Yi family might discover he had survived, potentially sending skilled assassins to silence him? Although the probability was slim, Sikong Zhuixing dared not take the risk. Thus, despite the spy's crimes not warranting death, he dispatched him without hesitation. At present, the Hongya Empire is not conducive to study and residence, prompting Sikong Zhuixing to turn his attention towards the Tianya Empire. Although the power of the Yi family is formidable, it only holds sway within the confines of the Hongya Empire. Among the 4 great empires of the East Asian continent, the imperial families exert considerable pressure on the strengths of other empires. Thus, Sikong Zhuixing's decision to journey to the Tianya Empire is a judicious one. During the day, Sikong Zhuixing travels, taking rest at night, relying on the prowess of the Jiuyang divine skill and the Jiuyin scripture. He persevered through a month-long journey, finally arriving at the border between the Hongya and Tianya empires. The numerous obstacles encountered along the way were effortlessly resolved through the use of ample dojing, the universal currency of this realm, which proves that wealth can indeed facilitate one's endeavors. Throughout his journey, Sikong Zhuixing faced no hindrances, moving with remarkable swiftness. Upon reaching the border of the 2 empires, he was confronted by an immense mountain range that must be traversed to enter the Tianya Empire. Although there are numerous routes leading to the Tianya Empire, Sikong Zhuixing chose the most direct path due to time constraints. This particular mountain range is renowned as the Scottish Mountain Range, which offers a narrow path into the Tianya Empire. Accompanied by his companions, including 3 5th-level magical beasts of the Doling realm, Sikong Zhuixing felt assured in facing even 6th-level magical beasts, as none resided within the Scottish mountain range, alleviating any concerns he harbored. The path was indeed seldom traversed, for Sikong Zhuixing had journeyed for 4 hours on his chestnut steed without encountering a single soul. However, he did come across numerous lowly magical beasts, which were so feeble that he ultimately unleashed his physical might. causing these creatures to hastily retreat into the thickets flanking the road. Suddenly, the sound of clashing echoed through the air. Sikong Zhuixing's previously languid demeanor shifted, and he became alert, focusing intently on the sounds. Over 20 individuals were embroiled in a chaotic battle, and the intensity of their weaponry's collision suggested they were fighting with genuine fervor, their ranks composed entirely of mighty warriors at the great fighter level. Sikong Zhuixing fell silent, contemplating whether to intervene. Ultimately, he decided against pressing forward and chose instead to remain still, quietly observing. Tom, however, seemed perplexed by Sikong Zhuixing's intentions and inquired, "Brother, those individuals in the distance are engaged in combat. Why not join the fray? It has been quite some time since we last fought, and my muscles feel rather constrained." At that moment, the Xianbing divine silkworm coiled around Sikong Zhuixing's wrist also lamented, "This state is indeed most uncomfortable. I concur with Tom. If there is a battle, why not partake?" The only one remaining silent was Yulong, who understood the inner thoughts of Sikong Zhuixing better than anyone else, rendering any inquiries unnecessary. Sikong Zhuixing recognized that his thoughts greatly diverged from those of the two magical beasts, and transforming their perspectives would require considerable time. Thus, he patiently articulated, "Today, I shall reveal to you how to maximize your benefits. As magical beasts, your senses are keen. You should be aware that the ongoing clash involves over 20 individuals, all of whom are at the Great Dome Master level, with several possessing the peak prowess of Great Dome Master. Our strength is formidable, and even when confronting such powerful adversaries, we stand a chance. Yet, even if we achieve victory, it would be a Pyrrhic one, with a cost too great to bear." Tom Cat and Xianbing Divine Silkworm, being extraordinary and highly intelligent, fell silent, attentively absorbing Sikong Zhuixing's teachings. They were uncertain why this man possessed such profound knowledge. However, they were assured that his guidance stemmed from sincere intentions, prompting them to remember every word he spoke. Even if they could not comprehend everything now, they would eventually understand. "Do you grasp the essence?" Tom Cat gently nodded, and Xianbing Divine Silkworm also fell into contemplation. Sikong Zhuixing's instruction profoundly impacted them, and they recognized the need for time to fully absorb this knowledge. They waited for a complete hour, during which the intensity of the battle gradually diminished. Sensing that the moment was ripe, Sikong Zhuixing urged his horse forward. After advancing 2 miles, he unexpectedly spotted several familiar figures, and his expression froze in astonishment. The Battle Heaven Mercenary Corps encountered by Sikong Zhuixing during his training in the Tianlong mountain range was an unexpected coincidence. Originally consisting of more than 10 members, only 9 remained after the recent skirmish, with the others having perished in the fray. Even those who survived bore injuries. Their internal fighting spirit diminished significantly. After all, their adversaries matched their numbers and strength, and if this continued, both mercenary groups would face annihilation. Now, witnessing the substantial casualties among their ranks, the leaders of both factions were unwilling to relent. At this moment, the appearance of Sikong Zhuixing undeniably drew the attention of all present. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many men, he jested, "Though this young master is undeniably handsome and charming, adored by all, a paragon of virtue and talent, there is no need for such gazes upon me." The expressions of everyone from both mercenary groups shifted to one of incredulity. This young man was utterly outrageous, displaying an arrogance that bordered on the absurd, with a fortitude of character rivaling that of a city wall. Opposing him stood the leader of the rival mercenary group, a robust man nearing 40, with a resolute visage, towering close to 2 meters in height, his explosive muscles eliciting amazement from Sikong Zhuixing. He appeared even more formidable than Schwarzenegger, clearly a force capable of subduing a bear with a single blow. The robust man declared, "I am Tian Ba, the leader of the Mo Wu Mercenary Corps. If you wish to preserve your life, I advise you to leave this place swiftly. Otherwise, you may choose to remain and become a ghost beneath the blade of the Zhan Tian Mercenary Corps, a rather splendid option." Tian Ba's tone was undeniably arrogant. Initially, Sikong Zhuixing admired Tian Ba's muscular physique and harbored no animosity towards him. Adhering to the principle of better to avoid trouble than to invite it, he had no desire to provoke conflict. However, the scornful words exchanged ignited a murderous intent within Sikong Zhuixing. Fixating on Tian Ba with a gaze akin to that of a mourner, he coldly responded, "You dare to threaten me? Such audacity! What manner of death do you desire? I shall grant it." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as all present were struck dumb by Sikong Zhuixing's audacious retort. Chapter 55. The Inferno of Battle. As the leader of the Mo Wu mercenary corps, Tian Ba's power had ascended to the pinnacle of the Grand Fighter realm, merely a step away from the Doling realm. Sikong Zhuixing's words undoubtedly enraged him to the utmost. His eyes reddened slightly, and an aura of murderous intent erupted from his being. Tian Ba coldly declared, "What an arrogant little brat! In all my years traversing the land, this is the first time I have encountered someone so oblivious to their own limitations. Since you seek death, I shall pierce you with 9 holes, so you may understand the extent of my strength." Witnessing the escalating tension between Tian Ba and this enigmatic youth, the members of the Zhan Tian mercenary corps exchanged glances, a sense of schadenfreude bubbling within them. This young man possessed considerable strength, and they were prepared to assist him should the need arise, for he had once aided them. Yang Tian whispered, "Brother, do you think this fellow is being overly arrogant? Tian Ba's strength is not inferior to ours. Should we intervene if a conflict arises?" Yang Zhan's gaze remained fixed on Sikong Zhuixing as he replied solemnly, "What a foolish question. We have already suffered the loss of several brothers. This debt must be repaid. This young man is shrouded in mystery, and the more strained his relationship with the adversary becomes, the more advantageous it is for us. Moreover, his strength eludes our understanding. Let us observe for now. If necessary, we shall strike together." With that, he discreetly summoned his fighting spirit, and Yang Tian mirrored his actions, causing the atmosphere in the space to become considerably tense. Tian Ba took a few steps forward, raising his battle blade. As a burst of yellow fighting spirit erupted from him, unleashing a wave of intense energy directed at Sikong Zhuixing. The young boy, despite his formidable abilities, would undoubtedly be no match for him, or so Tian Ba believed. "It's time to show your true capabilities. Otherwise, you shall soon encounter death," he thought. At that moment, Tom Cat, perched on Sikong Zhuixing's shoulder, emitted a grayish glow, his large eyes fixed intently on Tian Ba. Should the adversary make a move, he would spring into action. Having experienced a prolonged period without combat, he was eager to demonstrate his prowess. Although Xinbing Divine Silkworm and Yulong were also keen to participate, Sikong Zhuixing understood the necessity of conserving strength. It was imperative to keep one's trump cards hidden, for such discretion would ensure greater survival in this otherworldly realm. Tian Ba felt an overwhelming fury rising within him, for the youth before him was insufferably arrogant and narcissistic. This spoiled nobleman persistently pushed the boundaries of his patience, until at last, reason was drowned by rage. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed 9 Heavens Cloud Dragon. In that moment, his battle blade, seemingly weightless, danced in his hands, forming a magnificent blossom of blades infused with potent fighting spirit, hurtling towards Sikong Zhuixing. Just then, Tomcat leapt down from Sikong Zhuixing's shoulder. In an instant, a gray aura erupted from his body, causing him to tremble violently. His expression contorted into a fierce snarl as he began to swell in size. Simultaneously, an ever-increasing aura of dread emanated from him, rendering the once confident Tian Ba speechless in terror. The swirling blades around him came to an abrupt halt, his gaze fixated on the now formidable Tomcat. In his heart, he screamed, "Heavens, is that a level 5 magical beast? By my grandmother's grace, does fate conspire against me?" A 5th-level magical beast of the 3rd-tier Doling realm engaged in a fierce battle with a fully realized Great Dome Master. Even a fool could predict the outcome. Not only was Tian Ba rendered speechless in shock, but the mercenaries present also wore expressions of extreme fright. As the members of the Zhan Tian mercenary corps stood aghast, a bitter smile crept into their hearts, realizing that this young man's beast companion possessed such terrifying strength. It was no wonder he dared to venture into the Tianlong mountain range for training. In a mere 5 minutes, Tomcat successfully transformed. His enormous form spanning a radius of 10 zhang, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that commanded respect. His fierce gaze was fixed intently on Tianba, determined to deliver a proper lesson for the disrespect shown to his elder brother. Tomcat locked his oppressive might onto Tianba, silently accumulating dou qi. Feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, Tianba's heart raced as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. With tears of despair in his eyes, he gazed at the colossal creature before him, then turned to the distant figure of Sikong Zhuixing, who sat atop a chestnut horse, his expression as dark as thunder. He shouted, "I once believed you possessed the strength to defeat me, yet it turns out you rely on your beast companion. How foolish to make such a base demand. Do you think I am a fool? What benefit would there be in battling you? Do you even have the qualifications? Rest assured, Tom is quite gentle. He will merely cripple you before swiftly dispatching you. Hee, enjoy your fate." A fierce wind swept through the surroundings, causing all the mercenaries present to involuntarily shudder. The remarks made were exceedingly cutting. The venue was populated by formidable experts at the great fighter level, all of whom possessed keen senses. Thus, they heard the whispered words of Sikong Zhuixing with crystal clarity. Their complex emotions, a blend of flushed faces and stifled laughter, rendered them feeling as though they were living a fate worse than death. At that moment, Tianba's initial trepidation was incinerated by an inferno of unbridled rage. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "You shall perish." Enacting the dragon's 3 forms, Tianba's figure split into 3, making it impossible to discern the real from the illusion. Losing all rationality, he pushed his fighting spirit to its zenith. Despite having battled fiercely against the War Heaven Mercenary Corps, he still retained 70% of his internal energy. Now, he was determined to risk everything. A soldier may be slain, but his honor must not be sullied. Prepared to unleash a formidable ultimate move, he was ready to engage in a fierce battle with the beast before him. Even in death, he would do so with great fervor. For dying in battle was the finest destiny for a mercenary. Having created 2 clones, Tianba had already expended 20% of his fighting spirit. At this juncture, he summoned all his energy and shouted, "Raging Dragon Ascendant Slash. Perish." The 3 incarnations of Tianba soared into the air, and with a synchronized flourish of their blades, they infused their entire fighting spirit into the weapon, unleashing a devastating blade aura. The sheer force of their attack aimed to cleave Tomcat in twain. Tomcat gazed at his opponent as if he were a fool, conjuring a gray energy sphere with a diameter of 1 meter, hurling it towards the formidable Tianba on the far right. This powerful orb was imbued with immense and terrifying fighting spirit, symbolizing death itself. Tianba unleashed the divine dragon's 3 manifestations, creating 2 clones. Such a technique was remarkably advanced. For most, distinguishing between the real and the illusory would be nearly impossible. However, Tomcat discerned the true form of his adversary at a glance, realizing that the clones were mere bluffs, lacking substantial lethality. Tianba was incredulous that his ultimate move had been seen through, and the 2 clones, unable to breach Tomcat's formidable aura, were repelled and soon dissipated into the ether due to their insufficient energy. Now, with unwavering resolve, Tianba executed the fierce Dragon Ascension Slash, but it barely held against Tomcat's energy sphere. The overwhelming power of a 3rd-tier fighting spirit beast far surpassed anything Tianba could withstand. Surprised that his opponent had managed to block his energy sphere, Tomcat swiftly formed another orb, casting it forth with malevolent glee. Before the sphere even made contact with Tianba, Tomcat smirked wickedly and commanded, "Explode for me." Suddenly, the gray energy sphere erupted with a blinding gray light, accompanied by a resounding boom. In an instant, the energy sphere exploded, and the energy sphere that was in a stalemate also succumbed to the explosion. The resulting force enveloped the formidable figure of Tianba, followed by a heart-wrenching roar, after which silence fell. This tremendous explosion unleashed waves of potent fighting energy, wreaking havoc in all directions, stirring up flying sand and stones, and transforming the surrounding space into a pale yellow haze. The mercenaries comprehended that under such a terrifying energy explosion, Tian Ba had no chance of survival. The Demon Dance Mercenary Corps found themselves in disarray, devoid of leadership. Their thoughts were no longer on avenging their captain, but rather on how to escape this dreadful place, for the youth before them was extraordinarily formidable, beyond their capability to confront. At last, the aftermath of the explosion revealed a massive pit, approximately 10 yards in diameter and 2 meters deep. Devoid of any trace of Tian Ba, clearly, there was nothing left of him. However, his battle blade remained, embedded in the depths of the pit, severely damaged and rendered useless. The hearts of the remaining members of the Demon Dance Mercenary Corps sank, realizing that their strength was on par with that of the Battle Heaven Mercenary Corps. With their leader fallen and the youth evidently not an ally, possessing such overwhelming power, they knew they had to muster all their strength for a desperate fight. Yet, the Battle Heaven Mercenary Corps, poised and watchful, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Chapter 56. Ruthless annihilation. Tian Ba had perished, yet Sikong Zhuixing exhibited not the slightest tremor in his gaze. Confronting Tom Cat, the latter's fate was already sealed, devoid of any unexpected turns. Nevertheless, the remaining members of the mercenary group proved formidable in combat. His eyes shifted towards the brothers Yang Tian and Yang Zhan, and he could not help but chuckle, addressing them. "It seems we meet again, gentlemen. This time, I have once more lent you my assistance. The moment to eradicate your foes has arrived. What are you waiting for?" Both Yang Zhan and Yang Tian were seasoned veterans, acutely aware that should they hesitate now, this young master would indeed depart. The opportunity was too splendid to forfeit. Their enmity with the Mo Wu mercenary group had escalated to a point of no return, making it the perfect moment to obliterate them entirely. Yang Zhan performed a respectful gesture towards Sikong Zhuixing and expressed, "I am grateful for your assistance, young brother. Should you require our aid in the future, do not hesitate to ask." As for the Mo Wu mercenary group, it is time for a reckoning. Brothers of the Zhan Tian mercenary group, let us avenge our fallen comrades. With that, Yang Zhan and Yang Tian surged to the forefront, followed closely by the remaining 7 members of the Zhan Tian mercenary group. The residual fighting spirit within them surged forth, infusing their weapons as they charged towards the remnants of the Mo Wu mercenary group. The demise of Tian Ba had inflicted a profound blow on his team, and they had yet to recover from the shock, granting the Zhan Tian mercenary group a significant advantage. With their momentum soaring, the outcome of this clash was scarcely in doubt. Tom Cat observed the figures engaged in combat before him, noting the overwhelming pressure radiating from them, and expressed his dissatisfaction. "These individuals are utterly feeble. Sigh, how tedious." Sikong Zhuixing fixed his gaze intently on the battlefield, channeling the 9 Yang divine art to its zenith. He summoned the 9 Yang true Qi, guiding it through the meridians of the 1 Yang finger technique, manifesting a crimson energy blade, for feet long, pulsating with intense waves of power atop his right index finger. Like a hunter stalking his prey, Sikong Zhuixing waited patiently. After 5 minutes, he finally identified his target. 2 formidable combatants from the Demon Dance Mercenary Corps had reached their limits. The only reason they continued to fight was due to their adrenaline-fueled physical capabilities, their stamina now utterly depleted. At last, Sikong Zhuixing sprang into action, unleashing 2 rapid-fire strikes of the 1 Yang finger with unparalleled speed. With a sharp hiss, the 2 energy blades struck true within 2 seconds, piercing the left chests of both adversaries. Their eyes, filled with hatred, fixated on Sikong Zhuixing. The audacity of this youth to launch a covert ambush was beyond comprehension. With a dull thud, their lifeless bodies fell heavily to the ground, their eyes wide open, clearly unable to embrace death. The Demon Dance Mercenary Corps was already at a disadvantage, and with Sikong Zhuixing's stealthy attack, their PL in the ensuing 10 minutes. Sikong Zhuixing relentlessly unleashed his Yang finger, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds that echoed through the air, followed by the anguished cries of the fallen. While he did not claim their lives, he certainly inflicted grievous harm upon them. Though mere 10 minutes may not seem extensive, For the mercenaries of the Demon Dance Mercenary Corps, it felt akin to an eternity. Overwhelmed with resentment, fury, hatred, and humiliation, they succumbed one after another. Had Sikong Zhuixing not moderated his assault, their demise would not have come so swiftly. By the time the last mercenary fell, the Demon Dance Mercenary Corps had been extinguished from this continent. During Tomcat's confrontation with Tian Ba, Sikong Zhuixing had already resolved to eradicate the Demon Dance Mercenary Corps entirely. These mercenaries possessed considerable strength should they seek vengeance in the future, although success was uncertain. They nonetheless represented a potential threat. For this reason alone, they had been inscribed on Sikong Zhuixing's death list. Ultimately, victory belonged to the Battle Sky Mercenary Corps, which now numbered only 9 members. 4 of them had exhausted their strength and fainted, while the remaining members hunched over, gasping for breath, amidst the pervasive stench of blood that lingered in the air. With the matter concluded, it was prudent to depart swiftly, for the foul odor of blood unsettled Sikong Zhuixing. Thus, he urged his chestnut horse forward, treading through the sanguine waters as he moved away. Upon witnessing Sikong Zhuixing's intention to leave, Yang Zhan stepped forward, his emotions unsteady, and implored, "Young brother, please hold on. Your repeated acts of valor in saving the Battle Sky Mercenary Corps will forever be etched in our memories. Should you have any requests, we shall not hesitate to oblige." Yang Tian spoke with unwavering conviction, his demeanor grave, devoid of frivolity. Sikong Zhuixing did not compel the chestnut steed to halt. Instead, he cast a casual glance at Yang Zhan and remarked, "There's no need for that. We shall meet again." With the day drawing to a close, Sikong Zhuixing aimed to reach the Tianya Empire promptly, wishing to avoid entanglements with the Zhantian Mercenary Corps. The chestnut steed quickened its pace, eventually breaking into a swift gallop, raising a cloud of dust, and soon, Sikong Zhuixing's figure vanished from sight. Alas, it was unforeseen that within a mere year, the Zhantian Mercenary Corps had suffered such tremendous losses. Now, only 9 of us remained. A sigh escaped him, laden with myriad emotions, as he began to gather the fallen brothers. As they entered the rugged Scottish mountains, the steep paths compelled even the spirited chestnut steed to slow its pace. The sun steadily traversed the western sky. They successfully navigated the colossal mountain range, encountering only minor resistance from 2nd and 3rd level magical beasts, all of which Sikong Zhuixing dispatched with ease. He reined in his horse to gaze at a moderately sized city in the distance, his spirits lifting as he realized they had finally arrived at the Tianya Empire. No longer needing to worry about being discovered by the Yi family, a new journey was about to commence. To reach the city before nightfall, Sikong Zhuixing significantly increased his speed. Nightwolf City, a remote town on the frontier of the Tianya Empire. After offering the gatekeeper 3 low-grade battle crystals, Sikong Zhuixing gained entry into this unfamiliar city. Though darkness had fallen, the surroundings remained vibrant. Pedestrians thronged the thoroughfares, an incessant flow of humanity. Cries of vendors rose and fell, and the air was thick with a medley of aromas. Sikong Zhuixing dismounted and began his search for lodging for the night. The Tenley Fragrance Inn, the most renowned establishment in Nightwolf City, was known not only for its luxurious accommodations but, more importantly, for its unparalleled wine, the Tenley Fragrance. Sikong Zhuixing's gaze was immediately drawn to the grand and opulent inn. As he approached the entrance, a waiter rushed out, his face radiating cordiality. "Esteemed young master, are you seeking accommodation?" he inquired obsequiously. Sikong Zhuixing nodded. "Indeed. See to my horse and care for it well. Consider this a gratuity." He tossed a low-grade battle crystal to the waiter. Having spent years in service, the waiter had honed his ability to discern the wealthy and influential. Clearly, the young master before him was of considerable means, and his generosity confirmed it. The waiter's smile broadened as he swiftly pocketed the crystal. "Please, young master, come inside. You will be attended to. I shall personally escort your steed to the stables where it will receive the finest fodder, ensuring your utmost satisfaction." He then happily led the chestnut horse away. Sikong Zhuixing chuckled softly as he entered the Shilixiang Inn alongside his feline companion, Tom. Approaching the counter, a middle-aged man gazed curiously at a white-haired youth. feeling an inexplicable sense of unease despite the pet on the youth's shoulder exhibiting no discernible energy fluctuations. Nonetheless, he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. At that moment, Sikong Zhuixing inquired with a smile, "Do you have any vacant rooms?" The middle-aged man concealed his lingering thoughts and replied amicably, "Certainly, we offer accommodations of 4 distinct levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. May I ask which one you prefer?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sikong Zhuixing declared, "A room of the heaven grade." The man felt a flicker of excitement, certain that the youth was of substantial means, and responded with a smile, 1 high-grade dojing per day would be acceptable. Truly, the most opulent inn in Night Wolf City lived up to its reputation. It was resplendent and exuded an air of noble elegance. The walls were adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings from renowned masters, artifacts whose value was undoubtedly considerable. Guided respectfully by a young attendant, they finally ascended to the 4th floor. As they proceeded down the corridor, a creaking sound echoed as a wooden door swung open, revealing 2 enchanting figures. One appeared to be around 30 years of age, breathtakingly beautiful, exuding the grace and poise of a mature woman, radiating an alluring charm that felt like a gentle spring breeze upon first encounter. Beside her stood a girl of about 14 or 15, embodying youthful exuberance with a delicate visage, rosy lips, and skin as fair as snow. Despite her captivating appearance, her haughty expression conveyed an air of untouchable dignity, rendering her not to be trifled with. Though young, she was destined to blossom into an unparalleled beauty that could captivate nations. Suddenly, 2 stunning women appeared, clearly surprised to encounter a dashing young man with flowing white hair, striking starry eyes, a prominent nose, and a broad forehead. Handsome and tall, particularly captivating were his deep-set eyes, which seemed to draw one in irresistibly. What a charming gentleman he was. The elder of the 2 women immediately discerned that the youth before her was no ordinary individual. Upon noticing the magical beast perched on his shoulder, her brow furrowed in confusion. She was unable to identify its kind. It was indeed unexpected to encounter such an unusual pairing in this place. Chapter 57. The Eye of Truth. Sikong Zhuixing was astonished to find himself in the presence of 2 beautiful women. It seemed he was quite fortunate in matters of romance. With a slight smile, he courteously nodded to both ladies and, guided by the attendant, passed by them to enter a nearby guest room, his own quarters. True to its reputation as a heavenly class room, it was opulently luxurious, resplendent in gold and splendor, exuding elegance without sacrificing nobility. The designer of this chamber must surely be a master of their craft. Once the attendant was dismissed, Sikong Zhuixing's previously indifferent gaze transformed. He spoke in a low voice. "Did you sense that? The woman we encountered is a formidable expert. I never expected to meet a Do Wang-level powerhouse here. Such a surprise." The bracelet on his right wrist shimmered with a pale light, eventually morphing into the form of a divine ice silkworm, yet it emitted no trace of energy fluctuations. He continued, "That expert seems to have sensed my presence, though she cannot confirm it yet." Sikong Zhuixing concluded, "We must exercise caution from now on. This road is indeed teeming with strong individuals. I wonder what their origins are." Tomcat and the Xianbing divine silkworm fell into silence. As for the Yulong, which had merged with Sikong Zhuixing, it remained undetected by the formidable Do Wang. After a moment of contemplation, Sikong Zhuixing spoke. "All right, everyone, let's retire for the night. Tomorrow promises to be busy. The most renowned academy of the Tianya Empire awaits me. I must immerse myself in its teachings and training. In this unfamiliar land, we ought to become well acquainted before making further plans. Xianbing, transform into the form of a bracelet to remain inconspicuous. I shall provide you with a small piece of eternal cold jade. Focus on your cultivation, but remember to conceal your energy fluctuations to avoid drawing attention." The Xianbing divine silkworm's expression lit up with joy at the mention of the eternal cold jade. One of the primary reasons for its companionship with Sikong Zhuixing was indeed this. As expected, a brilliant white light erupted from Sikong Zhuixing, his immense mental strength channeling forth, continuously infusing energy into the spatial ring, enveloping the eternal cold jade. It took a full 5 minutes to carve out a small fragment. Do not underestimate it. The energy contained within is astonishing. Even if the Xianbing divine silkworm sought to absorb and refine all the energy, it would require no less than half a month. Sikong Zhuixing retrieved the segmented eternal cold jade and handed it to the Xianbing divine silkworm, instructing, quickly envelop the energy it emits. The appearance of the eternal cold jade caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, with signs of frost beginning to form. In this crowded place, any anomaly detected by the powerful could lead to unnecessary trouble. Upon encountering the ancient cold jade radiating an astonishing energy, the Xianbing divine silkworm opened its mouth and ingested the gem directly. A flash of white light ensued, transforming its form into a bracelet that appeared in Sikong Zhuixing's hand. Feeling the icy aura emanating from his wrist, Sikong Zhuixing smiled. He also bestowed a piece of the ancient cold jade upon Tom Cat and Yulong, allowing them to gradually absorb and refine the energy contained within. Just as Sikong Zhuixing intended to retire for the night, a series of knocks echoed at the door, followed by the voice of the innkeeper. "Young master, we have prepared a dinner specifically for the heavenly grade guest room, along with the renowned delicacy of Nightwolf City, Shilixiang." Sikong Zhuixing's eyes sparkled. While he held little regard for the so-called dinner, Shilixiang was indeed a prized beverage. His keen nose detected a rich and fragrant aroma, suggesting it was a fine vintage. Since arriving in this otherworldly realm, he had yet to indulge in wine, and this occasion provided the perfect opportunity to savor it. Upon opening the door, the innkeeper set down the food and drink before taking his leave. Sikong Zhuixing summoned Yulong and the Xianbing divine silkworm to join him for a hearty feast. Indeed, Shilixiang proved to be an exquisite wine, and Sikong Zhuixing found himself quite enamored with its flavor, a blend of spiciness intertwined with a hint of bitterness. Meanwhile, a stunning woman remarked, "Is there something peculiar about that young man?" "Indeed, Yu Yin, I cannot discern his origins. He possesses no detectable energy fluctuations, yet exudes an air of enigma. Moreover, the magical beast upon his shoulder eludes my understanding as well. Alas, it is truly baffling." The young girl's expression shifted, for her strength was merely at the 7th rank of the Great Fighter realm, far inferior to her aunt's formidable 2nd rank of the Fighter King realm. She had not anticipated the mysterious origins of the silver-haired youth, who even perplexed her aunt. Ultimately, she chuckled, remarking that the boy appeared only handsome with his flowing white hair, lacking any other remarkable traits. Yet, it was her aunt's keen insight that discerned such subtleties. Nevertheless, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. They were merely transient guests at the inn, and the chances of future encounters were slim. Her aunt need not fret excessively. Instead, they should leisurely explore the night market, for it was said that the delicacies in Nightwolf City were exceptionally renowned. This ice-cold beauty revealed her playful side only in the presence of her closest kin. The enchanting woman laughed, saying, "Yin, you remain as gluttonous as ever. This journey to the Tianya Empire is meant for you to diligently study at St. Luke's Academy and, if possible, uncover its secrets. In time, someone will seek you out. It is said that this Academy's library houses the 10 forbidden techniques, which our Miao family has painstakingly gathered over the years." It became clear that these two were central figures in the Miao family, one of the 6 prominent families of the Hongya Empire. The elder, Miao Yuehua, nearing 30, was a formidable 2nd-rank fighter king. The young girl, Miao Yuyin, aged 14, was at the 7th rank of the Great Fighter realm, a standout among her generation. Their visit to the Tianya Empire undoubtedly harbored its own schemes. Miao Yin's expression turned serious as she vowed, "Yin will strive diligently and not disappoint her aunt." Miao Yuehua smiled, saying, "Silly child, have you forgotten your father's admonition? Do not take risks unless you are utterly certain. Remember, your life is more precious than anything else." With that, he gently caressed Yu Yan's hair, his eyes filled with affection. Miao Yu smiled softly, refraining from uttering a word, yet her resolve remained unshaken. Their conversation unfolded amidst a throng of passers-by, yet none overheard them. For Miao Yuehua had cleverly utilized her fighting spirit to conjure an energy barrier that contained their voices within a radius of 2 zhang. Sikong Zhuixing pondered briefly and deduced the identity of the individual who had begun to suspect him. The formidable Do Wang had indeed cast doubt upon him and sent inquiries in the dead of night. It would be prudent to avoid provoking such a powerful being, for with his current abilities, he was ill-equipped to engage with such a superlative force. Thus, he feigned sleep, maintaining a steady heartbeat and unfluctuating breathing, an impressive control not possessed by the average person. This probing was indeed orchestrated by Miao Yuehua, who now lay in bed, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Beside her, Miao Yuyin had fallen into a deep slumber, unaware of her aunt's actions. Miao Yuehua felt a mix of curiosity and confusion regarding the young man, compelling her to unleash her family's secret technique, the Eye of Truth. The two parties were neighbors, with a short distance between them, so the range within which Miao Yuehua could deploy her true sight was not extensive. She merely intended to conduct a simple reconnaissance without any intention to cause trouble, silently reciting incantations and forming a series of subtle hand seals. Her eyes turned a radiant gold, imbued with formidable insight and penetrating power. As she gazed through the distant walls, the marvel of the true sight became apparent. The walls posed no barrier. The St. Lux Academy, the premier institution of the Tianya Empire, backed by the royal family, was renowned across the eastern continent. This prestigious academy had high thresholds. One could not even consider enrollment without achieving the level of a Grand Master, and there were age restrictions as well. Without genuine talent, survival within its walls was impossible, as the academy was rife with competition. Every student was required to reach the level of a battle spirit before graduation, or else they would remain at the academy indefinitely. As the day waned, Sikong Zhuixing decided not to depart, but to rest well, explore the city of Night Wolf in the evening, and sample the local delicacies, which were indeed unique. Returning late at night, he slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, he prepared himself, had breakfast, settled his bill, and departed. As he stepped out, the stable boy had already brought his chestnut horse. Noticing the horse's good condition, he knew it had been well cared for, and thus rewarded the boy with a low-grade battle crystal. Grasping the reins, Sikong Zhuixing ventured into the distance, walking for a full hour before successfully exiting the city. He then determined his direction and galloped forth. Traveling from Night Wolf City to the Tianya Empire at Sikong Zhuixing's pace would require no less than half a month. Furthermore, St. Lux Academy was scheduled to conduct recruitment activities in a month's time. Sikong Zhuixing was eager to depart Night Wolf City, for he wished to avoid encountering that formidable king of fighters. He was wary of the opponent's true vision, cognizant that on that fateful night, the adversary had refrained from unleashing their full prowess due to their own reservations. Had they done so, the secrets he harbored would undoubtedly have been uncovered. Chapter 58. Killing moves throughout his journey. Sikong Zhuixing made brief stops in various towns to replenish food and water, for the appetites of Tomcat and his companions were quite substantial. Remarkably, after 7 days of travel, everything proceeded smoothly, which brought great joy to Sikong Zhuixing. However, this pleasant mood was short-lived as distant sounds of conflict reached his ears, accompanied by the faint cries of a young girl. Alas, how unfortunate! It was the very road that led most directly to the imperial capital. Faced with such a situation, Sikong Zhuixing had no intention of retreating. Thus, the chestnut steed maintained its speed, racing onward. Within 3 minutes, he arrived at the scene, where he beheld 8 powerful martial artists protecting a young and beautiful maiden, engaged in fierce combat with 12 black-clad figures. These adversaries were formidable, all of them great fighters, and one amongst them had already attained the 9th rank of great fighter. The appearance of Sikong Zhuixing momentarily halted the chaotic skirmish among the onlookers. Among them, a man clad entirely in black, possessing the highest level of cultivation, stepped forward. He turned to Sikong Zhuixing and coldly remarked, "It seems this young brother is merely passing through. Although there is no enmity between us, you should not have intervened. Death is your only fate now. Behold, the void-breaking divine palm." In an instant, a dazzling purple aura erupted from his body. emanating an immense pressure that spoke volumes of his prowess as a ninth-grade battlemaster. The black-clad man concentrated half of his energy into his right palm, unleashing a combat imprint that soared 3 meters high and spanned over a meter wide, with the latter portion extending even further. The entire imprint glowed fiercely with purple radiance, charging forth like a thunderbolt, ruthless and domineering. The force radiating from the imprint enveloped Sikong Zhuixing and the chestnut-red steed beneath him. The terrifying pressure inherent in this move rendered the surrounding air suffocating, as though it had been vacated of all substance. Witnessing such a formidable attack aimed at him, evidently intent on silencing him permanently, Sikong Zhuixing could not help but curse vehemently. What the hell? Who have I offended? Dressed in black like a coal ball. You think you can take my life so easily? I shall counter with the 9 white bone claw. One young finger. The malevolent intent exuded by the opponent had thoroughly incensed Sikong Zhuixing. In the brief interlude of speech, he summoned the pinnacle of both the Juyang divine art and the Jiuyin manual, mobilizing all the Juyang and Jiuyin vital energies residing within his upper dantian. The bone armor on his left hand manifested in its entirety, translucent and resilient. The armor glimmered with a mysterious azure glow beneath the enveloping Jiuyin energy. Simultaneously, a 4-foot-long finger sword materialized atop his right index finger. This time, Sikong Zhuixing unleashed his full prowess, executing 2 formidable techniques. A claw-like force, measuring 2 zhang in diameter and imbued with a deep azure hue, surged towards the opponent's martial energy palm strike. In tandem, the singular yang finger was also manifested, erupting into a 4-foot-long, dark red finger sword that emitted a series of piercing sounds as it sliced through the air. The 2 formidable techniques, each brimming with terrifyingly potent vital energy, hurtled forward with tremendous force. With a resounding clash, Sikong Zhuixing's techniques collided with those of the cloaked figure, unleashing a violent burst of energy. The Jiuyin and Juyang energies continuously drained the opponent's martial energy as they clashed, each wave of energy depleting the other's power. This marked the first occasion on which Sikong Zhuixing had fully unleashed the Jiuyin white bone claw and the singular yang finger, demonstrating his formidable strength by withstanding 50% of the energy from a 9th-ranked great fighter. The expression on the cloaked figure's face turned grave, for he sensed that his adversary was not easily subdued. Moreover, the nature of the opponent's energy was peculiar, starkly contrasting with the martial energy he wielded. The exceptional energies, embodying both heat and cold, rapidly depleted his unleashed martial energy at a pace far exceeding his expectations. The white-haired youth before the black-clad assassin exuded an immense, intangible pressure. For a full 5 minutes, the energies of both parties clashed fiercely, culminating in a violent explosion. The black-clad figure was forced back 3 steps by the overwhelming wave of energy, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Sikong Zhuixing remained steadfast, for at that moment, an immense surge of combat energy erupted from within Tomcat, forming a gray energy barrier that protected him from the explosive force. Although Sikong Zhuixing did not suffer from the impact of the energy wave, the toll on his Juyang and Jin true qi was considerable. His complexion turned a sickly pale, devoid of any color. At this juncture, the black-clad assassin realized that the white-haired youth was no ordinary individual. He commanded, 3 of you, disengage and eliminate this troublesome brat first. His tone was authoritative, directed at his companions. The black-clad figures, who had been besieging the 8 family guards, exchanged glances, having witnessed the earlier confrontation between their leader and the youth. They understood the gravity of the situation and decided it was prudent to resolve it swiftly. Thus, 3 black-clad figures broke away and rushed towards their leader, oblivious to the gray combat aura surrounding their opponent. They had underestimated the significance of the tomcat perched upon the youth's shoulder. The trio of figures clad in black, each possessing the formidable prowess of a 6th-rank battlemaster, collectively embody the strength of a 7th-rank battlemaster, augmented by their commanding leader, a 9th-rank battlemaster. Their combined might is undeniably formidable. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing wore a relaxed smile, remarking, "I had no intention of involving myself in your affairs, but it seems you are oblivious to your own peril. Since you are intent on courting death, I shall not impose my will upon you. Do not hold me accountable, Yama. Tom, eliminate them all." Sikong Zhuixing was genuinely enraged, and the repercussions would undoubtedly be severe, encompassing all the black-clad individuals. Aware of his own limitations, he reluctantly sought the aid of Tom Cat to confront this threat. Upon receiving Sikong Zhuixing's command, Tom Cat wasted no time. With a thunderous roar, he leaped to the ground, unleashing a surge of gray energy as he began his transformation. Ultimately, he grew to a staggering height of 10 zhong, radiating an overwhelming aura of battle intent. With a fierce countenance, he exuded a menacing presence and proclaimed, "Phantom Technique." A wave of azure energy emanated from Tom Cat, growing in intensity and potency as the pressure he exuded became increasingly formidable. Suddenly, his form split into two, which then further transformed into four. Thus, 4 Tom Cats emerged in the realm, each possessing the strength equivalent to the spirit fighter level. Sikong Zhuixing, with a grave expression, realized that this was the first time he had witnessed Tom Cat unleash such a remarkable technique. Each of the Tom Cats exhibited a power akin to the second rank of spirit fighter, a tier above the original third rank, indicating that the application of illusion technique had evenly distributed the energy within his body among the 4 entities. Sikong Zhuixing's analysis was astute. He understood that this extraordinary skill appeared to be unique to Tom Cat. The first of these mystical beasts was shrouded in mystery, yet such details seemed trivial. For Tom Cat had become a good friend and a brother to him. Filled with elation, Sikong Zhuixing quietly observed the impending clash. The 4 Tom Cats disdainfully regarded the figure in black in the distance, simultaneously declaring, "You shall perish." As they opened their enormous mouths, swirling gray energy cyclones rapidly materialized, continuously rotating. The fighting energy within them surged forth, and soon, 4 gray energy spheres were formed. With each infusion of fighting energy, the size of the spheres gradually increased, their destructive power amplifying correspondingly. The captain of the black-clad men was rendered momentarily speechless, utterly astonished by the peculiar combination he encountered today. He was already taken aback by the formidable prowess of the white-haired youth. Yet the revelation that he possessed a beast companion of such extraordinary strength was simply astonishing. Could it be that this young lad hailed from a prominent family, embarking on a journey of exploration? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. With a thunderous roar, he addressed his comrades. "Brothers, our mission has failed, and we are doomed to perish. You are well aware of the fate that befalls traitors. Let us fight with all our might." The 3 6th-grade battle masters, momentarily shaken by the overwhelming presence of Tom Cat, exchanged alarmed glances. Resolute determination ignited in their eyes as they comprehended the dire consequences of retreating now. Their families would undoubtedly suffer the repercussions of their cowardice. Faced with a formidable opponent, they recognized their slim chances of survival, leaving them with no option but to confront the inevitable. Thus, they summoned all their fighting spirit, channeling it into their weapons. Their senses heightened in anticipation. Their gaze fixated on the energy sphere hovering in the distance, a manifestation of impending doom. Tom Cat, intent on swiftly dispatching the 4 battle masters before him, concentrated his energies, resulting in a prolonged build-up. At last, the cracked void sphere was complete, a gray energy sphere, approximately 2 meters in diameter, coalescing before Tom Cat's maw, brimming with an overwhelming aura of battle energy that warped the surrounding space, hinting at imminent destruction. With a series of explosive sounds, the ultimate technique conjured by Tom Cat surged toward the distance, coinciding with the 4 black-clad men unleashing their own battle cry, cross-soul chopping strike. The 4 individuals, remarkably in sync, unleashed the same ultimate technique, an extraordinary finishing move. Their blades sliced through the air with breathtaking speed, executing 2 rapid strikes that expended all the fighting spirit within them. A formidable cross-shaped wave of blade energy, spanning over a yard, surged towards the approaching energy sphere. The clash was cataclysmic, The blade energy and the energy sphere collided, igniting a series of explosive exchanges of fighting spirit. Although the cross-soul reaping slash was indeed a formidable technique, the practitioners were only at the great fighter level, preventing them from fully realizing its potential. On the other hand, the energy sphere conjured by Tomcat was imbued with terrifying fighting spirit, substantial enough to equal nearly half of his total fighting energy. The cross-soul reaping slash merely managed to momentarily withstand the energy sphere within 10 seconds. It began to falter under the overwhelming force. Waves of energy radiated outward, and cracks emerged in the space where their energies collided, steadily expanding, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. Chapter 59. The Soul Pursuit's Fatal Strike. Sikong Zhuixing sat calmly on his chestnut steed, gathering his breath. With both hands gripping a pair of throwing knives, he prepared to launch them with unparalleled speed towards the four cloaked figures, who were merely 20 paces away, intending to eliminate them with his unique technique. In the depths of his dantian, Sikong Zhuixing summoned the 9 Yang True Qi and the 9 Yin True Qi, channeling them through his meridians and infusing them into his flying knives. The 9 Yang True Qi flowed into the flying knife in his right hand, while the 9 Yin True Qi infused the one in his left. With focused tranquility, he regulated his breath, and remarkably, his heartbeat gradually slowed, reaching a mere 20 beats per minute. His pores opened wide, allowing him to acutely perceive the currents of energy surrounding him. Sikong Zhuixing's gaze remained remarkably serene, devoid of any fluctuations, yet his heart brimmed with excitement as he observed the four adversaries struggling against Tomcat's energy spheres, leaving them with little energy to spare for anything else. It was the perfect moment for a surprise attack. At the climax of the cross-soul severing strike colliding with the cracked void sphere, Sikong Zhuixing made his move, with both hands wielding the flying knives. One shimmering in azure and the other in deep azure, he executed a unique technique to launch the two blades, each imbued with distinct energies. They arced gracefully through the air, leaving behind ethereal traces of blue and green. A piercing hiss echoed sharply as the black-clad combatants, engaged in their fierce battle, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, drenched in cold sweat. They sensed that they had been locked onto, and more critically, their internal fighting spirit was nearly depleted. As the ominous whooshing sound reverberated around them, the men in black felt the chilling touch of mortality. In a desperate attempt to survive, they instinctively expanded their sensory perception and channeled the last vestiges of their battle chi, brandishing their war blades to parry the incoming attacks. However, their movements were abruptly halted as they felt a sharp object slice across their throats, plunging them into a state of bewilderment and fading consciousness. They sensed a terrifying toxin rapidly eroding the vitality within their bodies. Poisoned. This was their final, fleeting thought before death claimed them. Indeed, Sikong Zhuixing had coated his throwing knives with the venomous bile of the netherworld black serpent, a substance of unparalleled toxicity. Depleted of their battle chi, they were incapable of expelling the poison. Even without the venom, they would have met their demise, as their windpipes had been severed, rendering breathing impossible. A torrent of blood gushed forth from their throats, and with hearts full of resignation, they succumbed to death, their bodies collapsing lifelessly upon the ground. Hiss hiss. The sound of air being sliced apart echoed through the space as Sikong Zhuixing reached out and caught the two exquisitely crafted throwing knives. A faint smile graced his lips as he contemplated his triumphant feat of eliminating four great battle masters. Although his current throwing knife skills were not on par with those of his previous life, their potency was still considerable. With the demise of the four cloaked figures, Tomcat's unleashed cracking void sphere finally obliterated the cross-soul reaping slash. Simultaneously, the energy sphere, now reduced to half its size, was absorbed back into Tomcat's being. It must be said that the disparity between reality and imagination is vast. The blue light flickered in the eyes of the four Tomcats, their primal instincts surging as they charged towards the cloaked adversaries. Caught in the midst of chaos, the black-clad foes exchanged anxious glances before erupting into a furious roar. abandoning their opponents to swiftly coalesce. They silently gathered their energy, their expressions grim, for they found themselves cornered, locked in by the terrifying aura exuded by their adversaries. Faced with a life-or-death decision, they cast aside their fears, preparing for a final, desperate battle. Meanwhile, the besieged generals changed their expressions. Realizing they had not prepared for an ambush, they hurriedly escorted the fourth mist to safety, their eyes fixated on the four enormous figures in the distance. Their hearts racing with dread, level 5 magical beasts. It seemed to be the first time they had encountered such formidable beings wielding such powerful techniques. Though they possessed some experience in the world, all that remained in their minds was astonishment and confusion. This time, Tomcat did not condense an energy sphere. In his eyes, a fighter of the great duelist realm could be crushed with a mere swipe. The remaining 8 cloaked figures had already sustained severe injuries in the previous skirmish, their strength reduced to half of its peak. Now, they faced a fiercely powerful level 5 magical beast, and in a battle marked by such a stark disparity in strength, even a fool could foresee the inevitable outcome. Sikong Zhuixing calmly observed the duel before him, the throwing knife in his hand having vanished. Whether or not he unleashed his knife was of little consequence. He had unwavering faith in Tomcat's prowess. In the distance, the fourth miss, encircled by the family guards, appeared pale, her eyes constantly scrutinizing the white-haired youth, who exuded an air of mystery and strength, particularly after witnessing him dispatch for formidable grand duelists with but 2 flying blades. The impact on her was profound, and as time passed, an unusual sentiment began to blossom within her heart. At long last, Tomcat approached the 8 cloaked figures. Just as they prepared to strike, a radiant blue light erupted from him, and an enigmatic blue energy surged forth from his being. Sikong Zhuixing's expression shifted in surprise. This energy was all too familiar to him. Could it be that Tomcat was on the verge of a breakthrough? A beast capable of devouring others' energy. Such a concept was scarcely heard of, even in legends. The spectacle unfolding before his eyes was nothing short of terrifying. The black-clad figures were engulfed in despair, for the blue energy surrounding them was overwhelmingly fearsome, relentlessly siphoning their own vitality. As their combat energy dwindled, their fear mounted, and their resistance grew increasingly futile. Ultimately, they collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of all energy. In that moment, the surrounding blue energy vanished, revealing the familiar scenery once more. They gazed vacantly at the imposing figure before them, devoid of any thoughts. What sorrow is there in life, and what suffering in death? In reaching the brink of despair, they found themselves enveloped in a profound sense of enlightenment. Tomcat retracted his 3 avatars, deeming them unnecessary. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged towards the awaiting black-clad figures. With a thunderous roar, a massive pit measuring 15 yards in length, 1 yard in width, and over a meter in depth was created. The 8 black-clad figures were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Sikong Zhuixing chuckled, remarking, "Hee hee, impressive indeed. How about I treat you to grilled fish tonight?" Tomcat's eyes glimmered with a verdant hue as he nodded vigorously, eliciting a sense of delight within Sikong Zhuixing. He then observed the remaining 4 black-clad figures nearby, extending his right hand. The 9-yang true qi within him surged forth, coalescing into an energy sphere of about 1 meter in size, which he hurled into the fray. A resounding explosion ensued, creating yet another large crater. To obliterate the evidence, Sikong Zhuixing's keen gaze discerned that these black-clad figures were dispatched by a formidable force. To avert unnecessary complications, this method proved most prudent. With the obstacles now cleared, Sikong Zhuixing urged his steed forward, eventually arriving before a young maiden. He took a moment to appraise her, silently praising her beauty. Despite appearing merely 14 or 15 years of age, she was already a stunning beauty, her skin as pure as ice and snow, her enchanting eyes captivating. Such a celestial beauty was sought to be slain. Oh, how inscrutable human intentions can be. Sikong Zhuixing inquired, "Miss, are you unharmed? It would be wise for you to accompany 1 or 2 exceptional masters on your outings. Otherwise, You might have found yourself a mere corpse by now. My name is Lan Bingxue. May I inquire how to address my benefactor? Lan Bingxue? Indeed, it's a commendable appellation, Sikong Zhuixing remarked casually. Sikong Zhuixing. Until we meet again, farewell. Upon hearing his intention to depart, Lan Bingxue's expression shifted subtly. Pray, sir, tarry a moment, she entreated. You have preserved my life, thereby becoming an esteemed guest of the Lan family. My father will undoubtedly seek to recompense you handsomely. Why the haste to leave? Sikong Zhuixing offered a wry smile. I am bound for the imperial capital and pressed for time. I cannot tarry at your residence. I appreciate your kind intentions, but there is no need for recompense. Learning of his destination, Lan Bingxue's heart leaped with joy. What a felicitous coincidence. My home is situated in the imperial capital. We are traveling the same path. Would you consider traveling with us? It would assuage my fears. Aware of her underlying meaning, the potential resurgence of such ambushes, Sikong Zhuixing acknowledged the adage of completing what one has begun. He nodded in agreement. Very well. This location is not conducive to lingering. It would be prudent for you to depart forthwith. Lan Bingxue voiced no objection, nor did her family's retainers. They retrieved their steeds from afar, and, with Sikong Zhuixing in the lead, swiftly departed the area. Chapter 60. The tender affections of a young girl do not be deceived by Lan Bingxue's delicate demeanor, for she has already attained the esteemed rank of a second-grade great fighter, surpassing even Sikong Zhuixing in prowess. Furthermore, she possesses remarkable equestrian skills, enabling their party to depart swiftly. After stealthily traversing 50 miles, twilight began to cloak the landscape, with another 60 miles yet to their next city. The bodyguards, each gravely injured, found their wounds bursting open as they ran, blood flowing freely. If this continued, they would inevitably succumb to their injuries, whether at the hands of their foes or from excessive blood loss. Fortunately, along the way, Sikong Zhuixing demonstrated his remarkable acupoint sealing technique, staunching the bleeding of these men by targeting several crucial acupoints around their wounds. Without his intervention, they would not have endured this far. This extraordinary skill left Lan Bingxue in a state of astonishment, her gaze towards Sikong Zhuixing now imbued with an indescribable emotion. The bodyguards, equally astonished, found themselves momentarily speechless, marveling at the miraculous nature of this technique. They sensed a mysterious and foreign energy residing within their bodies, effectively halting the flow of blood. Who, they wondered, was this young man? In their hearts, they felt both perplexed and reverent, for had it not been for this youth, they would have already met their demise. Sikong Zhuixing and Lan Bingxue sat beside a flickering bonfire, while the other 8 family retainers, of lower status, dared not approach their masters and kept their distance. Seizing the opportunity for solitude, Lan Bingxue began to gently inquire about Sikong Zhuixing's background. However, the latter spoke with remarkable subtlety, and after half an hour of conversation, the only information she gleaned was that he hailed from the Hongya Empire and was en route to the prestigious St. Luke's Academy in the imperial capital. Disheartened, Lan Bingxue shifted the topic to lighter matters and began to tease the charming tomcat. It must be said that Tomcat was indeed an adorable sight. His small, fluffy body and especially those large, enchanting eyes could easily captivate countless young ladies, of whom Lan Bingxue was one. Yet, Tomcat displayed a distinct disinterest, ultimately turning his back on her in exasperation. Sikong Zhuixing found this amusing, pondering that while Lan Bingxue was undeniably a beauty, perhaps she held no allure for Tom. A mere stranger, such was the disparity between beasts and humans. At last, the fish was perfectly roasted, and he offered one to Lan Bingxue, while keeping another for himself, leaving the remaining 3 for Tomcat. Initially, Lan Bingxue had worried that the adorable beast might not finish the meal, but upon recalling his formidable transformation, her concern dissipated. Sikong Zhuixing's culinary skills were indeed commendable, earning praise from the young lady who was experiencing roasted fish for the first time. In her past life, she had known happiness, yet fate is often capricious. The azure-eyed girl, Lan Bingxue, could not tear her gaze away from Sikong Zhuixing, who was lost in thought, staring vacantly at the flickering campfire. Amusement flickered within her, yet a smile eluded her lips, for she sensed the profound aura of solitude emanating from the silver-haired youth, stirring a pang of heartache within her. How she longed to alleviate the boy's burdens, pondering the untold stories concealed behind his mysterious and formidable presence. In the end, Lan Bingxue found herself wondering if stepping into his world might assuage his loneliness. Gazing dreamily at Sikong Zhuixing, his white hair cascading casually over his shoulders exuded an air of carefree nonchalance. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, complemented by a noble nose and striking features, rendered him exceptionally handsome and charming. Such a dashing figure in this muddled world unsettled Lan Bingshue's tranquility. She felt a surge of confusion, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her head, fixated on the roasted fish in her hands, lost in her thoughts. Observing her bashful demeanor, Sikong Zhuixing found her adorably shy. In a playful attempt to tease her, he wore an apologetic expression and remarked, "It seems you haven't shed a tear, have you? Perhaps it's time to consult a renowned physician in the imperial city about your vision. With such premature graying, combined with poor eyesight, what joy is left to be had?" Lan Bingxue, her cheeks aflame, looked at Sikong Zhuixing, torn between laughter and indignation, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, as her gaze lingered on his shock of white hair, a sharp ache pierced her heart. She understood that he must have endured trials that led to his premature aging. Though she refrained from inquiring about his past, she buried her thoughts deep within, silently savoring the roasted fish. Sikong Zhuixing initially believed that the young lady before him would engage in a discussion, so he awkwardly smiled, momentarily at a loss for words. He silently continued to enjoy the grilled fish, the atmosphere around them growing somewhat peculiar. Within 5 minutes, Sikong Zhuixing had satisfied his hunger. He stretched lazily, glanced at the starry sky, and remarked, "It's getting late. I shall retire for the night." Lan Bingxue instinctively responded with a soft Sikong Zhuixing found 2 sturdy trees a short distance away. From his spatial ring, he produced a length of rope, and, channeling his inner Jiu-Yin true energy, skillfully wrapped the rope around the trunks of the trees, about 5 feet off the ground. He then leapt gracefully onto the rope, akin to a swallow, effortlessly reclining upon it. Is this sleep? Lan Bingxue and the family guards, witnessing such an unconventional method of slumber, were both astonished and somewhat alarmed. They were not naive. They understood the immense difficulty of sleeping on a mere rope, which required an exceptionally profound state of mind. The youth before them had accomplished this feat with such fluidity. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Lan Bingshue's enchanting gaze lingered on his distant figure, her eyes gradually clouding with thought, and she finally murmured, "Zhuixing, what kind of person are you?" The atmosphere was tranquil, yet the blue ice and snow experienced insomnia. On the following day, a group finally arrived at the city of Zulia. Upon reaching this destination, they found a luxurious inn to stay in, and then Sikong Zhuixing commenced a thorough healing for the gathered individuals. Sikong Zhuixing sat cross-legged on the bed. As the essence of the 9 Suns divine art began to circulate through his established meridians, he had now attained the realm of indigo flame supreme yang, and had lingered in this state for quite some time, sensing the potential for a breakthrough. However, to successfully reach the 4th level, Black Flame Absolute Yang, he still required considerable effort and, importantly, the right opportunity. He focused on gathering energy in the dantian, stimulating the Ming Men, guiding the Du Meridian through the tailbone, ascending straight up the spine to the Niwen point, and connecting the Yin and Yang energies. He activated the Ren Meridian to descend into the Zhonglu and return the energy to the Qi Si. Breathing in and out, he maintained a rhythm, first uplifting, then descending, rising and falling, drawing in the dantian, allowing the energies to return to their roots. He inhaled silently, exhaling without sound. The breath flowed in and out, interweaving the energies. Regulating his breath delicately, he cultivated the true energy. These were the principles of the 9 Suns divine art, with which Sikong Zhuixing was well acquainted, having studied it earnestly in his previous life. He understood that the first 3 levels of the Nine Suns' divine art were foundational. The first level being Crimson Flame Fiery Sunday. After a brief physical exercise, he decided to step outside with Tom Cat, eager to immerse himself in the cultural richness of the Tianya Empire. Given that he would be staying here for 3 days, he thought it prudent to seize the opportunity to explore and enjoy himself. As for Yulong and Xianbing Shinkan, they remained cautiously concealed, for the time to reveal themselves had not yet arrived. When Sikong Zhuixing opened the door with Tom Cat, he was unexpectedly greeted by Lan Bingxue, who had been waiting outside. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Lan Bingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly inquired, "Have you finally completed your training? You should be rejuvenated by now." Chapter 61. The appearance of Lan Xuanju. Sikong Zhuixing smiled and replied, "How thoughtful of you. I was just about to head out for a stroll. Would you care to join me?" He sensed that this silly girl had been waiting for him for 3 hours, and he felt somewhat guilty, prompting his invitation. Lan Bingxue's face brightened with joy as she eagerly exclaimed, "Absolutely. I am quite familiar with Zelia's city, having visited here before. Since it's your first time, allow me to be your guide." She then took Sikong Zhuixing's hand and led him away. Over the next 3 days, the two explored every corner of Zelia's city. Their companionship naturally drew numerous curious glances. The young man was strikingly handsome, particularly with his striking white hair, leaving a lasting impression. The young woman was enchanting. Though still a maiden, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty in 2 years' time. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings, making it impossible for anyone to look away. In recent days, Tom Cat has followed the two, much like a light bulb, indulging in their merriment and revelry, devoid of any sense of being superfluous. Lan Bingxue has found immense joy over these 3 days, while Sikong Chasing Star, a person endowed with a delightful sense of humor, has often succeeded in making the young lady laugh uncontrollably, leaving Tom Cat quite overlooked. Sikong Chasing Star, too, has felt elated, for the company of a beautiful woman has rendered his 3 days of leisure unparalleled. The smiles upon his face have multiplied. At last, the time has come for them to embark on their journey. Sikong Chasing Star, after all, is hastening towards the capital as the commencement of classes at St. Lux Academy is imminent and the remaining time is scant, with numerous matters awaiting his attention. Thus, they set forth once more, and after an arduous 8-day journey, they finally arrive at the capital. Truly, it is the nation's heart, resembling a colossal beast from ancient times when viewed from afar. The towering city walls, soaring over 20 zhang, are not easily surmountable by ordinary skilled individuals, and soldiers are stationed atop, their expressions cold and piercing, exuding an aura of formidable menace. These are no ordinary troops. As Sikong Chasing Star and his companions attempt to enter the city, they are unexpectedly halted by a squad leader who approaches, intent on scrutinizing them. At this moment, Lan Bingxue produces a mysterious blue token, its surface adorned with the image of a blue dragon, flanked by a pair of crossed swords. Upon witnessing this token, the squad leader and the other guards' faces change dramatically. The leader stammers, "Be blue. Miss, please enter. I apologize for any offense. Please forgive me." Quickly yielding the way, Lan Bingxue and her companions passed through smoothly. Sikong Zhuixing chuckled and remarked, "I never expected the Lan family to be so formidable. This is the imperial capital, indeed bustling and vibrant, unmatched by any other city." Lan Bingxue proudly responded, "That is only natural. The Tianya Empire has stood for 3 millennia, boasting an unparalleled cultural heritage and military prowess. Additionally, this city serves as the nation's core commercial hub. It is impossible not to thrive here. By the way, Zhuixing, now that we have arrived at the imperial capital, I would like to invite you to the Lan residence. You are my savior, and I wish to." Before she could finish, Sikong Zhuixing interjected with a smile, "Ha, Miss Lan, I appreciate your kindness, but perhaps it would be best to decline. My act of saving you is a matter of fate, perhaps a debt from a past life that I am repaying in this one. Furthermore, I have other matters to attend to, so let us part ways here. Farewell." With a graceful wave, he spurred his horse and rode forward. Indeed, Sikong Zhuixing had pressing matters at hand. He had come to this place to study and preferred not to reside in the academy dormitory, as it would hinder his cultivation. Therefore, he intended to purchase a house, allowing for greater convenience and enabling Yulong and Xianbingshun can to avoid their current state of concealment. Lan Bingxue stared blankly at the retreating figure, engulfed by a sense of uncertainty and loss. At that moment, a group of riders approached, led by a robust young man in his 20s, who sat astride his horse with an imposing stature. His fierce brow and piercing eyes emanated a feral energy reminiscent of a wild beast. However, upon catching sight of Lan Bingxue, his intimidating aura dissipated swiftly, replaced by a joyful smile as he exclaimed, "Little sister, it's a relief to see you unharmed. I heard you were in danger. Damn it, I wished I could have been by your side to deal with those scoundrels who dared to ambush you. If I find out who is responsible, I shall ensure their entire family is eradicated, leaving no trace behind." The passers-by glanced over, realizing that the second son of the Lan family had arrived, a figure notorious for his ferocity. It was wise to steer clear of him, and, almost instantly, the once crowded street transformed into a rare vacuum of space. Lan Xuanjue, known for his impulsive nature and booming voice, resonated through the air like a trumpet. Observing the surrounding scene, Lan Bingshue's cheeks flushed, and she softly admonished, "Second brother, this is the outside world. Please refrain from such violent outbursts. Look, you've frightened everyone away." Without a doubt, this time he would secure his place in the academy for his studies. Sikong Zhuixing stood at a distance, observing the academy that bore the marks of time. Merely gazing from afar, he felt no particular sentiment. He resolved to explore it thoroughly once he officially commenced his studies. For now, the priority was to find a suitable residence, preferably one with a secluded courtyard, embracing the spirit of humility and inquiry. Sikong Zhuixing consulted 8 passers-by before finally uncovering a lead. A property was indeed for sale. It was rumored to belong to a fallen noble who, in pursuit of sustenance, had decided to part with his home and return to his ancestral roots. Now, Sikong Zhuixing felt the touch of fortune upon him, for the noble selling the house resided not far away. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at an expansive courtyard that appeared somewhat dilapidated. Approaching the door, he knocked, and soon after, a frail man in his 60s appeared, his vision clouded with age as he gazed at the silver-haired youth before him. "Young sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" he asked. With a smile, Sikong Zhuixing replied, "I have heard that this property is for sale. I am a potential buyer and wish to discuss matters with the owner. May I enter?" At last, the elderly servant led him into a classical, albeit somewhat worn, parlor. The furnishings were meticulously arranged, with tables and chairs fashioned from precious sandalwood. Though slightly aged, they were polished to a pristine sheen. After a brief wait, Sikong Zhuixing finally beheld a man in his 40s, whose disheveled appearance was accompanied by a potent scent of alcohol, revealing his recent indulgence. The man surveyed the young individual before him, whose unruly white hair cascaded casually over his shoulders. With striking brows and luminous eyes, he exuded a handsome and gallant presence, reminiscent of a refined youth. When his gaze fell upon the adorable pet, tomcat, he was momentarily taken aback, pondering its breed with curiosity, yet refraining from inquiry, as he recognized that the young lad was the prospective buyer of his residence. Thus, he courteously inquired, "May I ask how you are addressed, young sir?" "My name is James." With a smile, Sikong Zhuixing replied, "I am Sikong Zhuixing, esteemed sir. I am inclined to purchase this property. Might I inquire about your asking price?" "Let us speak plainly." James was taken aback by the youth's directness, which disrupted his initial plans. Gazing into the young man's eyes, he felt an inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized, the poise of this mere teenager instilling a sense of pressure within him. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, 30,000 high-grade battle crystals. This house, along with its furnishings and books, will be entirely yours. How does that sound to you?" Sikong Chasing Star suppressed a cold smile within, recognizing that the other party perceived him as a mere youth, an inexperienced novice. Thus, they dared to demand an exorbitant price. 30,000 high-grade dough crystals, equivalent to 300,000 mid-grade dough crystals, or 3 million low-grade dough crystals. Such a dilapidated house at that price was utterly absurd. How greedy could one be? Standing up with a smile, Sikong Zhuixing Star remarked, "It appears, noble sir, that you possess not an ounce of sincerity. Do you truly believe I am an easy mark? 30,000 high-grade dough crystals? Why not simply resort to theft?" James felt utterly despondent. He was acutely aware of the true value of this decrepit house. Even 3,000 high-grade dough crystals seemed a generous estimate. Were it not for the fact that this property was situated in the heart of the imperial capital, a similar courtyard in other locales would scarcely fetch 300 or 400 high-grade dough crystals. Nevertheless, James showcased his eloquence and, after a vigorous debate, ultimately sold the property to Sikong Zhuixing Star for 4,000 high-grade dough crystals. The transaction was remarkably successful. However, when Sikong Zhuixing Star produced the 4,000 high-grade dough crystals in an instant, it genuinely startled the nobleman. That very day, the noble and his elderly servant departed from the ancestral home they had inhabited for many years, hiring 2 carriages to carry away their substantial fortune. Chapter 62. The invitation from the Lan family. After Sikong Zhuixing watched them depart, a radiant light flickered within him, and then the jade dragon materialized from his chest. Following closely was the Xian Bing divine silkworm, which transformed from the bracelet back to its original form. Stretching and moving its body, having grown somewhat stiff from remaining fixed for an extended period. With a smile, Sikong Zhuixing remarked, "This is our home now, henceforth. You shall no longer be constrained in such a manner. Feel free to explore this place." Tomcat and the others excitedly ventured out, while Sikong Zhuixing continued to survey the residence. It boasted 3 levels. The first floor contained a kitchen and 3 bedrooms, while the second floor, apart from 1 bedroom, housed 4 rooms filled to the brim with books. As for the third floor, Sikong Zhuixing refrained from ascending, as he was captivated by the vast collection of literature. Indeed, there is no more persuasive means to comprehend the culture of this nation than through its books. One cannot help but acknowledge the sheer magnitude of the collection here. Ling Tian spent a full 2 hours perusing no fewer than 50 volumes, the shelves densely packed with texts. Sikong Zhuixing pondered how long it might take him to read them all. As Sikong Zhuixing Star's gaze swept the dimly lit bottom of the bookshelf, he noticed a peculiar protrusion. Could it be a mechanism? With 2 lifetimes of experience, Sikong was particularly attuned to such contrivances. He approached and turned the protrusion to the left, but it yielded no response. Turning it to the right, however, proved fruitful. After 3 rotations, a creaking sound echoed. To his astonishment, a section of the floor in the corner began to rise slowly. Sikong lifted the panel to reveal 2 books and 3 jade vials. The vials held little interest for him. Instead, he fixated on the titles of the books illuminated by the faint light. The first book, titled Great Summoning Technique, was an unexpected treasure he stumbled upon in his search. The very name suggested it was an extraordinary tome. Sikong held the book in his hands and perused its contents, which were steeped in mystery. It described a technique involving incantations, hand seals, and the manipulation of both energy and mental acuity to unlock a different realm, enabling the summoning of formidable beings. However, this required the prerequisite of subjugating these entities to summon them at will. The book detailed a summoning technique divided into 10 tiers. Just a glance revealed its immense value, prompting Sikong to resolve to dedicate himself to mastering it whenever the opportunity arose. Sikong Zhuixing felt an overwhelming joy within as he discovered a book titled Necromantic Magic. This tome was a handwritten copy, not an original, and its contents were incomplete, suggesting it was a fragmentary edition. It elaborated extensively on the rituals for summoning undead skeletons, zombies, and death knights, essentially dealing with the deceased. Although Sikong Zhuixing recognized its intrinsic value, he could not help but feel a sense of aversion. Both grand summoning techniques and necromantic magic were on the verge of extinction across the continent. The formidable professions of grand summoners and necromancers had been driven to the brink of obliteration. In this era, characterized by rampant martial prowess, where formidable warriors reigned supreme. The worth of these 2 books was incalculable. He carefully placed them within his spatial ring. As for the 3 vials of elixirs, Sikong Zhuixing felt invigorated and promptly retrieved the 3 jade bottles. Each vial bore a yellowed label inscribed with a few words, Hunyuan Pill, which enhances martial energy and is only consumable by those at the spirit realm level. Tianyuan Pill, which boosts mental acuity, permissible only for warriors of the martial ancestor level. And Lingyuan Pill, which augments spiritual power and is suitable for spirit realm cultivators. Upon opening these vials, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted out, accompanied by a strong wave of energy that startled Sikong Zhuixing, prompting him to hastily seal them again. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. He had not anticipated that purchasing this dilapidated house would lead to such treasures. Sikong Zhuixing gazed at the 3 bottles of elixirs before him with a sense of helplessness, sighing softly. Currently, he was merely at the first rank of the Great Fighter realm, and he pondered when he might ascend to the Spirit Fighter realm. To his surprise, these 3 elixirs were of such high caliber that he lacked the qualifications to consume them at this stage. With a sense of regret, he carefully stowed the 3 bottles into his spatial ring, covered the floor, and activated the mechanism to restore everything to its original state. He had not anticipated that the house he purchased concealed such treasures. Sikong Zhuixing whimsically believed that there must be more undiscovered secrets hidden within. Yet, human nature often leans towards insatiable greed. Thus, he searched the study and bedroom on the 2nd floor, only to find nothing of value. The 3rd floor, intended for scenic views, was neglected in his search, and he focused his efforts on the 1st floor. He called upon Tom Cat and the others, briefly recounting the treasures he had discovered in the study. Tom Cat and the others were instantly filled with excitement, scouring the surroundings in search of treasures. Although they found none, they stumbled upon a secret chamber leading underground. Armed with torches, Sikong Zhuixing and his companions descended, discovering a dry, spacious area measuring 20 feet in diameter, which contained merely a mat covered in dust, indicating that it had been long since anyone had visited. This place turned out to be an excellent training ground, ideal for his future cultivation, and it warranted proper arrangement. Lighting the oil lamps affixed to the surrounding walls, Sikong Zhuixing addressed Tom Cat and the others. From now on, this will be our training ground. Let us clean the area and prepare it with an abundance of fighting crystals and a piece of ancient cold jade. We must set to work immediately. A quarter of an hour later, a pristine chamber materialized, within which Sikong Zhuixing continuously extracted a vast quantity of high-grade dough crystals from his spatial ring. The surrounding space was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling white light, as a formidable energy of fighting spirit began to permeate the entire area. At that moment, Sikong Zhuixing sat cross-legged, his body radiating intense waves of energy, a manifestation of his formidable mental prowess. This energy was incessantly infused into the spatial ring, enveloping a colossal piece of 10,000-year-old cold jade and systematically segmenting this extraordinary treasure. The sheer size of the jade was overwhelming, although the chamber was spacious. Accommodating it made the space feel exceedingly cramped. After 5 full hours of relentless effort, Sikong Zhuixing finally succeeded in splitting the jade into 2 halves and summoned it forth. Instantly, a rush of cold air surged through the chamber, prompting Sikong Zhuixing and Tom Cat to retreat hastily. The energy fluctuations in the chamber were intense, creating an ideal environment for cultivation. Moreover, being completely enclosed, the energy would only grow denser over time. However, Sikong Zhuixing and his companions did not rush into their training. Ultimately, they departed, as there were many tasks awaiting them. Their new home required meticulous arrangement, necessitating a complete overhaul of the aged decorations and furniture, and a fresh coat of paint on the walls, all of which demanded skilled hands. As the saying goes, money can move mountains, and thus, Sikong Zhuixing employed over 100 low-grade dough crystals to hire 25 professionals. After a full day's labor, the courtyard was transformed, and he used an additional 100 high-grade dough crystals to procure an array of exquisite furniture. In merely a day's time, the once dilapidated courtyard had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiating with vibrant vitality. Sikong Zhuixing possessed an abundance of fighting crystals, and furthermore, his spatial ring contained a considerable number of 5th and 6th level beast eggs, which held significant value. Thus, Sikong Zhuixing remained indifferent to these trifling expenses. In his previous life, he had indulged in the pleasures of life, and in this rebirth, he continued to do so. After a day of bustling activity, he felt fatigued, and as this was his new home, he seized the rare opportunity to be lazy, opting to forego his training for sleep. Sikong Zhuixing occupied the bedroom on the 2nd floor, while Tom Cat and the other two resided on the 1st floor, each in their own room. The following day, Sikong Zhuixing arose and ascended to the 3rd floor to greet the dawn and commence his practice of the 9-yang divine skill. This had become his routine. Once he could cultivate the 9-yang divine skill to the 4th realm, he would no longer need to engage in such deliberate training. At that point, the skill would operate autonomously, allowing him to cultivate while walking, eating, or sleeping. After 2 hours, a sudden voice resonated. "I am Lon, the steward of the Lon family, sent by my master to deliver an invitation, hoping that the young master might attend." This voice echoed throughout the courtyard, distinct and unwavering, without dispersing into the surroundings. Sikong Zhuixing halted his training, pondering the formidable power behind the voice, realizing that its owner possessed strength comparable to that of a Do Wang. Goodness, were there truly so many experts in this world? Though he had not seen the individual, his keen senses had already discerned their prowess. Subsequently, the figure vanished through the 3rd floor window. The formidable warrior of the Do Wang level gazed at his empty hands, reflecting on his earlier disdain for the young man who had rescued the 4th miss. That sentiment had now vanished. With a smile, he remarked, "Indeed, you are no ordinary individual, young sir. I take my leave." He turned to depart, pondering how he would thoroughly examine this individual with such extraordinary and delicate skills later that evening. Sikong Zhuixing, holding the crimson invitation, sighed with resignation. The Lon family is truly powerful. They have swiftly discovered my residence. However, forging connections with significant forces in the Tianyai Empire is not without its advantages. He then opened the scarlet invitation to peruse its contents. Chapter 63. Mental Assault. Lon Tianlong, as the head of the family, suppressed his urge to comfort his daughter. His gaze fixed upon his 3 sons. In a cold tone, he admonished, "During our visit to the Gongsun family, you allowed your sister to sneak out for leisure. While I do not entirely blame you, given that Shuer has been cooped up at home for too long and is feeling restless, I must ask, could you not have arranged for some truly formidable protectors?" Despite the brothers thriving in the outside world, within the confines of their home, they had transformed from fierce tigers into meek lambs. Now that their younger sister had encountered danger, they felt a sense of guilt. Fortunately, Shuer was unharmed, or else they would have had no choice but to atone through self-sacrifice. Hearing her brothers being reprimanded by their father due to her predicament, Lan Bingxue quickly left her mother's embrace, her eyes reddening with tears that threatened to spill. She pleaded, "Father, please do not blame my brothers. It was my capriciousness that led to this. I acknowledge my fault. The enchanting Blue-Eye Snow is the beloved daughter of Blue Tianlong, who has cherished her since her birth 14 years ago. She is the treasured jewel of the Blue family." To spare his daughter from sorrow, Blue Tianlong swallowed his reprimands and smiled, saying, "Shuer, my dear, should you ever feel bored, do not hesitate to inform your father. Next time, we shall ensure that skilled companions accompany you." This incident is indeed unusual. It appears someone has dared to draw attention to my family, which is an audacious move. Gongsun Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light as she declared, "Indeed, regardless of who has instigated this, those who threaten my daughter must face the consequences. It has been far too long since the assassins of the Gongsun family have tasted blood." Gongsun Yu is the beloved daughter of Gongsun Wuji, the head of the Gongsun clan, and she wields the blood-killing order. It is noteworthy that the Gongsun family is a renowned clan of assassins and one of the super families within the Tianyai Empire, possessing strength that rivals that of the Blue family. The alliance of these two families doubles their might, making even imperial authority wary of offending them. In this realm, assassins are often regarded as embodiments of death, particularly those honed by the Gongsun family, who are the elite among elites. Historically, the Gongsun family has claimed the lives of no fewer than 100 Dohuang-level experts. This does not even account for other formidable beings. Upon witnessing an attempt on her daughter's life, it is impossible for Gongsun Yu to remain calm. Blue Tianlong's expression turned solemn as he grasped the implication of his wife's words and said in a deep voice, "My dear, let us gather more information before taking action. This time, I shall uncover the identity of those who oppose us." "Indeed, Shuer, I have heard that a young lad was the one who came to your rescue this time. Why did you not invite him to our home as a guest?" Upon thinking of Sikong Zhuixing, a blush crept onto Lan Bingshue's face as she replied, "After arriving in the imperial capital, he mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to and left." Gong Sunyue, observing the tenderness and shyness in her daughter's eyes, felt a stirring in her heart, realizing that her daughter had likely already developed feelings for that individual. With a smile, she said, "After all, he is your savior and a distinguished guest of the Lan family. My dear husband, you must extend an invitation for him to join us for dinner tomorrow night, as a way to express our gratitude." Lan Tianlong nodded in agreement, stating, "It should indeed be so, Lan Fu." Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept through, and a figure appeared in the hall. He appeared to be just under 50, of average height, and had a kind demeanor. However, one should not be deceived by his appearance, for he was the steward of the Lan family and an unequivocal Dohuang-level expert. Lan Fu bowed respectfully and asked, "What commands do you have, my lord?" Lan Tianlong replied, "Send out invitations to that young man, ensuring it is a formal request. He is indeed a distinguished guest of the Lan family." Lan Fu, taken aback, acknowledged, "Understood, my lord." He then swiftly vanished, showcasing the prowess of a Dohuang expert, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Aside from Lan Bingxue, the others were filled with curiosity about Sikong Zhuixing. For instance, they wondered about his master. Once Lan Fu entered the study, Lan Tianlong's first inquiry was, "So, what was your impression of that young man?" Lan Fu smiled wryly and remarked, "I have not laid eyes upon the individual, yet he is undoubtedly no ordinary person." With a deft maneuver, he sent forth a silken thread to retrieve the invitation from my grasp. Throughout the entire exchange, I heard only his voice, never catching a glimpse of him. This youth is the most extraordinary, enigmatic, and astonishing individual I have ever encountered. Tonight, I am determined to witness his true nature." Lan Tianlong stood in a state of astonishment, only to break into a joyful smile shortly thereafter. The more exceptional the young man, the better, as he would be worthy of Shuer. Lan Tianlong, not being a fool and drawing from his own experiences, understood his daughter's interest in this Sikong Zhuixing, and he too anticipated their encounter. Time swiftly passed, and as dusk settled, Sikong Zhuixing, accompanied by Tom Cat, made his way toward the Lan residence. With Yulong and Xin Bingshan watching over, he felt completely at ease. Employing his agility, Sikong Zhuixing reached the Lan household after an hour's journey. What a magnificent sight it was, with two colossal stone lions flanking the pathway and a grand crimson gate that exuded both elegance and festive cheer. Furthermore, at the entrance stood a family guard whose cultivation had reached the Grand Combat Master level. Holding the invitation firmly, Sikong Zhuixing was smoothly ushered inside. Before long, he spotted Lan Bingxue rushing toward him, her breath somewhat unsteady and her fair face flushed. "You've arrived. Follow me. My family is eagerly awaiting your presence," she exclaimed. Having spoken, Lan Bingxue took hold of Sikong Zhuixing's hand as they made their way towards the grand hall. Hand in hand, Sikong Zhuixing felt the delicate warmth of her slender fingers, a sensation that brought him both joy and a hint of awkwardness. It seemed to tread the line of intimacy. As they entered the hall, all eyes were initially drawn to their clasped hands before locking onto Sikong Zhuixing himself. In that moment, he felt the weight of numerous formidable gazes upon him. His expression remained unchanged as he summoned his inner energy, circulating it within his body, which offered a measure of comfort. Suddenly, a piercing sensation assailed his mind, akin to being pricked by a multitude of needles, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. It was a mental assault. Sikong Zhuixing's expression shifted slightly as he mobilized all the mental fortitude within him, conjuring a protective barrier around himself. He also unleashed a series of invisible mental shockwaves directed at the imposing figure of Lan Tianlong, seated at the head of the hall. Lan Tianlong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Sikong Zhuixing, questioning whether this youth was human or something otherworldly. For he possessed an alarming degree of mental prowess and an understanding of mental attacks. Could it be that this world had indeed transformed? Confronted with the onslaught of invisible mental strikes, Lan Tianlong did not dare to be careless. He unleashed a torrent of psychic energy beams to counteract Sikong Zhuixing's mental shockwaves. The hall was suddenly filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Ultimately, Sikong Zhuixing found himself involuntarily retreating 5 steps, his complexion paling slightly, though he quickly regained his color. With a smile, he remarked, "Senior, your mental strength is truly formidable. I am in awe." The surrounding crowd was astonished. Observing the exchange between Lan Tianlong and Sikong Zhuixing, as it was evident that the earlier reverberation was a result of their mental confrontation. At this moment, Lan Tianlong's astonishment surpassed that of anyone else present. The youth before him, barely more than a teenager, possessed a mental fortitude that had reached an extraordinary level. It should be noted that in this world dominated by the power of combat chi, mental strength was an esoteric discipline, with few individuals across the continent mastering it. The Lan family was an exception, as they possessed an ancient scripture detailing methods for cultivating mental strength, which also granted formidable offensive capabilities. To Lan Tianlong's surprise, the white-haired youth had attained such heights in the cultivation of mental strength, an achievement that seemed almost unbelievable. The Lan family's 3 brothers exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of awe and trepidation as they regarded Sikong Zhuixing. However, Lan Bingxue, due to her age and cultivation limitations, had not yet had the opportunity to study the Lan family's secret scripture. She remained oblivious to the mental clash, unsure of what to say, but relieved to see that Sikong Zhuixing appeared unharmed. Lan Tianlong cast a glance at Gongsun Yu before smiling and remarking, "Young friend, you are indeed exceptional. Please forgive my impetuous action earlier. We have invited you here to express our gratitude. Shuai is the apple of our eye, and had it not been for your assistance, she might have met with misfortune. On behalf of the Lan family, I extend our heartfelt appreciation." Sikong Zhuixing responded with a smile, "Esteemed patriarch, you are too kind. It was merely a trivial matter." Gongsun Yu remarked, "There is no need for formality, chasing star. You are the savior of Shuai and a distinguished guest of the Lan family. Please do not stand on ceremony. Simply refer to us as uncle and aunt." Out of the corner of her eye, Gongsun Yu observed her beloved daughter, whose gaze had remained fixated on Sikong chasing star since his arrival. A mother knows her daughter best. She held a high regard for Sikong chasing star, having witnessed the intellectual duel between him and her husband. She realized that this young man was destined for exceptional achievements, and she would not oppose her daughter's association with him. Chapter 64. The Soul Jade. Sikong chasing star was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the warm hospitality and the apparent desire to win him over. He found no objection to this, considering he was alone in this foreign realm and would eventually seek vengeance against the Yi family. To cultivate a force of his own, he would need the assistance of the Lan family. He bowed respectfully, addressing them, "Uncle, aunt, your nephew pays his respects." With no preparations at hand, he presented the magical beast eggs as his token of introduction. With a casual wave of his hand, 10 enormous beast eggs of various hues, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, appeared in the air. The members of the Lan family were taken aback. These beast eggs were at least half a meter in size, and the energy emanating from them indicated that they were all 6th-grade magical beasts. Presenting 10 such extravagant gifts was an unprecedented display, even for the Lan family. To comprehend the concept of 6th-level magical beasts, one must acknowledge that upon reaching maturity, they are at the very least formidable fighters of the Dozong level. Sikong Zhuixing effectively presented 10 Dozong powerhouses to the Lan family, leaving Lan Tianlong and the others somewhat bewildered. Traditionally, it is the elders who bestow gifts upon the younger generation. Thus, the fact that Sikong Zhuixing has shattered this custom left the members of the Lan family momentarily speechless. Lan Bingxue gazed at the 10 magical beast eggs materializing in the air before her, her heart brimming with sweetness. Blushing, she remarked, "Zhuixing, such a gift is truly extravagant. It makes me feel quite embarrassed." Lan Tianlong and the others cast peculiar glances at their daughter and sister, momentarily at a loss for words. Although these magical beast eggs were intended for the Lan family, it seemed to have transformed into a personal gift for her. Moreover, my dough crystal has other uses. I cannot afford to sell them for meat. Just the thought of it is overwhelming. Only your Lan family possesses the strength to nurture them. So it is indeed a fortunate outcome for them to be entrusted to you. I only hope you will not hold any disdain. Lan Tianlong felt an urge to roll his eyes. Gluttons? That description was quite imaginative. It was the first time he had heard someone refer to 6th-level magical beasts as gluttons. As for Sikong Zhuixing's subsequent remarks, Lan Tianlong was left dumbfounded, questioning the heavens. Gong Sunyue, however, chuckled, her beautiful visage appearing even more enchanting and radiant. Though she had reached middle age, her charm remained undiminished. Gong Sunwei found the young man before her to be exceptional. His words brought her a refreshing and amusing sensation. As for the 3 brothers of the Lan family, their eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. They could not discern whether the young man before them was genuinely unconcerned about the 6th-level magical beasts or simply ignorant of their significance. To him, 6th-level magical beasts seemed as trivial as cabbages, so much so that he casually produced 10 of them as gifts. Truly a madman. Nevertheless, such a gift was indeed of considerable value. The thoughts swirling in the minds of the 3 brothers upon hearing Sikong Zhuixing's words were manifold. Lan Bingxue shook her head and declared, "As long as it is from you, I shall not refuse." Seeing that his daughter was beyond redemption, Lan Tianlong hastily interjected, "Given the preciousness of this gift and your heartfelt intentions, we shall graciously accept it. Now, the hour is late. It is time for our family banquet." In an instant, the 10 6th-level magical beast eggs vanished from sight. Sikong Zhuixing's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that the other possessed a spatial ring, and its quality surpassed his own by a considerable margin. The guests took their seats, and whether by design or happenstance, Sikong Zhuixing found himself seated alongside Lan Bingxue. The meal progressed joyously, and during the course, Sikong Zhuixing showcased his wit, eliciting peals of laughter that bridged the gaps between them. Particularly under the influence of alcohol, he found himself calling the brothers Lan his own. Lan Bingxue watched this unfolding scene with delight, her eyes filled with affection as they remained fixed upon Sikong Zhuixing, enveloping her in a sense of happiness. Suddenly, Sikong Zhuixing turned to her and inquired, "Bingxue, is there something on my face that captivates your gaze so persistently?" With that, he proceeded to wipe his face a few times. The gaze of the crowd suddenly converged upon Lan Bingxue, who transformed into a bashful and demure lady. Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head and murmured, "No, no." Her head nearly bowed to her chest in shyness. Sikong Zhuixing found amusement in her demeanor. Unable to resist the urge to tease her, he was aware of her affections for him, and their parents showed no signs of disapproval. For Sikong Zhuixing, engaging in a passionate romance in this otherworldly realm held its own allure. As the 3 elder brothers of Lan Bingxue observed, they were momentarily taken aback. This was the first time they had witnessed their sister in such a light. Gong Sunyu looked on with a smile at her beloved daughter and Sikong Zhuixing. Increasingly convinced of their compatibility, the young man was roguishly charming and handsome, while the young woman was breathtakingly beautiful, a true paragon of grace. Given the current standing of the Lan family, there was no need to sacrifice their children's happiness to forge alliances with other powers. After meeting Sikong Zhuixing, Gong Sunyu had already discerned his extraordinary qualities. Sensing that he was destined for greatness, suddenly a gust of wind swept through the air and a figure materialized. His eyes filled with astonishment as they fell upon Sikong Zhuixing. In his hands, He held an iron box made of mysterious metal. He approached Sikong Zhuixing, presented the box to him, and then stepped aside. Intrigued, Sikong Zhuixing opened the box to reveal a palm-sized piece of jade, interspersed with blue and white hues, emanating a profound and potent aura of spiritual energy. "What a treasure!" Sikong Zhuixing exclaimed, his face alight with delight, realizing the immense significance of this artifact, preparing to articulate his thoughts. However, Lan Tianglong smiled and said, "Please accept this soul gem. It will greatly aid your future cultivation." Sikong Zhuixing felt the two terrifying energies emanating from the gem and, filled with delight, realized that Lan Tianglong spoke the truth. Without further hesitation, he closed the iron box and stored it in his spatial ring, smiling as he said, "I shall gladly accept this gem. It is getting late, so I must take my leave." Lan Tianglong replied with a smile, "Very well. Feel free to visit the Lan family anytime. By the way, I heard you will be studying at St. Luke's Academy. Coincidentally, Schwer is also heading there. Please do take care of her." Now that Lan Tianglong was aware of the affections of the younger generation, he naturally sought to bring the two together. Sikong Zhuixing was exceptionally talented, much to the satisfaction of the entire Lan family. At that moment, Gongsun Yu chimed in, "Our Schwer is somewhat introverted, thus lacking experience in social interactions. Attending St. Luke's Academy will be an excellent opportunity for her to develop. A mother knows her daughter best." And Gongsun Yu had already begun to regard Sikong Zhuixing as her prospective son-in-law. Sikong Zhuixing smiled faintly, for he was a master of romantic pursuits and understood the intentions of the Lan family. He responded, "Indeed, I know what to do." With that, he bid farewell to everyone present, stood up, and, accompanied by Tom Cat and Lan Bingxue, made his way out. In the hall remained Lan Tianglong and his wife, along with the three brothers of the Lan family. Gongsun Yu sighed and asked, "My dear, how did it feel to spar mentally with Zhuixing?" Lan Tianglong smiled wryly, acknowledging the tremendous surprise this young man had brought him. His mental prowess was astonishingly disproportionate to his age in terms of spiritual strength. He was merely a fraction inferior to Lan himself. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely have believed that such a genius existed in this world. He pondered how this extraordinary talent had honed his abilities. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, fully aware of the terrifying power that mental strength possessed. Gongsun Yu understood that her husband would not speak falsely, though her own spiritual cultivation was neither exceptionally high nor low. She felt an intense mental shock during the confrontation between her husband and Sikong Zhuixing, the residual waves even affecting her. However, she could hardly believe it, which prompted her inquiry. Lan Tianglong subsequently suppressed his heavy thoughts and remarked that the young man was currently amassing strength. When he eventually became formidable, he would either remain silent or astonish all with his prowess. His future achievements would be beyond the reach of their children. Had Sikong Zhuixing been present, he would undoubtedly have been intimidated, for Lan Tianglong's appraisal was exceedingly high. Gongsun Yu nodded, her thoughts intricate as she said, "According to Schwer, Zhuixing has come from the Hongya Empire and possesses a spatial ring of such high caliber. His identity must be significant. Moreover, I suspect his white hair is not a natural trait, but a result of some profound trauma. He presently resembles a dragon ensnared in a mire, yet will surely one day soar to the heavens. Xianyu, the three of you should cultivate a good relationship with Sikong Zhuixing. It will greatly benefit the Lan family in the future, and he may very well become your brother-in-law." Wan Xuanyu nodded, smiling as he said, "Father, mother, rest assured. We will treat Chasing Star as our own brother. We are well aware of Schwerer's feelings." Unbeknownst to Sikong Chasing Star, he had already earned the recognition of the entire Wan family and had been acknowledged as son-in-law and brother-in-law. It must be said that their perspectives were quite advanced. As Sikong Chasing Star and Lan Bingxue made their way outside, Lan Bingxue kept her head down, lost in thought. Sikong Chasing Star remarked, "Bingxue, thank you for your hospitality today. I must say, your family chef possesses remarkable culinary skills." Lan Bingxue quickly looked up, a hint of nervousness in her voice as she replied, "You are welcome to dine at our home every day. I believe my parents would have no objections." She gazed at Sikong Chasing Star with hopeful eyes, for her feelings had already taken root deeply within her heart. Sikong Chasing Star shook his head, saying, "No need. No need. I shall return another time to savor the delights." He could see the disappointment in Luan Bingshue's eyes, which stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Regarding his feelings for Luan Bingshue and the Luan family's stance, Sikong Chasing Star was certain that the family had acknowledged the bond between him and Luan Bingshue. However, he felt a sense of conflict within himself. Gazing at this devoted young girl, he found it difficult to untangle his heart. After all, he had lived 2 lives. In his previous existence, he was already 25, and with 2 additional years in this other realm, he was now 27. Facing a 14-year-old girl, he couldn't help but feel as though he was a mature bull courting tender grass. Ironically, he could never find a partner more than a decade older than himself. Is this even realistic? A 14-year-old girl is still a minor. It must be said that the education in Huaxia is profoundly ingrained in people's minds. Sikong Zhuixing and Luan Bingshue finally reached the doorstep, and with reluctance, Luan Bingshue bid farewell to Sikong Zhuixing, watching his figure disappear into the distance. Chapter 65. Promotion to Second Rank Great Battle Master. He spoke in a solemn tone. "My dilemma is not about this. Shouldn't my life begin anew? Should I let go of everything from the past?" Sikong Zhuixing pondered deeply. He sought this answer, his gaze fixed upon the bright moon in the sky, which was full that night. Human beings experience joy and sorrow, just as the moon undergoes phases of brightness and darkness. At this moment, Sikong Chasing Stars ceased his journey, his gaze fixed intently upon the luminous moon, as he fell into a profound state of contemplation. He grappled with the memories of his past life. Should he release them or hold on? The indelible love, the celestial being, the enchanting sorceress, and other cherished confidants. Was he truly prepared to let them all go? Sikong Chasing Stars hesitated. Rebirth signified a new beginning, a fresh starting point. Yet, becoming ensnared in bygone memories would merely tether his heart with burdens that only he could unshackle. Others could offer no assistance in this matter. Countless images flashed through his mind. Fortunately, the night had deepened, particularly in the territory of the Luan family, leaving the streets devoid of passers-by. Thus, no one intruded upon his inner turmoil. Luan Bingshue observed this phenomenon with keen interest, spotting Sikong Chasing Stars standing motionless in the distance. She was perplexed by the scene before her. Approaching him, her eyes widened in astonishment. He radiated an ethereal white glow, his eyes wide open yet devoid of focus, as if his very soul had been lost. Being young and inexperienced, Luan Bingshue was unaware of the significance of the state Sikong Chasing Stars had entered. With genuine concern, she inquired, "Father, is Sikong Chasing Stars all right? He seems to have lost his spirit. When will he awaken?" Her worry for him was heartfelt. Luan Tianlong gazed at his daughter with a reassuring smile and replied, "Do not fret, my dear. Chasing Stars is currently in a unique state. Any disturbance could cause him grave harm. However, we can dispatch skilled protectors to safeguard the vicinity. As for how long he will remain in this state, I am uncertain." Luan Tianlong, a master of the Do Huang level, possesses extraordinary strength and keen insight, enabling him to perceive matters with remarkable accuracy. Yet, the condition that Sikong Zhuixing currently finds himself in is one that Luan Tianlong has encountered in the past, not just once but multiple times. Each awakening yielded him immense gains. The 4 siblings of the Luan family stand guard here. With confidence, Luan Tianlong and Gong Sunyu departed, unaware that it would take nearly 3 days for Sikong Zhuixing to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Luan Xuanyu and the others standing vigil around him, their expressions earnest. Luan Bingshue's unwavering concern for him filled his heart with warmth, and in that moment, a lingering bond dissipated, allowing him to release the past and embrace his present life. Now, Sikong Zhuixing is reborn, a new soul at merely 14 years of age. He has accepted Luan Bingshue's love, desiring to thrive in this foreign realm, for love is essential. Furthermore, he wishes to avoid the tribulations of his former life. At this moment, Sikong Zhuixing experiences an unprecedented tranquility, a serene smile gracing his face like a gentle spring breeze, as he expresses his gratitude. Thank you, my 3 elder brothers and Bingxue, for your vigilant protection. Upon witnessing Sikong Zhuixing's awakening, Tom Cat could not contain his jubilation, exclaiming in disbelief, Brother, you have stood here for 2.5 days. By the way, how do you feel now? Lan Bingxue curiously inquired, indeed, pursuing the stars. My father has mentioned that this state greatly aids practitioners. Having dwelled in such a realm for an extended period, I perceive a distinct transformation in your aura. In the past, you exuded an air of mystery intertwined with sorrow, heaviness, and solitude. Yet now, those 3 sentiments have remarkably vanished. I truly believe you have changed. Sikong Zhuixing was momentarily taken aback. It is often said that a woman's intuition is profoundly potent, and indeed, Lan Bingxue's perception was astute. The melancholy weight and isolation that plagued Sikong Zhuixing stemmed from his rebirth, which severed his ties to family and love, emotions that were both inextricable and chaotic. Nevertheless, this time he has finally relinquished his inner obsessions. He does not wish the memories of yore to affect him. Thus he has learned to let go. He has shattered the shackles within his heart, elevating his mental state to a new echelon. Where once he possessed the mindset of a fully realized Do Wang, he now stands at the level of Do Huang. This enhancement in his mental clarity allows him to perceive matters with greater lucidity. With a smile, Sikong Zhuixing remarked, This breakthrough in my mental state has rendered that layer of shackles burdensome. Letting go of certain matters is akin to a rebirth of the spirit. The memories of the past no longer trouble me. This realization is truly significant. Although relinquishing may seem straightforward, how many can genuinely accomplish it? Suddenly, Lan Bingxue turned around, her gaze fixed intently on Lan Zuanmi. This left Lan Zuanmi astonished. He inquired, Little sister, why do you look at me so? Although I am aware of my own charm and formidable prowess, we can only be siblings and nothing more. Lan Zuanmi was indeed handsome and elegant. With profound cultivation and ample personal resources, he garnered adoration from countless young women, and a hint of narcissism had woven itself into his character. Lan Bingxue, fully aware that her 3 brothers were merely teasing her, still felt her cheeks flush with shyness as she retorted confidently, You are indeed wonderful. But you cannot compare to my idol. He is the prince of my heart. You are irreplaceable. Lan Zuanmi was momentarily taken aback, then feigned disappointment and sorrow, casting a pitiful expression towards Lan Bingxue. Such a realistic performance could easily earn him the Oscar for Best Actor. However, Lan Bingxue was not swayed by this act and continued, Third brother, you are the only one among the brothers still studying at St. Luke's Academy. I heard you are the president of the student council, and part of the admissions process is under your purview. When the time comes to encounter my idol, please be lenient. If possible, it would be splendid to be placed in the same class. Please lend a helping hand, dear 3rd brother. If you refuse, I shall inform our mother that you are bullying me, and she dotes on me the most, so you understand. The brothers Lan Xuanyu and Lan Xuanjue had already erupted into carefree laughter, observing their 3rd brother's somewhat dazed expression, unable to suppress their amusement. However, they had discerned their younger sister's resolve. Asking him to give Sikong Zhuixing preferential treatment was something he could manage. But transferring his sister and future brother-in-law to the same class was an entirely different matter, a daunting task to contemplate. Witnessing the unwavering determination in his younger sister's eyes, Lan Zuanmi felt a sense of melancholy. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he nodded his head, inadvertently agreeing. Lan Bingxue said with a smile, Thank you, 3rd brother. I know you're the best to me. Then she cheerfully ran towards home. Lan Xuanyu and Lan Xuanjue looked at their 3rd brother with sympathy. But the gloating in their eyes was unmistakable. Lan Zuanmi's handsome face twitched slightly as he looked up to the sky and sighed. If only St. Luke's Academy were run by our family, it would be so much easier. It seems I'll have to sacrifice my charm once again. However, those beautiful female instructors are quite amenable. Sikong Zhuixing said with a smile, I know the questions in your hearts, but I'll explain after I advance to the 2nd grade Grandmaster. Now, I must advance. With that, his figure flashed, appearing on top of the Millennium Frost Jade. The Heavenly Ling battle skill within his body was instantly activated to its peak, frantically absorbing the rich battle energy and the frigid spiritual energy of the surrounding space. This time, the insights gained from pursuing my idol not only shattered the shackles of my soul, but also allowed me to transcend the barriers of a first-rank great fighter. Had it not been for the inconvenient timing for advancement, I would not have been subdued by him. The depth of this realization will profoundly impact my future cultivation. Having lived 2 lives, I am acutely aware of the immense assistance such a state offers to a cultivator. The fact that I was able to enter this state was entirely unexpected, or rather, a rare and precious opportunity.